A thick puff of smoke was exhaled, landing on the computer screen, displaying job search pages. Hello, the job match is low. We won't consider it for now. Thank you. Su Jin's eyes showed a hint of irritation as he closed the pop-up window expressionlessly. Just as he was about to continue searching for the next company, his phone vibrated beside him, and he turned to pick it up. Hello. Is that Xiao Su? Hearing the familiar, slightly hoarse voice, a trace of mockery appeared on Su Jin's face. Old Lee. You miss me. Can't the company run without my business? What attitude is that? I told you to negotiate with the client, but you ended up hitting him. Was it wrong of me to fire you? Old Lee's voice carried a hidden anger. President Wang just had a bit too much fun with Xiao Jing after the drinks. Only a little rough, hardly harassment. Did you really need to play the hero? How old are you? Do you still think the world rewards good people? That President Wang. I can't afford to offend him. Do you know how much power he has? He can take a plane, so probably no more than 300 milliamps. You. Don't talk nonsense with me. Old Lee choked for a moment on the phone, then took a deep breath. I finally managed to set up a meeting with President Wang tonight. Now he specifically wants you to apologize. If you apologize, everything can be discussed afterward, and I can give you another chance. You know I've always admired you. Buzz. The light bulb overhead suddenly flickered. Su Jin squinted and looked up. When he lowered his head, a strange pop-up window had appeared on the computer screen. System recommendation: based on screening, you qualify for our company's special risk management position. Would you like to submit your detailed resume immediately? Yes, no. Taking it for spam, Su Jin instinctively wanted to close the pop-up, but Old Lee's chatter continued in his ear. His hand paused and a sneer escaped his lips. Old Lee, there are plenty of companies begging me to join. Do you think I'm short of your job? With that, he pressed the mouse and casually, I know you have guts, but don't be stubborn. You've earned well at the company for years, and you're a monthly spender. I think. You don't want to lose this job, do you? You don't want to lose this job. Su Jin exhaled smoke, silent for a moment, then said, I'll admit defeat this time. Is President Wang beside you? An apology is fine, but let's agree I'll bow my head and admit fault. Tomorrow I must return to the company with this. I'll call President Wang over right now. As long as you appease him enough, I'll let you back to the company immediately. Later you'll have to apologize to him in person. Let bygones be bygones. Maybe this deal can still be yours. Old Lee's eager voice, accompanied by footsteps, sounded in Su Jin's ear. From the sound, it was obvious the other side had the phone on speaker. After a while, another man's voice faintly came through the phone. Hello? Hello, what? I'm your father. Tossing out a light remark, Su Jin directly hung up and threw the phone aside. With a trace of lingering thoughts, he continued browsing for jobs. Impulsively playing the hero, then getting bitten back, and finally losing the job. It was indeed sickening to encounter, but there was nothing to regret. After years in society, a person must pay the price for what they do, even if it's a good deed. At least I can feel at peace inside. Being able to treat myself like a person is more important than money, and with my abilities, I won't lack jobs. Job posting scrolled past his eyes. Just as he was about to click to the next page, the door behind him suddenly was knocked. 2 knocks, then silence. Who is it? Su Jin turned and yelled, then stood up and walked toward the door. He opened the door. His gaze slowly moved downward to the floor. A package had been placed on the ground. Picking it up, he turned back inside, feeling a bit puzzled. He didn't remember buying anything, and it was almost 8 o'clock. What kind of delivery was this? Seeing the correct recipient address on the package, Su Jin was not suspicious, thinking it might be the paper towels he bought with 1-cent coupon from an e-commerce platform. Using scissors to open the package, the first thing he saw was an A4 paper full of small text. He casually tossed the paper aside, revealing a delicate black briefcase and a transparent mask underneath. Su Jin was completely baffled. Having worked for years, he had seen many briefcases, but this one was definitely not cheap. It was simple and elegant in style, with an indescribable high-quality feel that was truly appealing. But who could have sent him such a briefcase? And what did this mask mean? With bewilderment, Su Jin took out the briefcase to him. As soon as his hand touched the edge, he felt a cold metallic sensation like a handle. When he saw the full object, Su Jin's eyebrows lifted. A pistol. A sleek silver pistol, elegant and luxurious. He waited. It was somewhat heavy. Oh, did the bag come with a high-end lighter? Without thinking twice, Su Jin pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A burst of flame erupted from the muzzle. The bullet shot out diagonally, embedding into the ceiling. Blue smoke rose from the muzzle. This. The sudden scene made Su Jin retract his head sharply, his mind going blank. A real gun. Su Jin mechanically turned his neck, staring fixedly at the silver pistol in his hand. Panting in a trembling voice after coming to his senses, he dove to the bed, quickly drew the curtains, and stuffed the gun into the bedding. He stepped back a few paces, and the trembling in his heart subsided slightly. An intense feeling of confusion and horror swept over him. Mafia. Wrong address. Sent to the previous tenant. No, the recipient name and phone number on the package were his own. It couldn't be a mistake. He was bold, but in a harmonious society, a gun meant something extraordinary, and it was very likely he had accidentally gotten involved in some complex incident. He turned back to look at the package, his pupils focusing. He dashed to the desk in one stride, and quickly grabbed the scrap paper he had mistaken for a review award ad. With urgent and nervous eyes, he scanned the paper. When he saw the lines of content, his whole body felt electrified. Congratulations, your resume has been received and accepted by our company. Basic office supplies have been issued. Your internship assessment will begin shortly. You will be teleported to a dying world in 2 hours. Please immediately contact and protect the client through the early stages of the apocalypse. The mission ends when the client has independent survival ability in the apocalypse, and the company will recall you. During the mission, our company will provide necessary basic assistance, including, but not limited to language translation, currency exchange, identity. Please do not disclose any company information to outsiders, and do your best to realize your potential. If the mission is successful, you will be officially employed, and more company permissions will be unlocked. If the mission fails, you're on your own. At this point, a red line of fire appeared at the top of the notice, but no flame was visible, no smoke, and no temperature could be felt. The notice burned in an eerie way from top to bottom, leaving not even a trace of ash. After it had burned more than half, Su-jin let go and allowed the paper to spiral back to the floor. Under his trembling gaze, the fire line finally swallowed the last line at the bottom. Tianza responsibility, unlimited company. A prank. This was a premeditated prank, vile in nature. A chill crawled down Su-jin's back as this thought suddenly sprang into his mind. Bizarre contents, a courier slip. There was no way this was some assassin organization sending the wrong package. The fact that the sheet of paper self-ignited was not entirely beyond the realm of understanding. Perhaps it was some kind of high-end magic paper that would spontaneously burn after prolonged contact with skin. But why would the other party send a real gun of all things, so utterly outrageous? What exactly were they trying to do? Could it be the client, old Wang? Impossible. That scum had just made him call to apologize. Su-jin's scalp prickled as a tingling numbness spread, countless scenes from movies flashing through his mind. All he could think of were those plots where overfed billionaires secretly set up elaborate games to manipulate and toy with ordinary people. Maybe in a moment a few strangers would appear, drag him somewhere, and when he opened his eyes he would be thrust into wilderness survival or a locked room escape. Damn it. Muttering under his breath, Su-jin decisively dialed the police. The dial tone droned in his teeth. The ringing went on and on. Su-jin's lips were dry as he anxiously rehearsed what he was going to say. At last the call connected, and he immediately opened his mouth. Hello, I am. Hello, this is. Halfway through their sentences, the woman's voice on the line abruptly cut off, replaced by a mechanical, icy tone that resounded directly within Su-jin's mind. Do not under any circumstances disclose any company information. Any second violation will incur severe punishment. Immediately put on the mask and make haste with your preparations. Beep. The harsh, busy tone stabbed at his ear, and Su-jin keenly sensed that something was terribly wrong. His pupils had already begun to lose their focus. Weird. Everything was becoming more and more bizarre. The call being intercepted could still be explained by some advanced technology, but how could the mechanical voice and the ending busy tone be two completely different kinds of sound? At first there had been a normal human voice on the phone, but that mechanical tone had felt as if it were echoing directly within his skull. His battered old phone had been used for years with a single speaker. It was impossible for it to produce such a stereo effect. Was he dreaming, or had he stumbled into something supernatural? Expression vacant, Su-jin stumbled back 2 steps and dropped into the chair before his computer. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of something, and his pupils abruptly contracted. In one corner of the recruitment page on his computer screen, the words Tiandao Responsibility Infinite Company shone glaringly bright. Wait, that pop-up on his computer just now. Su-jin reacted with lightning speed, seizing the mouse and clicking the page, but the instant the cursor slid over the entire page, closed by itself. Panic rising, he hastily began typing to search. No such company could be found. It was as though nothing had ever existed. Dazed, breathing hard, Su-jin squeezed his eyes shut and dug his 10 fingers into his hair. What on earth was happening? Could he still run? No, some organization had already set its sights on him. If he ignored everything and simply fled, the consequences might be even more unpredictable. After a brief silence, he lifted his head and slowly reached to his left, picking up the transparent mask he had casually set aside and examining it closely. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary plastic mask. The voice on the phone had told him to put it on. Frowning, he scrutinized it over and over for several minutes, then gingerly pressed it against his face. The instant it touched his skin, an icy chill spread across his entire face, and the mask vanished without a trace. Where the mask had been, his fingertips now met bare skin. Before Su-jin could react, the scene before his eyes instantly seized all his attention. A string of digits had appeared out of nowhere in his vision, constantly shifting. 13211. 13210. Su-jin stared wide-eyed for a full 10 seconds, then collapsed back into the chair, his chest heaving up and down. The room was deathly quiet save for his pounding heartbeat and the faint whir of the computer's fan. Regaining his senses, he immediately rushed to the bathroom mirror. He clawed anxiously at his jawline again and again, trying to remove the mask that had already disappeared. After fumbling for quite some time until his cheek flushed red, he finally gave up and instead began scrutinizing himself. In the reflection, aside from the string of numbers and his violently twitching eyelids, everything appeared normal. This was no longer some rich man's twisted game. He was definitely dealing with a ghostly nightmare. Gritting his teeth, Su-jin turned on the tap and splashed his face with cold water again and again. Calm down, he had to think clearly now. Something strange had entered his body, but whether it was good or bad was impossible to judge. But since he could not remove it now, he could only force himself not to dwell on it. If the mask was no ordinary object, then the pistol and the briefcase were certainly equally uncanny. He would check those two items first. 005923. 005922. More than half an hour had already passed. On the bed, Su Jin sat cross-legged in silence, the briefcase and pistol laid out before him. It was hard to say he had truly calmed down. After all the succession of bizarre events had shattered his understanding of reality, the mask could no longer be removed. The two items on the bed were, as he had expected, anything but ordinary. He could not find any information about the pistol online. The magazine could not be detached, and the single accidental shot he had fired left behind neither shell casing nor bullet. For the moment, further shooting experiments were impossible. The briefcase was even stranger. When his palm pressed against the bottom, a peculiar sense of connection arose, as if there were another cubic meter of space beneath it. It was simply invisible to the naked eye. He tried putting a few items inside. He could retrieve them at will with remarkable ease. The thing was practically a magical artifact out of a novel. Only overly large objects could not be stuffed in. If he had obtained such a treasure in the past, he would have been overjoyed. But right now he simply did not have the mood. The more miraculous these things were, the greater the pressure crushing his heart. Worlds on the brink of collapse, doomsday. Each word alone was enough to seize a person's heart in a vice. The situation before him had completely exceeded his capacity to comprehend, and there was not much time left for him to think. What should he do? Follow the instructions on that notice and make preparations. After wavering for a while, Su Jin forced himself to pick up his phone. Another half hour passed. In the tiny rental flat, a small mountain of supplies, ordered by delivery, now lay piled up. Gazing at the chaotic room, a sour ache welled unspeakably in Su Jin's chest. It was not that he had not considered running away, but the numbers clung to his vision like a shadow. He had clearly encountered a supernatural event. The wisest choice now was to obediently make preparations. Otherwise, if he thrashed about blindly, he might die even faster. 003109. 003108. He sorted the items into categories and packed them. Sitting before the computer, eyes wide and breathing rough, Su Jin selected a death insurance policy, naming his parents as beneficiaries. The payout would be available if he went missing for 2 years. Then, through a legitimate platform, he took out a loan. All told, it came to just under 170,000 yuan. Online, he drafted a donation agreement of 150,000 to his parents to minimize the risk of the funds being clawed back. He kept 10,000 for the landlord, transferring half a year's rent in advance, and leaving a few words asking not to be disturbed. The rest he converted into cash to carry on his person. Finally, he cleared all browsing records. Once everything was done, Su Jin heavily dialed his home number. After a while, his mother's muffled voice came through. Son, why are you calling at this hour? Haven't you gone to bed yet? I just transferred you and Dad some money. Can you check if it's arrived? Transferred money, 150,000. Where did that come from? His mother's voice instantly grew alert, and his father's voice could be faintly heard in the background. Forcing a smile, Su Jin raised his voice, sounding a bit excited. Of course it's good news. A company headhunted me. Our general manager Lee, in order to keep me, transferred me a lump sum. I don't really need it right now, so you and Dad should keep it and spend it however you like. Really? My son has made something of himself. Companies are fighting over you now. You scared me just now. I was afraid the money wasn't from a proper source. His mother sounded much more excited. Of course not. When have I ever gone down a crooked path? General Manager Lee just transferred the money to me. I was so happy I forgot you two were already asleep. Well, there's also a huge project at the company right now. I might have to work overtime for several months straight. Don't call me on your own, okay? Just wait for me to call you. Son, his father's voice cut in. Overtime is fine now and then, but don't overdo it. Don't lose your head just because they're giving you a bit more money. It's not like you sold them your life. The harder you work, the more they'll exploit you. Just perform properly in front of your leaders, that's enough. Got it. You two should sleep early. I have to arrive at the company first thing tomorrow. Hanging up, Su Jin bowed his head and let out a deep, sorrowful sigh. He had done everything he could. So be it. If misfortune truly befell him, then at least he would have fulfilled his filial duty. 000012. 000011. 000010. In the final 10 seconds, Su Jin fixed his eyes on the numbers, one hand buried in the inner pocket of his coat, gripping the gun's handle in a deathlock. 3210. The moment the timer hit 0, Su Jin's pupils shrank sharply as a dazzling point of light blossomed before his eyes. Under his stunned gaze, the point expanded in a heartbeat, transforming into a golden gate of light standing tall before him. He blinked hard twice, snapping himself out of his overwhelming shock. A miracle. This was an outright miracle. Was this the work of aliens or of gods and ghosts? The light gate stood there motionless. As long as he did not step through, nothing should happen, right? Maybe he could try sticking his phone in first. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Jin's eyes flew wide open. The gate of light suddenly lunged toward his face at incredible speed, engulfing him in an instant. With a piercing scream, Su Qingdai suddenly sat up from her bed. Cold sweat had soaked her light. Once again she awakened from her nightmare. Su Qingdai panted slightly, her terrified eyes glimmering with tears. Rain, hunger, madness, cannibalism. The entire world had transformed into a hell on earth. This kind of dream had repeated for nearly half a month, each time feeling incredibly real with mountains of corpses and seas of blood right before her eyes. Even the smells were indistinguishable from reality. If this were just a simple dream, it would be bearable. Su Qingdai's breath began to tremble, and with fear on her face, she pulled the curtain aside. The sky outside was already dimly lit, and she could vaguely see the clouds above. The clouds surged like waves layered and patterned. If it were daytime, such a magnificent cloud formation would surely attract countless people to take photos. But at that moment, Su Qingdai was completely stunned. The tears that had accumulated in her eyes finally began to flow uncontrollably. The scenes from her dreams were indistinguishable from reality, starting from a peaceful daily life that gradually slipped into an apocalyptic landscape. From the third time she dreamed, she began to notice the anomaly. The celestial phenomena in reality often coincided with the scenes in her dreams. This time was no exception, and the clouds were markedly different from usual, making them particularly easy to recognize. Su Qingdai's thin shoulders trembled, her right hand gripping the curtain turned pale from her muffled sobs. According to her previous dream records, the terrifying day was not far off. She had told others, informed her parents, yet no one believed her. She was just a student, she had done all she could, but what could she do? What should she do? Just at that moment the door was pushed open. Zhang Wan entered, sitting by the bed looking at the sobbing Su Qingdai with a helpless expression. Su Qingdai turned her head and plunged into Zhang Wan's embrace, her cries growing louder. Zhang Wan sighed. Did you have another dream? Mom, it's true, everything I said is true. The apocalypse is coming. Today's clouds are exactly like the ones in my dreams. Everything matched up. Su Qingdai looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Mom, just believe me this once. We need to prepare early. Otherwise, let's move to a place where there are no people. Zhang Wan helplessly replied, Qingdai, you're just overwhelmed with academic pressure. I've already asked the doctor. With an exam just a month away, you shouldn't think about other chaotic things. Focus on your studies, and if you concentrate, you won't feel the pressure. You should do more homework at school today, go to bed an hour earlier, and you'll be fine after a few days. Mom. Su Qingdai felt like she was shattering the tears that had just stopped flowing uncontrollably again. Can you please let me finish my sentence? All right, go ahead, Zhang Wan sighed, and then added, finish quickly and eat, you need to go to school early. Su Qingdai, holding back her discomfort, began to recount her dream. Zhang Wan shook her head repeatedly. Seeing her mother's inattentiveness, Su Qingdai snapped. Mom, are you even listening? I am listening, isn't this just like what you said before? Zhang Wan replied dismissively. No. Su Qingdai's expression suddenly changed. I haven't finished this time, it's different. I saw a man and heard a voice telling me. What? Zhang Wan's gaze sharpened like a detective who had uncovered a truth. Seeing her mother react seriously and start to listen, Su Qingdai felt a glimmer of hope. Just as she was about to continue, Zhang Wan said seriously, Qingdai, you're not dating, are you? Now is not the time for you to be in a relationship. Early romance is not good for you. Mom. Su Qingdai completely broke down. Do you believe me or not? I believe. Let's just hurry up and eat. Zhang Wan lost her patience entirely, stood up, and prepared to leave the room. Su Qingdai reached out to grab her mother, pleading, Mom, can you give me some money? Haven't I usually given you money? I want a bit more. I haven't eaten well at school these days, and I want to buy some practice books. Fine, how much do you need? 500. 500. Zhang Wan felt a surge of anger. This was definitely because something happened at school. Asking for 500 right away, could she really afford it? No way. The most I can give you is 50. Hurry up and get ready for school. Zhang Wan left the room quickly, leaving Su Qingdai alone feeling dejected. Su Qingdai wiped her tears, feeling both sour and bitter inside. She had no voice, no trust at all in this family. If only she were older, earning money might sway them. After feeling down for a while, she got up and sat at her desk, beginning to write. Outside the door, the sounds of news reports and noise came in. Old Su, aren't you going to keep an eye on your daughter? She just sits here watching TV. Call Teacher Li and ask if Qingdai is dating. Sigh. I know, I'll call later. Later, you just keep dragging. Day after day, you don't manage anything, don't do any chores at home. How did I end up with such a useless man? In the classroom, the morning reading had already begun. Su Qingdai was absent-minded as she put down her backpack. Her mind continued to replay the scenes from her dreams. The classroom was filled with noise. Her deskmate beside her asked, Qingdai, did you have another dream? Su Qingdai hesitated and nodded, then turned serious. Xiao Ning, what I'm saying is true. The apocalypse is coming. If it rains, you mustn't get caught in the rain. There's something wrong with that water. You need to prepare food in advance and seal the doors and windows. Xiao Ning nodded with a strange expression, then turned away, sighing secretly. She's completely lost her mind. Once or twice she might have thought the other person was joking, but this had been going on for more than a few days, and even her mental state was evidently problematic. Her mother had contacted her early on to help keep an eye on her. It seemed her condition had worsened. Shaking her head, Xiao Ning took out a Danmei novel and studied seriously. The person in front turned around, sweeping the table, and whispered, Hey, why are you still reading? Qingdai has gone crazy reading novels. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Take it easy if the school has been strict lately. Xiao Ning glanced at the person in front and whispered back, I'm reading Danmei. Even if I go crazy, I'll still be looking for a man. Go study your books. I'll let me borrow it when you're done. In the blink of an eye it was noon. Countless students surged toward the cafeteria. Su Qingdai was also among the crowd, her gaze sweeping over her classmates. Until she spotted someone, she quickened her steps and ran forward, grabbing the hem of his clothes. Gao Peng was walking when he felt someone tugging him, turned around, and saw Su Qingdai standing behind him looking uneasy. Seeing his exquisite and beautiful face, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Su Qingdai was the school's, though it's unclear who gave her that title, but she was indeed the belle. Many male students tried to strike up a conversation with her, but all ended in failure. Even though her mental state had deteriorated recently, her popularity hadn't diminished. There were definitely a number of boys secretly inquiring about her. He usually wouldn't dare to speak to her, so how did the belle come to him? As this thought crossed his mind, Gao Peng nervously said, "Oh, is there something you need?" Su Qingdai bit her pink lips, staring at her toes, and said shyly, "Gao Peng, can you lend me some money? I promise to pay you back next month." How much do you want to borrow?" "I only have 100 at most." Gao Peng asked back, his mind racing. He originally didn't have much money, but now that the belle had spoken, it would be hard to refuse. Hearing him agree, Su Qingdai looked up and smiled brightly. Gao Peng's heart raced at once. Lending money was a good thing. She smiled at me and even tugged my clothes. Does she have some thoughts about me? If this loan is made, won't that mean we'll have interacted twice? Then I'll borrow 100. Not far away, a pair of small eyes were intently watching Su Qingdai holding a phone. "Aunt Zhang Qingdai is talking to a boy from our class." "No, it's just a plain boy. He definitely isn't dating her. But her condition is really worsening. You should take her to see a doctor as soon as possible." In front of the imposing sign of the Longshan Mental Hospital, Su Jin murmured to himself, "What the hell am I doing?" Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. Su Jin swiftly turned around like a startled bird, only to see a blue and white tram trailing a long cable speeding down the asphalt road behind him. Sparse cars followed closely behind the tram. Not far away was a row of shops, their wooden windows half up and coated in various colors of paint, through which one could see the glass counters inside, adorned in a style that reeked of nostalgia. At the street corner, an old man was busy preparing popcorn. The earlier noise was from the popcorn machine bursting. The sun blazed overhead, and the air was filled with a mixture of popcorn, diesel, and asphalt scents. Su Jin's heart raced, his eyes flickering. The scene before him was both strange and familiar. The sun was slightly reddened, and the people on the road appeared to be of Asian descent, dressed in somewhat rustic attire lacking anything particularly remarkable. The cars and architectural style also seemed quite simple. His fashionable trench coat looked out of place against the backdrop of the sweltering heat. Some passers-by on the street were casting sidelong glances at him. Seeing this, Su Jin quickly removed his trench coat and draped it over his arm to cover his briefcase. He turned back to look at the mental hospital, his heart pounding. I really traveled to another world. Just a moment ago, I was still in my rental apartment, and in the blink of an eye it turned into broad daylight, and I found myself on the main road. Although this place seemed familiar at first glance, the details were definitely not from the world I knew. The shock of such a time travel experience was truly indescribable. That strange company was indeed telling the truth. But the world was on the brink of collapse, the apocalypse. This world appeared harmonious. It didn't seem like the end was near, nor did it look like it was in a state of urgent preparation for war. Su Jin wiped his face nervously and took 2 deep breaths to quickly stabilize his emotions. Let alone time travel, even being sent abroad in a second, was something his heart couldn't accept. But it seemed there was no turning back now. He had to either complete the mission or establish contact with the company. Now was not the time to ponder these 2 questions. The urgent matter was to find that client. It should be the guidance provided by the mask. In his vision, a red O was flashing conspicuously in the mental hospital. There was a security booth at the entrance, and the guard inside was staring intently at him. Furrowing his brow, Su Jin quickly walked past the security booth and headed towards a discreet corner, stopping under some inconspicuous tree shade. He crouched down and began rummaging through his trench coat pockets and briefcase. Before long, he pulled out a stack of bills and an identification card from his pocket. The bills were from Longshan Huitong Bank, and the ID had a unique vertical layout similar to a work card. Su Jin pressed his lips together, feeling slightly relieved. It seemed the company hadn't deceived him. They did provide currency exchange and identification, and the presence of Chinese characters everywhere was likely the company's translation. The Heavenly Tao Responsibility Unlimited Company was something he had no clue about. He would probably need to rely on the client to understand more. Since it was a client, they must have communicated with the company. But this client was in a mental hospital. Hopefully they were a doctor or a nurse. Su Jin silently prayed, stowing away the money and gun into his bag and putting his trench coat back on. The wall of the mental hospital was right beside him, a low wall, less than 2 meters tall. Su Jin reached out, gripping the edge of the wall, peering around to see no one, and with a strong push of his legs, he vaulted over. Once inside the compound, he jogged directly into the building. Su Jin nervously glanced left and right. There were quite a few nurses and patients walking inside, but he could fully understand their spoken language. He could also read the text signs on the walls clearly. Ahead was the restroom. Su Jin quickly slipped inside. Inside the Longshan Mental Hospital's multifunctional hall, Fu Qingdai sat glumly by the window in a patient uniform. Sunlight poured in outside with lush green trees creating a pleasant scene. But the creaking sound of the ceiling fan above and the surrounding presence of a group of either dazed or screaming patients combined with her heavy heart made it impossible to appreciate. Gradually, Fu Qingdai's eyes reddened, her small hands gripping the corner of her clothes tightly. Time was running out. She had worked so hard for so long, yet in the end no one believed in her. Could she really not escape this fate? No, there was still one opportunity. The voice in her dream told her that the man would come to find her. As long as she waited for that person to arrive, perhaps everything would still have a chance if he didn't come. That would also be good news, likely indicating that the dream was fake and the apocalypse wouldn't come. As long as there was no apocalypse, having her mental illness would be worth it. With this thought, Fu Qingdai wiped her eyes and her mindset became a little brighter. Though her mood had been fluctuating so much these past few days. Tired of looking at the scenery outside the window, Fu Qingdai stood up, preparing to return to her room. But just as she turned her head, a figure in black with a flowing garment and a briefcase appeared in the dark corridor before her. In her mind, beneath the dark sky, the silhouette of a figure holding a bag in one hand and a gun in the other perfectly matched the shadow before her. Like a thunderclap on a clear day, tears streamed down Fu Qingdai's face in an instant. At that moment, only one thought remained in her mind. It's over. The apocalypse was indeed real. After washing his face in the restroom, Su Jin emerged feeling a bit less. The restroom was quite similar to those on Earth with running water, though it had squat toilets. Especially the familiar smell of urine was truly reassuring. It was simply the scent of home. Midway down the corridor, he quickly spotted Fu Qingdai. His heart sank immediately. A child in a patient uniform, likely a high school student. Although she looked exceptionally delicate, her appearance was no longer important. Before entering the building, he had prayed that even if the client was mentally ill, as long as they provided him with a strong man, he would accept it. But the reality was a mental patient, a student, a beauty. Each of these factors was a point deduction. Entering the hall, Su Jin glanced around the environment, casually pulled a chair, and sat in front of Fu Qingdai. The moment the two faced each other, the red dot on Fu Qingdai's forehead suddenly vanished in his eyes. No one spoke. Su Jin scrutinized Fu Qingdai, who was looking down, her small hands twisted together. After a moment, Su Jin cautiously asked, "The company has contacted you in advance, right?" Fu Qingdai nodded, her heartbeat racing to its limit. The character from her dream had appeared in reality, signifying that the apocalypse was approaching. "What's your name?" "Fu Qingdai." "Bro, I still don't know how to address you." Fu Qingdai spoke softly, looking down. "How should I address you?" Su Jin. Currently, the other party didn't seem to be suffering from a mental illness. Telling her his name wouldn't be an issue, but the damn company's policy forbade revealing company information. He had a connection with the company, who knew where the boundaries of confidentiality lay. Logically, there should be nothing to hide from the client, but one couldn't predict what the client might say. It was better to fabricate a little lie. These were all trivial matters. The most important thing right now was to gain the client's utmost trust and gather more information. After a moment of silence, Su Jin straightened up. "The following conversation is strictly between you and me. I hope you won't disclose my identity to anyone, understand?" Fu Qingdai nodded heavily, her eyes full of seriousness. "I am the director of the Special Operations Department and an elite agent of the company. My name is Li Haoqing. You can call me Director or Brother Hao. From today onwards, I hope we can address each other as cousins in front of outsiders. Do you understand?" "Understood. I have already told you my name, and I hope you will speak to me candidly in our subsequent conversation," Su Jin said as he took out a notebook, raising his gaze to Fu Qingdai. "Tell me about your daily life, family relations, the discussions you had with the company, and why you are in a mental hospital." Fu Qingdai supported herself with both hands on her knees and said earnestly, "I am not mentally ill. I was mistakenly sent here. I am a student at Longshan Middle School, and I only have my parents at home." Su Jin listened intently, nodding repeatedly. The fact that Fu Qingdai was not mentally ill surprised him, but it was evidently good news. From her description of daily life, the living habits here were very similar to those on Earth, albeit lagging behind by quite a bit. He recalled having gone through a similar developmental phase in his childhood. Currently adapting to this world did not seem too problematic or even without any difficulty. Fu Qingdai continued recounting her story, and when she mentioned her dreams, Su Jin suddenly stopped writing and said, "Are you implying that the rain had an issue?" A torrential downpour lasted 5 days, and people began to go insane, leading to a situation of cannibalism and chaos in the world. "Yes." Su Jin's jaw tightened, as if his heart was squeezed hard. He had already accepted the notion of crossing over, and he had known about the apocalypse in advance. Now the emergence of a zombie crisis did not seem too strange. But the issue was that the infection was through rain. The water pollution was insidious. Water is the most crucial resource for survival. If there are problems with the water, how can people survive? "Cousin, are you okay?" Fu Qingdai noticed he seemed absent-minded and quietly inquired. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Su Jin forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. Please continue. You mentioned the company in your dreams. When did they contact you, and when did they inform you that I would come?" "I know that the company and your appearance is something that has happened in the last few days." Suddenly a voice appeared in the dream, saying it was from the heavenly Tao company, asking if I was willing to live. I said I was willing, and then it said that the contract was signed and someone would come to help me, but after that there was no more sound. That's about it. That's correct, if our company operates this way. Su Jin replied while inwardly cursing profusely. Isn't this forcing a cow to drink water? Who doesn't want to live? Do we have to sign a contract to live? With just a click of a mouse, I was sent to an outer space labor dispatch. However, there were many issues in Fu Qingda's words, as she had known days ago that she was to appear, while he had only been recruited by the company a few hours ago. There was quite a time discrepancy. Could it be due to the crossing? Does the company have the ability to foresee the future, or is it premeditated, or is there something else? The underlying reasons were too complex to comprehend instantly, and Fu Qingda's understanding of the company was nearly zero. However, based on this situation alone, it seemed that if he did not complete this task, he would have no way to connect with the company. In other words, he could only complete the task. Cursing inwardly, once more Su Jin continued to write, and asked, let's proceed, you can ask after I'm done. All right. Fu Qingdai replied softly. How many days are left until that rain? Do you have an accurate memory? Counting from today, there are 7 days left. I remember this very clearly. 7 days. Can you act pitiful or stage a performance within those 7 days to return home? I don't know, I have said I want to go home, but my mother insists I stay here for treatment. But she is quite worried about me being here, and comes to see me every day. All right, let's skip this question. Is there any rental accommodation near your home? The closer the better. Yes. There are several rooms for rent in the same building as my home, and the phone number is posted on the window. Continue telling me about your daily life and your parents. 10 minutes later, Su Jin paused his notes once more. News of the apocalypse had emerged, and he gained further understanding of the world. However, with only 7 days left, he had to speed up. This girl, Fu Qingdai, appeared quite clever, but seriously lacked social experience. Continuing to inquire about her personal life could lead to misleading information. Twirling his pen, Su Jin shifted his questioning. How much does your family spend each month? How much do your parents earn? Fu Qingdai hesitated as a question mark appeared above her head, replying, it's a little over 2,000. It seems our family spends around 2,000 each month. Is this a society governed by law? Of course we have many laws. When something happens at work or school, do you need to use connections or acquaintances? Of course you have to use connections, otherwise how can things get done? Alright, I understand. He paused his pen, pondering slightly. Do you think you are beautiful? Why not? Do you think I am handsome? How's my clothing style? Pretty handsome. The clothes look nice, but it just feels particularly hot. Are there any audio-visual stores, vegetable markets, or internet cafes nearby? The first two exist, but I don't know about internet cafes. What is the chemical formula of water? H2O. Do you have menstruation? Do you use sanitary pads? Oh. Fu Qingdai's pretty face gradually turned red. Hurry up and say, I do use. After asking a few more questions, Su Jin closed his notebook and fell into thought. This society had a weak legal awareness and placed great emphasis on personal relationships. In 7 days, it could very well be the apocalypse. 5 consecutive days of heavy rain had started to reveal problems, with suspected zombies appearing. The coverage area of the rainfall was unclear, and violent organizations in the rain-affected areas were likely to be swiftly dismantled. The military forces of this world would probably not be reliable in a short time. On a molecular level, the water was no different from Earth's and could be safely consumed, but water pollution essentially cut off the path for survival in the wild. There was not much time or money to prepare a shelter, and he couldn't forcibly take Fu Qingdai with him. However, the purchasing power of the 7,000 or so yuan in his hand was quite strong. It was at least enough to rent a place and stock up on supplies, and settling near her home was the best option. In terms of communication, cultural knowledge, and personal image, there were no significant differences between Earth and this world, allowing for quick adaptation. In these 7 days, it was best to be cautious and not violate any laws or regulations or provoke anyone. As for the rest, he would have to explore on his own once he got outside. Thinking of this, Su Jin suddenly realized an issue. He picked up his pen and wrote H2O on paper, presenting it to Fu Qingdai. Do you recognize what I've written? No. Fuck. Why are you cursing at me? Fu Qingdai looked confused. What is this? I really don't understand. Indeed. Su Jin frowned deeply. He could understand and hear all the words and languages in this world, and others could understand what he said, which must be the effect of the company, or that mask. However, the characters he wrote on paper were incomprehensible to the people in this world. Renting a house here also required a contract, and if the things he wrote were unreadable to others, that posed a significant problem. Realizing this, Su Jin tore off another piece of paper and handed the pen to Fu Qingdai. Please write 2 characters for me, the Su from Awakening and the Jin from Ash. Write them a bit heavier, stroke by stroke. Fu Qingdai was puzzled, but obediently complied. After she finished, Su Jin took back the paper and glanced at it. Seeing the 2 Chinese characters on it, he reached out to feel the back. Feeling the raised texture of the notes, he couldn't help but feel helpless. It should match his ID, but what he saw with his eyes was completely different from the actual handwriting. The service provided by the company has a bug forcing a translation. The mask couldn't be removed, leaving him only this way to figure out how to write his name. With no choice but to put away the signature paper, Su Jin said, I will ask these for now. Oh, feel free to say anything you want. Fu Qingdai nodded nervously and then mustered the courage to ask the question that lingered in her mind. Cousin, are you an alien? Without a doubt, I am a Namekian, Su Jin replied calmly. Cousin, are you wearing a human disguise? Fu Qingdai asked in a trembling voice. This is just how we Namekians look. Hearing Su Jin's affirmative response, Fu Qingdai felt somewhat relieved, but her mind was still filled with countless questions. After pondering for a while, she finally asked her biggest doubt. Cousin, what exactly was happening in my dream? Well, this matter is a bit complicated, so I will keep it brief. Su Jin thought for a moment and said, in fact, there are many civilizations in the universe, and we are just one of them. According to our observations, you have been targeted by a group of star bandits, the Trisolar Ants. These people are notorious for their evil deeds, enjoying the slaughter of all life on a planet before turning it into fertilizer and plundering its resources. Now that crazy group of Trisolar Ants is spreading a virus in your atmosphere. After most of your people are dead, they will return to reap the harvest in a few decades. Fu Qingdai's pretty face instantly turned pale. Then why did they choose me? You should notify those big shots instead. Why did this happen to me first? The more she spoke, the more anxious she became, tears streaming down Fu Qingdai's face. How terrifying. She was just an ordinary beautiful girl. Why was such a major event happening to her first? Seeing her start to cry again, Su Jin also showed a pained expression, feeling a wave of distress in his heart. Damn it, I also want to know why a responsible, capable, ordinary, handsome guy like me has to deal with such matters. Don't cry, Qingdai. Su Jin suppressed his frustrations and comforted her. Actually, the company chose you for a reason. Your body is special and has antibodies against the virus. As long as you are alive, we can research a cure. Then hurry up and research it. I can cooperate with whatever you need. Fu Qingdai cried, extending her arms. Or should we call the police first, cousin? You can contact them with your spaceship. They will definitely believe you. That's not possible at the moment. When I came here, I accidentally ran into the Trisolar Ants, and my spaceship was shot down and crashed. I don't even know where it is now, and all my teammates are dead. I'm the only one left. Disaster is inevitable. All we can do is take it one step at a time. Your biggest task right now is to stay alive. If you die, everyone else will be finished. As soon as these words were spoken, an immense pressure surged in. Fu Qingdai's face lost all color. Her expression fell into a daze. Seeing this, Su Jin said, you need to adjust your mindset. Many things haven't happened yet, and we can still prepare in advance. The situation might not be as bad as you think. Perhaps due to long-term pressure, Fu Qingdai quickly regained her composure, her voice hoarse, as she stammered, brother, I still don't understand why you came to save us. It's simple. Where there are bad people, there are good people. To prevent the world from being destroyed and to maintain cosmic peace, while upholding love and true justice, we have been traveling through the universe to protect other civilizations. Moreover, the Trisolar Ants have attacked our Namekian planet several times, and just based on that, we cannot stand idly by. We Namekians love peace, but those who violate us must be punished no matter how far away they are. Su Jin spoke resolutely, but in his heart he felt increasingly desolate. Here he was so nervous that he almost wet himself, yet he still had to crack jokes to help others relieve their stress. However, this little girl was indeed facing a tough time. The pressure she was under was no less than his own. It sounds like you don't really love peace. We Namekians despise arguing. I won't ask any more, brother, though I was wrong. Fu Qingdai wiped her tears, feeling aggrieved. Just as Su Jin was about to continue speaking, a slightly cold voice came from behind. Hey, Namekian, come with. Fu Qingdai stopped crying, and Su Jin turned around. A cold-faced nurse about 23 or 24, with an unfriendly expression, had somehow appeared behind him. Su Jin exchanged a glance with Fu Qingdai and faced the nurse. The nurse coldly said, come with me. After speaking, she walked towards an open balcony, and Su Jin steadied his mind as he looked at her back. Just right. Negotiating with this nurse could serve as practice for integrating into society. The nurse fixed her gaze on Su Jin and asked, are you Fu Qingdai's relative? I'm her cousin, Su Jin replied calmly. Her mother came to see her this morning. Did you come here to register? Of course. Is there a problem? No problem, but that girl is currently suffering from severe delusions, and you are speaking nonsense with her, which is very detrimental to your cousin's condition. The nurse said seriously, you can see her, but I hope you won't interfere with our treatment. Nurse, I think there's some misunderstanding here. May I ask your name? Ding Jia. What's the misunderstanding? Qingdai was under my care when she was little. We have a deep bond. I often played role-playing games with her, and I just wanted to reminisce a bit this time. Su Jin paused. I just returned from abroad planning to surprise her at school, but unexpectedly heard her classmates say she was hospitalized. I see her thinking clearly. Aside from her emotions being unstable, she doesn't seem to have any major issues. How is she doing? Is she adapting well to life here? Just returned from abroad. That's quite rare. Ding Jia looked Su Jin up and down and said, her situation isn't very optimistic. She frequently experiences delusions, going around telling people that the apocalypse is coming and that they should prepare in advance. However, speaking of it, I do find her behavior somewhat strange. What do you mean strange? Ding Jia sighed. She doesn't behave like an ordinary patient. To be honest, I think she's usually quite normal, but what she says is completely absurd, as if she really saw the end of the world. Su Jin rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile. I heard from her classmates that her academic performance has dropped drastically lately. Perhaps her mother is pushing her too hard, causing her to become too stressed, and she might be saying this to comfort herself. However, Miss Ding, I have an unreasonable request, though I wonder if you can agree. What? Ding Jia looked at Su Jin in confusion. I don't want her to stay here any longer. Qing Dai herself doesn't want to, and you know this environment only increases her pressure and hinders her studies. My uncle is a bit of a daughter slave and definitely wouldn't want her to stay in this place. The main issue is that my aunt doesn't agree. I hope you can help me. The next time her mother comes, could you say a few words to convince Qing Dai to go home with her? Ding Jia said seriously, we have regulations. Unless her parents insist on taking her home, we won't interfere. I completely understand, so this is just a request. How about this, let's exchange phone numbers. Su Jin said subtly, taking out his valuable Xiaomi 6 and lighting up the 1080p ultra-clear screen. The moment the smartphone appeared, Ding Jia's attention instantly shifted. She stared in astonishment and asked, what is this? Is a smartphone? Su Jin flashed a suave smile. My apologies. This model hasn't yet entered domestic circulation. It differs significantly from those currently on the market. With that, he handed the Xiaomi Mi 6 directly into Ding Jia's hands. She held it blankly, uncomprehending, until Su Jin gently guided her fingers across the screen. He rattled off a string of incomprehensible phrases, a performance beast, thinner than a coin, growing ever smoother with use, light years ahead. How extraordinary. Are foreign smartphones all like this now? What language is this written in? Ding Jia exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement. Even though every character on the screen was utterly unfamiliar, she hadn't noticed how far the conversation had strayed, or that her right hand remained fully clasped in Su Jin's. Only when he retrieved the phone did she abruptly realize, her cheeks flushing as she hastily withdrew her hand. Wakandan script. Wakanda. There's actually a country by that name. Which company is so advanced? Ding Jia murmured to herself. Wakanda is a small nation, but the company manufacturing this device is world-renowned. Care to guess? Su Jin smiled faintly. Jumi. Brilliant. This phone can even take photographs. Shall I snap one of you? Su Jin swiftly pivoted the topic. Truly. Ding Jia gasped in disbelief. Without hesitation, Su Jin stepped back 2 paces and raised the Xiaomi to capture her image. Then, standing motionless, he opened a photo editing application and began retouching it on the spot. 10 seconds later, he presented her with a meticulously refined portrait, staring at her own face, 2 shades lighter, enhanced with every conceivable beautification filter. Ding Jia's heart skipped a beat, and she burst out in awe. Is this really me? Su Jin feigned modesty and gave an awkward chuckle. Apologies, I mean no offense, but after all, this is just a smartphone camera. It can't compare to professional equipment. It's normal for a beauty rated 10 to appear as 8 through such a lens. Off. 2 vivid blushes bloomed across Ding Jia's cheeks, melting away her usual cool composure. No, it's already wonderful. Then, where might one purchase this device? It hasn't yet entered general circulation. I acquired mine only through a friend's internal channels. Even upon future release, distribution will likely remain extremely limited. Oh, Ding Jia's voice softened with quiet disappointment before she added, then how much does it cost? Not expensive, merely 20,000 yuan. Su Jin replied offhandedly. 20,000. Ding Jia cried out. Then, realizing her reaction sounded undignified, quickly reddened and amended, still, for such a remarkable device, 20,000 is truly reasonable. Indeed, I find it exceptionally intuitive. It's also ideal as a gift for relatives and friends. I'd originally planned to procure several more through my contacts, but alas, I couldn't secure internal allocations before returning home. Only 20,000, not expensive, procures several more. Gift to relatives and friends. How immeasurably wealthy is he, and yet so young? Does he possess some hidden background? A storm of speculation churned within Ding Jia's mind, until Su Jin's voice cut through clearly. Miss Ding, I believe we've strayed rather far from our original subject. Oh yes. Ding Jia nodded hastily. Let's return to Qing Dai. Su Jin turned his gaze toward Fu Qing Dai seated behind him and sighed with palpable concern. She used to be so vivacious, yet life's burdens landed her here. Honestly, it breaks my heart. Moreover, I've observed her condition closely. Remaining in this environment offers little benefit to her recovery. In fact, returning to a familiar setting would serve her far better. Miss Ding, do you truly believe her treatment must continue exclusively here? Well, not necessarily. Ding Jia hesitated before replying. Su Jin nodded. Precisely my view. So I hope, once she returns home, I'll arrange for someone to accompany and care for her. Even outside these walls, all necessary medications and therapeutic guidance can be prepared in advance. And, don't forget, you'll be there too, Miss Ding. Might I have your telephone number? Ding Jia slipped her left hand into her pocket, gripping her pager tightly. After prolonged hesitation, she finally refrained from producing it, and instead recited a string of digits aloud. Very well. Please note this down: 800-820-8820. Su Jin pretended to key the numbers into his phone, then immediately feigned surprise. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. Having just returned from abroad, this phone remains inoperable domestically. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to share your number instead. Once I complete registration, I'll call you promptly. Without waiting for her response, he tore a page from his notebook and handed both paper and pen to Ding Jia. Only after securing her number did he fold the slip carefully and tuck it into his pocket. Miss Ding, I sincerely appreciate your assistance with this matter. Huh, did I ever agree? Ding Jia folded her arms, gazing at Su Jin with a half-smile that held both amusement and challenge. Su Jin offered a gentle smile. You're absolutely right. I spoke too hastily. Regardless, I hope we may stay in close contact moving forward to discuss Qing Dai's progress. From what I've seen, Miss Ding is not only strikingly beautiful, but profoundly compassionate, diligent, and devoted to her patients. When time permits, I must treat you to dinner. By the way, if my uncle's family visits tomorrow, please don't mention I've been here. They remain unaware of my return. I wish to surprise them. You may decline any other request, but this one I implore you grant me. Rest assured, I'll certainly keep this promise. Ding Jia affirmed with a firm nod. Their conversation ended abruptly as a voice called out from afar. Ding Jia glanced over her shoulder, then turned back to Su Jin with visible reluctance. I'm afraid I must attend to other matters. Shall we pause our discussion for now? Su Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Yet just as Ding Jia turned to leave, he raised his phone and called after her, Miss Ding. Yes. She looked back over her shoulder. Your photograph remains in my possession. May I keep it? I'll have prints made and deliver them to you shortly. Su Jin beamed. Oh yes, of course. Await my call, and stay strong. The blush that had just faded surged anew across Ding Jia's cheeks as she spun around and hurried away with the light, quick steps of a young girl. Watching her figure vanish, Su Jin's smile dissolved. He withdrew the scrap of paper bearing her number, crumpled it tightly, and tossed it casually into a nearby trash bin. He strode briskly toward Fu Qingdai and sat opposite her, his expression turning grave. Let's be concise this afternoon, or tonight. If you have the chance, approach Nurse Ding Jia for a casual chat. Tell her you're trying to set me up, trying to pair us together. Don't overact, keep it natural. And tomorrow when your mother arrives, ask Ding Jia to advocate for your transfer home for convalescence. If she refuses, cry protest, even feign suicide if necessary. But under no circumstances mention me in front of your parents. Understood? Understood. Fu Qingdai replied solemnly. Good. Now tell me your home address. I'll visit today to assess the situation and aim to settle you nearby as soon as possible. If I rent a place, look for 2 white sheets taped to the window. That'll be my residence. Fu Qingdai didn't answer immediately. Instead, she bit her lower lip and paused, hesitant. Cousin, I have one more question. May I ask? Go ahead. Are you saving only me? What else did you expect? How many people do you imagine I could possibly save? Su Jin retorted without pause. Fu Qingdai's face drained of color. She recoiled sharply. No, you must save my parents too. And my friends. I can't survive alone while watching them perish. Su Jin groaned, inwardly overwhelmed. Don't heap demands upon me. I've told you plainly I'm irritable these days. And frankly, I'm weary of women. Then I'd rather die. What meaning would life hold for me alone? Her body trembled as she fixed Su Jin with a defiant, tear-bright gaze. Su Jin fell silent, thoughts racing. After a brief pause, he said firmly, Others are beyond my immediate reach, but your parents I will save. Is that acceptable? Rationally rescuing Fu Qingdai's parents was non-negotiable. A child of her age possessed no capacity for independent survival. Their protection rested entirely upon her parents. Moreover, their rescue might accelerate his own objective. Hearing his assurance, Fu Qingdai's eyes softened slightly, and she gave 2 slow, deliberate nods. I understand. Saving my parents is enough. Cousin, I know I have no right to demand anything of you, yet I'm truly terrified. With red-rimmed eyes, she reached behind her back and withdrew 3 notebooks, handing them to him. Su Jin accepted them curiously and flipped open the first. It contained meticulous records of every dream she'd ever had, each detail preserved with uncertain fragments clearly marked. The second documented everyday knowledge and newspaper clippings. The third held a hand-drawn map of Longshan City, marking key locations, grain stores, hospitals, police stations. And elsewhere, her home address, a simplified sketch of the neighborhood, and the precise locations of nearby supermarkets, pharmacies, and gas supply stations. You compiled all this yourself? Su Jin stared at Fu Qingdai, stunned. She bowed her head softly. I knew you'd come for me, and I suspected you might be extraterrestrial. Fearing you'd lack familiarity with our world, I prepared in advance. I've also buried over 10,000 yuan beneath the large tree beside my building's entrance. There's only one tree there, easy to spot. I painted a red dot on its trunk, and the money lies just beneath it. 10,000. As a student, where did you acquire such funds? Are you heir to wealth? Su Jin was astonished again. Fu Qingdai flushed crimson, struggling to speak, before finally lowering her head. I borrowed it from male classmates at school, over 100 of them. Good heavens. Su Jin recoiled in shock. At your tender age, you're already defrauding men. I didn't deceive them. Fu Qingdai protested, voice thick with shame, then faltered, whispering, I never said I wouldn't repay. If they survive, I will repay. Through labor, even blood donation. Excellent, excellent. Su Jin praised emphatically, his gaze now brimming with genuine admiration. A girl barely 10 years old, foreseeing the coming apocalypse, sounding the alarm to everyone, enduring endless skepticism and misinterpretation. yet still acting decisively, never surrendering even after being confined to a psychiatric hospital. Such extraordinary resilience and initiative shamed grown adults. The intelligence and resources she provided were invaluable. Saintly. This was no saint. She was an angel, an exceptionally high-value ally. Unlikely to hinder him in pocketing the 3 notebooks, Su Jin met Fu Qingdai's gaze squarely and declared with quiet gravity, "You've done magnificently. Leave the rest to me. I'll wait for you outside. You're far too thin. Be sure to eat well these days." "I know. It's all in your hands now, cousin." Stepping out of the psychiatric hospital, Su Jin squinted up at the sun in the sky. After meeting with the client and engaging in negotiations, the tension eased significantly, yet the fog of confusion still hung heavily in his heart, with obstacles piling up. He couldn't help but wonder if this alien son would give him tumors. But never mind. Given the current situation, he had completely severed ties with the company. If he didn't complete the task imposed on him, he wouldn't be able to return home. Even if getting a tumor would kill him, that would be a matter for many years in the future. For now, he needed to prepare adequately. He took out the notes and map given by Fu Qingdai and continued walking outward. Under the watchful eyes of the security guard at the gate, he swaggered out of the psychiatric hospital. Upon reaching the street corner, Su Jin stopped and gazed into the distance. According to the map, the community where Fu Qingdai lived was called Talent Community, located about 9 kilometers from the psychiatric hospital. There were taxis available on the street. However, going to rent a place in Talent Community was not his top priority. There were more important pieces of information he needed to investigate first. After comparing the map, for a while Su Jin took a step to the right. After walking 2 or 3 steps, as if recalling something, he pulled out a rope from his briefcase, tying one end to the handle and securing the other end firmly to his wrist. He covered himself with a trench coat before continuing forward. This area was economically underdeveloped and the rule of law was not well established. If he encountered a gang, he wouldn't have anyone to turn to if his belongings were stolen. Although it was broad daylight, he still prepared to be cautious. His current destination was a large vegetable market nearby. The local food was vastly different from what he was used to on Earth. Whether it was edible was still an unknown. It was best to eat the food he brought with him initially and then buy some daily ingredients at the market to experiment with overnight. In the vegetable market, Su Jin walked and observed. The market itself was quite unremarkable, lacking any significant surprises. However, seeing the various vegetables and fruits did leave him momentarily dazed. The good news was that many vegetables looked familiar, though some were completely new to him. There were radishes with strange patterns, gigantic leafy vegetables, and red vines. As he walked between the stalls, Su Jin secretly plucked some vegetable leaves occasionally, pausing to feign discussion and learn the names of the vegetables. He casually took some to bring back for experimentation. He couldn't afford to waste a single cent until he confirmed the safety of the food. Moreover, plant-based foods were not his main target. His focus was on meat. If the knowledge from Earth still applied, then according to common sense, he would prioritize the safety of unfamiliar foods. Generally, it should be meat, seeds, plants. Large meat-producing animals typically do not carry toxins in their muscle and fat. Massive animals often depend on their physical bodies for survival, while those with generally low survival abilities tend to evolve special mechanisms to protect themselves with toxins. Moreover, once an apocalypse descends, cold storage primarily preserves meat, which is high in calories. Even if it spoils, the safety factor for consumption remains high, making it a highly reliable and comprehensive food source. However, it was still very necessary to test the safety of vegetables. The key was to indirectly verify the safety of supermarket processed foods. After wandering through the vegetable section, he arrived at the meat and seafood section. Looking at the rows of pink lights hanging above the meat stalls, Su Jin couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't expect that selling meat in this other world followed the same pattern. With a light to illuminate, the meat appeared to look a bit better. However, the large chunks of fatty and lean meat along with the fierce-looking heads of creatures resembling bull heads were quite shocking. This could roughly indicate the safety of the meat, which was a good sign. He stole a few rotten vegetable leaves to take back for experimentation. With the meat seeming fine, the only thing left to check was the seafood. The seafood section was filled with rows of fish tanks. Approaching one of the tanks, Su Jin paused to examine it closely. The fish inside were quite varied, but overall they looked quite ordinary, resembling typical river fish. As he was observing, Su Jin's gaze suddenly fixated. A large gray fish turned its body to face him, its big mouth pressing against the glass. Once he got a clear look at the gray fish, Su Jin's entire body jolted. This fish! Filming a daring dive into an alien seafood market. Live footage of an extraterrestrial carp. With a mouth resembling that of a human filled with teeth, and with its mouth oriented vertically, it was frightening, giving an unsettling feeling. "Hey there, I see you've been watching for a while. How about a fish?" "They're all fresh," the stall owner approached warmly from behind, free scales and teeth cleaning. "Oh, no thank you." Su Jin swallowed hard, waving his hand as he walked away. After circling the market, Su Jin let out a long breath. The food seemed relatively reliable for now, but he still couldn't let his guard down. He needed to conduct the necessary experiments. Looking up and surveying around, Su Jin moved forward once again. After walking a little over 100 steps, he entered a pharmacy. 2 staff members stood behind the counter chatting casually, clearly not interested in attending to him. After lingering at the entrance for a few seconds, Su Jin walked towards the health supplement section. His gaze searched the shelves for a couple of rounds, picking up the most eye-catching multivitamin supplement. He took out the Centrum he had bought from the takeaway previously and began comparing them seriously. When he learned he would be transported by the company aside from buying a large amount of food at the supermarket, he had also bought a lot of cigarettes and multivitamin supplements. 10 bottles of large Centrum vitamins. At that time his thought process was simple: if he was indeed sent to an unfamiliar place, food would clearly be an issue, but there was another equally severe problem. Vitamins and various trace elements. He enjoyed fitness and had researched nutrition quite a bit. If trace elements were lacking for an extended period, his athletic abilities would be impacted within a month. Especially under conditions of high physical load and stress, the effects would be pronounced. If the deficiency continued for a long time, bodily functions would suffer damage and diseases would naturally follow. Declining physiological function and diseases each could be fatal if not managed properly. After comparing the 2 bottles of nutritional supplements, Su Jin's tense mood relaxed significantly. The nutritional components inside matched up for the most part, and the unfamiliar ones seemed somewhat recognizable. After all, he wasn't a professional. Similar species with the same nutritional components indicated that even without first-hand experimentation, the safety of the food had at least a 90% guarantee. After putting the supplement back, Su Jin turned to leave the pharmacy. He had seen most of what he wanted, and there was another stop. He would buy a few things and immediately head to Talent Community to rent a place. A media store? Located about less than 2 kilometers from the vegetable market, there was one right on the street. Su Jin stood at the door of the media store, a deep sense of nostalgia washing over him. Through the glass window, he could see walls lined with movie boxes and simple packaging for discs. How similar the two worlds were. He couldn't help but remember renting movies of Lin Zhengying when he was a child. That should have been the most relaxed time. After a moment of sentiment, Su Jin pushed open the shop door and saw the owner at the counter. He directly asked, "Boss, do you have any disaster movies?" The shop was filled with the scent of plastic film mingled with old paper. The owner stood behind the counter holding a disc case, searching for a DVD while asking, "Disaster films are quite niche. Oh, what specific type are you looking for?" Virus infection, mutated beasts, alien invasion. You know, the kind where ordinary people struggle to survive before the apocalypse. Got it. Just wait a moment to look for you. Standing in the store, Su Jin's gaze continuously swept across. Though the movie covers were simple, they contained a wealth of information. Films can essentially be seen as a condensed part of society. This time, borrowing disaster films was also an attempt to clarify how this world deals with disasters. When faced with a real disaster, finding information in reality might not be as quick as absorbing it from films. Previously, he had talked with Fu Qingdai, who mentioned that she often rented discs at home to watch some animated films. He could find an opportunity to go to her house and borrow a viewing device. However, according to the owner, disaster films seemed to be quite niche in this world. The movie covers on the wall were mostly kissing posters. This wasn't surprising. They were likely films that didn't stand out in terms of special effects, as movie technology hadn't developed that quickly, lacking technical capability. 2 minutes later, the owner emerged from behind the counter with 3 discs. He handed them to Su Jin and said, "Here, these 3 absolutely meet your requirements." "Just these 3, eh?" Su Jin took the discs and examined them. "They're all scratched. They won't freeze right. Only these 3. Don't worry, if they freeze, I'll refund you." The owner smiled. "Buddy, after so many years, I still don't know what you want to watch. I like this type too. Everything else is a bit lacking, but these 3 have no emotional plot, pure disaster. You know your stuff? How much for the rental?" "It's the price written outside, $5 each with a $10 deposit." "Alright, I'll take all of them. Do you want to pick out some more? I have the latest films guaranteed to satisfy you." "Help me pick out some historical, urban, and military war films. The content must be real. No trash films for me." "Don't worry, brother, I don't have any trash films here." The owner turned around to grab the disc case and started searching again. Before long, Su Jin had 3 more discs in hand. He glanced at the covers and said, "Not bad, I'll take them all. Want to look at anything else?" The owner wore a smile. Usually people rented a few discs, taking their time to browse. Today this young man was a bit interesting. He was straightforward, which suggested he might be a seasoned movie fan. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, leaning forward and lowering his voice. "Brother, there are those kinds of films." The owner's eyebrow arched and his voice involuntarily lowered. "What? Good films? I have good films. Aren't all of these good films?" "You mean those kinds of good films? I don't have those. Everything here is legitimate business." The owner shook his head seriously. Su Jin fixed his gaze on the owner and clicked his tongue. "Brother, I've rented 6 discs from you already. You'll be back again. One thing we need to clarify before we proceed, you have to let me preview them. I don't trust covers." "Not trusting covers? That makes him a disc bro." After pondering for a few seconds, the owner nodded. "Alright, come over here." Following the owner's footsteps, they pushed open another door in the shop. Behind the door was a small room sparsely furnished with a mattress on the floor and a low table holding an old television set. The ground was scattered with clothing and disc cases, making it look like the owner's living space. The owner bent down to pick up a disc case from the floor and opened it for Su Jin, saying, "Here, you can choose yourself. There are 21 discs, only for sale, not for rent." Looking through the discs in the case filled with images of women in swimsuits, Su Jin asked, "Are these explicit enough?" The owner chuckled. "Brother, that's an interesting question. If an explicit disc isn't explicit, isn't that a crime?" "Alright, let me see one you choose." "No problem. All of these are top quality, you'll see once you watch." The owner randomly picked a disc and bending over inserted it into a device that seemed like a VCD player. The sound of the disc spinning began and the old television displayed an image. "Let me speed it up for you," the owner said, picking up the remote and pointing it at the TV. As the video progressed, the content appeared at an accelerated pace, and Su Jin watched intently. The two people on the screen were fighting energetically indistinguishable from the imagined battle. To be honest, this level of content was hardly sufficient for someone like him who had been through the impact of neon culture. But when the camera started to zoom in, Su Jin immediately widened his eyes and leaned closer to the television. Just then a close-up of an action shot appeared. Zooming in, each detail became crystal clear. Noticing that Su Jin was almost glued to the TV, the owner behind him, who had initially had a smirk, gradually lost his smile and reached out to pat Su Jin on the lower back. Hey. Is it really necessary, buddy? You're almost diving into it." Su Jin looked up, rubbed his eyes, and felt a rush. The human anatomy on the screen was perfectly normal, just like ordinary humans, and the muscle shapes were impressively aligned with his impressions. The movements were also standard technical actions. This further confirmed the high similarity between this place and Earth. In case of a zombie outbreak, he would at least have some expectations, likely without any bizarre mutated organs. "Sorry, I got a bit too engrossed for a moment," Su Jin said with an awkward smile. "How about this one? If it's good, I'll take it," the owner inquired, holding the disc. Su Jin shook his head, tightening his grip on the bag in his hand. "It'll pass for now, and let's talk about it next time. This film is really good. Recommended by the store manager. You were so into it just now, why the change?" The owner's words trailed off as his eyes widened. He stared fixedly at Su Jin's hand concealed under his trench coat. Beneath the trench coat, it seemed the other party moved a bit before quickly returning to calm. "No way." The owner tilted his head, shocked, and exclaimed, "Are you serious?" "What? I'm fine." Su Jin stopped abruptly and followed the owner's gaze, his face turning dark. "Thanks, may you live a safe life." Having said that, he turned around and left the room, quickly walking out of the shop. The owner was left alone in confusion, watching Su Jin's departing figure while cursing under his breath. With nothing happening along the way, Su Jin bought a backpack and took a taxi to the outside of the talent community while looking through the materials provided by Fu Qingdai. The buildings were not too close together, showing signs of wear, with black and gray cracks running across their surfaces, indicating they had been around for quite some time. Aside from their age, they were nothing particularly special, but at least the building numbers were marked on them. Building No. 7, where Fu Qingdai lived, could be seen from outside the community. After searching with his gaze for a while, Su Jin did not rush inside, instead pulling out the map drawn by Fu Qingdai and began to stroll around the outskirts of the community. After about 30 minutes of wandering, he returned to the entrance of the community. The young girl Fu Qingdai was quite meticulous. The community map she hand-drew was crafted with a ruler and careful measurements. The nearby supermarket and print shop were also drawn with relative accuracy. As it stood, he wouldn't have to put in too much effort to study the map. Stepping into the community, there were no security gates, and the security guard at the entrance seemed to be merely a formality. Standing under the second unit of Building No. 7, a pungent smell of refuse wafted through the air. In addition to the regular entrance, there was also a square hole about 40 centimeters on a side. Food scraps, soup residue, and plastic bags were carelessly discarded below. Beside the entrance stood a low cement wall separating the building door from that opening. He had seen such designs in the community where he lived as a child, serving as a garbage chute. Each household had a corresponding garbage opening, allowing residents to simply toss their trash down the hallway to the lower level. However, the smell was overwhelming and it was prone to blockages. Aside from a few older buildings, such designs were rare. In front of the building, an old tree stood firmly in the ground. Su Jin quickly walked around the old tree and indeed found a red near the roots, which, although faded, remained visible. This should be the spot where Fu Qingdai buried the money. Looking around to ensure no one was nearby, Su Jin took out a pair of gloves from his bag and began to dig. After digging about 10 centimeters, a weathered biscuit tin came into view. He pulled it out and opened it, revealing rolls of crumpled bills and coins inside. With no time to count, he couldn't help but praise Fu Qingdai again in his heart. Su Jin quickly secured the biscuit tin and kicked some dirt back into the hole. He then shifted his gaze to the glass windows above, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Fu Qingdai lived on the 5th floor, and both the 2nd and 5th floors had rental phone numbers posted. If all goes well, he might just be able to live right across from Fu Qingdai's house. That would make handling issues much more convenient. Time to rent now. Determined, he noted down the phone number and looked around. Spotting a middle-aged woman, he decisively walked over. "Excuse me, could I borrow a phone? My mobile is out of battery." 30 minutes later, at the entrance to the 5th floor, a middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeve shirt was unlocking the door with Su Jin standing right behind him. "Xiaosu, you have good taste. Don't be fooled by the old appearance of this building. It used to house people of status during the allocation, like professors, officials, and veterans, all from that era." The owner of the door across, old Fu, the security team leader at the entrance, is a retired military man. The environment might be lacking, but living here is safe and comfortable. My son used to live below. If he hadn't begged me to move, I wouldn't have wanted to leave. I've taken good care of the house. Take a look and see what you think. Your son is filial and can earn money. If I had that ability, my parents would be so pleased. How many people envy you for this? Not bad. Not bad. You're not bad either, young man. The landlord feigned modesty, but smiled with satisfaction. Su-jin didn't say much more and began to tour the various rooms. 2 bedrooms and a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Aside from the lack of an electric toilet, everything else like tables and chairs were complete. The total area was about 70 square meters. The landlord followed behind, explaining, there's generally enough furniture for living, but you'll need to get your own appliances. For cooking, there's a gas station outside the community. Just buy a gas cylinder which costs 61 with a deposit of 100. The morning market is just a street away. What do you think? Both paused in the living room. Su-jin cut straight to the chase. Not bad. How much is the rent per month? 500 deposit. I see you have a good taste, Xiao-su, so let's just do a 1-month deposit. Alright, no problem. After saying that, Su-jin hesitated for a moment before changing the topic. Big brother, you mentioned your son moved out, previously living below. Is that apartment downstairs vacant as well? Yes, it's vacant. But that's my son's place. He never thought of renting it out, so it's just been empty. Is that place downstairs available for rent? Oh. The landlord paused for a moment, then nodded. The condition downstairs is similar to this one. If you want to rent it, I can arrange it, but how many people will be living there? Su-jin thought for a moment, saying, Big brother, I already told you I came here from out of town to find a job. This apartment will be just for myself, but I have a friend who also wants to come over as she's a girl. I figured I'd help her find a place in advance, but it's just a way to show my goodwill. I assure you there will be only 1 person per room, absolutely no messy business. Ah, so you're looking to date, huh? The landlord chuckled. That's fine, no problem. Su-jin thanked him with a sheepish smile, and then feeling a bit awkward said, But big brother, there's one more thing. I just arrived and renting 2 rooms is a bit tight on my budget. My friend will be coming in a couple of days and my expenses might be a bit higher then. I'll pay the first month's rent for both rooms up front, and you can collect the deposit in half a month. I can write it into the contract. Next time you come to check if things are messy or damaged, don't take the deposit, just kick me out. How does that sound? The landlord hesitated for a moment, then patted his shoulder, smiling. You're quite sincere, young man. This little matter shouldn't delay your pursuit of romance. Alright, it's settled then. An hour later in the quiet rental apartment, Su-jin stood alone by the window, chewing on the bitter unknown, leaves gazing melancholically out the window. Before him the setting sun cast its glow, bathing everything in a golden hue. In a single day he had journeyed from home to a strange world, visited a mental hospital, and finally rented 2 rooms. He had settled down. The tension and helplessness from the busy outside world were constantly suppressed by the unfamiliar environment and rationality. Everything felt like a dream, yet terrifyingly real. Su-jin leaned slightly forward, pressing his forehead against the glass, closing his eyes, and letting out a long sigh. The bitter taste in his mouth became more pronounced, and the panic and confusion that had been building up in his heart began to surge violently. The forced job awaited him, and he had to prepare for the apocalypse. How did I end up crossing over? How did the apocalypse come to be? How could such a thing happen to me? I'm just an ordinary person. I don't want to have this kind of experience. Su-jin clutched his chest, his heart in turmoil. After lamenting for a long time, Su-jin turned around and slid down, weakly collapsing onto the ground, his chest rising and falling irregularly. Ever since he was young, he believed he was braver than most, and he was indeed an optimist. Even when he had entered the workplace and was working like a mule, he had never once slumped his back. But this time he was truly scared to the core. With his 10 fingers tangled in his hair, Su-jin felt an infinite regret. I was wrong from the very beginning. If I hadn't gone out to drink with clients back then, I wouldn't have attracted their attention. If I hadn't attracted their attention, I wouldn't have had to look for a new job, and if I hadn't had to look for a new job, I wouldn't have been forcibly dispatched for labor and ended up in such an unfortunate place. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Su-jin swallowed hard and tentatively spoke, his gaze nervously fixed on the empty space. But soon he became disappointed. It was all just him talking to himself. A person's value in the workplace is basically equal to their market value minus the cost of changing jobs. Being overly submissive to leaders and loving the company only illustrates a strong dependency on work, resulting in high costs for changing jobs and a significantly increased probability of being laid off. If he were truly to be laid off, revealing vulnerabilities like car loans, mortgages, and family would further give the company leverage, and the money he could obtain would likely be diminished. The day he graduated, Su-jin firmly rejected this theory and continuously delved into the ways of managing upwards, always appearing confident in the workplace, earning him a higher regard from clients. His colleagues in the same company had already been laid off several times, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. If it weren't for the serious situation he was in, Lee would never have considered laying him off. But this damn company, which seemed to operate under infinite responsibility, didn't even have a shadow of a person. Finding a leader to manage was impossible. He sat there until the sun set. The last sliver of light disappeared from above Su-jin's head, and the room was engulfed in darkness. In the dark, Su-jin rubbed his face and exhaled heavily once again. He got up to turn on the light, feeling self-pity for a while, but his expression had relaxed considerably. Then he resolutely walked toward the bathroom. Now it had come to this. The only option was to abandon fantasies, prepare for a struggle, and complete the task. The company ignoring him could be considered a good thing, at least it likely proved that no one was spying on him. The ability of the other party to engage in a virtual conversation made him feel like there were countless eyes watching him. He even hesitated to use the bathroom, holding it in for an entire day. He didn't know how those protagonists in web novels encountered systems, or how the spirit old men overcame such issues. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating Su-jin's face. Su-jin furrowed his brows, his eyelids fluttering as he struggled internally for a long time before finally opening his eyes, holding on to a glimmer of hope. What greeted him was still the unfamiliar bedroom. Although he had anticipated it, disappointment was inevitable. The only comforting thing was that the leafy vegetables he had eaten the night before had no adverse effects. There were still 6 days until the apocalypse arrives. That night, he slept fully clothed, tossing and turning, only managing to doze off for 2 or 3 hours. He got up to wash his face and freshen up. Su-jin walked into the living room, glanced at the 2 sheets of white paper already taped to the window, and then turned to sit at the dining table. He took out his notebook and a bread roll, eating while recording his thoughts. He had already made arrangements with Su Qingdai. He lived across from her, and she would come to find him as soon as she was discharged. He planned to observe for 3 days, and if she hadn't returned by then, he would have to make another trip to the mental hospital. For now, the priority was not the clients, but preparing for the impending crisis. There were still 6 days left, and there was no doubt that water, food, and medicine needed to be stockpiled in large quantities. But the problem was water. Water could be contaminated, making it difficult to replenish later. The consumption would be high, and it couldn't be compressed, plus its quality would be much higher than that of other supplies. Storing it in containers would mean that the immense weight would rest on a small area, creating tremendous pressure on the floor. If stored separately, it would waste space. The building standards in this world were still unclear, and the design standards didn't guarantee construction standards. Construction standards also didn't reflect the quality of the workers, and the quality of the workers didn't indicate the quality of the building materials, nor did he know the aging condition of those materials. Based on this situation, he had temporarily decided to rent 2 apartments yesterday. A normal person's daily water consumption is about 2 liters. By rationing, one person could stretch 1 ton of water to last a year and a half. But it couldn't be simply calculated. Under high-pressure injury or other special circumstances, water consumption would definitely increase. He also had to consider Su Qingdai and her parents. Or he might need to recruit others to increase the chances of survival. 2 apartments, 4 tons of water stored under load-bearing walls should be a reasonably safe range with ample surplus. That 100-liter water barrels would require 40. He could buy larger barrels and later use wooden boards underneath to distribute the weight. He would also need purifying tablets and plastic wrap to prevent excessive evaporation. Su-jin recorded everything one by one, paused with his pen, and began drafting a food storage plan. Staple foods were definitely necessary, but he would have to buy grain from a distant location and also purchase some cardboard boxes for the grain store to pack for nighttime delivery. Otherwise, if someone saw him stockpiling food, there would be many problems. The security booth at the entrance needed to be handled in advance, using the excuse of moving as the best cover. Having secured staple grains, he also needed fats and proteins. Both vegetable oil and animal fat in barrels would suffice. The best choice for protein would likely be protein powder, but it was currently presumed that it might not be available in the market. Given the actual situation in this world, the fitness market was virtually non-existent. He hadn't seen any gyms while taking a taxi. So the next best option would be milk powder, as it was nutritionally rich, easy to obtain, compact, and high in calories. Most of the other nutritional needs would still have to rely on pills. After pondering and sketching for over 20 minutes, Su-jin continued to flip pages and write. Confirming the food and water, the most important thing was weapons. The industry in this world had already developed, and the large-scale use of firearms was inevitable. But obtaining firearms was currently impossible to estimate. He had asked Su Qingdai about this. Ordinary civilians were not allowed to own guns. Finding a way to obtain firearms was difficult, and the legal risks and costs were unbearable. With the 7,000 yuan he had plus Su Qingdai's money, he counted last night, and found it totaled over 25,000 yuan. Stockpiling supplies seemed slightly insufficient. Firearms had to be abandoned, and even if they were available, their effectiveness would be limited. Firstly, without practice, the waste of bullets would definitely be severe, and resupplying would be extremely difficult. Secondly, if gunfire attracted zombies, it would be better not to use them at all. Currently, it seemed that the greatest short-term effect of guns was to deter the living. Not firing was more advantageous than firing. Having 1 gun in hand was already sufficient. Thus, the preparation of weapons would need to shift to cold weapons, with long weapons being the best. He could buy some steel pipes from the hardware store and modify them with blades and axes for use. If he could get a bow and arrow, that would be even better. Hunkering down in a safe house would also give him time to practice. But Su-jin took out a map and searched for the location of a slaughterhouse. If he were still at the age of a delinquent, he would not only be unafraid of killing animals, but might even find it thrilling. However, having already navigated society, his respect for the law and understanding of the fragility of life had only increased with time. He was not afraid of fighting but to kill even if it was a zombie. He would likely panic and feel fear. But when that time truly comes, he must ensure that his aim is true and his hand steady. Otherwise, one moment of distraction could lead to death. For an adult, the greatest virtue is never to overestimate oneself. Perhaps the most urgent task, besides familiarizing himself with the environment for a day, should be to find an opportunity to go to the slaughterhouse and practice desensitization training. There are only 5 days left until the apocalypse. It is another sunset at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Sujin returned to his rental apartment with a backpack, wearing a tank top and shorts he just bought locally. This day can be described as fruitful. Spending half a day in the bookstore, he had read numerous encyclopedias at quantum speed, deepening his understanding of the world. The other half of the day was spent scouting, researching market prices, budgeting, and getting close to the community security guard. After careful calculations, the money he had was just enough. Of course, the supplies were all calculated based on a surplus. Just for food, based on a family of 4, it would last for several months. If it weren't for the need to buy other large quantities of functional supplies, this money could last for over 2 years. The purchasing power was truly impressive. Upon returning home, he immediately put down his backpack and took out a handbag. From the handbag, he pulled out a notebook and then 2 plastic bags. One plastic bag contained rice, while the other held stir-fried meat slices. He had no problem eating vegetables in the evening, as today he boldly ordered a meat dish at a small restaurant outside. The taste was acceptable, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that the restaurant had normal rice and chopsticks. As for the 2 portions of food at the table, they were leftovers packed to go. Sujin opened his notebook with one hand, while tearing open the plastic bag with the other. Before he could even fully open it, a wave of warmth flowed from his fingers. Looking at the still warm food, Sujin was momentarily stunned. He had read some novels where food kept in a spatial ring had an indefinite shelf life. But seeing this with his own eyes, the food still warm, felt incredibly magical. Doesn't this mean time has effectively stopped? The skills involving time stopping in those novels are quite common, and the food looked just like it had been freshly bought, so it seemed there was no worry about it expiring. After tearing open the plastic bag, Sujin picked up a clump of rice with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few bites, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed another piece of vegetable. This isn't time stopping. The temperature hasn't changed, the rice seems to have revived, and the flavor of the vegetables appears to have changed as well. So this space in the bag is actually a thermally insulated environment. But the molecules can still move. I wonder if microorganisms and bacteria can survive. Ooh, I should conduct an experiment with a petri dish. Oh dear. If that's the case, then pills and similar items stored in spatial rings would also expire. What is the principle behind this space? Sujin slapped his forehead and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Why waste time trying to scientifically explain the mystical? It's inherently unscientific. Ever since I crossed over, nothing has been normal. However, upon reflection, he felt a bit sad. After half a lifetime of scientific education, he hadn't learned anything else. What else could he believe in besides science? Surely he couldn't believe in the ancestors, since they had never been filled. Suppressing these thoughts, Sujin began to eat while sorting his notes. Just as he was halfway through, there was a knock on the door. Sujin instantly perked up, putting down his chopsticks and rushing to the door in 3 quick steps. Peering through the peephole, he saw that it was Fu Qingdai. At that moment, she stood nervously at the door, fidgeting with no one beside her. Sujin quickly opened the door and pulled Fu Qingdai inside. Startled by the sudden tug, Fu Qingdai jumped. Upon seeing Sujin's face, she quickly calmed down and said nervously, "I'm out, cousin." "Well done. When did you come out? Was there any difficulty?" Sujin asked excitedly. "Today. I got home at noon and my mom just left for work. I didn't encounter any difficulties, but I don't know what was wrong with that nurse. She kept talking to me." Fu Qingdai said, lowering her head and not daring to look at Sujin. "By the way, she privately told me that my condition still needs nurturing, so you should call her to report the situation." Sujin nodded repeatedly, pulling her over to the dining table. "Sit down, let's talk." Fu Qingdai responded softly, barely sitting on the edge of the chair. "Cousin, what should we do next?" Sujin walked to the kitchen, poured a glass of tap water, and handed it to Fu Qingdai. He then took a seat and said, "I will handle most of the subsequent matters. Just do whatever I ask you to do. Before I give you instructions, we need to establish 3 rules, and you must remember them. Do you understand what I mean by 3 rules? "I understand." "Go ahead, cousin," Fu Qingdai said in a soft voice. "Very good. First, never act impulsively. Second, never withhold any small detail from me. Third, you must complete any task I assign you beautifully and thoroughly. Can you do that?" "Yes." Fu Qingdai raised her head, finally making eye contact with Sujin. "Great. You have spirit." Sujin gave her a thumbs up. "I can see you are very smart, and I believe you can do it. Although I have tasks for you ahead, in fact, you only need to follow one thing: believe in me wholeheartedly. I know you are still feeling anxious, but I'm not bragging. I never ask my clients to judge me by my success rate. Please measure me by my failures, because I have never failed. Really, cousin." Fu Qingdai's eyes suddenly lit up, hope sparkling within them. "Of course Trisolarians lie. We Meccans love to tell the truth. Why are Trisolarians so bad?" "Exactly." Seeing Fu Qingdai become much more animated, Sujin felt a lot more relaxed as well. Since this task must be executed, he needed to maintain his professional spirit. He couldn't let his own mental state collapse. The psychological health of his small client needed to be preserved even more. Cousin, what do you want me to do next? Fu Qingdai asked. Su Jin was about to speak when his gaze landed on the socket in the corner. It suddenly occurred to him. He hadn't checked the electricity today. Although he had brought 2 power banks, it would still be somewhat difficult to last these few days. His phone was currently quite useful and would be even more so later. The wall socket had 2 holes and the charger could fit, but he hadn't dared to try for fear of damaging his phone, so it was time to ask. Let me ask you a question first. What is the voltage of the socket? 220 volts. Is there a scientist named? What is the unit of voltage? There is no scientist named volt. The name of the voltage unit is named after our physicist Li Songxi. So the voltage unit is called. It's called volt. Chichukaba. Su Jin was left speechless, marveling at how incredible the company's translation function was. It truly adapts automatically and can even convert cultures. Of course, aside from his handwritten content, others couldn't understand. But it didn't matter. The phone should be able to charge normally, and he would first try it with the power bank. 220V voltage is the same as the voltage in most countries on Earth, which should not be purely coincidental. This voltage should be a reasonable value struck between economy and efficiency. This indicates that science has never failed. His experiences and common sense are completely applicable. What's wrong, cousin? Fu Qingdai asked curiously. Su Jin shook his head and took out another notebook. It's nothing. Now tell me about your parents. You must be detailed and leave no mistakes. This part concerns whether we can interact openly and legitimately. If we do well, I can go freely to your house, making it easier to help your parents. Now start talking. Cousin, after I finish telling you, can you tell me about the Meccans? Fu Qingdai hesitated as she began. No problem, you start first. An hour later. Cousin, I have told you everything I know, Fu Qingdai said, holding the empty cup she had drained. Is there anything else? There is nothing else to ask. Tomorrow I will go to your house, and you have 2 tasks. What tasks? Tell your mom to cook a few more hard dishes, and you need to come up with a way to get 2,000 yuan for me. There are only 4 days left until the apocalypse descends. After a busy day, Su Jin's home on the 4th floor has already accumulated a significant amount of supplies. 10 water buckets were purchased first, followed by dozens of bags of milk powder, 20 bags of salt, vitamin tablets, regular medicine, gauze, alcohol, and iodine. A considerable amount of grains and cooking oil has also been reserved at the grain store 6 kilometers away, with a deposit paid and an agreement to have them delivered in a couple of nights. Additionally, a large number of plastic bags, toilet paper, and several portable plastic toilets were purchased. Among all the supplies, the toilets are undoubtedly a necessity. As the apocalypse approaches, the preciousness of water is evident. Even if the sewer system remains unaffected, it would be extravagant to use water for flushing toilets. In that case, it would be necessary to buy some toilet liners to use with the plastic bags. What if zombies are attracted by smell? It might even serve as a makeshift biochemical bomb. Although using plastic buckets is also an option if he were to pass away, maintaining some dignity would be preferable. Additionally, based on Fu Qingdai's inquiries, he bought a batch of sanitary pads. Though these items are meant for women during special times, they have various uses and can serve as insoles at the very least. After a couple more days of hard work, he should be able to gather most of the supplies. As Su Jin calculated in his mind, he crossed off the items he had already purchased from his notes, but his stomach suddenly growled, prompting him to look towards the door. Today he had arranged to have dinner at Fu Qingdai's house. He had not yet met her parents, but he already had a relatively deep understanding of them. This aspect is also quite important, not to mention the possibility of maintaining a smooth relationship with Fu Qingdai. Gaining the trust of this couple would certainly provide significant support for his future activities. Fu Qingdai's father Fu, who used to be a soldier. Although he retired due to injury, his qualities should not be compared to ordinary people. Even if he has relaxed over the years, and his physical strength is not what it used to be after a brief training session, he would certainly surpass the average person. As for Fu Qingdai's mother Zhang, she is a textile factory worker. Her skills in sewing are also quite useful. It counts as a good ability. He planned to buy a batch of ready-made clothes and thick fabric tomorrow, and then get some aluminum rolls from the hardware store. Once the clothes are sewn with fabric pockets and fitted with cut metal pieces, they would become a set of simple armor. Such protection is very straightforward, practical, and necessary. Today must be a success. Perhaps through Fu, he could even obtain some weapons like bows and arrows. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, footsteps and voices echoed in the corridor, followed by the sound of a key opening the door. A clamor ensued as the door across swung shut. Su Jin bowed slightly and walked toward the mirror to tidy his appearance. From the sound he had just heard, it should be Fu Hu and his wife returning home together, which is quite fortuitous. It should not be difficult for the two of them to handle it at once. After a quick tidying up, Su Jin tucked his phone away, picked up 3 DVDs, and took a notebook as he exited his room. Standing at the door of Fu Qingdai's house, he took a moment to gather his thoughts, and then knocked on the door. Shortly after, the door opened, revealing a dark-skinned, somewhat fierce-looking middle-aged man. Seeing a stranger knocking, Fu Hu's eyes showed confusion. "Who are you?" "Fu Hu," Su Jin replied, slightly surprised before quickly regaining his composure. "Hey, who are you? Do you know me? Are you here for something?" Fu Hu opened the door, blocking the entrance, and eyeing Su Jin curiously. Su Jin smiled and looked down for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Pardon my intrusion, I am your new neighbor Li Haoqing." Li Haoqing? How do you know me? It seems we have never met, or did old Li from across the hall mention me? Fu, who displaying a straightforward demeanor, already showed a hint of displeasure in his expression. A stranger calling him directly by his name felt somewhat rude. Su Jin calmly responded, "Of course I know you. You are Fu, who, a soldier from the 3rd Battalion of the 571st Regiment, 191st Division of the 12th Group Army. Your squad leader is Huang Chongwen, nicknamed Huang Pao, and your classmate Yang Huai." Su Jin recounted the information, clearly prompting Fu, who to immediately pull the door shut and stand in the corridor. His gaze filled with vigilance. "Who exactly are you?" Su Jin's smile faded, becoming increasingly serious as he locked eyes with Fu Hu and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau, Li Haoqing." National? What? Fu Hu momentarily failed to grasp the situation. This strange department was something he had never heard of. Abbreviated as Guoganju, it's normal that you are unaware due to your previous lower rank. Our department is directly under the highest authority. Su Jin took out his Xiaomi 6 and began operating it. After a few swipes on the screen, Fu Hu's credentials appeared vividly on the display. He raised the phone to show Fu Hu and continued, "I have your credentials. As for how I know you, it's quite simple. Initially, the National Key Risk Intervention Bureau was to filter a group of soldiers for special training, and you were among the candidates. Although I had not yet joined at that time, I later reviewed your information, and the internal evaluation of you was quite high, so I remember it quite well." "Ah, you. Fu Hu was momentarily bewildered. He could not make a judgment on whether this person was genuine or not. A department he had never heard of should have been immediately dismissed. Yet the other party's detailed knowledge of his background and the presentation of credentials was strange. Most importantly, that device. It was too advanced. So clear. Ordinary people could never possess such a thing. Fu Hu pondered inwardly. Never mind, let's stabilize the situation first and ask him why he is here. It seems he hasn't caused any trouble, has he? Director Haoqing. Fu Hu tentatively began, "Are you here for?" "It's Director Li." "All right, Director Li, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Su Jin's serious expression faded, and he revealed a smile again. "Old Fu, it's quite a coincidence. We are indeed neighbors now. I have encountered some urgent matters temporarily, and I came to borrow your television. I didn't expect to run into you, may I?" Please come in." Fu Hu, still confused, gestured for him to enter. Su Jin walked in calmly. Inside, the living room was connected to the dining room, and Fu Qingdai was dressed in pajamas, leaning over the table to do her homework. Upon seeing Su Jin, her eyes lit up, but she quickly turned back, feigning diligence. Go, Qingdai. We have a guest. You go back to your room to do your work." Fu Hu said, turning back to Su Jin with a smile, "This is my daughter." "Oh." Fu Qingdai responded, unhappily grabbing her homework and rushing back to her room. Just then Zhang Wan walked out of the kitchen, her hands still wet. Upon seeing Su Jin's unfamiliar face, her gaze shifted towards Fu Hu. "Who is this?" "A relative of an old comrade. It's none of your business. You go ahead and cook. I need to have a private chat with him." Fu Hu shot Zhang Wan a glance, and she pouted, turning back to the kitchen. "Director Li, let's sit down and chat." Fu Hu looked at Su Jin, pointing towards the sofa. The two of them sat down on the sofa at the same time. Zhang Wan served 2 cups of water and turned back to busy herself. After a brief silence, Fu Hu tentatively asked, "Director Li, may I ask you a few questions?" "Of course, but some matters are confidential, so I cannot disclose them." "That is understandable. I would like to ask when the National Management Bureau was established and what its functions are." The National Management Bureau was established 30 years ago. To put it simply, it is responsible for the prediction, intervention, handling, and concealment of major national uncertainties, specializing in risks that are not apparent, ensuring national strategic security. Fu Hu squinted. "You mentioned earlier that my position is too low to understand the National Management Bureau. How come you are now telling me this directly?" Su Jin smiled, lifted his cup, and glanced at Fu Hu. "It's simple. It won't be long before everyone across the country will know about this department." "What?" Just as Fu Hu was about to continue asking, Su Jin pulled out a disc from his pocket and handed it to him. "Could you help me play this disc?" "Don't worry, it's just an ordinary movie. You can watch it too." Fu Hu stared at the disc, quickly thought for a moment, and turned to Su Jin, crossed his legs, took out a notebook, placed it on the armrest of the sofa, and held a pen ready to write. When Fu Hu turned back, he saw Su Jin's expression and felt a bit confused. "This is unrelated to you." Su Jin raised the pen in his hand. "Old Fu, continue asking. I can tell you anything I can. Coming here is indeed a bit presumptuous. We're all on the same side, and I don't want you to misunderstand." Fu Hu nodded and continued asking, "You say you are the director of the National Management Bureau, but you look to be only in your 20s. Such an important department. How could they let someone so young hold such a position?" "Actually, I'm already over 30. Oh, I just look young." However, it is indeed unusual for someone over 30 to hold such a position in this department. The reason behind it is simple. People like me are hard to find. Our department is responsible for significant tasks that require proficiency in foreign cultures, multiple languages, mathematics, physics, and computer science, and even psychology, among others. There are only a handful of people across the country who meet these requirements. I just returned to China and rented an apartment. The talent community here was previously occupied by older residents. I ended up as your neighbor." "Well?" Fu Hu was momentarily speechless. A strange stranger, an unheard-of department. Although he had presented some evidence, he still couldn't fully trust the other party. It was bizarre, filled with oddities. Even if the explanations made sense, he still found it hard to accept that a young lad could reach the director level in such a significant department. What else should he ask? Just as Fu, who was lost in thought, Su Jin took the initiative to speak. Old Fu, I know you don't believe me, but take a look at this, and you'll understand. As he spoke, he unlocked his Xiaomi 6 and tossed it to Fu Hu. Fu Hu caught it quickly and immediately examined it. He felt this device was exceptionally special upon seeing it for the first time. It was definitely a piece of high-tech gadgetry. Now that he could handle it, he couldn't waste the opportunity. What is this thing called? What are the characters inside? Actually, this is a phone, but the system inside has been modified by our department and replaced with encrypted text that only insiders can recognize. Su Jin replied casually. The technology embedded in this device integrates almost all the functions of electronic products available on the market. This product was secretly developed by foreign departments and has epoch-making strategic significance. My mission abroad was to obtain relevant manufacturing data. Once our National Management Bureau goes public, this device will also be officially sold on the domestic market as a civilian product. By then, everyone will be able to afford it, and it will undoubtedly cause a stir internationally. Calculating it should be less than a month from now. Is that true? Such high technology is affordable for everyone. Fu Hu's pupils dilated, his heart racing. How much will it cost? Around 18,000. Is that really a price everyone can afford? Interest-free installments. While Fu Hu was still processing this information, Su Jin took the initiative. You must have many doubts. You aren't at ease with my identity and don't understand why someone like me would appear here. To put it bluntly, I returned to the country secretly, having completed my mission long ago, and the confidentiality period will end next month. Some issues arose in the bureau, and the position of deputy director is vacant, which should have been mine. However, I haven't been in Longshan for many years, and some people in the bureau want to take advantage of that. That's why I privately communicated with my subordinates and rented this temporary apartment. Meeting you was also a coincidence. I was just looking to borrow a TV. Telling you all this won't hurt, as long as you help me keep it confidential. Fu Hu's eyes remained vigilant. With so much information, is it appropriate for you to tell me? Su Jin was momentarily speechless, lazily leaning on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the television. There's nothing inappropriate. You're outside the bureau and won't affect anything. Moreover, I couldn't possibly reveal everything while abroad. I will hand over other decrypted materials to the higher-ups, and the position of deputy director will still be mine. After speaking, Su Jin raised the notebook in his hand. The text on it was identical to that on the phone, completely incomprehensible. Fu Hu was momentarily speechless, lost. This matter was too significant and came out of nowhere. Rationality reminded him that he couldn't trust everything this young man said. He was entirely unlike someone from within the system, but he couldn't find any flaws to refute. The main issue was that the background was too murky, with no understanding, and the items produced were completely beyond his comprehension. What on earth is going on? Zhang Wan whispered, her voice low and tense. Fu Hu frowned deeply. No idea. This man just appeared out of nowhere. He claims to be a high-ranking official from the State Security Bureau, a department I've never even heard of. Yet he possesses my identification and knows my full service record. I simply can't tell whether he's genuine or not. But he also carries advanced technology, something unmistakably cutting-edge, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. His story might hold some truth, but then again it seems almost implausible. I dare not offend him. If he truly is an official, things could turn very complicated. TCH. Oh dear, Zhang Wan murmured anxiously. Could he be a con artist? Fu Lao, you must stay sharp. Back in the day you were just an ordinary soldier. What major affair could possibly involve you? If he dares ask for money, we'll call the police immediately. Don't rush. I've invited him to dinner. I'll probe him carefully over the meal. If he's lying, can some young upstart really follow my lead? What kind of situation is this? Today's groceries were all bought to nourish our daughter. She's rarely had such an appetite. And now some outsider barges in uninvited and expects to share our meal. Zhang Wan fanned herself irritably. Stop dawdling. Get cooking. Ah, tell Qing Dai to lock the door. She'll eat. Dishes filled the table, cups and bowls stood ready. Su Jin held the remote, fast-forwarding through the film, while his notebook overflowed with 2 full pages of meticulous notes. As the final dish was set down, Fu Hu turned his head and asked, Director Li, have you finished watching? Su Jin paused the television, closed his notebook, and rose toward the dining table with a warm, courteous smile. My apologies for intruding. I truly regret the inconvenience today. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Zhang Wan. And this is... Fu Hu gestured politely. Director Li Haoqing of the State Security Bureau. Su Jin bowed slightly toward Zhang Wan with a gentle, respectful smile. Please sit down. Fu Hu nodded repeatedly. The three seated themselves, and silence settled thick and palpable. Fu Hu raised his wine cup towards Su Jin. Director Li, as you said earlier, meeting is fate. I'll toast you first. Su Jin lifted a hand in polite refusal. I'm sorry, I never drink outside working hours. Fu Hu and Zhang Wan exchanged a glance. She smiled warmly. That's right. Moderation benefits health. Please help yourself to more dishes. She promptly placed a generous serving into Su Jin's bowl. Director Li, I overheard part of your conversation earlier. You mentioned something called the State Security Bureau. I've never heard of such a department. Could you tell us more about it? When did our country ever establish such an agency? No problem at all. It's actually been around for quite some time. Su Jin paused mid-sentence, turning his gaze toward Qingdai's bedroom before turning back. May I ask, is that your daughter in there? No need at all. That child lives on snacks and refuses proper meals. We'll leave her be. Zhang Wan spoke with a tinge of resentment. Director Lee, please continue. May I ask your daughter's name? Su Jin smoothly changed the subject. At once Fu Hu and Zhang Wan stiffened. Zhang Wan jabbed Fu Hu sharply under the table. Her name is Fu Qingdai. Why do you ask? Fu Hu replied coolly. That girl. Su Jin hesitated, then spoke deliberately. Has she recently encountered some difficulty? She appears mentally unwell. Fu Hu and Zhang Wan exchanged another look. This time their expressions shifted entirely. Fu Hu suddenly recalled something and blurted out, Director Lee, you claimed expertise in psychology. Can you truly discern such things? Su Jin gave a faint knowing smile, of course. With sufficient mastery, one glance reveals everything. It seems your cherished daughter has indeed run into trouble. Please bring her out. I'd like to assess her. Though I won't claim superiority over top-tier specialists, I assure you I far surpass any mediocre physician. Before Fu Hu could speak, Zhang Wan had already risen to fetch Fu Qingdai. Moments later, Qingdai sat quietly beside the table, head bowed, voiceless. Speak up. Greet him. Call him Uncle Lee. Zhang Wan nudged Qingdai's shoulder. You Uncle Lee. Qingdai bit her lower lip hard, flickered a fleeting, terrified glance at Su Jin, and instantly lowered her head again. Director Lee, would you please tell us what's troubling her? Zhang Wan pleaded urgently. Lately she's been. Zhang Wan began describing her daughter's symptoms, but Fu Hu cut in, voice stern and low. Don't speak. Don't interfere. Let Director Lee examine her properly. Expert in psychology. Let's see how deep that expertise runs. Truth or deception will reveal itself soon enough. Su Jin bowed his head slightly, feigning deep scrutiny of Qingdai, then remained thoughtfully silent for 2 long minutes. Under Fu Hu and Zhang Wan's rapt attention, he finally spoke. This girl bears immense psychological pressure, as evident in her facial pallor and aura. I even sense faint suicidal ideation. Typically such symptoms stem from academic stress at her age. Zhang Wan immediately turned to Fu Hu, her expression saying clearly, I told you so. Fu Hu shot her a sidelong glare, his face darkening with displeasure. This reckless woman, already half convinced after 2 sentences, utterly useless. Have her grades in mathematics and physics declined most noticeably. Yes, exactly. Her math scores, Zhang Wan exclaimed in astonishment. Director Lee, how could you possibly know that? It's merely probability, Su Jin replied calmly. Qingdai, lift your head. I'll ask you 2 questions. Qingdai raised her eyes, timid, hesitant, and nodded twice. What time does your school break for lunch, and when do you eat? We break at noon. I eat at 12:30. And what do you usually eat for lunch, and with whom? It varies every day. Su Jin fired off over a dozen routine questions, leaving Fu Hu and Zhang Wan utterly bewildered. Fu Hu's brow remained furrowed, his gaze unwavering from Su Jin. Only after the 20th question did Su Jin lift his water glass, take a slow sip, and rekindle his easy, confident smile. The issue is now clear. What is it, Director Lee? Zhang Wan pressed eagerly. First, as I mentioned earlier, excessive academic pressure. But the second factor is more complex. She's fallen in love prematurely. I haven't. Qingdai burst out, her small hand clenching her thigh so tightly it trembled. You have? And the boy isn't in your class. I suspect he's from the adjacent classroom, poor in academics, yet strong in athletics. You've known him for over 2 months. Then he abandoned you for someone else. Perhaps you sought him out again. Only to be. Su Jin held Qingdai's gaze steadily. Hold firm. Absolutely hold firm. Tears welled rapidly in Qingdai's wide eyes. Her thigh bruised purple beneath her grip, before she collapsed sobbing into Zhang Wan's arms. Qingdai's sudden emotional collapse triggered another shared glance between Fu Hu and Zhang Wan. This time their expressions transformed entirely. This is incredible. Hospitals failed to diagnose so much, yet 2 simple questions exposed the root cause. Is this the hallmark of an elite operative? See, I told you. It's pure academic stress, and that ill-timed romance. Nothing more, yet you insisted on sending her to a psychiatric hospital. Zhang Wan turned triumphantly to Fu Hu, her chest swelling with vindication. Director Lee, how should we now regulate this child's condition? Zhang Wan patted Fu Qingdai and pressed urgently. The root cause of her current state isn't solely the school. It stems from both of you as well. Your behavior just now has only exacerbated her condition. Off. Zhang Wan hesitated momentarily. Kids these days are just overly sensitive. Back in our day, that statement itself is symptomatic. Su Jin sighed softly. Vladimir Xen said one thing: there is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. Human beings are creatures who require meaning to survive. Fu Hu and his wife listened intently, their gazes. She already lost her sense of purpose after being wounded at school. Returning home only subjects her to your misinterpretations. Naturally, her condition worsens. In severe cases, she may develop acute suicidal ideation and even hallucinations. Since her hallucinations remain mild for now, begin regulation immediately and avoid further provocation. She's already hallucinating directorly. What do we do? When can she return to school? Zhang Wan recoiled in shock. Fu Hu's face paled instantly. Whoa! Fu Qingdai let out a wail shrill as a fire alarm. Can we please stop mentioning school? How many times have you unknowingly wounded her? Su Jin cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Wan. Given how grave her condition already is, why did you delay intervention? With hallucinations now present, few psychologists in Longshan City possess the expertise to guide her recovery, and nationally this field remains critically underdeveloped. Then, do you have any recommended specialists? Fu Hu swallowed hard. I've only just returned to Longshan. I'm unfamiliar with local specifics. Su Jin shook his head. My mentor could certainly help, but he passed away last year. Then can you treat her? Don't speak nonsense. Director Li isn't a physician, he has no time for clinical treatment. Fu Hu rebuked sharply, then turned back home. Director Li, could you offer some guidance? Tell us what to do. What to do cannot be explained in 2 or 3 sentences. Su Jin exhaled slowly, then shifted tone. Here's my proposal. We live directly across the hall. I'll be out during the day, but evenings find me home much as you are, free and unhurried. The child may come to me, or I'll visit you instead. As neighbors, there's no need for formality. 2 hours each evening for 7 days should restore her capacity to resume classes. Meanwhile, encourage singing, dancing, and other physical activities. These will greatly ease her psychological rehabilitation. Oh really? Zhang Wan leapt up, overjoyed. Thank you so much, Director Li. I'm Director Li. Fu Hu rose just as eagerly, glaring reproachfully at Zhang Wan before raising his wine cup. Director Li, no Director Li. I'm a rough man. My gratitude is all in this cup. He drained it in one go. Fu Qingdai bowed her head, mortified beyond measure. No need for such formality, not yet. Wait until 15 days have passed before addressing me as Director Li. Su Jin smiled faintly, turning toward Fu Qingdai. We ought also respect the subject's own will, shouldn't we? Qingdai, would you be willing to spare an evening to talk with me? Rest assured, no pressure whatsoever. It's simply conversation. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together and nodded silently. Then it settled. Su Jin spread his hands, smiling at the couple. I'll arrive tomorrow. For now, let's continue our conversation. The script had long been written, the target had fallen squarely into place. From then on, every word flowed under Su Jin's complete command. Merely brandishing his astonishing Mi 6 smartphone left the local residents dazed and reeling. And Fu Qingdai, ever the perfect accomplice, punctuated the dialogue with pre-rehearsed questions, relentlessly reinforcing his cultivated persona. Of course, some questions remained unanswerable, but his reply was always the same: classified. No comment. An hour later, feasting concluded. Su Jin packed his things, pocketing the 231.05 yuan Fu Qingdai had secretly slipped him, and prepared to depart. Fu Hu stood at the doorway, hand on the doorframe. His dark complexion flushed deeply, evidence of generous libations, and his smile revealed genuine warmth. Director Li, meeting you again today has brought me immense joy. Oh, had it not been for you, I'd have assumed my former comrades were merely being polite when I left the military, never imagining their esteem for me ran so high among superiors and peers alike. And my daughter, truly I don't know how to thank you enough. Should you ever need assistance within my power, name it. Su Jin waved dismissively. I will ask for your help later, but nothing burdensome. Don't feel pressured. Go ahead, close the door. I'm heading home. Wait, Director Li. Fu Hu raised his voice. Anything else? Director Li. I. Fu Hu faltered, tongue thick with hesitation. I. State Cadre Bureau. He choked on the final 2 words, unable to utter them outright. Su Jin's expression brightened with sudden understanding. Old Fu, no need for such formality with me. Ambition is nothing to be ashamed of. You're asking me to recommend you for a position, correct? Fu Hu nodded awkwardly. The rapport was now firmly established, and this man possessed undeniable mastery. His status was unquestionably legitimate. Though he'd already benefited greatly, the 10th Sanyuan base salary still held irresistible appeal. Old Fu, I won't hide anything from you. I do have the capacity, but I can't guarantee success outright. My main uncertainty lies in knowing precisely which posts are vacant within the Bureau. Let me check, and I'll give you a definitive answer tomorrow. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Thank you, Director Li. Rest well tonight. Fu Hu expressed profuse gratitude. Su Jin waved once more. The door closed behind him. Turning toward his own apartment, he drew out his key. Just as muffled, exuberant chatter spilled from the Fu residence, it echoed hollowly through the empty corridor. With a soft click, the ceiling motion sensor light flickered off, plunging the stairwell into darkness, leaving only Su Jin's increasingly labored breathing. His hand still clutching the key dropped limply. He swayed slightly, then leaned his forehead against the cold iron door, eyes shut, exhaling a long, weary sigh. Emptiness hollowed his chest. I miss home. He'd never wanted to return during past holidays, but now the longing was visceral, unbearable. After expelling several ragged breaths, he wiped his eyes and unlocked the door. Black clouds choked the sky, a icy wind howled. Torrential rain lashed between skeletal buildings. The streets lay desolate. Only shambling corpses remained. Rotting, hollow-eyed figures drifted aimlessly along the pavement. Su Jin crouched at a street corner, raincoat drawn tight, observing the terrain ahead. At that instant, A zombie behind him snarled, lunging forward. Su Jin whirled. Its gaping maw rushed toward his face. Shit. Eyes wide with terror, he opened his mouth, not to scream, but to bite back. Grr. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat, clutching his throat, gasping like a drowning man. His throat burned, as if lined with shattered glass. A human-shaped sweat stain darkened the mattress behind him. Several deep breaths steadied his pulse. He rubbed his face vigorously. Just a dream. Must be stress-induced. Reaching right, he grabbed his notebook and flipped it open. Grain delivery expected at the store tonight. Daytime procurement needed. First practice at the slaughterhouse, handle the rest this afternoon. Act swiftly, adapt to pressure now. Desensitization must begin immediately. I cannot break. He steeled himself inwardly, then lifted his gaze. Bloodshot eyes locked onto the calendar pinned to the opposite wall. Rows of crimson XS marked each passing day. 3 days remained until the apocalypse. After rising and washing up, Su Jin quickly packed an extra set of clothes and rushed out the door toward the local slaughterhouse, having already inquired about its location from meat vendors at the wet market. A slaughterhouse lay just outside the city. According to descriptions, its management was lax, and its operations centered almost exclusively on swine. Though the dominant livestock species in this world resembled pigs in form, their breed appeared markedly distinct from Earth's porcine counterparts. They bore a striking resemblance to wild boars, small ears, sharply tapered snouts, and an unmistakable air of aggression. Perfect for practice. Whether permission would be granted remained uncertain, but money, he reasoned, would likely clear any obstacle. Hailing a taxi, he arrived at the suburban facility. Even before approaching the gate, the metallic tang of blood struck him full force on the wind. Su Jin closed his eyes, steadying himself with quiet resolve. It's fine, perfectly fine. I've thrown punches since childhood, fought my share of brawls, even handled blades twice before. This is merely desensitization, a simple exercise in confronting blood, no more demanding than stepping into a shower. After prolonged mental preparation, he drew a deep, deliberate breath and stepped forward without hesitation. Within 100 meters, he stood before the entrance of a vast corrugated iron warehouse, doorless, exhaling a thick miasma of animal musk and raw coppery blood. Blood's licked concrete stretched across the floor, buzzing with swarms of flies. Dozens of workers in rubber boots hurried about, pushing wheeled carts laden with plastic tubs brimming with glistening entrails. No supervisor was in sight. The workers, noticing Su Jin's clean attire, cast only curious glances. No one questioned his presence. This was clearly the carcass processing zone. Judging by the layout, the actual slaughter area must lie behind the warehouse. Su Jin paused briefly, then veered off to circle around. Indeed, the killing ground lay beyond an open-air corrugated shelter. Several workers moved with practiced efficiency, some wielding electric prods, others long-handled tools, dispatching freshly pinned animals amid mud-churned, crimson-stained earth. From the shadows, Su Jin's gaze settled upon a single figure, a burly man in his 50s, arms marked with tattoos. Others addressed him as Brother Lu, and his commanding posture confirmed he led the crew. Securing his cooperation, Su Jin surmised, would make everything proceed smoothly. After a moment's reflection, he approached the man. At that instant, Brother Lu, who had been directing his team, fell silent mid-sentence and turned his attention sharply toward the newcomer. One glance was enough. His expression tightened instantly. "You, what do you want?" His voice was gravel-thick and, "Brother, please don't be alarmed. I'm not here to inspect," Su Jin replied, carefully choosing his words. "My name is Lin Shiro. It's a bit awkward to admit, but you strike me as a straightforward man, so I'll speak plainly. I've come to learn slaughter techniques. I've been unable to find work, and my father's friend recommended pig slaughtering as a trade, someone he's known for years. To avoid shaming my father, I wanted to train discreetly beforehand." "Ah, you're here to learn slaughter?" Brother Lu's features relaxed slightly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Is this where you choose to learn? I get lost. You're wasting my time." Su Jin glanced left and right, then withdrew a crisp 100 yuan note. Leaning in, he murmured low, "I won't learn for free. Just give me one pig to practice on. I asked for nothing else." "You?" Brother Lu's eyes locked onto the bill, his tone softened marginally. "Still, it's impossible. A novice like you could get hurt. Who'd cover medical expenses?" "Fine, just be careful. I'll keep watch." Accepting 200 yuan, Brother Lu led Su Jin into the 3 hours later, beneath the shade of the warehouse's flank, the two men faced each other. Su Jin panted heavily, his face flushed a faint tomato-like red, though he now wore a fresh set of clothes. Opposite him stood Brother Lu, pale as parchment. He stammered, eyeing Su Jin's expression. "Brother, had your—" Su Jin pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to vomit, and gave a terse nod. "I'll return tomorrow." "Tomorrow, again?" Brother Lu's voice leapt 2 octaves higher, already cursing inwardly. He'd imagined earning 200 yuan as easy side income. Yet this seemingly mild-mannered young man was in truth utterly unhinged. He didn't seem to be learning slaughter at all, ordering gentler shocks for the pigs, then chasing them wildly across the yard. Never mind reckless hacking. He slashed with such fury it seemed personal. He'd even carved decorative patterns into a pig's rump. At this rate, he'd soon be stuffing dumplings. And still he refused to stop, even after retching violently. This wasn't mere discomfort. This was pathology. Letting him return would surely end in disaster. "Don't come back tomorrow. Our foreman's here, and he forbids it absolutely. Then pausing, Brother Lu's voice trembled. Brother, tell me honestly, have you fallen into some grave trouble? Is that why you're practicing here? At those words, Su Jin's heart lurched. Disaster. He'd pushed too far, suppressing nausea, forcing himself to endure the gore. If this man reported him, consequences would be severe. His face contorted into an expression of profound agony. His stomach already roiling, bile rising, throat already overwhelmed by nausea and revulsion, he lowered his head. What little remained in his stomach surged upward. Then with a sharp involuntary swallow it receded. Brother. Su Jin broke into anguished sobs, tears, and snot streaming down his face. Since you asked, I won't hide it. I'm not here to learn slaughter. Brother, take your time, speak slowly. Brother Lu's suspicion had been confirmed. This youth sought to rehearse murder. His complexion drained further. My wife ran off with another man. I won't let them escape justice. Su Jin cried, voice cracking with rage. No, don't do it. You're young. There are countless women out there. Brother Lu knew he must prevent catastrophe or bear complicity. Softening his tone, he urged, listen to me. This isn't worth ruining your life. Every man wears a green hat now and then. Even I've worn mine. For 10 minutes straight, he offered gentle counsel, until Su Jin's sobs subsided and he wiped his eyes. Hoarsely he said, Brother, after slaughtering that pig and hearing your words, I feel strangely lighter. I won't throw my life away over those wretches. Exactly, that's the spirit. Brother Lu exhaled in profound relief. So moved he nearly invited Su Jin to feast on 2 braised pork knuckles. The rage had dissipated, all was well. Having saved 2 lives and extricated himself entirely, he felt virtuous indeed. Just then Su Jin lifted his head and said, could you return the 200 yuan? Brother Lu froze, his face petrified as if stunned by an electric prod. After a long pause, he suppressed the urge to slap him, pulled 2 crumpled 100 yuan notes from his pocket, and slapped them hard into Su Jin's palm. Take it, brother. Go home, live well, and never return. I truly fear you now. Brother, thank you. Your kindness is beyond measure. As Su Jin spoke, his peripheral vision caught a stack of feed sacks nearby. Upon reading the label, his eyes widened in genuine surprise. Instantly pivoting, he pointed toward the pig feed. May I take 2 bags? That pair stole all my money. I'll eat pig feed today. I must remember one day I will earn enough to reclaim the dignity they stole from me. This lunatic. Now he wanted more. Brother Lu gasped, clutching his chest in theatrical despair. Weakly he waved a hand. Take them. If you wish, take as many as you like. In the afternoon, Su Jin returned home early to put away the pig feed. After that, he conducted market research and procured supplies until the sky darkened, finally, returning home exhausted. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he knocked on the door of the Fu family's home. Fu, who opened the door, immediately displayed a smile upon seeing Su Jin and gestured for him to enter. Directorly, please come in. Have you eaten? Perfect timing, the meal is just ready. After a hearty meal and drinks, the two were already seated on the sofa. Su Jin was picking his teeth while Zhang Wan served 2 cups of hot tea, and then turned back to busy herself in the kitchen. Fu Qingdai went into the room first to do her homework. After drinking half a cup of hot tea, Su Jin adjusted his sitting posture and looked at Fu, who saying, Old Fu, I've inquired about the work situation for you. Fu, who slightly bending forward, leaned his head towards Su Jin. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin cleared his throat and took a sip of tea, saying, this matter is a bit more complicated than I anticipated. Fu Hu's eyes widened. Oh. Su Jin raised his hand to stop him. The complexity I'm talking about is for you. For me, it's a trivial matter. The situation is such that there are indeed vacancies in the bureau. However, as you know, good positions cannot stay vacant for too long, and our national administration is no different. Currently, regarding my bid for the deputy bureau chief position, I cannot personally assist you. Therefore, I need your cooperation on this matter, but it may require some expenses. Zhang Wan in the kitchen suddenly perked up her body, leaning slightly backward. Directorly, what do you mean by cooperation? Fu Hu immediately asked. The director of our national administration is named Zhang Zhao, and he has a son. This kid is not young, any more older than your daughter, and he enjoys swordplay and shooting. My subordinates are being monitored, and the director is surrounded by my competitors. Therefore, I plan to use his son as a breakthrough point, coincidentally handling your matter while securing your position in advance. I've met this kid once, so I know he likes archery, but the director previously didn't allow him to play with it. Now that the kid is older, he's more wild, and it's the perfect time for swordplay and shooting. You need to help me prepare 3 strong bows. 1 compound bow of 50 pounds, 1 of 70 pounds, and 1 of 90 pounds. Each bow should have plenty of arrows, preferably the ones with the best penetration suitable for hunting. Also get some laser sights and other accessories for archery. But remember, buy bows in different colors, and the arrows should... After hearing this, Fu, who was shocked. 3 bows with arrows, and they need to be the most penetrating. Are we going to war? Also, I can't even pull back the 90-pound bow right now. Is this really necessary, directorly? Su Jin tilted his head, and then quickly straightened up, saying, Old Fu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but even though you're older than me, you're still quite behind in this regard. Of course, I won't give all these things to him for free. You'll have to buy them, and I'll need to select them. If you don't care about the kid normally, how can you expect to handle the job smoothly? Why do you think I want you to buy different colors and so many? I can't personally run to buy bows and arrows. You prepare them in bulk and I'll come to match them after you're done. This is all psychology as I'm explaining to you. Just keep the receipts and after I select you can return the rest. That's all. Zhang Wan in the kitchen relaxed her expression and stood up straight. Wow, psychology. Being with the director really teaches me a lot. Huohuo exclaimed in amazement. After sipping some tea, Su Jin continued. Now that I've explained your matter, let's talk about mine. Although this line with the director's son is good and your matter is easy to handle, I haven't been back in a long time and the situation isn't very clear. I only have a 70% certainty and the remaining 30% depends on you. Huohuo's expression gradually became serious. Although he had been a soldier, he was just an ordinary one, and now he was merely a common citizen. Being caught up in the power struggles, it was impossible not to worry. You don't need to be nervous. Your task is actually quite simple. Every time I go abroad on a mission, I leave 2 trusted aides behind and set up numerous secret communication methods in advance. You need to go to the solar power accessory specialty store in Erdeo Bay and buy me a solar panel along with a battery, a controller, and an inverter. After you buy these things, it won't be long before my subordinates will know and they will understand my intentions and the situation. The rest will be up to me. You just need to wait for your position. A solar panel. How much will that cost, director? Huohuo had just raised his teacup, but quickly put it down again. After pondering for a moment, Su Jin said, when you get there, a whole set will be prepared for you, costing about 14,000 total. 14,000. Huohuo's eyes widened. That's way too much, director. And I still need to buy bows and arrows. My family doesn't have that much. What's the rush? Once you buy your items, keep the receipts, and in a few days the same goes for returning. Those items are just signals for me to my subordinates. They can't be off by a bit, and you don't need to ask too much about the specifics. Su Jin knocked on the table, feeling quite helpless inside. This afternoon he investigated solar energy. The photovoltaic industry in this world isn't very good. It's extremely expensive, exorbitantly so. However, he had given prior notice and could return the items, anticipating that Huohuo would not refuse. All right. As expected, Huohuo put down his teacup and stated frankly, so director, when is a good time for me to buy? Tomorrow. Oh, it can't be later than the day after. You must buy everything. Just this bit of fuss, after that you'll be at ease. I understand. I'll take a day off tomorrow to get everything done for you. Su Jin smiled and patted Huohuo on the arm. No need to be nervous, old Huohuo. It's all quite straightforward. We've talked enough. I'll go check on Qingdai now. Thank you, Director Li. Huohuo quickly stood up and accompanied Su Jin to the doorway of Fu Qingdai's room. Opening the door, Fu Qingdai was dressed in a plain white nightgown, sitting at her desk, boredly flipping through her workbook, her delicate legs swinging back and forth. Upon seeing her father with Su Jin, she glanced over in confusion and immediately looked down. Qingdai listened well to Uncle Li's lecture. Huohuo instructed and then reached out to close the door. Once the door was shut, Fu Qingdai instantly sprang up, lightly, sitting obediently on the edge of the bed. Su Jin surveyed the girl's room, filled with various small toys, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. He then stepped forward and sat on a chair, quietly asking Fu Qingdai, is the soundproofing in this room okay? If we keep our voices down, they won't hear us, Fu Qingdai replied softly. Where's the money? How much did you steal today? Give it to me. Su Jin extended his hand for the money. Fu Qingdai fished around under her mattress for a while and took out a handful of small bills, placing them in Su Jin's palm. When Su Jin took a closer look, his expression turned displeased. $32.08. What can this amount do? Su Jin expressed his dissatisfaction. It's enough to buy a noose, one for each of us. Fu Qingdai wore a troubled expression. Cousin, this is all I could find. I asked my mom for money and she scolded me, saying she would buy whatever I wanted, but I have no reason to spend at home every day. Cry. Make a fuss. Do you need me to teach you this? Su Jin lightly reprimanded. Besides, you can just ask your mom to buy something practical. How can you be an adult and not think straight? Fu Qingdai's face showed a hint of shame and anger as she retorted. I told her to buy me food, rice, and she scolded me for being crazy. I wanted cookies and she only bought me a box. What use is a box? Anyway, I don't want to steal anymore. I'm afraid if they see me, they'll send me to a mental hospital. Qingdai, the money is about to turn into waste paper. I'm still at your house. Oh, what's there to hesitate about? Su Jin clapped his hands and scolded. Are you asking me, an outsider, to work here? If you don't steal, how can I support you? I came all the way from Orion and even took a spaceship you. Su Jin was halfway through his scolding when a heavy feeling settled in his heart and his voice abruptly stopped. Fu Qingdai sat at the edge of the bed, her head lowered, tears streaming down her cheeks. She then curled up, her delicate white legs burying her head in them, making no sound, just her shoulders shaking continuously. After a while, she could no longer hold back her tears. Outside the door, a pair of furtive figures were listening intently. She's crying. Old Fu, I hear noise. It seems our daughter is crying. Should I cut some fruit and go in to check? That's detoxing. Don't eavesdrop here. It disrupts the director's treatment. Soon Fu Qingdai's cries diminished, falling into silence. All right, it's good to let it out. Su Jin comforted softly. If you steal once more, I believe you will succeed. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingdai looked up at Su Jin, remnants of tears still on her face. Brother, after tonight, there are only 2 days left. Is this really the only way? Is there truly no other option? Su Jin's heart tightened, and he shook his head slowly, maintaining a stern expression. My grandparents. And my friends. What should I do? Fu Qingda's expression was one of pain and helplessness. I know something will happen, but no one believes me. If only I were older. Then so many people would listen to my advice. It's useless, Qingdai. Even if you became the richest person in the world, your parents would still be smarter than you. Su Jin reached for a piece of tissue from the table and handed it to her. Wipe your nose quickly. Don't choke on it. The girl's face turned crimson as she took the tissue and awkwardly wiped her tears. If you became an official, your parents would still listen to you. Why? Fu Qingdai asked, her voice slightly hoarse. Having money and having power are not the same. Once you become an official, your parents can still distinguish between the powerful and the weak. With this deliberate diversion, Fu Qingda's emotions eased slightly, her voice hoarse as she asked, Cousin, what do you plan to do next? Where are we going? Are we just going to stay here? Su Jin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He had indeed considered what to do after the zombies appeared, but there was really no good plan. The best option was to wait in place. They still knew nothing about the specifics of the zombies. It was unclear whether a virus or some other mysterious force was but zombies are still biological entities. Theoretically, they shouldn't survive for long without food. Perhaps if they hid in the house for 10 days or half a month, the zombies would starve to death. With a belly full of rotten guts in this hot weather, they might even explode before starving. Though zombies in movies never die, that is still just a movie. If mysterious forces cause zombies to truly not require food to survive, then the problem is not significant. Based on Fu Qingda's diary, the behavior of the zombies is not much different from that of humans, and from the descriptions, they even seem a bit stiff. Such useless fog-like things can only hold sway in movies. In a modern industrial society, they are akin to, as long as the national military apparatus is set into motion, eliminating these flesh targets is still an easy task. Although this world's development is not as advanced as Earth's, it has long entered industrialization. According to references from bookstores and films, tanks, artillery, and missiles are all present. There's also a strategic celestial weapon comparable to nuclear bombs, which is only known by name on Earth. The Cold Sky Missile System. In theory, this world's technology is not as developed as Earth's, but possibly, due to significant differences in natural environment and atmospheric elements, they were able to develop such weapons capable of massively altering the weather. This weapon has only been used once in world history, causing a death toll of 200,000, maintaining a regional low temperature for nearly a month. Considering the overall military analysis of this world, countering the zombie crisis can be said to be a piece of cake. The only issue is how long they can hold out until rescue arrives. With this in mind, Su Jin said, the first task at hand is to weather the storm. We will deal with the rest later. I have my plans. Qingdai, if you feel too anxious, just rest. While tomorrow you don't need to do anything. On the last day, I will need your help with what is it? Su Jin took a pill bottle from his pocket and said seriously, this is a sleeping pill. Grind it into powder and give it to your parents before bed. When they are asleep, come out at 11, and then you can help me with some safety measures. I understand, cousin. Fu Qingdai nodded earnestly. Su Jin smiled, took out a phone and headphones from his pocket. I like you being so understanding. I'll play with this for a while and relax. Fu Qingdai curiously took the phone, followed Su Jin's instructions to put on the headphones, and soon listened to some alien tunes. The lyrics were incomprehensible, but the melody was evidently fresh and intriguing. As she shifted her attention with the music and phone, Fu Qingdai's expression gradually relaxed. She curled up at the edge of the bed, her slender feet gently arching, showcasing a soft yet alluring curve. Her delicate white toes unconsciously brushed against the sheets, gently quivering. Minutes later, the phone locked the screen. Fu Qingdai glanced at Su Jin, her cheeks instantly flushing. She took off the headphones awkwardly and said, Brother, why do you keep looking at my feet? I'm watching to see how good you are at running. Su Jin slowly turned his gaze back, casually opening the desk drawer. Hey, stationary. Fu Qingdai squinted her eyes, watching him suspiciously. Su Jin maintained a serious face and opened another drawer, finding it filled with various candies, genuinely surprised this time. Candy? You really have a stash of candy? I asked my mom to buy me some more. I thought I might need it. Su Jin looked down and casually pulled out a pack of chocolate from the drawer, opened the packaging, and sniffed it. The packaging said it was chocolate, and it smelled like chocolate too. It should be safe to eat. Since arriving in this world, there have been no reports of food allergies or poisoning. He hadn't had the chance to buy candy yet. Replenishing carbohydrates was extremely necessary. Unexpectedly, Fu Qingdai had filled this gap. The little girl was quite sharp. After observing for a moment, Su Jin bent down and took a small bite from the chocolate. This had become a habit in this world. With unfamiliar food, one always takes a small amount first. The rich taste of chocolate spread in his mouth, and Su Jin nodded in satisfaction. The candy here tastes stiff. Seeing this strange situation, Fu Qingdai immediately lost her color, exclaiming, Cousin, cough. Just as she was about to call out, Su Jin trembled and reached out to cover her mouth. Unfortunately, in such a poor state, her hand was uncontrollable and a finger went straight into her throat. Fu Qingdai immediately pushed him away and bent over, gagging. When she lifted her head, she saw Su Jin waving his hand, and she immediately understood, tightly shutting her mouth and pulling him to collapse onto the bed. With a stumble, Su Jin successfully fell onto the fragrant bed. However, his expression was terrifyingly grim, his eyes wide open with veins bulging on his forehead. He writhed on the bed like a maggot sprinkled with salt. Poison. It's poisonous. The chocolate is highly toxic. Gag. Su Jin was extremely anxious, frantically clawing at his throat. Fu Qingdai hurriedly picked up a trash can from the ground, ready to handle the situation. After struggling for about 10 minutes, Su Jin lay back on the bed, gasping heavily as the symptoms receded like a tide. Cousin, are you okay? What happened? Fu Qingdai was filled with worry. He almost died. Su Jin feebly waved his hand, his heart palpitating, subsiding. Food poisoning. Since he traveled here, he had been on high alert. He never expected to step into a pitfall. Fortunately, the local chocolate's toxicity came on strong, but receded quickly. After a few more minutes, feeling that his bodily functions were fine, and he could resume movement, Su Jin propped himself up. Fu Qingdai hurriedly said, Cousin, can't you eat chocolate? Have you eaten it before? I've eaten it, but I haven't tried the chocolate from your place. Su Jin's voice was a bit hoarse as he got up and walked toward the table, picking up his briefcase. He took out a bar of chocolate bought from a supermarket back home. After scraping off some powder, he looked at Fu Qingdai and said, Give me your hand. Fu Qingdai directly extended her delicate little hand, allowing him to apply the chocolate powder to the back of her hand. Hiss! A burning sensation arose from the back of her hand, which then turned red, causing Fu Qingdai to retract her hand in fright, hugging it and saying, Cousin, what are you doing? What is this? Just a simple experiment. You try rubbing it. Su Jin tossed a pack of wet wipes to her. It seemed that chocolate from both worlds was highly toxic to her. Just the skin contact was enough to take effect rapidly. A severe allergic reaction, swelling in the respiratory tract, and a burning sensation in the digestive tract. If she ate more than one piece, it would likely be fatal. After tidying up a bit, Su Jin walked toward the door, saying as he walked, I'm leaving. You rest well, remember to come out the night after tomorrow. Got it. Fu Qingdai nodded vigorously. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Fu Hu and his wife at the door, Su Jin quickly returned home. Upon arriving home, he immediately prepared 2 cups of salt water and gulped them down. Then he continued to induce vomiting until he finally stopped after throwing up violently. Leaning against the bathroom door, he intended to get up but slipped and awkwardly fell back to the ground. Wiping away the tears that came from vomiting, Su Jin felt a pang of sadness. How could eating a chocolate almost lead to a fatal incident? How did he fall to this point? Damn it, this life doesn't feel like one worth living. Every day felt like having a knife at his throat. But there wasn't much time left. It wasn't time to rest yet. After observing for an hour, Su Jin, exhausted in body and mind, walked downstairs. The time agreed upon with the grain store was approaching, and a truckload of grains and oils would soon arrive. After waiting for over 10 minutes at the entrance of the community, a box truck slowly drove in. Su Jin waved his hands, guiding the vehicle to the entrance of the building. The vehicle stopped, and 2 men jumped down from the truck and began unloading. The rice flour and oil were all packed tightly in cardboard boxes, making it impossible to see what was inside. One of the grain store employees said, while moving, Boss, this is the first time I've seen someone like you buying grain. Packed so tightly and delivering it late at night. Is there some special significance? Su Jin forced a smile and casually replied, Nothing significant. Our organization is doing charity work and our warehouse was recently flooded. This batch of grains is for impoverished children and the packaging is to facilitate labeling. I only have time to handle it at night after work. Alright. You're not having an easy time either. I'll waive the shipping fee this time. Consider it a donation from my brother and me. The 2 grain store employees looked at him with respect and began to speed up their unloading, continuing for over 10 minutes. Boss, we've unloaded all the goods for you. We're leaving now. Wait a moment. What's wrong, boss? The grain store employees stopped in their tracks. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jin said, It's nothing serious. I heard that there was a pollution leak at the chemical factory in our city, and the pollution is quite severe. It usually doesn't affect anything, but if it rains, don't touch the rainwater and don't use the tap water either. It could be carcinogenic. Oh dear. Really? The news hasn't reported it, and this is the first time I've heard of it. Thank you, boss. 2 days left until the apocalypse. In a night of half dreams, he woke up again with red eyes. The fatigue on Su Jin's face had accumulated to a point that was hard to hide. Grabbing the notebook by the bed, he left without washing his face or brushing his teeth, simply tidying up a bit before heading out to shop. He returned home just as night was falling without stopping his busy figure. The gaps in the windows on the 4th floor were completely sealed with tape and the curtains were drawn tightly. A small rain shelter was temporarily built at the window ledge on the 5th floor to prevent rainwater from coming in as much as possible. A layer of thin iron sheet was stuck to the edge of the window ledge, coated with thick lubricant. A security window was installed on the 1st and 2nd floors, as zombies might climb walls. But it wouldn't help. Even with claws, they would surely slip down if they climbed up. With everything done, Su Jin knocked on the door of the Fu family. The one who opened the door was still Fu, who wearing the same warm smile. Directorly. Are all the things ready? Su Jin's voice was low, filled with deep fatigue. He wanted to force a smile, but his face was too stiff to manage it, unable to smile at all. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Fu, who licked his lips and said, All right. Director, please come in and take a look. Entering the room, 3 compound bows and over 100 arrows along with various accessories were already arranged on the floor in vibrant colors. Solar panels, batteries, inverters, etc. were also present. Seeing this, Su Jin's tense mood relaxed slightly as he nodded and said, "Very good, just keep these here. I will go out the day after tomorrow to settle our matters properly." "Director, there's nothing unexpected, right?" Noticing something was off, Huohuo asked cautiously. Su Jin shook his head. "It's fine, I just received news that a comrade of mine died on a mission. Forgive me for not being able to treat Qingdai these 2 days. I will come back the day after tomorrow." The following night, all supplies were accounted for and neatly placed, and all water buckets were filled. Su Jin sat at the dining table, his skin stinging from the vigorous scrubbing he had done while bathing. But at this moment, he was just staring blankly at the cage on the table. His eyes showed fatigue, worry, and fear that could not be concealed. Though the weather was hot, his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably and felt cold. Inside the cage, more than 20 mice were constantly trying to escape from their prison, and he felt like a mouse trapped in this world struggling to survive. Had he prepared enough? Would he be able to pass this test? Su Jin slowly glanced at the wall clock. The time had just struck 11 o'clock. After tonight, it would be the apocalypse. As he pushed the door open, he coincidentally came face to face with Fu Qingdai. Their eyes met, and they both froze for a moment. Su Jin asked, "Are your parents asleep?" Fu Qingdai replied softly, "I doubled the dosage of medicine. They are in a deep sleep. I filled 2 buckets with water and turned off the water valve at home." After saying that, Fu Qingdai looked up at Su Jin, her small face, tense, tears welling in her eyes as she fought to hold back her sobs. But her trembling figure was enough to convey her fear. Su Jin forced a smile and embraced her. "Don't be afraid." Gently stroking Fu Qingdai's hair, Su Jin felt a surge of compassion in his heart. A little girl could endure to this extent as she was already remarkably strong. It was hard to say whether he was saving her or she was saving him. "We don't have much time, let's act." He gently released Fu Qingdai and pulled out a box. "What is this? What are we going to do?" Fu Qingdai asked. Su Jin remained silent, merely opening the box quietly. Inside was a box full of glue similar to 502, along with a stack of paper at the bottom. "Seal the doors. Start from the first floor and fill all the keyholes and locks of the residence with glue." Su Jin said softly, "If someone turns into a corpse, they will be trapped in their own homes, ensuring our safety." "But what if nothing happens? Wouldn't that trap them in their own homes?" Fu Qingdai asked with wide eyes. "If they have no water, they might drink rainwater, and what if they starve?" Su Jin took out the stack of paper from the box and said, "This is the rainwater pollution notice I printed based on community notifications. Well, slip it under the doors. I also prepared a glue remover. Well, observe the situation and let people out when the timing is right. Most homes have stored water. They can last for a few days. Although helping them means helping ourselves, we can't save everyone. Doing this much is already our utmost effort. The rest depends on their own fate." Fu Qingdai took a deep breath, suppressing her trembling body, and nodded. "I understand, let's go." They descended to the first floor, and Su Jin ran outside to observe the windows. The situation had not yet devolved into the so-called entertainment to death era. At most, people would watch television or read newspapers. Although there were 3D games, families had no conditions for entertainment. Thus, ordinary citizens generally went to bed early, around 10 o'clock. Seeing that the entire building was devoid of light, they began to fill the locks with glue and slip in the notices. Su Jin had experimented with the glue beforehand, and the results were quite surprising. The smell and properties were essentially no different from 502, but it was stickier than the 502 he had used before. This shouldn't be the case, given the developmental differences between the 2 worlds. He didn't know if it was because the materials from this world were of better quality, or if the glue from his hometown was made with cut corners. The unit had 2 households sharing a door. The 2 moved quickly, soon sealing all the doors of the unit's residence. Besides their own residence, the storage room, returning to the 5th floor, Su Jin brought Fu Qingdai into the house. Seeing rows of long objects wrapped in foam on the floor, Fu Qingdai couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what is this?" "Steel pipes, also for sealing the doors. Glue alone isn't secure enough. The doors could still be forcibly broken. I've divided the groups. You and I will take the steel pipes down later. We'll build a steel frame on each floor to block the doors of the 2 households, filling the gaps between the steel frame and the doors with wooden strips." Su Jin picked up a steel pipe and pointed at the wooden strips on the ground. "You take that one. Oh, I didn't wrap it in foam, so be careful not to make any noise, or you'll wake the others and cause trouble. Once everything is set up, I will seal the unit door and shut off the main water valve. The rest is just to wait in peace." Fu Qingdai nodded silently. After a flurry of activity, the 2 doors on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, as well as the 2 households on the 6th floor, were all secured with simple support structures. Glue sealed the locks, and steel frames sealed the doors. Besides jumping off, there was basically no chance of breaking down the doors. Even if someone turned into a corpse, they could only wait at home to rot. The foreseeable future basically eliminated the possibility of neighborhood disputes, even controlling the fate of the neighbors. At home, Fu Qingdai sat on a chair to rest, watching Su Jin busy himself. Su Jin squatted on the ground, passing food and medicines one by one to the table. "These are vitamin tablets. Take one every day after you get home. And hey, race some milk powder. Drink a cup in the morning and another in the evening. Sujin went on. I have some vegetables you should take home too. Make sure you and your parents finish these perishable items quickly. The power grid won't collapse that quickly, but it shouldn't last for more than a few days. When you have free time, practice your arms and legs. You must learn to draw back a 50-pound bow. Also take a few more bottles of glue. While your parents are sleeping, seal all the windows and don't let them open them. If you dream of the apocalypse, your parents should be wary when they see this rain. Although the short-term situation is safe, I can't guarantee what unexpected events may arise. I need to observe the situation for a few days before I come to find you. Fu Qingdai silently organized the things on the table. Once everything was gathered, Su Jin sat beside her and said, Qingdai, your parents can't run around either. After you get home, I will seal your door too. You hold onto the key to my house. Remember, you can't tell anyone about the supplies stored on the 4th floor, not even your parents. I originally didn't intend to show you, but I'm telling you because I trust you and those things are prepared for you. In the future, you must learn to survive. For now, trust no one but me. Let's go. Fu Qingdai nodded and picked up the things on the table, following Su Jin. As she opened her own door to place the items at the entrance, Fu Qingdai suddenly turned around and rushed into Su Jin's arms. A muffled cry erupted, tears soaking his chest as the two embraced silently. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Su Jin sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room, meticulously polishing his silver spear while occasionally glancing ahead. Opposite him was the window, the night deep and dark like an abyss. Today marked the arrival of the apocalypse, but neither he nor Fu Qingdai knew exactly when the rain would start. Perhaps tonight, perhaps during the day. But regardless, this night was destined to be sleepless. The clock's hands ticked, audibly, the sound clear and distinct. The time had reached 3 o'clock 15 minutes and 42 seconds. In the next moment, a sudden purple crack appeared in the sky. A flash of bright light reflected off the silver spear, and Su Jin jolted awake. At the same moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the clouds, and lightning rumbled endlessly in the chaos. Su Jin's pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. The world was in turmoil, and a torrential downpour began. The rain poured down, and the apocalypse had arrived. The weather forecast had never indicated rain, and even the coming days were predicted to be dry. Yet the rain appeared just as it did in Fu Qingdai's dreams. Su Jin felt a pain in his throat, closed his eyes, and sighed internally. This world should have held great potential. The people seemed to live in peace and simplicity. Perhaps in another 10 years they would step into the information age, leading lives similar to those on Earth. But now everything was ruined. When he opened his eyes, Su Jin sighed deeply, lowering his head to mechanically wipe the silver spear with his trembling hands. Only this numbing action could momentarily suppress the fear within him. A night quietly passed, and the heavy rain fell throughout the night. The sun rose as usual, but the world had already been stained a deep shade of gray. After sitting still for an entire night, Su Jin finally moved, dragging his heavy legs toward the window, gazing in disbelief at the outside world. His mouth, which had been tightly shut all night, opened in surprise. It was not the sky that was gray, but the rain. In the darkness of night, he could only judge it as a heavy rain, but now that it was bright, he finally saw the condition of the rain. The heavy rain fell like a gray veil to the ground, swirling like mist in the water. Seeing this, Su Jin suddenly felt a shiver. This is a good thing. He turned and ran outside, pounding on the door of Fu Qingdai's house. Qingdai? I'm here. Originally curled up on the sofa, Fu Qingdai, who hadn't slept all night, immediately jumped to the door. Leaning against the door, she anxiously asked, Brother, what happened? Did you see the rain? I did. What's wrong? What color is the rain? It's just the normal color. I can't see anything special. Is there a problem? It's nothing, just be careful and don't touch the rainwater. I'll head back first. Brother. Separated by the door, Fu Qingdai hesitated. What's wrong? It's nothing, just be careful. Don't stress too much. Su Jin replied, absently returning to his place in a daze. The rainwater was gray, a visible anomaly. Ordinary people wouldn't touch such rainwater even without a reminder. This way the risk of infection turning into zombies would be greatly reduced, and the enforcement agencies would undoubtedly treat it with the highest alertness. But he could see the anomaly in the rainwater, while others couldn't detect it at all, which did not bode well for the situation. As for why he could see it, he could only attribute it to the company's influence behind the scenes, or perhaps the function of that mask. He was simply overthinking, indulging in false hopes. Back in the room, Su Jin walked to the dining table, staring at the mouse cage. The cage of mice had quieted down a lot, all now lying in the cage resting. The unusual weather outside had not raised the animals' alertness. But this was within his expectations. These animals were meant for experimentation. If the rainwater could infect animals, it would essentially eliminate the possibility of survival in the wild. Wild animals had a much stronger instinct for nocturnal activity than humans. The main goal was to test the movement, performance, and survival time of the organisms after zombification. But it was not the right time for testing. He needed to wait until his mindset was adjusted back to normal and his energy was fully restored to conduct such experiments. Thinking of this, Su Jin revealed a bitter smile in self-mockery. As a liberal arts student who had gone straight into sales after graduation, he never expected that one day he would have to set up a control group for biological experiments. Retracting his gaze, he found a telescope and walked to the window to observe. Although the rain was heavy, it still couldn't hinder the workers' steps towards selfless contribution. In the community, he could already see people wearing raincoats and carrying umbrellas walking under the heavy rain. The deep gray raindrops hit their bodies, merging bizarrely with them disappearing without a trace. As for the passers-by who came into contact with the strange rainwater, there seemed to be no unusual reactions for now. Anxiously putting down the telescope, he stood there contemplating for a while. Su-jin opened the window, picked up the long-handled ladle he had placed under the window earlier, and stretched it out. He collected a thin layer of rainwater, knocking off the raindrops on the balcony edge before bringing it back inside. The water in the ladle was the same as the rainwater, showing a deep gray color. He carefully transferred it to the kitchen. After putting on several masks and a motorcycle helmet, Su-jin finally dared to turn on the stove and the range hood, starting to heat the rainwater on low flame. In less than a minute, the thin layer of water had already boiled and evaporated. The gray substance did not evaporate with the mist, but instead accumulated at the bottom like smoke. With the slightest movement, the gray mist rippled in the ladle. Watching the gray mist, Su-jin's mind turned. He could not possibly identify what this substance was, and it was even difficult to classify it as a substance. But for now it seemed that this thing did not rely entirely on water as a carrier. High temperatures had no effect on it. It could be contained in a vessel, and it still obeyed the influence of gravity. After some contemplation, Su-jin returned to the kitchen, took another ladle and 2 jars. He filled a little water in the ladle and slowly poured it against the wall of the ladle containing the gray mist. Seeing the gray mist dissolve back into the water, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That state of mist was too dangerous. It could easily spread. It was safer and more controllable to observe it in water. He divided the gray water into 2 jars, wrapped them with plastic wrap to seal them completely. One jar was placed in a spot where sunlight could shine directly on it, while the other was put in a cool place. After finishing everything, a wave of exhaustion surged over him. After checking the safety measures and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Su-jin returned to his bedroom. Lying on his side in bed, watching the torrential rain outside, his thoughts drifted. After a night of mental strain, without sleep, it was time to rest, otherwise he would be unable to cope with any sudden situations. It seemed that people upstairs and downstairs were cursing. He wondered how far this rain had spread and hoped that places that had not been affected would quickly realize the problem and offer rescue. Exhausted, Su-jin slowly fell asleep, with his head resting on the gun. There were 2 radios on the bedside in the bedroom. One was a regular radio, and the other was also a regular radio. However, one was preset to the FM frequency, while the other was preset to the AM frequency. At that moment, the radio set to FM frequency emitted a low-frequency static sound. This is the broadcast station. In a half-dream, half-awake state, Su-jin suddenly sat up and grabbed the radio. Forcing himself to endure the soreness in his eyes, he began to adjust the dial. After a few simple twists, the sound from the radio became clearer. According to the latest announcement from the Meteorological Bureau and the Global Environmental Monitoring Center, starting from midnight today, a similar degree of abnormal rainfall has occurred worldwide, and it is currently preliminarily judged that this rainfall event has a wide range, and its duration and specific causes are still under research and analysis. The scientific community is jointly conducting an investigation into the causes. There are currently no definite conclusions. We urge the public to pay attention to official authoritative information. To ensure personal safety and social order, the following reminders are made. When going out, please be sure to carry rain gear and seal it properly. All subsequent situations will be promptly published through broadcasts and online platforms. We ask all citizens to remain calm, respond rationally, do not spread rumors, do not believe rumors, and do not circulate rumors. Su-jin held his head, feeling a stabbing pain. It turned out to be global rainfall. Su-jin clenched his temples against the pain and snatched up his phone. He had set an alarm before sleep, yet the clock showed less than 2 hours had passed. He sat on the bed for a while, breathing slowly as he made himself accept the reality. He rose and moved toward the living room window. Faint shouts and curses drifted from the floors above and below. Peering down, Su-jin felt a small measure of relief. Just as he had anticipated, no one had yet arrived. If the entire unit were sealed within the building, its residents would almost inevitably seek help outside. The intensity of those pleas would hardly be great, leaving him with a generous window of time. The building housed many elderly people, mostly retirees who would not choose to go out in such rain. Those who normally worked outside would likely call in a locksmith, would think twice about braving the storm, and firefighters were in. The forged flyers claiming severe rain contamination would also have some effect, even though a phone call would quickly reveal. People tend to believe the worst rather than dismiss it. Sometimes a random scrap of paper is enough to provoke. If a note read "a snake slithered in your cup," any reasonable person would avoid drinking from that cup, turning a harmless doubt into genuine alarm. With broadcasts already reporting the strange rain and messages being sent out, people should be calmer. Even if in the extreme firefighters did arrive to rescue them, the problem would still be manageable. He had a gun and had long prepared to resist by force. Stalling for time posed no difficulty. Satisfied with the neighborhood, Su-jin lifted his binoculars and scanned the street beyond. At first glance, his brow tightened. Apart from the occasional car, only 2 or 3 pedestrians moved along the street. two cloaked in raincoats, and another beneath an umbrella. One even suddenly tossed his umbrella onto the pavement. All three walked with an unnatural slowness, not at all like people braving a storm. Zombification. From what he could see, it was already unfolding. Su-jin swallowed and turned his binoculars toward the opposite building's floors. Most apartments had no curtains drawn. He could see residents moving inside. Two households appeared ordinary, until the third. On the fifth floor across in the living room, a bare-chested, pot-bellied man stood rigid at the window. His skin had a bluish cast, his body quivered slightly, and his face was utterly expressionless. Seeing that, Su-jin lowered the binoculars and quietly drew the curtains. Zombification had begun. In less than a few hours, infection had already taken hold. The tap water had been contaminated. Anxiety knotted in his stomach as he went to the kitchen and scooped some of the ash-laden rain into a ladle at another window. He returned to the bathroom and fetched a coarse wire cage divided into two compartments. One side was a normal enclosure, the other had a hamster wheel installed. The cage had been prepared for experiments. With the first signs of zombification manifesting, it was vital to study these creatures and prepare in advance. Using tweezers, he placed two mice on either side of the reinforced cage. Su-jin drew a breath, donned thick gloves, filled a glass dropper with the ashen water, and dispensed equal amounts onto each mouse. While waiting for the mice to change, he took a toy four-wheel drive from his satchel and began to dismantle it. The two worlds' technological paths had run parallel. Even toys bore many resemblances. The model here differed only in form from those on Earth. Their core technologies were essentially the same. He had liked four-wheelers as a child, and thus knew enough about them to him. He removed the shell, linked the drive mechanism to the wheel in the cage, and with a pulse of power, it became an electric hamster treadmill, ideal for testing a mutant mouse's endurance. Half an hour passed, and the mice showed no reaction. Seeing this, Su-jin applied another pipette of ashen water. 10 minutes later, the mouse doused with double the ashen water mutated first. Its instinctive whisker twitching vanished, replaced by strange abnormal movements. The mutant mouse's appearance did not change, yet it displayed an intense urge to attack people. Being only a mouse, however, it could not break the thick wire cage. Even pliers could not sever it at a hurry. As the mutant repeatedly charged at him, Su-jin rose nervously and stepped back, shifting to the side. Predictably, as he moved, the mutant altered its charging direction to follow. He gripped his silver gun and watched, braced for the unexpected. The mutant clearly targeted living creatures. Yet there was another mouse beside it. Why did it fixate on him? He set his phone to record and placed it before the cage, then returned to the bedroom. 2 minutes later, he came back to on the video, the mutant changed its charge the instant he vanished, directing its aggression at the mouse in the wheel. After a quick viewing, Su-jin formed a provisional conclusion. It possessed strong aggression toward living beings and preferred larger targets. The mutant seemed to rely on vision, although he could not be entirely certain. He wondered about the effects of sound and scent. As he prepared to test those variables, an abrupt anomaly erupted. 2 lines of text suddenly appeared in his field of vision. New sample detected, available for reclamation. Upon reclamation, the company will provide equivalent compensation. At that sight, his dilated pupils relaxed noticeably. The company was still active. It might still be able to help him. The words vanished and calm returned. He shouted for the company to explain how to He demanded clearer instructions, unable to understand the terse notice, begging someone to speak to him. No answer came. Su-jin clutched his head and took deep breaths. He had long known the company's parsimonious ways. It would not offer many hints. Still, if it promised reclamation now, then in principle reclamation should be possible. He could not simply wait until some task completed to deliver the sample. But how was he supposed to reclaim it? Where would he take it? The briefcase. An idea pinged in his head. He snatched the briefcase from the sofa in 2 strides, his eyes alight. Of course, the case contained a pocket dimension. If he placed the item inside, the company might receive it. It was worth a try. He licked his lips and rubbed his hands, then rummaged in the bag. He produced an extra-long sharpened screwdriver and jabbed it toward the mutant mouse. After a few thrusts, the mutant was thoroughly impaled and inert. There was no time to marvel at its resilience. He probed and pried with the screwdriver until he was certain it was dead. Carefully, he plucked the carcass out and dropped it into a plastic bag. After wrapping it in several additional layers, he tucked the bag containing the mutant's body into the briefcase. Confirming that the dead mouse has completely entered the space within the bag, Su-jin did not wait to regain his senses, and in the next moment, he was filled with ecstasy. A new notification has popped up before his eyes. Recovery successful, equivalent items exchanged. How delightful. Although this company operates in a simple and crude manner, their efficiency is undeniably impressive. Su-jin secretly rejoiced and quickly reached into the bag again. After a brief search, he pulled out a small black box. Looking at the petite box in his hands, Su-jin felt an inexplicable nervousness. Aside from the initial items provided by the company, this was his first formal interaction with them. One was a mask suspected to facilitate communication with the company, enabling seamless translation. The other was a backpack with an independent space. There was also a handgun that could not be tested at the moment, which did not require a magazine change. Such newly emerged items are absolutely not ordinary. After taking a deep breath, Su-jin, filled with anticipation and a sense of ceremony, opened the black box in his hand. As the lid opened, a silver gleam caught his eye, revealing an object with a smooth, rounded curvature. A metal item with a streamlined titanium alloy texture came into view. The corners of Su Jin's mouth slowly drooped. Trembling, he reached out to take the item from the box and examined it. After just a glance, he suddenly lost control in anger, hurling the box to the ground. What the hell? What is this? Su Jin gripped the metal plug from the box, a chill running through him. Damn. There's no way they could be this cruel, his heart racing with anxiety. He thought, in the face of the apocalypse, what use is this ridiculous thing sent by the company? After a bout of cursing, Su Jin's emotions settled. Holding the newly exchanged item, he felt a wave of despair. Dealing with such an unreliable company, they clearly did not care about his well-being. I shouldn't have gone drinking with the clients in the first place if it weren't for that. As he indulged in self-pity, Su Jin suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the ground. Next to the black box he had thrown, a card had popped out, seeming like an instruction manual. Could it be a misunderstanding? After all, the company is an extraordinary existence. There must be some confusion. Seeing this, Su Jin hurriedly picked it up for inspection. Emergency plug contains built-in emergency medicine, automatically releases the medicine upon detecting a drop in body temperature, can be used multiple times until the medicine runs out. If there is a burning sensation, it is a normal situation. Please do not panic. If you must take risks, please place it in advance to avoid life-threatening situations where it cannot be used in time. Please do not forcibly open the outer shell, as the medicine can easily become ineffective and is only meant to be used as a plug. The risk of poisoning is extremely high. Can't they at least provide a proper medicine? Su Jin was enraged, slamming the instruction manual down on the ground. So it's a plug. Mucosal absorption bypasses the liver's first pass effect, making the efficacy faster than oral administration and more stable than intravenous injection. But to turn this into an emergency item is simply absurd. After calming down for about 10 minutes, Su Jin found a nylon rope to tie the emergency plug around his waist. This was not for his own use. Considering that danger might arise, it was better to have it ready at all times. Experiments still need to be conducted, and after calming down, Su Jin took out 2 more mice for an infection experiment. The mice that had been placed in the running wheel had already undergone changes, and at this moment, they were continuously charging towards Su Jin in a suicidal manner. Unfortunately, they could only keep running in place within the wheel. After crouching and observing for a long time, Su Jin picked up his notebook and began to record. The gray substance in the rain was undoubtedly the source of the mutation, but the speed of infection was strongly correlated with the absorption of the gray substance. Currently, all he could tell was that this substance had an extremely high infection rate. Given the rough and amateurish nature of this experiment, it was absolutely impossible to determine the infection probability, and there were not enough experimental mice. The movement ability of the infected mice had significantly decreased. Their limbs were somewhat mechanical, not running fast, but showing no signs of fatigue or pain. After briefly recording, Su Jin took out a battery and placed it into the remote-controlled car. The motor started, causing the wheel to begin spinning. The mutated mice were clearly unable to keep up. For a moment, they were caught in the cage, rolling around incessantly, yet it was still evident that they harbored a strong desire to adjust their bodies and launch an attack. After more than 20 minutes, the battery ran out, and he replaced it with another set to continue running. It wasn't until he had exhausted 5 sets of batteries that Su Jin finally stopped and switched to manual operation. As he turned the wheel, Su Jin's face could not hide his disappointment. The conclusion was very disheartening. The mutated mice had hardly lost any stamina and seemed to have even grown a bit stronger, as if they were continuously adapting to their bodies. Another hour passed. After experiencing experiments involving confinement, burning, flooding, and piercing, Su Jin's mood plummeted to rock bottom. They cannot die from suffocation or drowning. Even when their bodies are carbonized from the flames, they can still make slight movements. The survival ability of infected organisms is horrifyingly strong. Only piercing the torso can cause rapid death. Even decapitation does not kill them. He wasn't clear on which location corresponds to the piercing, as he did not understand the physiological structure of the mice, but it was suspected to be near the heart. At this moment, the 2 remaining experiments that had not been conducted were survival time and the infection capability among their own kind. But at this moment, Su Jin was already mentally and physically exhausted. He picked up the mouse cage, placed it into the glass fish tank he had bought earlier, covered it with a wooden board, and headed directly back to his bedroom. In the darkness, another radio tuned to the AM frequency began to broadcast. Su Jin forced his eyelids open and quickly adjusted the radio. FM is often used for local broadcasts with limited coverage and strong entertainment value, while AM, due to its long transmission range and resistance to interference, is commonly used for national level or emergency broadcasts, making it the preferred communication frequency during disasters. Although it is not Earth, the technological paths are similar, and the use of electromagnetic waves is the same in both worlds. He had studied this in advance. Now that the radio was sounding, it must mean that the authorities had detected anomalies and issued a warning to the nation. After a few adjustments, the content from the radio began to gradually clear up. Hiss, crackle. The current broadcast is the latest announcement from the National Disaster Emergency Command Center. All citizens should pay close attention. As of 1 p.m. today, most regions within the country have been affected by an unknown type of rainfall with a wide range of precipitation. This type of rainfall has potential biological hazard characteristics and may cause irreversible effects through the skin, respiratory tract, or digestive system. Multiple sudden mass, uncontrollable incidents have now been confirmed to be associated with this type of rainfall, with individual behaviors exhibiting abnormalities. All citizens must immediately comply with the following orders. 1. Do not directly contact any form of rainwater. 2. Only use bottled water or water from tightly sealed sources for drinking and cleaning. 3. Immediately close all doors, windows, ventilation openings, and drainage systems to prevent any external moisture from entering. Related instructions will take effect immediately upon the broadcast, and any refusal to comply will be considered a threat to public safety. Further updates will be communicated through broadcasts and online channels. After the broadcast concluded, Su Jin felt a surge of energy and let out a long sigh of relief. This is great. The violent machinery is about to get moving. It was clear that the authorities had fully recognized the severity of the gray rain and had directly provided action guidance highlighting the urgency of the situation. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Rain continued to fall, though its intensity had visibly diminished since the first day, so much so that it seemed poised to cease at any moment. Su Jin stood by the window, his face ashen as if stricken by a grave illness. 5 days of extreme psychological pressure and fragmented sleep had left him utterly mentally exhausted. Nearly 20 zombies had gathered somewhere downstairs. Over the past 3 days, both good and bad news had emerged. The gray substance inside the rain jars Su Jin had collected had fully dissipated within 5 days. The remaining water upon testing had lost all infective capability. Moreover, the rainfall's changing pattern bore no correlation whatsoever to Fu Qingdai's dreams. This indicated that the company did not possess complete foresight into the future, rather it had merely predicted the onset of this catastrophe. Many of its forecasts were far from precise. Fu Qingdai's dreams were nothing more than fabricated push notifications transmitted by the company. Present reality, it appeared, was markedly less dire than what she had envisioned in her slumber. The catastrophe's geographical reach proved vastly broader than anticipated, yet its severity fell short of expectations. Yet across the way in the neighboring residential building, multiple bloodbaths had already erupted, witnessed firsthand by Su Jin. Some residents found zombies inside their homes and, driven to despair, leapt from balconies, only to be torn apart and devoured below. Others succeeded in fighting back, only to later hang themselves in surrender. Tragedy unfolded in relentless succession. Cries of anguish echoed incessantly, day after day, through every floor above and below. Each horror pierced the psyche of ordinary people like a blade. Su Jin's already frayed mental state, strained to its absolute breaking point by chronic exhaustion and tension, had now been pushed beyond endurance. His sole remaining hope lay in waiting for the rain to end and for the military to arrive and restore order. A turning point in this calamity could not be far off. Yet what haunted him most deeply was this: since the last broadcast he'd heard, silence had reigned. Utter chilling silence, as if the entire nation had fallen mute. No public reassurance had been issued to the populace, a profoundly abnormal situation. Bearing profound weariness and desolation, Su Jin turned away from the window and walked slowly toward his bedroom. For now there was nothing left but to wait. He prayed fervently for the rain to cease and for the army to appear. This ordeal he vowed he would never endure again. Time slipped quietly to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the influence of the ashen rain, the sky hung darker than usual. Occasional zombie roars and frantic pounding against doors drifted faintly from outside. Lying motionless on his bed, Su Jin stared blankly at the ceiling, his expression utterly devoid of life. Suddenly the radio crackled to life. In that instant its static-laced hum sounded like celestial music. Su Jin jolted upright, snatched up the radio, and twisted the volume dial, already cranked to maximum, with trembling hands. Holding his breath, he leaned in, ears straining with desperate anticipation. A ragged, sorrowful, and panicked voice poured from the speaker. Alert! All citizens, urban infrastructure has collapsed. Every individual must fight for survival. Do not trust. A blood-curdling scream cut the transmission short. Su Jin's hopeful expression froze on his face. His mind emptied, all sound vanishing as if the world itself had gone silent. Whoa! An air raid siren shrieked forth, piercing, mournful, tearing through the heavens. Su Jin recoiled violently, then bolted toward the living room. At the sight before him, his pupils dilated wide, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. On the distant horizon, toward the city's core, over a dozen unidentified flying objects resembling missiles surged upward from beyond the city limits, trailing brilliant white contrails as they carved defiant arcs across the sky, like meteors ascending instead of falling. As the missiles vanished, a violent shockwave erupted visibly from their detonation point. Instantly, dense clouds swelled outward in great rolling waves, like a churning sea rising to swallow the sky. Vroom! A deafening thunderclap struck the heavens like a colossal iron hammer. Su Jin's entire building lurched violently, as if suspended midair, and violently wrenched sideways. Windows groaned in protest, glass shuddered wildly. For a heartbeat the world seemed to freeze, plunged into digital stasis. Apocalypse was no longer abstract gray rain. It had crystallized into raw cataclysmic fury descending upon the earth. The cloud mass churned ever more violently, lightning flickering and leaping within its depths. Downbursts formed thick serpentine columns of cloud descended like tornadoes, slamming into the ground with devastating force. Wherever the downburst struck, the earth froze solid. Su Jin's pupils trembled. Gripping the windowsill with white-knuckled hands, he gazed into the distance, teeth chattering uncontrollably. The Huohuo missile system. Its hallmark was precisely this massive atmospheric disturbance coupled with targeted thermal and airflow manipulation. The nation's ultimate weapon. Without warning, it had been launched, not against an enemy, but directly upon its own central metropolis. Will I die? What in heaven's name is happening? The army should have arrived by tomorrow once the rain ceased. Why has this occurred? A wave of overwhelming terror and nausea surged through him. Su Jin clapped a hand over his mouth and nose hunched forward and staggered toward the bathroom. But before he reached the hallway, he doubled over and vomited a torrent of sour bile onto the floor. Bitter acridity flooded his mouth. Coughing violently, tears streamed from his eyes. His heart felt as though reality itself had seized and crushed it whole. How could a modern industrialized nation collapse so utterly? The fundamental logic of any national apparatus is to preserve order. Declaring national extinction would trigger total societal collapse. Resource wars, military mutiny, chaos without end. Even if the zombie infection spread across vast territories, there remained no justification for announcing national demise to its own citizens. Yet for a mere outbreak, the highest command had imposed total annihilation-level quarantine upon the capital itself. For days, not a single soldier had appeared. If an entire nation could crumble so easily, then what truly was I? A dual cataclysm. Every personal plan now lay shattered, flimsy as parchment. Perhaps the highest echelons of leadership had faltered, or perhaps their understanding of this infection remained tragically incomplete. But Su Jin no longer possessed the clarity to analyze such matters. He had lost all composure, his mind unraveling into pure chaos. After standing rigid for long moments, he stumbled blindly into the bedroom and seized a radio, shouting wildly, "Do not trust what? Do not trust what? Speak, damn you." In the next instant, the radio shattered into pieces against the wall. Apocalypse. He had long sensed it in his bones. Entities like the company had already rendered their verdict upon this world. No further inquiry was needed. Yet deep within, he had clung stubbornly to the illusion of military salvation. Hope, however irrational, had lingered in his heart. Until now, when the entire framework of survival collapsed, leaving no path forward, no refuge, only exile and death. All that remained was cold, unvarnished reality. The city's core still convulsed beneath the downburst's wrath, while icy winds swept across the entire metropolis, cloaking it beneath a shroud of roiling black clouds. Piercing cries of agony sliced through the gale, piercing Su Jin's ears. Staggering to the living room window, he saw a neighbor already perched on the opposite building's ledge, sobbing hysterically before plunging headlong into the void. From another nearby apartment block, figures wept aloud as they hurled themselves downward from upper floors. Their wails became the herald of death. Suicides multiplied before Su Jin's horrified gaze. Then on the 6th floor across the way, a woman clutched an infant in her arms, stood atop her windowsill, and shook her head desperately at Su Jin, before leaping, child in tow. No, don't jump. Don't jump. Su Jin stomped in panic, eyes wide, screaming hoarsely, watching helplessly as the horde closed in to tear mother and child limb from limb. He wrenched open the window and raised his firearm. Bang, bang, bang. 9 shots rang out, then only hollow clicks answered his fingers' pull. Mechanically, Su Jin kept squeezing the trigger, eyes wide open, watching the pair dismembered by the swarm until only crimson ripples shimmered across rain-slicked pavement. When one witnesses another being injected, a reflexive pang of pain often flashes through the observer, as if the needle pricks their own flesh. Now sharing the same abyss, facing imminent death, surrounded by unspeakable tragedy, Su Jin experienced for the first time a visceral, unbearable empathy, an agony as real and searing as his own flesh being flayed. His finger finally stilled upon the trigger, his stomach spasmed violently, and a thick metallic tang rose in his throat. He staggered forward, retching dryly, unable to expel anything at all. After 2 seconds of stunned silence, he whirled around and hurled the pistol to the floor, where it skittered and slammed against the wall. Where are the company agents? Su Jin collapsed to his knees, scanning wildly, howling into the emptiness. What can I possibly do? I'm just why me? I can't even save my own life. How could I save anyone else? Why don't you save us? I came here looking for work. What in God's name do you want from me? He screamed, struck the floor again and again, his knuckles splitting open slick with blood. Yet each blow grew weaker than the last. Finally, he slumped backward against the wall, burying his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Only quiet, broken whispers remained. Hope had been extinguished utterly. Across the neighborhood, suicides continued, one after another, without pause. Cold wind howled through the streets, carrying cries fading into its gale. Zhongwan, wake up, quickly. Inside the Fu residence, Fu Hu swayed dizzily, clinging to consciousness as he cradled Zhang Wan and called her name urgently. Ever since receiving the text message, the couple had been utterly paralyzed. Then the Hanxiong detonation erupted, and witnessing mass suicide sent Zhang Wan into immediate unconsciousness. Fu Qingdai stood frozen in the doorway, her delicate face drained of color, fingers gripping the doorframe so tightly her knuckles whitened. She dared not look outside, yet even the sounds alone left her trembling, unable to stand steady. Fu Hu called out twice, then turned Qingdai. Fetch some water quickly. Fu Qingdai nodded hurriedly and rushed to the water bucket, scooping a bowl full before returning to the bedroom. Seeing her father still administering emergency aid to her mother, Fu Qingdai's heart raced with fear and grief. She was terrified beyond measure. After a brief hesitation, she quietly shut the bedroom door behind her. She strode into the living room, scanned the space, and fixed her gaze upon a chair. Gritting her teeth, she lifted it high and brought it crashing down upon the door handle. Qingdai, what are you doing? Fu Hu bellowed from the bedroom. Fu Qingdai ignored him completely, jaw clenched, striking again and again. One swing missed entirely. Her momentum sent her fingers smashing hard against the metal handle, tearing away skin and flesh. Blood welled instantly from the wound. After several more blows, the handle finally loosened. Just as Fu Hu emerged from the bedroom, staring at his daughter in shock and fury. What do you think you're doing? I'm leaving. You're forbidden to leave. Not now. Stay right here. Your mother lies half dead. Don't add to the chaos. Fu Qingdai lowered her head and nodded silently. As soon as Fu Hu turned and rushed back into the bedroom, she immediately grasped the loosened handle and pulled. A soft metallic click echoed. The door eased open a narrow slit, and a pungent, acrid wave of smoke flooded inward. SSSSS, SSSSS, SSSSS. A shrill, grating sound persisted. The overhead light flickered erratically. The power grid was failing, teetering on total collapse. Outside, the bitter wind continued its relentless howl. Heart-pounding, Fu Qingdai edged past the entryway, intending to speak, but the sight before her choked her words into silence. HSSSS, HSSSS, HSSSS. Blood stained the floor everywhere. Su Jin sat on a stool, his fists tightly wrapped in bandages, dark crimson seeping through the gauze. His bare, powerfully muscled torso glistened with sweat. Under the flickering light, his defined contours gleamed with a faint golden sheen. His eyes slid sideways toward her. Fu Qingdai flinched violently, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. She had never seen such an expression on his face, pure hatred and rage, wild as a cornered beast. HSSSS, HSSSS, HSSSS. Their gazes locked. Tears streaming, voice trembling, Fu Qingdai whispered through sobs, "Brother, I'm scared." Clunk. The lights died, plunging the room into darkness save for the faint pulsing red ember of a cigarette tip. HSSSS. The glow dimmed. The abrasive sound of sharpening blades ceased abruptly. There's no need to fear. Brother is here. The wind and snow howled all night, and by the next day the rain had stopped. Su Jin woke up from his dreams and sat up. The previous night's indulgence in spirit allowed him to sleep more soundly than ever, greatly restoring his energy. He turned to glance out the window, his expression complicated. The regime announced its dissolution, and the cold sky missiles caused a sudden drop in temperature, with the army nowhere to be seen. The current situation had deteriorated to a point where it could not worsen. There was no point in fantasizing, there was no one to turn to for help, and everything had to rely on oneself. The outdoor temperature was extremely low, possibly near -50 degrees, and the indoor temperature, without heating, was almost the same as outside. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, which turned into a faint white mist in the air. Su Jin lifted the cotton quilt and got out of bed dressed in a thick down jacket. He crouched down to look at the mouse cage in the corner of the bed, wrapped in layers of clothing and insulated with foam at the bottom. The candle had burned out, but there was still movement in the cage. Seeing that the mouse was still alive, he felt a sense of relief. The source of infection remained mysterious. If this batch of lab mice froze to death, it would be a colossal waste. Fortunately, he had barely made it through the night. Even though he had put on several layers of clothing and covered himself with numerous warm materials, his limbs still felt a bit stiff and cold after a night of sleep. He only had one quilt, and his winter clothes were scarce. If it weren't for the few alcohol stoves he had ignited along with bricks gathered to retain heat, he might have risked frostbite that night. Su Qingdai had come last night, and he had also given her a few alcohol stoves. The situation of the Su family was different from his. They must have plenty of quilts at home, and getting through the night was completely not a problem. As for the others in the building, they should also find it easy to get through, as every household had gas tanks and sufficient combustible materials. Su Jin surveyed the room. Seeing that besides the water bucket being completely frozen there were no other anomalies, he scooped a few spoonfuls of lard for breakfast and headed straight out. He knocked on the door of the Su family, and almost immediately the door was opened. Su Qingdai's pale little face appeared, followed by the despondent and lonely expression of Su Hu. Upon seeing Su Jin, he was instantly taken aback. "Director, come in and talk." Su Jin raised his hand to interrupt, naturally stepping through the door. The room was in disarray, with a pile of ashes left from a bonfire in the center of the living room. The surrounding environment clearly indicated that they had disassembled the sofa to use as fuel. This family had spent the whole night in the living room. After observing the surroundings, Su Jin looked at Su Hu and got straight to the point. I sealed your door. What? You. Let me finish, Su Jin said seriously. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Li Haoqing, Director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau. I know that, Su Hu stammered. Su Jin shook his head. You know who I am, but you don't really understand what the National Bureau is responsible for. It is different from what I told you earlier. Our department is actually responsible for studying supernatural powers, a small and unappreciated entity among the various agencies. 30 years ago, the country unearthed artifacts from the Maya civilization that were 2,000 years old in the Northwest. Later, based on research, we named it the Maya civilization. I do not know if they are aliens or possess any special abilities, but by deciphering the stone tablets left by the Maya, they predicted the trajectory of future developments, including this disaster. The establishment of our department was precisely in response to the research on the Maya civilization. Su Qingdai and Su Hu's expressions froze in place. Su Jin continued. Initially, the country attached great importance to the discovery of the Maya civilization, but after 30 years of development, our department has almost been forgotten. Even internally, we have split into two factions. Many have long regarded it as a trivial position, and I am the only one who thinks differently. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Su Hu asked in surprise. Are you okay? My mind is very clear right now, Su Jin said in a deep voice. According to the prophecy left by the Maya, a savior will emerge to predict this disaster. I found your daughter following this clue. In fact, I lied to you before. I had already communicated with Qingdai before moving into your home. To put it simply, your daughter is the savior in the prophecy, and I am quite certain of this. Now that you have seen this disaster, I believe you should already have your own judgment on whether to believe it. Wait a minute. Su Hu pressed his forehead, his expression somewhat pained. The zombie infection was confirmed yesterday, and now someone was jumping out to tell him that his daughter was the future savior. With a series of events, his brain truly couldn't digest this information. Are you saying you knew this would happen all? You didn't inform the country, but instead came to place hope on my daughter. Su Hu's tone carried a hint of anger. Su Jin remained calm. The country has long known this news. Do you think it would be useful for me to say it again? Why did I ask you to buy bows and arrows by batteries? Did you think I wanted to hide here, not wanting to rely on the strength of the country? Our department doesn't even approve my budget. Hearing Su Jin's last shout, Su Hu was completely stunned. That was indeed. After all, they had not even approved the budget. Do you know what the situation of the country is right now? Su Hu asked with a trembling voice, a hint of expectation in his eyes. The country has become unreliable. We can only rely on ourselves. Su Hu's face quickly darkened, and he looked back at his daughter, his heart twisted in pain again. Su Jin continued. Old Su, you have served in the army and understand weapons. You have also seen the effects of the cold sky missiles. Do you have any expectation of when the temperature outside will warm up? I don't know. I am unclear. Maybe a week. It's summer now, perhaps it won't even take a week. Su Hu waved his hand weakly. A week, huh? Su Jin pondered inwardly. The cold sky missiles had bought him a week's buffer time. The cold temperature outside had already affected the zombies both indoors and outdoors. Conservatively estimating, he had 3 days to clean up the zombies in the community and gather supplies and manpower. Director Lee, please leave. I don't know what you want to do, but I don't want to get involved with you right now, Su Hu said dejectedly. My wife is in a coma and hasn't woken up yet. I received the text message and heard the broadcast, but I believe the country won't collapse so easily. Oh, I want to wait for rescue. Old Su. Su Jin said in a deep voice, what are you still fantasizing about? The country is unreliable. If it were reliable, we wouldn't have seen not even a shadow of the army by now. If it were reliable, how could they have launched missiles into the city? All right, I'll take a step back, even if the armed forces are still there. In the current situation, would it be your turn to save people? You, an ordinary citizen, what right do you have to be saved? How long can you wait for rescue? This time it was luck, the cold sky did not fall on us. But what if another wave of missiles comes? Can you survive? Then what am I supposed to do? What can I possibly do? Fu Hu roared, his composure utterly shattered. Get out of my house. Don't drag my daughter into your madness. I refuse to listen to your delusions. Dad. Fu Qingdai tugged desperately at her father's sleeve, her voice trembling with panic and helplessness. As long as we survive, anything is possible. Su Jin seized Fu Hu's shoulders, his eyes blazing wide. No nation. Then we shall forge one. No army. Then we shall raise one. If we cannot hide, we shall stand and fight. Let the damned zombies come. We'll tear them apart before they tear us. Everyone in this neighborhood knows each other. Your daughter once dreamed of the apocalypse, and you had her committed to a psychiatric hospital. Many people must know about that, right? That alone gives us leverage to rally support. Qingdai is humanity's sole beacon of hope. She could become an emperor, a prophet, a living deity. I will not let you destroy her. Fu Hu froze stunned into silence, staring blankly at Su Jin. The world has already crumbled beyond repair, and he wants to raise an army for counteroffensive and exploit Qingdai in the process. Old Fu, I know you love your daughter fiercely, but clinging to her like this only seals her fate, Su Jin said coldly. I won't stand by while you lead her straight into the abyss. I've grown attached to Qingdai these past days. But if you remain obstinate, then better she die swiftly in my hands than be slowly torn apart by those ravenous corpses. At that, Su Jin abruptly drew a silver spear and leveled it at Fu Qingdai. You have no time to hesitate. Choose now, stay and wait for death, or join me. One word is all it takes. Fu Qingdai stared into the dark, hollow mouth of the barrel, swallowed hard, and then shut her eyes, pressed her lips together, and stepped forward, pressing her forehead against the cold metal. No, don't. Fuhu raised a trembling hand. I agree. I agree to everything. Tell me what to do. I'll do it. Su Jin stepped back and sheathed the silver spear. Fuhu immediately pulled his daughter close, shielding her behind him, with wary eyes fixed on Su Jin. Su Jin sighed softly. Old Fu, I never intended harm to you or Qingdai. We truly have no other path. This is our only way forward. Your assessment of the danger is dangerously inadequate. I needed to shock you awake, to force you to confront reality now. Now that you've agreed, I swear on my life to protect Qingdai, and I ask the same of you. I've already stockpiled supplies for her on the 4th floor, and gave her the key long ago. Fuhu turned to look at his daughter. Seeing her give a quiet, solemn nod, the rigid tension in his face eased, just slightly. Su Jin continued, your wife suffered severe shock, didn't she? She'll never recover in this environment. I've stored some honeycomb coal and a coal stove on the 4th floor. Both are ready for use. Bring over the iron sheets and wooden planks from this room. Break the windows and construct a chimney. Take whatever else you need. With that, Su Jin sat down on the still intact sofa nearby and gestured casually toward Fuhu. Go ahead, hurry. I'll wait here. Once the stove is assembled, we'll talk further. Don't let your wife freeze to death. Fuhu glanced at his unconscious wife, then at his daughter, hesitated for a breath, then turned and led Fu Qingdai downstairs. 15 minutes later, Fu, who returned with his daughter, the first thing he saw upon entering the room, stopped him cold. Zhang Wan still lay motionless on the sofa. Yet Su Jin now stood before the living room window, brush in hand, painting it black with thick, glossy paint. No one knew where he'd found either. Director, what are you doing? You assemble the stove first, Su Jin replied without turning. That strange rain didn't infect humans alone. It infected animals too. I tested it on rats. Birds may carry it as well. Once infected, animals turn violently predatory toward any uninfected living thing. Hiding indoors offers no true safety. Blackening the windows at least diminishes one peril. Having just witnessed the sheer volume of supplies stacked throughout the apartment, and having heard Fu Qingdai's unwavering praise of Su Jin, this analysis struck him not as paranoia, but as brilliance. A quiet wave of admiration rose within him. He nodded once, and set to work assembling the stove with swift, practiced efficiency. He rolled iron sheets into tubes, bound them tightly with wire, sealed the seams with aluminum tape, and in moments a rudimentary chimney stood complete. Shattered windows were replaced with sturdy wooden panels. A safe, functional heating system was now fully operational. Though the windows gleamed pitch black, the warm glow of the stove bathed the room in amber light. Cozy, intimate, almost sacred. Fu Qingdai lifted a kettle and headed to Su Jin's room to chip ice for water. Su Jin and Fu, who sat facing each other beside the stove, gazing silently into its flickering heart, neither speaking, neither looking away, until Fu, who finally broke the silence. Directorly, were all the doors upstairs and downstairs sealed by you the day it rained? And did you shut off the main water valve? Yes. Won't they die of thirst inside their apartments? It's been 6 or 7 days now. They shouldn't starve. They have food, toilet tanks still hold water. A faint relief softened Fu Hu's expression, only to vanish as he asked, how did you find Qingdai? A colleague's child attends the same school as yours. I heard the rumors and went straight there. Directorly, is there truly no hope left? Has the State Emergency Bureau taken no action? And if this prophecy concerns my daughter, what comes after? Annoyed by the barrage of questions, Su Jin reached for a cigarette, then paused, glancing back at Zhang Wan still unconscious on the sofa, and slipped it back into his pocket with a quiet, weary sigh. No action whatsoever. Just idle bureaucrats and lethargic functionaries. The prophecy speaks only of a cataclysmic annihilation, and of a savior who foresees it. That's all. Nothing more. But Qingdai is just a child. How can a legend bind her to such a burden? Fu Hu's voice rose raw with anguish. Because she is a child. Precisely because, we must act now and shoulder that burden for her. Su Jin's voice dropped low, resonant, unyielding. Old Fu, I beg you, abandon all illusions. Even if rescue arrives, we must save ourselves first. The two are not mutually exclusive. They are inseparable. I will bear every consequence. Qingdai is merely a symbol, a talisman. She need do nothing. She need risk nothing. Fu Hu grunted low and fell silent again. Sensing the chill returning to the air, Su Jin asked, Old Fu, do you have any other family? Fu Hu stiffened. His voice trembled. My father. His phone hasn't rung in days. At those words, the towering man finally broke. Tears streamed down his weathered cheeks, unchecked, It wasn't until Fu Qingdai returned, kettle brimming with chipped ice, that Fu Hu roughly wiped his face and forced calm back into his posture. Sitting between them, Fu Qingdai glanced from one man to the other, her gaze steady, watchful, quietly resolute. Fu Hu drew a slow, deep breath. Director, what do we do next? Next? Su Jin's gaze lingered on the dancing flames in the stove, deep, distant, unblinking. Next we recruit talent. We build a team. You're a long-time resident. You know everyone in this building, don't you? Draft me a list, names, backgrounds, everything. I'll release them, one by one. By midday, all the steel scaffolding in the corridor had been dismantled. Su Jin stepped out of Fu Hu's apartment again, a list clutched in his hand. The list naturally contained the occupants' information. Fu Hu knew nearly every resident in the unit except for a few renters. After a quick search through the roster, Su Jin had a clear idea of the situation. It seemed an unusually high proportion of the neighborhood's elders had served in the military or government. What was most lacking now was physical force. Security needed to be bolstered. Across from the fourth-floor storage room lived a former soldier named Wang Song. He was a little younger than Fu, who just into his 40s. By ordinary reckoning, a military man would be disciplined and capable in combat, and a man in his 40s should still possess decent stamina. Recruiting him first would be most fitting. With adhesive solvent in hand, Su Jin sprayed the fourth-floor doorframe. After waiting 10 minutes, he knocked hard on Wang Song's door. If the occupant had turned into a zombie, even a simple response would betray it. But after knocking for a long while, neighbors downstairs began shouting for help, yet there was no response from Wang Song's apartment. After a moment's thought, Su Jin produced his silver gun. He had tested the gun the previous night. It fired 9 rounds, and would automatically reload to full after half an hour. The device the company had supplied was extraordinary. This golden advantage was formidable. He aimed at the peephole and fired once. The peephole was blasted clean through and fragments sprayed inward. Su Jin stepped back and peered through the hole to observe the interior. The floor was a dark pool of blood. 2 corpses lay on the ground, each covered with a white sheet. As he prepared to continue his observation, a faint sound came from inside. Who is it? I'm your neighbor. Are you Wang Song? Are you hurt? Su Jin slipped to the stairwell, braced himself against the doorframe, and kept his hands steady on the gun. Does it matter whether I'm hurt? Leave. Su Jin frowned. The 2 corpses inside appeared to have been killed after infection. By the bloodstains, they had been dead for some time. The man inside still showed signs of reason. Even if suspected of infection, the situation might yet be relatively safe. With that thought, Su Jin aimed the muzzle at the door lock. The silver gun packed formidable power, and with no worry of ricochet, 2 shots shattered the lock mechanism. Gently prying the door open, Su Jin moved with cinematic slowness, sidestepped inside, and swept his weapon from side to side. Wang Song, are you in there? Who are you? How do you have a gun? Hearing a voice from the bedroom, Su Jin slowed his steps and moved toward it. Entering the bedroom, he couldn't help but breathe easier. A man in his 40s sat on the windowsill, hesitating, as if he were about to jump. Su Jin closed the door behind him and lowered the muzzle. Wang Song, calm down. Don't jump. Wang Song turned frozen to the bone. His face was ashen and his teeth chattered. You have a gun. You're not my neighbor. Who are you? Who I am is irrelevant. Get down now. Close the window. Don't give up hope. We'll talk this through. Wang Song looked full of bitter sorrow. What hope is there? The nation is gone. It's raining everywhere. Do you think this world can be saved? A home makes a country. As long as we live, there is hope. Come down and we'll talk. Su Jin urged gently. Home. The home is gone too. You must have seen it. My mother and my wife turned into monsters. My son is elsewhere. There is probably no hope. Wang Song's voice grew thin and vacant. I'm almost there. Go, don't bother with me. I can't leave you. Many have lost their families the way you have. I have too. Su Jin pressed against the wall and watched him intently. Don't be so fatalistic. There is still hope for the future. Wang Song turned back with trembling hands, lifting his shirt to reveal a heavily bandaged chest. He looked down at a large patch of gray skin on his abdomen and forced a bitter smile. Look. Ugh. Bang. A shot rang out. Wang Song's bitter grin froze on his face as his body fell to the floor below. Su Jin slid down the wall, hand over his chest, breathing heavily. I killed someone. It's fine. He was a zombie. His speech faltered. He was at the very least on the threshold of turning. Wasn't this in a sense helping him? He comforted himself thus for a while, then rose from the wall, still shaken, and closed the... He moved into the living room, found a mop handle, and used it to lift the shroud from one corpse. Seeing the wound made his throat tighten, he jabbed the mop handle in with 2 quick prods. Infection from a zombie attack might not be guaranteed, but now was certainly no time for verification. Therefore Wang Song had to be put down. The 2 zombies on the floor had clearly struggled with Wang Song. Their clothes were torn to rags. Their necks, chests, and abdomens were lacerated. Most striking was a deep wound to the chest. That was the fatal wound. Coupled with the earlier rat experiment, it confirmed the zombie's weakness truly lay in the heart. The trip had not been entirely fruitless. Resolving this, Su Jin drew a deep breath and found a blanket. He wrapped a corpse in it and pushed the bundle out through the nearest window. After disposing of the 2 bodies, still uneasy, he returned to the corridor. Taking up the list again, Su Jin fixed his gaze on the 6th floor. The experience had been frightening. He had been far too careless. He decided not to look for the young and strong right now. 2 old men lived on the 6th floor, according to Fu, who both had once done research and had served in the army. But they appeared to be approaching 70. Even if they turned, the danger should be limited. After all, the frailty of age would Sunya in 601 was a solitary elder, so he chose to check on him first. An elderly turn, if it occurred, might not be aggressive. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he repeated the routine solvent and a knock. Su Jin waited with his gun. Not long after, a voice from behind the door asked, "Who are you?" A neighbor from downstairs. My door was sealed, and it sounded like the people downstairs were sealed too. How did you get out? Are you injured? Hearing that, Su Jin raised an eyebrow. This old man was no ordinary elder, his cognition was sharp. I sealed the door, it can be opened now. I'm not injured. How about you? No sooner had the question been asked than the sound of a door being opened replaced it. The door seemed to be pushed from within and slowly swung ajar. Su Jin moved forward slowly. Upon seeing the scene beyond the door, his whole body froze. In the darkness, a lone flicker of candlelight danced. Behind the candlelight, a lean old man leveled a hunting rifle at him, eyes cold and fixed. Don't move. Stand where you are. Don't shoot. Su Jin raised his hands, forcing calm. I mean no harm. I'm here to save you. There are many people in the building. I only want to bring everyone together so we can survive together. I heard from Huohuo downstairs that you are Mr. Sunright. Gather together to keep warm. Sunya gave a bitter, chilling smile in the candlelight. The nation is gone. The world is beyond salvation. What good would huddling together do now? How can you be so sure there is no hope? The most important thing now is to organize ourselves against outside threats. If we give up now. Don't say that. Sunya snapped, then his voice turned constrained. There is no chance to turn this back. That rain infected not only people, but animals. Infected creatures are driven by instinct to attack the living. Most major military districts are stationed outdoors where wild animals are common and lights at night are conspicuous. On that rainy night, those districts must have been attacked by infected creatures. Small animals entered buildings, and the army could not effectively retaliate. Any sortie would only expose soldiers to the rain, worsening the situation. The first to suffer were not the cities, but the military. The armed forces may have been annihilated within the first moments. After listening to Sun Ya's account, Su Jin was astonished and fell into silence. According to the description from Huohuo, this old man used to be involved in the research and development of medical devices and had a deep background. But now the windows of the room were all covered, and he had a hunting rifle in hand. Coupled with his analysis, it was evident that this old man was not so simple. Old man, my name is Li Haoqing. Can I sit down and talk? Sunya gazed at Su Jin, slowly lowered the muzzle of his gun, and nodded. Su Jin cautiously approached and pulled out a chair to sit opposite him. That rain could infect animals. How did you know? And the environment in the house, what's your analysis of the army? I used to work in the military industry, Sunya sighed, stroking the hunting rifle. I noticed changes in people and took some rainwater to experiment on my dog at home. The dog went insane and I had to put it down. I worried that birds and beasts might also be infected, so I covered all the windows. Until yesterday, the country announced a termination of functions. I realized we were completely doomed. The army could no longer be relied upon. You know the inside. How can you be sure it's 100% unreliable? Even if the army was infected, it shouldn't have declared itself ineffective so quickly. There are still capabilities in the city to organize a counterattack. Once credit is lost, organizing becomes much harder. Su Jin frowned and asked. Sunya pondered. You're right. From the perspective of the army being largely infected, the country indeed has no reason to give up so easily, but I suspect two possibilities. The first possibility is that insects might also be infected. If insects are infected, the extinction of humanity is only a matter of time. The higher-ups can't protect others and can only seek self-preservation. The second possibility is that the effects of this rain are far more complicated than they seem. There must be other characteristics. No virus in nature can cross species and mutate so rapidly. This is not a virus, it is a supernatural disaster. Sunya concluded with a deep sigh covering his face. Su Jin fell silent, lost in deep shock and worry. After taking a deep breath and wiping his face, Sunya looked at Su Jin. I answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer. Ask away. You locked down the residence in advance. It wasn't just my family you locked down, was it? I locked down the entire unit. Why? Sunya fixed his focused gaze on Su Jin. A little girl on the 5th floor said the apocalypse is coming, and I believe her. Huh, you really are out of your mind. Sunya remarked sarcastically, but then his expression turned serious, mumbling to himself, that girl Qing Dai. I know about her. I thought she was mentally unwell. But now it seems more complicated. How did she know in advance? Do you believe in nature? Su Jin asked softly. Nature? I believe in science, but I also believe that nature balances everything. Such disasters happen. Although organizations collapse, there must be a solution. Su Jin looked at Sunya. I believe there will be a force to counterbalance this disaster. Qing Dai has already indicated the problem. Old man, I see you holding a gun here. You don't want to die, right? Come with me. Now is the time to organize a team. I have a cage of mice. You are a research expert, and you can help me conduct more reliable experiments. Upon hearing this, Sun Ya's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as he scrutinized Su Jin from head to toe. Organizing a team. Do you have the ability? Why should others believe in you? Because I have a profit in hand, and I am the director of the National Key Risk Intervention. Sunya narrowed his eyes. Nonsense. The country doesn't even have such a department. Now it does. Sunya scanned Su Jin with suspicion, then suddenly nodded in realization. Alright, you are right, there can be one now. I can help you. However, you must know that I am nearly 70 and not far from the grave. In this rotten world, death makes no difference. If you want me to serve you as a leader, you need to have the qualifications. If you are just a brainless waste, I might as well give myself a bullet for a quicker end. So what do you want? Sunya pondered for a moment and directly threw the hunting rifle to Su Jin. This is a shotgun. I have 30 rounds left. You go downstairs and clear out those zombies. The heart seems to be their weak point. They react to sound, light, and smell. There are many stray cats and dogs in the community, so be cautious. If you can do it, even if you are a madman, I'll give you my life. That's my intention. You just wait upstairs and watch. Su Jin took the shotgun and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He picked up the bullets and headed outside, saying as he walked, "Old man, your neighbor is also an expert, right? I sealed the door with glue and left the adhesive remover for you. If you can ensure safety, let him out. If you can't handle it, wait for me to come back. This room is cold. Go wait at Huohuo's house for me." Got it. Su Jin nodded, but suddenly halted at the door. He turned back to Sunya with an awkward smile. "How do you use this gun?" Sunya laughed angrily. "Hey, I thought you were more capable. Come back and I'll teach you." 40 minutes later, Su Jin stood in the first floor corridor wearing an additional rough, hand-sewn zombie defense suit under his down jacket. He had gloves on his hands and a motorcycle helmet on his head. A silver pistol and a shotgun were both strapped to his waist, and a machete was sheathed at his side. After all, he was a novice, and if he got nervous and dropped the gun, retrieving it would be a hassle, so he prepared thoroughly. In the dim corridor, Su Jin lowered his head to adjust his breathing. Until his heartbeat calmed down, he lifted his foot and kicked the unit door. The loud banging echoed outside. The zombies, which had originally formed a thin layer of ice due to the low temperature, moved at the sound. The fragile ice shells on their bodies shattered as they staggered toward Su Jin's position. Before long, a dozen zombies had closed in on the unit door. At this moment, a firecracker exploded from a distance. The zombies who had gathered at the unit door turned and rushed toward the sound of the firecracker. Meanwhile, a series of urgent clanging sounds came from the handrails in the corridor. Without hesitation, Su Jin yanked open the unit door. As he opened the door, he faced a dozen zombies with their backs turned to him. Bang, 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 bang. 9 shots in a row, all 9 rounds were expended. Su Jin slammed the unit door shut and retreated back into the corridor. Huff. After exhaling a cloud of white vapor, he turned and ran back to the 5th floor. Coming toward him was Fu Qing Dai, standing at the stairway, one hand holding a firecracker and the other a wrench, her face beaming. "Brother, did it work?" It worked. I think I killed 3, but I didn't see clearly. Let's do a few more rounds." Su Jin affectionately ruffled Fu Qing Dai's hair. "Well done." Following the same method after repeated actions several times, the majority of the zombies fell to the ground and the community returned to calm. The sun descended and the sky grew darker. Zhang Wan had already awakened, though her expression was listless. The room also had Sunya and another gone old man. Everyone sat around the stove warming themselves with a pot on top that was bubbling with sauerkraut. Pork lard and sliced ham were added, and the stew looked rich and oily with a fragrant aroma wafting throughout the room. "Shall we let me introduce you?" Sunya patted the old man beside him. "Waiter, you are called Old Wei, right? We are old acquaintances and were colleagues in the past. Old Wei, this is the Shaoli I mentioned to you." Waiter looked up at Su Jin, forcing out a faint smile, and Su Jin quickly reached out to shake hands. "Sunya-san, you are aware of your sister-in-law's heart condition. Her passing this time spares her from greater suffering. You need to think positively and live well, not just for yourself, but also for the younger ones. Though we may be old bones, we can still be of some use. Moreover, our lives are also saved by Shaoli." Waiter nodded lightly, wiping the corners of his eyes. The stew in the pot continued to bubble, and Zhang Wan went to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Su Jin looked at Sunya and said, "Old man, does this mean you agree to help me?" Sunya nodded. "You are quite courageous and resourceful. Although I feel your mind is not quite right, it's not bad. I have no other choice but to help you. But I don't understand, why did you leave 1 or 2 zombies instead of clearing them all? How many bullets do you have in that pistol?" "There are plenty of bullets for the pistol. That shotgun is for self-defense, so it's better to conserve it. As for why I left 2 zombies, I plan to practice shooting on the remaining ones." There are also bows and arrows in the house, and bullets are not lacking. It seems you are indeed well prepared." After Sunya finished speaking, he fell into contemplation, then said seriously, "Today you've killed quite a few zombies, but do not let your guard down. Inside there, the zombies are frozen on the outside, their ears, noses, and eyes sealed in ice, yet they can still react quickly. Their movement speed is comparable to that of a normal person's walking speed." Su Jin pondered. "So once the temperature starts to warm up, the zombies' mobility may greatly increase." A sharp observation. "It seems I don't need to worry too much about you," Sunya added. "But the problem is not as simple as just being frozen on the surface. With such external temperatures, and having rained a day and night is enough to freeze all the bodily fluids within an organism. Those zombies should essentially be like blocks of frozen meat. According to common logic, they should have completely lost their ability to move. Yet they can still move. This is something that current science cannot explain." Sunya paused. "I hope you can bring me 2 zombies tomorrow to help me dissect and study them. There's a risk of infection. Are you willing? Are you confident?" Su Jin hesitated. Although he claimed he could do such a thing, and had prepared plenty of protective gear, he still felt that dissecting zombies was too risky. Various bodily fluids could seep or splatter, and he couldn't guarantee what the consequences would be. Sunya hesitated for a moment and said, I have no confidence. This situation has exceeded the existing knowledge system. I have some understanding of medicine, but I am still inferior to real experts. I can only say we should increase our awareness of the dangers as much as possible. I know the risks are high, you can choose not to do it. But I believe that compared to the potential future costs, this risk is worth taking. I understand. Tomorrow I will drag back 2 corpses. I will handle it while you observe. Su Jin nodded, then said, Old son, I have a cage of rats that still needs your experimentation. Why not start tomorrow as well? Sunya nodded. Collecting ice carries the risk of splattering. I still have half a bottle of rainwater I collected earlier which will come in handy. Your rainwater might already be useless. I still need to collect ice for you. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jin said calmly, What do you mean? Sunya's gaze suddenly sharpened. How do you know the rainwater is useless? I can see the source of the infection. That thing will dissipate after about 5 days. Hiss. Sunya gasped, and everyone in the room turned to look at Su Jin. Even the extremely despondent Wade couldn't help but lift his head. You have such an ability. How did you do it? What form does the infectious material take? Su Jin smiled wryly. Perhaps it's a talent. Isn't Qing Dai also able to foresee the future? But my ability is of little use. The infectious material appears as a gray mist. Without water, it will transform into a gaseous state, making it easy to disperse. Unfortunately, I can only see the initial state of this material. Once it infects a being, I can no longer perceive its characteristics. Well, that's good news then. So you do have some sort of special ability. No wonder you believe in that girl Qing Dai. Sunya showed a delighted expression. It will dissipate in 5 days. Since the rain has stopped, the source of the pollution will soon disappear. No. Wade spoke up at this moment, his voice filled with fatigue. Whether there will be a second rain is still uncertain. The source of the infection has shifted from the rain to living beings. Do you see any signs of those walking corpses approaching death? Once these words were spoken, everyone felt a weight in their hearts. Su Jin smiled helplessly. Everyone stop holding on to illusions. Right now, we can only rely on ourselves. Prepare for battle. Let's eat first. That night, the winds outside had calmed down. Inside the house, there was a profound silence. The hissing sound of burning coal was distinctly audible. The faint firelight seeping through the gaps of the stove added a touch of warm yellow to the darkness. Sunya and the others each found a good spot, wrapped themselves in blankets, and fell into a deep slumber. Su Jin crouched in the corner, unable to sleep, gazing at the firelight that seeped from the stove, lost in thought. After killing quite a few zombies in a day, he felt little fear. Instead, he had an indescribable exhilaration from the revenge. But dissecting? Can I do it? Old son wants to conduct experiments, and the characteristics of this infection have not yet been fully understood. Should he wait for him to finish the experiments before recruiting newcomers, or just start directly? While pondering, a small shadow darted by from in front of the stove, softly pouncing and landing beside Su Jin. Qing Dai. Su Jin glanced down. Brother, can I sleep next to you? Su Qing Dai, wrapped in a blanket, revealed only her small face. Su Jin reached out and gently patted her head. Feeling that his hand was greasy, he quickly wiped it on Su Qing Dai's blanket. What's wrong? My mom's condition is still not good today. What should I do? Leaning against Su Jin, Su Qing Dai whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Su Jin looked up, letting out a long sigh. After all, she was still young. It was remarkable that she had managed to persist until now, helping him kill zombies. It's okay. Your mom just needs some time to recover. Things will become safer over time. Sooner or later, we will be able to live normally like we used to. Su Qing Dai silently shed tears without speaking. Seeing this, Su Jin wrapped his arms around her, letting out a snort. This grease could fry a dish. With you around, at least we don't have to fear starvation. Brother. Su Qing Dai's face instantly flushed red, and she let out a whimper as she lifted the blanket. She wrapped her head into a ball and burrowed into Su Jin's embrace. The next day, the cold wind rose again. A few people got up early and had breakfast. With the addition of professionals, the improvement in the study of infectious materials was undoubtedly assured. In the morning, Su Jin took ice, dividing it into containers of the same specifications to hold different quantities of ice cubes, then heated them to melt into water. Each container held a different concentration of gray substance and was numbered accordingly. This entirely relied on his visual judgment. Based on his naked eye observation of the gray mist concentration, he drew different shades on white paper as color cards for reference for the two experts. Later, under the guidance of Sunya and Wade, he made some simple adjustments for errors to address the deficiencies. The gray mist, a supernatural substance that could not be observed, had already been subjected to quantifiable experiments in a short time under expert guidance. By the time the experimental part was finished, it was already noon. The two elderly men were still busy observing in the makeshift laboratory. Su Jin stepped out, feeling considerably relieved. The Fu family was sitting in the living room, unsure of what to do. After sitting idle for several hours, the faces of Fu Hu and his wife visibly showed signs of impatience. Su Jin glanced over and immediately understood the situation. Out of consideration for this family, he had not arranged anything for them until now. It was time to give them something to do. whether to distract them or provide value to the team. Continuing to rest might worsen their mental state. Perhaps getting busy would serve as a better form of rest. Before Su Jin could say anything, Fu, who had already stood up, hesitantly asking director, "What can I do?" Just after leaving those words, Su Jin ran up to the 4th floor. After several trips, the living room had accumulated quite a few items, various sizes and types of stones, clothing, and aluminum rolls. Additionally, there was a bag of pig feed. Catching his breath, Su Jin said, "Old Fu, the stones and the contents of that bag are for you and your daughter. For now, you don't need to do anything else. Just train indoors to improve your physical strength. Focus mainly on arms and legs as well as lung capacity. Also for archery, let's open the doors between our 2 houses and remove the entrance. Use the quilt as a target and practice well, it will be useful later." While pointing at the bag of pig feed on the ground, Su Jin added, "The contents in there should be consumed before and after practice. It will help you rapidly gain muscle and alleviate fatigue." Fu scratched his head, saying, "Director, isn't that pig feed?" "What pig feed?" "That's a special training drink I prepared for you in advance. The large quantity just happens to fit in a pig feed bag." Su Jin said calmly, "If you're unclear on how to train, I can teach you." Although it was pig feed, it contained genuinely good, pure whey protein. In the current world, the fitness market had not yet developed. The value and recognition of whey protein were incredibly low. The protein powder that fitness enthusiasts consumed was once the slop from rural pig pens. Initially, when he discovered whey protein at the slaughterhouse, he was overjoyed. Perfect protein. It might even contain precious veterinary medicines. Furthermore, this experience at the slaughterhouse had alerted him. He wanted to buy some potent drugs at the pharmacy, but they were all regulated. However, veterinary medicine had fewer restrictions, and he easily acquired antibiotics. Although the standards and specifications certainly did not meet human use in this world, such small impurities, it's just a pity he couldn't obtain testosterone. If he had testosterone, a couple of injections for Fu Qingdai would undoubtedly lead to explosive muscle gains. There was no need to worry about side effects. If danger truly arose, there was no fear of hormones. Sending Fu Qingdai to a steroid-infused planet as zombies would have taken her away first. After hearing Su Jin's explanation, Fu, who looked bewildered and hesitantly, said, "Director, I have no problem training. But what about my daughter? What can a girl achieve? What if she ends up weak in a tough situation? Not training will only make her weak." Su Jin said earnestly, "Old Fu, I won't be polite anymore. You simply lack education and have an outdated mindset. We're safe for the time being." Although Qingdai is a girl and gains muscle slowly, her muscle recruitment ability improves quickly, as I just explained to you. After listening, Fu, who still looked confused, but his expression turned serious. "Director, although I didn't fully understand, I know what to do." "Very good, just like that." Su Jin turned to the somewhat awkward Zhang Wan, lowering his voice, "Sister-in-law, I know you're scared, but since I'm here as a government official, without mentioning Qingdai's special situation, I also have a responsibility to protect you. I will protect you until the end. You can put your heart at ease." Zhang Wan's eyes filled with tears as she continuously nodded. "Adjust your mood. I have a task for you as well." Su Jin looked at the supplies on the ground. "You can sew. I need you to redesign these clothes and fabrics, sewing pockets on them to insert pieces of aluminum rolls. One must ensure flexibility while providing comprehensive protection without leaving blind spots. Given your expertise, I believe you can manage." After inspecting the clothing on the ground, Zhang Wan nodded. "This isn't difficult. I will give it a try." "Great. Sister-in-law, this is a crucial part of our safety," Su Jin said with focused expression, looking at Zhang Wan. "Our lives depend on you." Don't worry. I guarantee there won't be any mistakes." By the afternoon, after having lunch, they re-equipped themselves, ensuring tight protection. Su Jin hurried down the stairs with a piece of thin iron sheet. Today they were not planning to search for new recruits inside the building. The 2 experts were studying the infectious material, and later they would perform a zombie dissection before it got dark. With his limited physical strength and energy, he needed to remain in peak condition to recruit newcomers and prevent unforeseen events. Additionally, delaying for a while would be beneficial. The longer people persisted, the stronger their mentality would become. Forming a team hastily meant that those with weak mentalities were better off not participating. Despite this plan, when he reached the 1st floor, Su Jin still knocked on the doors of the 2 apartments. Hearing faint footsteps and the sound of a door being knocked, he sighed as he stepped outside. Both apartments on the 1st floor had been completely wiped out. Although the rainwater had not flooded in, he saw zombies knocking on windows the next morning. Both 1st floor units had their windows opened, indicating they were utterly gone. Outside, Su Jin had appeared, and there were immediately calls for help from the upstairs residents. Ignoring them, Su Jin quickly drew his gun, gauged the distance, and shot down the last 2 zombies. He then found nearby zombie corpses and covered them with iron sheets to drag them back. He wasn't sure if they would resurrect, so he covered them just in case. If they suddenly rose, he could respond in time. Fortunately, the anticipated malicious events did not occur, and he successfully dragged 2 corpses back to Wang Song's home. An hour later, Sun Ya paused his experiment and descended to the ground floor. Su Jin stood beside the dining table where a zombie, limbs splayed wide, was tightly bound to its corners and legs. A variety of tools were laid out along the table's edge. Another zombie lay securely restrained nearby. After a brief survey, Sun Ya nodded in approval. "Well done, Shaoli. You're remarkably cautious, a true protege for scientific research. Had this incident not occurred, I'd gladly take you on as my student. I'll guide your procedure now. I'll observe and record. No thank you. I'd never wish to relive such an experience. Not in this lifetime. Su-jin gasped heavily, swallowing repeatedly. By the way, Professor Sun, aren't you specialized in medical devices? Do you also perform dissections regularly? Not exclusively, but I've observed several. Let's begin. Su-jin drew a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and said firmly, proceed. Make the incision slowly. The internal pressure may be abnormally high. Guard against splatter. The heart is the critical weakness. We'll examine only the viscera. Start 1 centimeter below the clavicles on both sides, cutting down to the sternal midline. Then continue along the intersection point to the pubic symphysis. Su-jin held his breath, clenched his teeth, and guided the blade downward. The tactile resistance of flesh vibrating up the steel, jarring his very consciousness. Even with full protective gear, the visual assault, the acrid stench, and the gnawing dread of infection churned his stomach to the brink of retching. As the skin parted, Su-jin's face drained of color. This is far harder to cut than I imagined. Has the zombie's dermis undergone some mutation? No. It's your blade that's dull, the corpse that's too cold, and you who are far too tense, Sunya replied calmly. Huff. Professor Sun, tell me something else. Ugh. By the way, Professor Sun, you specialize in military hardware, don't you? Why switch to medical instrumentation? Heh. My temperament, as you've surely noticed, clashed with my department colleagues. But I excel at many things. Did you know who developed China's first MRI machine? Newton. Who's Newton? You've truly lost your wits. It was me, I did it. His hands, slick and viscous, Su-jin kept cutting, suppressing. Never imagined meeting someone of your stature here. Why do you live in such a rundown place? Rundown. 20 years ago, this was an elite residential compound. Few could afford entry. Later standards declined, but I've grown accustomed to it. No need to move. Sunya added, do you know what Lao Wei does? Old Wei. Didn't you say he's also in military hardware? He's no ordinary engineer. He played a pivotal role in the intensive development of the Hanxiong missile system. He is in truth a master weapons specialist. To establish ourselves firmly, we'll require heavy firepower, and mastering its use demands profound technical expertise. Only he can provide comprehensive guidance. Good heavens. This place truly teems with hidden masters. As he spoke, the S-shaped incision across the zombie's torso was complete. Sunya waved his hand, covering his nose and mouth. Pull it open. Su-jin pressed his lips together and peeled back the 2 flaps of flesh, exposing the interior to both men. Now split the sternum. We must check whether the skeletal structure has mutated. Su-jin held his breath, seized an axe, and gestured for Sunya to step back. Sunya retreated farther. Su-jin swung the axe downward with all his strength, sending bone fragments scattering. Ugh. Why shout so loudly? Sunya frowned sharply. This isn't human work. Even killing feels less harrowing than this. Cough. Amid muttered curses, the sternum and ribs lay cleaved apart. Beneath his helmet, Su-jin's eyes burned crimson, sweat drenching his brow. Sunya stepped forward, inspecting the fractured bone edges before turning to the viscera. No abnormalities in the bones. Now slice open the organs. Anywhere will do as long as structures remain visible. Which organ should I cut first? You've already opened the chest. Cut them all. Fine. Su-jin grabbed the knife and hacked away, then froze mid-slice. Hey, a sea urchin. Have you lost your sense of smell? That's not a sea urchin. Stop stirring it. Step aside. Honestly, do you fear this or simply revel in it? Are you mincing meat? Even serial killers don't carve like this. Sunya approached, picking up a spare fruit knife, and began probing the viscera with clinical precision. Liver, normal. Lungs, normal. Intestines, normal. Kidneys, normal. Heart, also normal. Sunya's brow furrowed in puzzlement as he probed deeper with the blade. The heart, shattered by gunfire, lay unrecognizable, blurred and fragmented. After careful examination, Sunya frowned. Come take a look. This blackened patch. Is it charred or naturally embedded? My vision isn't sharp enough to tell. Su-jin leaned in, squinting closely. The fragmented heart bore a black speck no larger than half a thumbnail fused into its tissue. It's intrinsic, appears to be connective tissue. Its texture is nearly osseous, far harder than any pathological cardiac tissue could ever become. Clearly that gray substance primarily targets the heart. At this, Sunya's expression hardened. Dissect the other one, immediately. Wait. Su-jin's demeanor turned abruptly grave. Unfazed now by the viscera's chill and stickiness, he plunged his hand directly into the abdominal cavity. When he withdrew it, 2 fingers clutched a stone, crystalline, translucent, luminous as polished jade. What is this? Sunya exclaimed, astonished. Su-jin breathed heavily, eyes alight with fervor. Zombie crystal. What's a zombie crystal? Sunya demanded urgently. It forms inside zombies through mutation. Ingesting it grants extraordinary powers. Where did you hear that? It's standard in novels. TCH, clearly you've got some wiring loose. Zombie crystal. Sunya recoiled with disdain. That's a gallstone, plain and simple. Impossible. Can gallstones grow this perfectly? Su-jin wiped the jade reverently, only for Sunya to slap it from his grasp. The stone shattered on impact, scattering into jagged shards, and Su Jin's heart splintered with it. The gallstones I extracted 2 years ago were far more elegant. Look, there's another cluster right here. Enough chatter, dissect the next one now. Swallowing his anguish, Su Jin lifted the second zombie and resumed the autopsy. With prior experience, the process unfolded markedly faster this time. Both men focused solely on their objective, examining the heart. After several precise incisions, the same blackened connective tissue emerged once more. Yet this specimen differed significantly in scale, roughly thumb-sized. Sunya probed it with his blade, shifted position, and punctured multiple sites before slicing open the zombie's forearm to inspect deeper musculature. After a flurry of activity, he crouched again to re-examine the first corpse discarded on the floor. When he rose, his face bore a trace of genuine alarm. "What is it, Professor Sun?" Su Jin tensed instinctively. After a pause, Sunya pointed to the second zombie. Its original host was a slender man, clearly untrained. The one on the floor is considerably heavier. Logically, his muscle density should exceed the others, yet the opposite proves true. Though our sample remains small, the sole plausible explanation lies in the size disparity of the cardiac mutation zone. Meaning, zombies are evolving. Su Jin's spine went icy. Sunya exhaled a plume of frost. We should have anticipated this. Yet the blackened tissues in these two specimens occupy different locations. If their ultimate aim is total cardiac colonization, they remain far from reaching their limit. No, what is this? Sunya extended the knife and gently pried open the heart. He had been so focused on the front that he completely overlooked a sharp pointed object protruding from the side of the heart. As the tip of the knife pried it open, the object behind the heart was suddenly exposed to their eyes. It was a bright red olive-shaped meatball. They leaned in to observe, and Su Jin's heartbeat raced uncontrollably, his pupils constricting. What is this? Lymph. It's not lymph. Sunya looked up in shock at Su Jin. There are indeed lymph capillaries within cardiac tissue. Even if there were a lesion, it wouldn't grow like this, nor would it be in this position. This thing does not belong in a human body. Are you feeling your heart race and feeling very hungry? Yes. Su Jin nodded, tremblingly looking at Sunya. You also feel it. How could this be? The feeling is getting stronger. Su Jin's expression was somewhat twisted. The moment they clearly saw the entirety of the meatball, an unprecedentedly strong hunger erupted within them, as if the meatball possessed an immense allure that compelled one to consume it. Even amidst a pile of repulsive internal organs, this impulse was hard to resist. Fortunately, both of them had strong willpower and managed to retain some basic rationality. Sunya took a breath, gazing intently at the meatball, and muttered to himself, in a state of extreme hunger, the brain's physiological mechanisms redefine taste. Foods that are high in energy, like internal organs, become the top priority for the human body. Foods that were originally difficult to swallow can become delicious. Nutrition is the core. What are you talking about, Sun Lao? Are you okay? Su Jin hurriedly reached out to shake Sunya. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sunya shook his head, gently deep in thought. I wonder, is it this thing tempting us, or is our body craving it? That makes sense. I feel like eating it would give me amazing power. Can you stop thinking about your silly novel? You're an adult now, how can you be so childish? Having said that, Sunya used the knife to cut off the meatball. He then placed it on the table, preparing to divide it. Su Jin reached out to stop him. Wait, let me do it. I'm wearing thick clothes. What if a strongly corrosive liquid spills out? Sunya nodded and gave way to Su Jin. Go ahead, but be careful. The sharp blade cut into the meatball. Upon contact, it felt as if they were slicing into a resilient rubber ball. It felt as if applying pressure would cause whatever was inside to burst out. Su Jin adjusted the blade and thrust. With a slight downward push, it felt like piercing through the skin of a pig. Then he sliced diagonally. The bottom of the meatball retained some sinew, not completely severed. The intense hunger surging from their bodies began to multiply, as if they had been starved for days. Su Jin gritted his teeth and slowly opened the meatball with his hands. Sunya's pupils dilated as the contents inside captivated their gazes. Logically, when the meatball was cut in half, the insides should also be split into two. But reality was not as such. Peeling back the two sides of the meat membrane was more akin to peeling a lychee. In the middle appeared a complete, extremely clear, transparent water ball, showing no signs of being cut at all. It was difficult to even perceive its existence without careful observation. Sunya examined it for a moment, suppressing his discomfort, and looked up at Su Jin, asking, "It looks like a water ball. Your vision is different from ordinary people. Can you see anything special?" "Water ball. It appears colorful to me, very beautiful, like something precious." Su Jin's nerves were taut. Though he couldn't discern the details of the water ball, Sun, you mentioned the contents in the meatball indeed appeared colorful to him, with a halo swirling within the water ball. Unlike the form of gray mist, it was full of beauty and entirely devoid of any ominous feeling. "Pour it into this tray." Sunya flicked the pre-prepared tray on the table. Su Jin nodded. Just as he tilted his hands, an unexpected change occurred. The elastic water ball first landed on his index finger, then slid down to the web between his thumb and index finger, and the halo within the water ball vanished as it passed through the glove. The water ball dispersed at the web of his hand, evaporating into nothingness. What's going on? The sudden disappearance of the water ball made Sun Ya's hair stand on end. Su Jin's own hair stood on end as he stared blankly at Sunya, it seems. I seem to have absorbed it. After speaking, a torrent of heat surged within him, and his mind buzzed as he fell into unconsciousness, faintly hearing Sun Ya's urgent calls. Shally, will the director wake up? It's already bright out. He's running a high fever. Don't touch him, or it could be trouble if he turns into a corpse. From what we observe, it doesn't seem like a corpse transformation. His eyes are moving quickly as zombies shouldn't be able to dream. He's awake. Fuhu steadied his gun. In the darkness, Su Jin struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurry. He attempted to move, but found his limbs bound. After a couple more minutes, Su Jin gradually came to shaking his head and hoarsely asking what's going on. You can still speak, so it's fine. Fu Qingda's originally gloomy face erupted with joy. Sunya squatted in front of Su Jin, poking his face with a small stick. Shally. Are you okay? Water. Get me some water, cough. At this, Fu Qingdai hurriedly ran to the kitchen to fetch water, holding a cup and about to feed it to Su Jin when Sunya intercepted her. What a fluster. Use a long spoon to feed him and stay away from him. Hee. Hearing Su Jin's low laugh, everyone in the room felt a chill run down their spines. Sunya's face grew serious. What are you laughing about? Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. It's better to be cautious. You brat. How can you still have the energy to joke at a time like this? We were all scared to death. Sunya cursed, taking the long spoon filled with water to feed Su Jin. Do you remember what happened? After a hearty drink, Su Jin recalled, I remember that water ball was absorbed by me. I was in a half-dream, half-awake state, feeling a flow of energy rushing around in my body. Sunya took notes, continuing to ask several questions. He peeled back Su Jin's eyelids for inspection, feeling a sense of relief. You seem clear-headed. There doesn't appear to be any issues. Should I untie you? Su Jin shook his head. Don't rush it. Let's observe a bit longer. I feel something's off with my body. It feels light, like him about to float away. As long as you're clear-headed, everything else is a minor issue. Untie him for observation. Sunya decisively ordered. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingdai disregarded Fu Hu's objections and hurriedly came forward to help Su Jin untie the ropes. Brother, do you feel okay? Fu Qingdai asked with concern. Su Jin patted her hand and stood up under the... As soon as he stood upright, the feeling of lightness intensified suddenly. Su Jin looked at the side wall, an idea sparking in his mind. Don't be nervous, my body feels a bit abnormal. I need to try something. With that, he lifted his foot and ran towards the wall, taking 2 or 3 steps to ascend the wall. He turned sideways and walked on the wall, his body almost parallel to the ground. Until he reached the corner of the room, he fell to the ground with a thud, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Superman. The room was filled with astonished gazes as Su Jin rose from the ground. Though he looked quite disheveled, the act he had just performed was truly remarkable, akin to something from a film. The motion was simple, yet the lightness, suspension, speed, and fluidity were far beyond what a human could possess. Su Jin stood up, crouched, and leaped effortlessly to touch the roof. Afterward, he stood still, lost in thought. The miraculous changes in his body brought immense joy, but he couldn't shake off the underlying concerns. After all, something from a zombie's body had been absorbed into his own. While he felt no abnormalities now, it was uncertain what changes might occur later. Given the current situation, there seemed no need to voice these concerns. Sunya approached excitedly, probing Su Jin's body. Superpowers. This is superpower. Have you evolved? Wei, usually silent, was also quite uplifted. After days of repression, especially with Su Jin's coma, the tension had reached its peak. Now it appeared. This was not a bad thing, but rather a good one. Su Jin clenched his fist, gently swaying his body. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I feel no discomfort. If anything, I feel enhanced. He recalled an old saying, within 7 steps, there must be an antidote. Now it seemed that zombies posed both a crisis and an opportunity for resolution. That makes sense. Sunya nodded repeatedly, already too excited to remain calm. Although he had maintained rational thinking, his reason reminded him that the collapse of the nation had already proven that the existing system could not address such sudden crises. A hastily organized makeshift team found it incredibly difficult to survive. Now a turning point had emerged. A special issue. A unique solution had appeared. Perhaps it was nature restoring balance. This place is too small, so I'll go outside to experiment. You all stay here. With that, Su Jin turned and headed downstairs. As he descended, he continued to experience the new sensations in his body. He felt a surge in his speed and agility. With just a slight push, he could cover a great distance. Inspired, he began to experiment. Standing at the corner of the 3rd-floor staircase, Su Jin stepped down and leapt towards the platform below. Before he could land, he kicked off the wall, twisting midair to jump to the 2nd floor. As he landed, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. It felt comparable to jumping down several flights of stairs. Glancing back up, Su Jin suppressed his joy and continued down. Indeed, treasures lay within the zombie's body, transforming crystals into flesh balls. Same soup, different medicine. Su Jin halted before the entrance of the 1st-floor unit. After some simple movements, he sensed something unusual. His body had suddenly become lighter and more supple. When he had first exited the room, he felt slightly heavier, but the sensation was not pronounced. But upon reaching the 1st floor, his body began to show significant changes. The only variable over the past few minutes had been the lighting. The indoor space was darker than the hallway, and the first-floor corridor was the dimmest. Was it due to the lighting? Or was the transformation in his body not yet complete? Overthinking wasn't helpful. Su-jin pushed the door and stepped out. The sun was rising, bathing everything in light. Outside the community, the morning light enveloped the area. Before he could step out of the unit door, Su-jin's complexion changed dramatically. His once light body now felt as heavy as lead. The previous sensation was completely gone. Taking a few steps, he realized he had merely returned to an ordinary state with no deterioration. However, the contrast to his earlier lightness was stark. Standing in the open space, Su-jin looked up at the building. Several heads gathered at the window observing him. "How is it, Director?" Huohuo called out. Sunlight hit Su-jin's face at an angle, causing him to squint. His body continued to grow heavier, but within tolerable limits. Aside from that, nothing felt off. At that moment, a shout came from upstairs as Fu Qingdai pointed to the side. "Watch out! There's a cat!" Su-jin quickly turned to look. A wild cat had already pounced at him ferociously from the bushes. The distance between him and the cat was no more than 2 meters. With no time to think, Su-jin lifted his foot and shot out. His calf struck the lower half of the zombie cat with precision. With a muffled thud, the cat's body exploded, spewing pus, blood, and bits of entrails flying off like a large bamboo dragonfly, soaking Su-jin in the process. "Holy crap! Quickly close the door!" Sunya yelled, turning back, then leaning over the balcony shouted, "Don't come back yet, wait and observe in the hallway." Su-jin felt a wave of nausea, spitting out saliva frantically. Power! Under the sunlight, his strength surged. Yet just as he had gained superpowers, he was splattered with zombie blood. "It's fine. It's fine. Perhaps my situation is special, and I'm no longer afraid of infection." He hurried back to the hallway, crouching in the corner of the first floor, pale as he observed the changes. An hour later, Fu Qingdai's voice came from above the hallway. "Brother, are you there?" "I'm here. I'm fine for now." During the wait, Su-jin had regained his composure. Aside from a strong stench, there were no other abnormalities in his body. "I understand. Are you hungry? Are you cold? Don't worry about me. Just report my situation to old Sun first." Fu Qingdai didn't reply, and a minute later Sun Ya's voice rang out. "Shaoli, aren't you cold at all?" "Not at all." Su-jin looked down at his body. Having just gained his powers, he was a bit too excited and had only put on a long-sleeve shirt before heading out. He and everyone else hadn't noticed this detail. The outdoor temperature had gradually warmed, but it still hovered around -20 to 30 degrees. He surprisingly felt no cold at all. His physique had indeed changed significantly. "It's been an hour. You were splattered with a lot of blood earlier. We should expect some abnormalities in the mice we're observing. Your situation is special, and it seems you might not be afraid of infection. Tonight, go to the 4th floor and wait for a day. If no problems arise, you can return tomorrow. A day and night will surely clarify the situation. Water, food, and clothes are all placed in your room." "Thanks. You all be careful." After acknowledging, Su-jin stood up. Crouching down, he leaped up the stairs, clearing several dozen steps. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Su-jin stood at the window, bare-chested, gazing at the sun. He had only slept for 3 hours that night, yet he felt exceptionally energized. It was now confirmed that contact with zombie bodily fluids would not lead to infection. Additionally, after a day of exploration, he had gained a preliminary understanding and grasp of his current abilities. Light was a crucial factor influencing his abilities. His speed and strength varied with the intensity of light. During the day, strength prevailed, while at night, speed took precedence. The brighter the light, the stronger the boat's defenses and recovery speed became in all aspects. Explosive speed was also incredibly fast, but it drained stamina significantly. The dimmer the light, the greater the boat's agility and speed enhancement, though strength recovery was average, allowing for prolonged endurance. This ability transformation felt utterly surreal. After pondering for several hours, he completely gave up on exploring the principles. Under the sunlight, Su-jin reveled in the immense power of his muscles until a knock at the door interrupted him. "It's here." Su-jin straightened his clothes and opened the door. What met his eyes was Sunya, whose face appeared somewhat swollen. Su-jin smiled. "Old Sun, it seems I really can be immune to the infection. That meatball is crucial for us. I researched my abilities last night, and both my strength and speed have improved. Defending against zombie attacks will be great. It seems the situation will change significantly in the future. Surviving is not as difficult as we imagined, but we still need to be cautious." Sunya forced a smile. "We should observe your condition a bit more." Noticing something was off with him, Su-jin furrowed his brows and asked, "Old Sun, did something happen yesterday?" Sun Ya's expression was troubled. After hesitating for a moment, he helplessly said, "Indeed, there was a bit of a problem. We made a rookie mistake. The laboratory's mice are gone, 2 of them. We haven't found them yet, but all the people have been moved to the 6th floor." Su-jin's expression grew serious. "Is it a big impact? Were they all infected mice?" "No," Sunya denied, but then turned his tone. "We experimented and found that living organisms are not 100 infected. It relates to the quality of the rainwater absorbed. The higher the quality, the greater the chance of infection. The mice get infected quickly, and some that we confirmed were fine were categorized into another cage." He added, "It's those mice in that cage that are missing, but how could they have escaped? There's no possibility for the mice to escape, and we've turned the room upside down, but couldn't find them." The strangest part is that after we enhanced the security when the first mouse went missing, it showed no signs of wanting to escape while we were monitoring it in real time. However, after leaving for about an hour, another one disappeared when we returned. Where are the mice now? Still in the laboratory on the 5th floor. Old Wei has put on several layers of clothing and is watching them in the room, not daring to move his eyes. Take me there. Su Jin rushed out the door, leading Sunya back to the 5th floor. Entering the side laboratory, Wei Da was sitting on a chair, arms crossed, observing the mice. The mouse cage was woven from thick iron wire, and outside it was encased in a glass tank reinforced on top with thick wooden boards and stones. Although the conditions were rudimentary from any angle, there was no possibility for the mice to escape. Old Wei, have you discovered anything? Su Jin got straight to the point. Wei Da shook his head and helplessly said, as long as people are present, there's no problem. If they aren't, they disappear. I really don't understand. If only we had power and a recording device. I have one. Where's my stuff? Su Jin asked. Sun Ya's face brightened. Your things haven't been touched, they've all been moved to the 6th floor. All right, please wait a moment. 10 minutes later, Su Jin returned to the room. After deleting the inappropriate videos from his phone, he plugged in the power bank and set up the recording device in front of the mouse cage, adjusting the angle. Wei Da and Sunya stood outside the door, eyes wide with shock, whispering to each other. What kind of device is that? It's so clear. It must be fingerprint locked. Oh, what kind of technology is this? It's indeed incredible. Capacitive. Ultrasonic. That's unlikely, it seems too small. But the battery should be lithium with considerable power consumption and requiring an external battery. I saw the interface of his device and the design of the casing. It's definitely a civilian device. No country has the capability to produce something like this. Could he be an alien? Or maybe he's obtained alien technology. Could this rain be related to him? Now that you mention it, he sometimes speaks with formal language, often using strange metaphors. It really feels a bit abnormal. Let's not say too much. He's looking over here. What are you two talking about? Su Jin said, having adjusted his phone. He stepped out of the room. Oh, nothing. Sunya said, slightly nervous. That young Li, what model is your recording device? Foreign goods, new model. Let's step outside and wait. We can observe again later. Su Jin added. Gentlemen, I see that we are severely understaffed right now. Also, we have waited long enough. I'll go downstairs to dissect the bodies and recruit some more help. We can come back together to observe later. You two should rest upstairs for a while. The door is locked, and even if the mice could squeeze out, they wouldn't escape this room. All right, you get busy. The two old men hurriedly made way for Su Jin. Su Jin glanced left and right. What's wrong with you two? Sunya forced a bitter smile. I'm sorry, young Li, I messed things up. Hey. Su Jin shook his head and smiled. Old Sun, you two are experts. At this point, we should share both joys and sorrows. Small problems are inevitable. As long as no one is hurt, everything else is trivial. I'll take my leave now. As Su Jin exited, the two old men stared at the empty doorway, simultaneously swallowing hard. Do you think he's really an alien? Wei Da immediately asked. I can't think of any other explanation besides aliens. We can understand some of the technology, but it doesn't seem advanced enough for interstellar travel, right? Why not just ask him directly? Holding it in is also uncomfortable. No way. Sunya pressed Wei Da's chest, saying bitterly, there's no need for that. We've been in contact with young Li for these days. You can tell what kind of person he is. He definitely acts for our benefit. This rain is most likely unrelated to him. He doesn't understand anything about it. His life saved ours, and everyone in this large room is counting on him. To be honest, when he had issues these past 2 days, I felt more distressed than when my late partner passed away years ago. What if we discuss it, and he reveals something monstrous beneath that skin? Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't survive? I don't think that's possible, Wei Da analyzed. His device's operating habits and size seem to align with human standards, and the text above seems to be pictograms. It's likely similar to our species. Even if it's just a little bit different, I can't accept it. As long as he looks like this now, I won't accept whatever else he might look like. Sunya took a deep breath, weary. Old Wei, let's just pretend we haven't seen this. Let's sincerely help him. Everyone can't bear the turmoil. Yes. Young Li is a good person. I have nothing bad to say. Wei aside, then suddenly changed the topic and asked, by the way, that girl Qing Dai is special. Is it possible that the tiger symbol has actually been marked green by aliens, and the child isn't his? Tisco. At your age, you usually don't even utter a word. Why are you so agitated now? Sunya glared and scolded. Whether he's an alien is still up for debate. I'm just discussing with you. Stop discussing. We can't dissect everything. What if we research something troublesome? Several heads peered out from the 6th floor windows, their faces twisted in terror. Su Jin moved calmly among the zombie corpses, his blade flashing. Once, twice. Each strike precise and decisive. Some were decapitated, others dismembered, still more sliced into diamond-shaped chunks. Yet every single corpse bore the same grim fate. Its heart had been excised. After watching for a while, Fu Qingdai withdrew, clutching her mouth as Zhang Wan gently guided her away. The two elderly men and Fu Hu observed silently. Then, as one, they retracted their heads and quietly shut the window. The moment Su Jin appeared, the desperate cries for help that once echoed across the residential complex fell utterly silent. Curtains snapped shut everywhere. An eerie stillness blanketed the compound. broken only by the rhythmic hollow thud of cleaving bone. After extracting the heart from the final corpse, Su Jin stood motionless, his expression clouded with quiet desolation. Though endowed with extraordinary abilities, he bore no risk of infection. He had come intending to harvest orb-like growths from other zombies, to desensitize himself, conquer fear, and ultimately discern their vulnerabilities and refine his combat methodology. The effort proved far from futile. In those brief, brutal trials, he had already uncovered a near-universal fatal flaw among the undead, a revelation that might yet save his life. Armed with this new insight, and empowered by his dramatically heightened strength, his confidence surged bold and unshaken. Having already dissected 2 corpses and honed his composure through deliberate practice, he was now certain faced with living threats, he would remain steady. No tremor, no panic. His full combat capacity intact. Yet fortune offered little solace. The orb growth's drop rate was staggeringly low. Every corpse laid bare yielded nothing. He had arrived eager, departed disillusioned. Returning home, he changed clothes swiftly, then hurried back downstairs, straight to the 2nd floor. 2 firm knocks echoed against the door. A voice answered from within. He fired once, blasting the lock open, then stepped inside. The occupant, still peering through the peephole, barely registered the intrusion before the barrel pressed cold against his temple. Recognizing Su Jin's face, the man collapsed onto the floor, scrambling backward, pupils dilated with terror. "Brother, don't kill me. I'm Chengdu. We even shared cigarettes." "Chung," Captain Su Jin said, glancing briefly around the room before holstering his weapon with a faint smile. "I'm here to rescue you. No need to fear." Chengdu, head of the residential security team, spent most days patrolling idly. They'd exchanged pleasantries before. Su Jin had notified him in advance about transporting grain and oil that evening. A man in his early 30s, Chengdu led a relaxed life, but maintained strict self-discipline and impressive physical conditioning. Though reassured by Su Jin's demeanor, Chengdu remained visibly tense. "Brotherly, what you did downstairs just now, those zombies. I used them to train my nerve. We'll all face them again, sooner or later. Do I look like a monster? Get up." "Ah, yes. Yes." Chengdu blinked, tears spilling suddenly down his cheeks. He surged forward, arms outstretched, ready to embrace Su Jin. "Brother, I was terrified. I called for you, again and again, until my throat shredded. Why did you take so long?" Su Jin raised his gun, gesturing sharply backward. "Don't come closer. I must first confirm you've had no contact with rainwater." "Of course not." Chengdu wiped his eyes frantically. "Someone sealed my door and slipped a flyer underneath. Later I got a text message. Rainwater's contaminated. I wouldn't dare touch it. What did I drink? Soft drinks those first 2 days, then toilet water. I even drank motor oil. When there was truly nothing left, today I drank urine." His voice cracked into sobs. "Why didn't you come one day earlier?" Out of the corner of his eye, Su Jin noticed a half-filled cup of ice black tea on the dining table. A flicker of relief passed over his face. This man was clearly vigilant, even willing to drink urine. Likely safe. But motor oil? Why didn't you ration it? Surely you could have held out longer. Who knew things would spiral like this? I thought rescuers would arrive any hour. Su Jin nodded. All right. Gather your useful supplies. We'll regroup upstairs. Others will assist you. What about the apartment next door? I know. Elder sister Lu is a widow. We spoke just now, while you were dismembering those things. She lives alone, has a water dispenser stocked with 2 jugs. Food and drink aren't issues for her. Chengdu licked his parched lips. 3rd floor. The unit above me, 301. Something's definitely wrong there. I heard fighting screams. 302 is a new tenant, a female university student. Her situation? Unknown. His account was thorough, timely, and accurate. So far Chengdu proved reliable. That made sense. Fools rarely survive this long. Su Jin had already formed a preliminary judgment. Good. Pack everything valuable. I'll retrieve elder sister Lu. We'll ascend together. Inside room 302, firewood crackled softly. The room was warm, almost stifling, even under thick layers of clothing. Li Fong sat slumped on her bed, vacantied, her hair wild and tangled, breathing shallow and ragged. 2 gaunt young men sat listlessly in opposite corners of the floor, hollow-cheeked and feverish. Li Fong. Truly, there's nothing left to eat. One of the boys whispered, voice thin with exhaustion. Li Fong turned her head slowly, her gaze flat, laced with resentment. She'd invited Chao Qingping and Li Kai to complete a group assignment at her place. They'd shared a heavy dinner the night before, then found themselves trapped the next morning. Only a few snacks remained, and these 2 had devoured half of them. Without them, she wouldn't have starved to this point. When Li Fong remained silent, Li Kai rasped weakly, "You must have hidden. How else are you still more alert than me? Get out." Li Fong uttered a single word, then retreated into silence. "Who are you telling to get out? If you hadn't insisted on this stupid group project, I'd never be here." Li Kai seethed. "If you hadn't flushed the toilet, we wouldn't be like this." "Who told you to flush? How selfish can you be? Can't you think of anyone but yourself?" "Enough. Stop." Chao Qingping swayed upright, began peeling off his clothes, eyes locked on Li Fong. "We'll die of thirst, or starvation, or carbon monoxide poisoning. Outside monsters roam, and a killer guards the gate. None of us will survive, none." He swallowed hard. "I have water. You have water." Hope flared in Li Fong's eyes. "Wash, you have water. Li Kai surged with sudden energy. Chao Qingping's features contorted grotesque and sharp. Yes, I have water. I collected it the day the rain stopped. I drank it myself, felt nothing. No side effects whatsoever. So why hide it? It's nearly gone. It won't save us anyway. Li Feng, I'll give you the water. Where is it? Where? I need to drink it. Li Kai crawled forward, gripping Chao Qingping's pant leg, only to be kicked aside with contemptuous ease. Chao Qingping's eyes burned crimson as he loomed over Li Feng. I'll give you the water, and before we die, let's make it meaningful. What are you saying? Qingping, you're mad. Tears welled in Li Feng's eyes as she shook her head, shrinking back. I'm not mad. We're doomed either way. Why die pathetic and powerless? His voice cracked raw and guttural. Li Feng, I offer you water. Aren't you moved? His lips parched and cracked twitched. His gaze grew increasingly feral. Qingping, don't do this. Your mind isn't clear. Calm down. You always said you treated me like a sister. That's right. I did treat you like my stepsister. Li Kai, help me. Didn't you say you loved me? Help me. Li Feng's desperate plea shot toward Li Kai. He forced himself upright, bracing against the wall, suddenly galvanized, as if granted one last surge of life. Chao Qingping, what do you think you're doing? We're dying, still trying to stop me. Chao Qingping's bloodshot eyes snapped toward him. Li Kai's jaw clenched, muscles leaping beneath his skin, as fury erupted. You despicable coward, preying on the helpless. He's playing the hero now. Let me tell you, Li Kai, you're a dog. A groveling, obedient dog. She still commands you, just as she always has. And you'll always be her dog. A single gunshot shattered the lock of apartment 301. Su Jin stood motionless, gun in hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a lifeless face before it collapsed limply to the floor. Two rapid shots dropped two zombies inside, their hearts pierced with surgical precision. Though his firearms experience was limited, he trusted his aim unerringly within 5 meters. After waiting briefly with no further movement, Su Jin knelt to perform cardiac extraction, only for a barefoot child barely 1.5 meters tall to dart out from the side. In the dim light, Su Jin's agility surged. Sensing the incoming attack, he arched backward and rolled into the hallway, then still crouched, thrust upward with his shoulder, slamming the door shut. A dull thud echoed, the child's skull crushed between the door and frame, one eye dislodged and rolling across the floor. Simultaneously, Su Jin slid the barrel through the crack and fired a final shot into its back. The family of 3 now lay complete. Su Jin opened the door and gazed upon the corpses, a bitter expression crossing his face, until realization struck he had overlooked something critical. The fleshy orb resided just behind the heart. He had always aimed true at the heart. What if the orb ruptured on impact? A tragic waste. The zombie's fatal point and its hidden treasure coincided, making retrieval perilously difficult. A blade would have been safer, but circumstances left no choice. Su Jin knelt and performed cardiac extraction, yet none of the 3 yielded even a trace of the fleshy orb. He shook his head in resignation and removed his gloves. Saving lives came first. The apartment's supplies could wait. Turning toward apartment 302, he knocked firmly on the door. For half a minute he called out. No reply came. Again he breached the lock with gunfire. He waited 3 minutes in the corridor, still no movement. Pushing the door inward, he entered cautiously. The living room was empty, the air felt unnaturally warm as if fire had recently burned here, and thick with a foul stench. It wasn't until he stepped into the master bedroom that Su Jin lowered his weapon, weariness etching deep lines across his face. 3 young adults lay scattered. A woman reclined on the bed, her upper garments torn and disheveled, wearing only a single sock. 2 men slumped in opposite corners of the room, clad only in briefs, their faces slack with exhaustion or despair. Their chests bore fresh traces of vomiting. They glanced at him once. One curled inward like a dying insect, the other stared blankly into space. Su Jin shifted his gaze back to the bed. Mud streaked the mattress in thick, grotesque ribbons. Su Jin drew a slow breath, wiped his face with his palm, and asked, bewildered, "Did you 3 scrub yourselves raw on this bed?" Whoa! Li Feng burst into wails. Just do it already. What good are all these words? Chao Qingping squeezed his eyes shut, voice trembling with terror. A serial killer has entered. I never imagined my final moments would pass without ever becoming a man. But it wasn't my fault. The stench alone killed all desire. Su Jin scratched his brow with his little finger, utterly at a loss. Nothing made sense. Their reactions were deeply, inexplicably off. Even assuming they mistook him for a murderer, how did this scene make any rational sense? Their apathy was staggering. Fixing his gaze on the woman, Su Jin's voice turned icy. Explain, now? Cry again, and I'll end you. Li Feng remained silent, sobbing dryly. Su Jin's tone sharpened. Answer me. Chao Qingping scoffed, twisting his head. Su Jin turned sharply toward Chao Qingping, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. The situation grew more chaotic by the second. He needed clarity. What exactly had happened? As Su Jin strained to piece together the puzzle, Li Feng finally ceased her wailing, then whirled around, hatred blazing in her eyes as she pointed at Chao Qingping and Li Kai. They're both insane. They attacked me without warning. Kill them. Kill them. I'll do anything you ask. Did I succeed? Chao Qingping thrust his neck forward, roaring back. Just looking at you makes me sick. He spat. After the tirade, he sneered at Su Jin. Go ahead. Kill me. A whore and a dog. A dog eats shit. You too. Perfect match. Su Jin froze, his expression flickering through disbelief, dawning comprehension, then quiet resignation. He had grasped it at last, such a simple situation, yet twisted beyond all reason. He'd come to save lives, and somehow earned abuse instead. Exhausted, he sighed deeply, hands planted on his hips, and strode toward Li Kai, nearest of the three. Before he could speak, his eyes caught two crumpled tissues on the floor. His gaze clouded anew. Kicking Li Kai lightly, he demanded, you were involved too, weren't you? Li Kai said nothing, merely sat upright against the wall, jaw set, awaiting execution with grim resolve. Wasn't this supposed to be assault? Then why stop? Su Jin leaned in, curious despite himself. It was vulgar, pointless, morally indefensible, and the victim sat right there. Yet the urge to know was irresistible, a gravitational pull akin to chasing UFOs. Li Kai's eyes trembled as they met Li Fang's. Beside him, Chao Qingping's mocking laughter rang like shattering glass, cutting straight to his soul. Breath control had been impossible in that moment, but adrenaline had flooded his veins, and the fear of dying with regret had driven him forward. Now only remorse remained. He would never harm Li Fang again, not the woman he once loved. Still, a man's dignity, even in death, could not be surrendered. Li Kai glanced aside, expressionless. I get motion sickness with 3D. First-person perspective is out. Get lost. Su Jin laughed bitterly, then kicked Li Kai over. Whirling toward Chao Qingping, he snapped, you two idiots. On the verge of collapse, yet still spouting nonsense. Clearly your brains never developed. Stepping back 2 paces, he declared, voice low and commanding, I've heard enough of your babble. Perhaps you misunderstand me, but let me state plainly, I am here to save you, not to harm you. At those words, all three stared at him stunned. Su Jin continued, ideally I'd relocate you to safety immediately, but given your conduct, I believe postponement is prudent. I'll deliver food and water shortly. Remain indoors, quietly, until further instructions. These three were in dire shape, crude, immoral, unhygienic, mentally frayed. Rushing them back risked poisoning the morale of the existing team. Deciding their fate would require consultation with Elder Sun and Elder Wei, though one thing was certain, they would never join the core group. Turning toward the doorway, Su Jin warned over his shoulder, cross this threshold, and I'll sever your limbs. Chao Qingping lunged forward, dropping to his knees before Su Jin. Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive my insults. Do as I say, and you'll suffer no pain. Now, back to your corner. With a sharp kick, Su Jin sent Chao Qingping sprawling, then walked out without looking back. Pausing mid-staircase, he glanced back at the unsecured door, then pivoted directly to the apartment across the hall. Dragging over a sofa, he wedged it firmly against the entrance, only then ascending the stairs assured. He realized, too late, that he hadn't asked whether any of them had been exposed to rain. Better safe than sorry. The main door was sealed once more, and inside room 302, Li Fang had also ceased her weeping, slumped on the bed to rest. Chao Qingping felt a deep unease in his heart, his eyes darting nervously. Unexpectedly, the murderous man who had just come was not a madman. He was here to save people. Now he had a chance to survive. However, he had also offended the gang leader. What should he do? He had no leverage, and if the man sought revenge, it could end badly for him. In this world, even if he were killed, no one would care. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Chao Qingping's face gradually turned pale, and his eyes began to glaze over. Meanwhile, Li Kai had already put on his pants and was walking towards Li Fang with guilt in his heart. Seeing this, Li Fang quickly recoiled, saying, What are you going to do? I tell you that Big Brother said you can't act recklessly. If you dare to touch me, you'll tell him. Li Kai's throat moved as he hesitated and reached into his pants pocket. He pulled out a damp, yellowed hardshell sock and offered it to Li Fang. Li Fang, what I did earlier was impulsive. Please put on the sock, don't freeze. Li Fang instantly donned a mask of pain, exclaiming, Get lost. Li Kai stood frozen in place, his hand holding the sock suspended in midair, unsure whether to reach forward or pull back. Ultimately, he tucked it back into his pocket and silently returned to his spot. Turning his head, he saw Chao Qingping huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Li Kai weakly raised his hand towards him, asking, Hey, what's wrong? Li Fang glanced over and scornfully said, Now you know fear. It would be better if he were dead. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor at Sun Ya's home, Zhang Wan had stopped her work of sewing simple armor and was cooking in the kitchen. Fu Hu was squatting down, repeatedly lifting stones with both hands. Fu Qingdai was carrying 2 bricks, but after just a few squats, her slender legs began to tremble violently. After completing several cycles, her workout concluded. Walking over to the pig feed bag, she took the scoop from the bag and dug out a spoonful of protein powder. However, when the scoop was brought to her mouth, she hesitated. Turning to Su Jin, she grimaced, saying, Brother, can I not eat this? It smells like pig dung. Eat it quickly. Fu Qingdai, with tears in her eyes, took a big bite of the feed powder, spraying from her mouth. Su Jin was seated at the tea table reviewing notes on the rat experiments while the 2 elderly men across from him sipped hot. After taking a sip of tea, son, you said you've seen the content too. The infection has latent and delayed characteristics, but the sample size is too small, which might also be due to individual differences. Some individuals absorb less of the gray matter, which won't cause infection. Considering this, I've arranged for Chung Du to live across from Lu Min. It's not locked, it just sealed. While it seems there's no risk now, these two are in a different situation from us. They are not very vigilant about rainwater. You can rest easy with Huohuo's family, and I have no issues with Old Way. For others, it's best to isolate them for observation for a while. As for the three you mentioned, their willpower is too weak. Given their lack of supplies in their room, I recommend careful observation and letting them air out in their own house for a while. In another 2 or 3 days, the external gray matter might completely dissipate on its own, and the source of pollution will shift entirely to biological. We need to prepare in advance. I want to find some vehicles to surround the community and then slowly arrange the manpower inside. Will that work? White said as the temperature rises, the zombies become more active. It will be difficult to stop them with just vehicles, and too much noise will attract more zombies. We also can't just stay in the community. That would be inviting death. I've considered this. Most people are trapped indoors, and the number of zombies on the streets should be low. Even if we can't stop them, the cars can provide some buffer. Now is the time to buy time and space. That meatball has the ability to grant people special powers. I plan to divide into groups and allocate supplies to the living in the community, allowing them to stay indoors and wait. I will go hunt the zombies trapped indoors, looking for the meatball and collecting supplies. I believe we can find some. Then we can release the normal people indoors and train them. With an organized and structured team and some individuals possessing special abilities, our safety will greatly increase. Then we can gather firepower to find defensible positions and establish a base for citywide rescue operations. What do you two think? Wade nodded in agreement. Sunya waved his hand, saying, I agree with the restructuring, but I don't support the idea of establishing a base within the city. The number of zombies is vast and firepower will be severely lacking. Su-jin listened attentively. I suggest that once the people in the community are restructured, we head directly to the military district. They have plenty of food, medicine, and fuel. With guidance from Old Way and me, we can quickly expand our territory with heavy firepower. Your plan is too slow. The living in the city can't wait that long, and long-term considerations pose greater risks. The military district is very dangerous. You've also speculated that the military may have suffered the first wave of attacks. There should be a dense concentration of zombies there. Moreover, as we move to the outskirts, the number of wild animals will surge, most of which are infected creatures. And as for insects, we are still unsure if they are infected. Infected beings are not afraid of the cold, and we have yet to discover any signs of insects appearing. The likelihood of insects being infected is now very low. Additionally, based on observations of infected samples, infected creatures do not exhibit pack behavior. They have been seen wandering aimlessly before encountering a target. This means that the military, having been infected and turned into zombies, may have scattered over time. The original instincts of wild infected animals have been distorted and will not linger in populated areas. Zombies roam over a large area, making them sparse overall, and sound transmission is difficult. What about the city? If we make a big move, the noise will attract zombies, and the sounds from the zombies will provoke even more zombies. The probability of a zombie tide forming is quite high. Without heavy firepower support, all our efforts could be wiped out in one go. It seems too radical, right? Su-jin hesitated. In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary methods. Sun Ya's gaze was mixed with concern. Both I and Old Way are getting old. Next flight of stairs could be the end for us. What will you do if we die? Can you find another weapons expert? Those heavy weapons are not like guns. They're not just picked up and used. Su-jin smiled gently, saying, don't worry about that. I will protect both of you. Sun Ya shook his head and said solemnly, Shaoli, we admire your character and are deeply moved by it. But you can't always protect us, and it's not guaranteed you can. Not to mention Old Way has heart disease, and the medication he has will only last less than a month. All of it was imported medicine bought from pharmacies, and now it's impossible to get him any. Wei Lao. Su-jin quickly turned to Wei-da, asking, what medicine do you need? Why didn't you say earlier? We need to think of a solution in advance. Wei-da waved his hand and smiled, saying, taking the medicine makes me feel better, but not taking it won't necessarily lead to death. There's no need to take risks for me. Having said that, he clapped his knee and stood up. Alright, it's about time. Let's go check on those rats. The three descended the stairs and headed straight for the laboratory on the 5th floor. Pushing open the door to the secondary bedroom, Sunya and Wei-da rushed in, first eyes fixed on the rat cages. Su-jin unplugged his phone from the power bank, its surface still warm to the touch, and began tapping commands. Before he could finish, Sunya's voice rang out, laced with dread, another one's gone. Rat no? 6 has vanished. The cage is intact, no breaches. Su-jin's brow furrowed as he opened the surveillance footage. Never mind that for now. Let's review the recording first. Both elderly men turned their gaze to the phone, exchanged a fleeting glance, then refocused intently on the screen. They activated playback at accelerated speed. In the video, the rats inside the cage behaved normally until the timestamp reached 35 minutes. Then the rodent marked no. 3 began moving unerringly, tailing another rat with eerie, unwavering precision. After 2 minutes of tense stillness, its mouth opened wide. Su-jin and the others felt every hair on their bodies stand on end. On screen, no. 3's jaws parted as expected, yet its corners stretched relentlessly, tearing sideways until they reached the midpoint of its torso. A monstrous maw gaped open, and in one swift, grotesque motion it devoured its fellow rat whole. Swallowing prey of equal size, no. 3's body swelled to twice its original girth. Only after more than 10 minutes did its form gradually shrink back to normal. Su Jin lowered the phone, his entire body rigid with shock. Sunya and Weida stared simultaneously at No. 3, now placid and unremarkable in its cage, and a chill swept over them bone deep. Just as Su Jin opened his mouth to speak, a violent pounding erupted downstairs. 3 sharp, thunderous knocks, accompanied by muffled shouts and curses. All 3 flinched, turning sharply toward the door. You 2 return upstairs. I'll handle this, Su Jin declared without hesitation, snatching his handbag and tucking the phone inside. He bolted down the stairs, leaping 3 flights at once, landing directly on the 3rd floor landing. The noise came from room 302. Su Jin kicked aside the sofa and kicked the door open, gun drawn. The moment the door swung inward, Li Kai and Chao Qingping were locked in a furious struggle. At Su Jin's sudden appearance, both froze mid-motion. Before Su Jin could utter a word, Chao Qingping dropped to his knees, sliding forward across the floor, and pointed frantically at Li Kai. Brother, he's gone mad. He's become a monster. He killed Li Fong. Liar. Li Kai roared, veins bulging at his temples. You did it. You choked her while I wasn't looking. You're the one who's lost your mind. I know what you. His words were cut short as Chao Qingping shrieked. He drank the rainwater. That's what drove him in. He's faking it. Shoot him now. Su Jin delivered a sharp kick, sending Chao Qingping sprawling onto the floor. He stepped back outside the doorway, his gaze glacial and unblinking. Neither of you moves. Stand perfectly still. Both men fell utterly silent, paralyzed with fear. Step back, now. Trembling, they retreated. Su Jin strode into the room and paused at the bedroom threshold, casting a quick glance inside. Li Fong lay sprawled diagonally across the bed, motionless and unresponsive. A pillow rested beside her, superficially suggesting suffocation. After a brief detached inspection, Su Jin withdrew again into the hallway. On the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors, Weida and Sunya crouched low behind the railing, peering down towards Su Jin. Sunya whispered, Shaoli, wasn't this entire unit cleared? Did an infected breach the perimeter? You may observe from there, but stay behind me. Do not cross this line, Su Jin replied coldly. One of the 3 is dead. Of these 2 remaining, one must be infected, just like that rat. We've arrived just in time. Weida and Sunya exchanged a sharp look, hurried down several steps, and leaned in, riveted. A wholly new strain of infection had just been discovered. The pathogen induces profound physiological and cognitive mutation, triggering innate aggression toward living beings, yet allows flawless integration within uninfected populations. They hadn't anticipated human subjects so soon. This was a critical window. Observation was imperative. Su Jin clenched his jaw. He pivoted the muzzle toward Chao Qingping. Start from the beginning. Tell me exactly what happened. Chao Qingping shrank back, stammering, just now. Just now. Li Kai suddenly collapsed. Su Jin and the 2 elders listened, intently scrutinizing each man. When he finished, Su Jin redirected the barrel toward Li Kai. Now it's your turn. Brother, don't believe his lies. That's all his doing. He smothered Li Fong with the pillow. Li Kai flailed his hands, gesturing wildly. He woke from unconsciousness and went berserk. I wasn't watching, and he lunged before I could react. Their accounts aligned closely, and neither betrayed a flicker of deception in demeanor or expression. Su Jin glanced back at Sunya and Weida. Both shook their heads solemnly. No telltale signs, not even a tremor. The imposter was masterful. Given that he'd already encountered Su Jin, there was no rational motive to commit murder in plain sight. The only plausible explanation was recent infection. Instincts already warped, consciousness newly awakened, control utterly lost in those first volatile moments. Su Jin narrowed his eyes, his gaze darting like a blade between the 2 men. Finally, he jerked the gun upward, commanding, strip, both of you. Now. All of it, brother. Chao Qingping wailed, it's truly not me. This isn't necessary. Li Kai said nothing, only began removing his clothes. The 2 elders' eyes locked onto Li Kai. Moments later, both stood fully exposed, enduring Su Jin's methodical, unrelenting scrutiny, from head to toe, front to back. Nothing abnormal. Utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from any healthy human. Turn sideways, Su Jin ordered, nudging the barrel slightly. Brother, is this enough? Chao Qingping quavered, glancing sideways to see Li Kai already compliant and still. Brother, is it done yet? Turn around, now. Su Jin barked. A thorough inspection of their backs revealed nothing amiss. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on Su Jin's forehead. Kneel. Hands behind your back. Without protest, they obeyed, kneeling backs to Su Jin, arms clasped tightly behind them. Chao Qingping kept twisting his head to steal glances backward. Don't move. Brother, spare me. Please stop humiliating me, Chao Qingping sobbed, voice cracking. I shouldn't have insulted you before. I was wrong. Li Kai ground his teeth, turning his head just enough to fix Chao Qingping with a tear-streaked, murderous glare. Su Jin and the 2 elders observed in absolute silence. Every micro-expression catalogued, every tremor measured. A piercing scream shattered the stillness from the stairwell. Su Jin whirled, only to find Fu Qingdai standing behind him, both hands clamped tightly over her face. Qingdai, who told you to come here? Su Jin demanded, voice raw with anger. I saw nothing, she muffled into her palms. Who asked what you saw? What are you doing here? Go back now. Dinner's ready. Mom sent me to call you. I saw no one downstairs. Fu Qingdai tried to explain, but then frantic footsteps pounded up the stairs. Fu Hu appeared bow-drawn and face-taut with alarm, followed closely by Zhang Wan. Behind Zhang Wan came Cheng Du clutching a liquor bottle and Lu Dajia flustered and helpless. In an instant the narrow stairwell became a claustrophobic knot of bodies. Yet as the group looked down, collectively they froze, struck dumb and rigid as if struck by lightning. Who authorized you to descend? And you, Chengdu, weren't you ordered into strict isolation? Do you wish to be expelled? Su Jin remained silent, but Sunya erupted, glaring at Fu Hu. Fu Hu swallowed hard. I heard my daughter's scream. I panicked. I also heard it. Something fell off, so I ran out. But I didn't know. Chengdu's voice cracked, his tongue darting nervously over dry lips. This is no time for levity. One of these two is infected. Everyone, immediately return to your rooms. Su Jin raised his hand, voice commanding and absolute. Infected? By what? Chengdu blinked, bewildered. They both look perfectly fine to me. Su Jin's gaze locked onto Chao Qingping. He lifted the gun. I know who it is. Details can wait. For now, get back to your rooms. Now. Having eliminated 2 suspects, Su Jin hurried back to the 6th floor. He glanced briefly at the isolation rooms where Chengdu and Aunt Lu were confined, confirmed they were both inside, and then returned to the apartment directly across the hallway. At this juncture, no one had appetite for food. The others had already gathered, seated in a tight circle, awaiting Su Jin's return. As he appeared, Sunya immediately leaned forward and asked, well, who is the killer? Both are killers. Both were killed, Su Jin replied coldly, pulling out his phone and holding it up for the others to see. On the screen, Chao Qingping and Li Kai writhed on the floor, clutching their throats like reanimated corpses. They convulsed several times before gunshots rang out, and they fell silent forever. Zhang Wan patted her chest, still trembling from shock. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together, casting a strange, searching glance towards Su Jin. Slipping his phone away, Su Jin said, I need to speak privately with Elder Sun and Elder Wei. You may step aside for now. We'll require your assistance later. Fu Hu quietly withdrew with his wife and daughter. Only 3 remained in the room. Sunya opened his mouth to ask, but Su Jin cut in first. The man on the left was the true killer. The other was not. Moreover, the killer was infected with a mutation, not originating in the heart, but in the brain. This strain of infection, judging from the rats, alters more than mere temperament. It induces profound physiological changes, and possibly even grants anomalous abilities. Yet when it comes to sustaining injury, they differ drastically from zombies. They remain far closer to ordinary biological organisms. Decapitation, hemorrhage, poison, all prove fatal. The 2 elders' faces instantly drained of color. Sunya spoke dully. So you poisoned them. You had no way to discern who was truly infected. But how did you know the infection resided in the head? Su Jin lowered his gaze, then lifted it again. Autopsy. I dissected them, head to toe. He lit a cigarette, then pulled a bottle of baijiu from his bag. He emptied a teacup, filled it with baijiu, and drank it in one sharp gulp. Then he poured another. Adrift in an alien world, he had demanded absolute clarity from himself. Until now, this was the first time he chose intoxication. Sunya and Wei remained silent, their eyes heavy with sorrow, watching wordlessly as Su Jin drank in silence and smoked in solitude. They were perceptive men. The moment they witnessed the rat's extraordinary mutation, their flawless mimicry within the pack, no further explanation was needed. This was a force bordering on the unstoppable. It wasn't the pathogen's transmissibility that terrified them, nor the sheer potency of its mutations. It was the nature of this existence itself, shattering irrevocably the very foundation upon which human civilization rested and thrived. Trust. Sunya's eyelids drooped, bitterness flooded his face. Now everything was clear. Beyond the possibility of total military collapse, the state had detected this unique mutation long ago, even infiltrating its highest echelons. The storm's reach was too vast, human treachery layered upon treachery, shielding the infected at every level. There was neither time nor capacity, nor even sufficient resources to identify them. The entire apparatus top to bottom had disintegrated. Chains of trust snapped in an instant. Perhaps some still fought desperately in their final hours, launching the Hanxiong missiles into the city. Yet against such overwhelming tides, all weapons proved futile. The broadcast warning, do not believe, was never about ideology or propaganda. It meant do not believe anyone. Smoke coiled through the air. Beneath the haze of mild inebriation, moisture shimmered in Su Jin's eyes. A single downpour had atomized the world into isolated fragments and severed every path toward reorganization, renewal, or rebirth of civilization. Strategies forged one moment dissolved the next, rendered utterly void. This despair echoed the raw, paralyzing shock he'd felt upon first witnessing the Hanxiong outbreak and the utter collapse of national authority. True apocalypse did not arrive with the loss of weapons or supplies. It arrived with the erosion of us. And yet, he had just glimpsed hope. Each time hope flickered into view, it was instantly crushed, like a dull blade sawing slowly through flesh, leaving only the agony of waiting for death. And the cruelest irony was that he had been racing breathlessly on behalf of a near-omniscient, reality-defying corporation, only for that same entity to vanish after offering him the barest sliver of aid, abandoning him as if he were expendable refuse. Time slipped away. The living room held only Su Jin. Empty liquor bottles piled at his feet, cigarette butts scattered across the floor. Outside, night had fallen. Sunya re-entered holding a candle and sat down opposite him. Seeing Su Jin reclined, he murmured softly, "Are you giving up?" "Giving up, eh?" Su Jin sat upright, chuckling drunkenly. But beneath the haze, fury and anguish burned fiercely in his chest. A world rotting putrid and decayed. A corporation that toyed with him without restraint. If he'd already weathered the hardest beginning, how could he possibly surrender now? Revenge was imperative. To survive in this world, to keep Fu Qingdai alive, and then to hunt down and kill the contemptible wretch who had cast him here. "I will never surrender, no matter how impossible it seems." Candlelight danced in Su Jin's eyes. "This time I fight not only men, but heaven itself." "I hope those aren't the words of a drunkard," Sunya said, gazing at Su Jin with unmistakable admiration. "They're not drunk words, but what of you, eh?" Su Jin countered. "Can you still hold on?" Sunya smiled faintly. "You are the leader. You are the core. If you refuse to yield, we have no right to do so. Given current conditions, expanding and reinforcing our team carries extreme difficulty and risk. Even if we secure heavy weaponry, we cannot entrust it to others without reservation. But a solution may yet exist. Today we observed infected humans, and sample 3 remains intact. Elder Wei and I will resume research tomorrow. Research it thoroughly. Whether mechanism or manifestation, we must devise a viable countermeasure. We cannot prevail alone, as survival demands the strength of the many." Su Jin sighed deeply. "One possible key may lie in those fleshy growths. You've seen the rats. Their mutations are manifold. Perhaps heaven will grant us eyes capable of piercing deception and revealing the traitors among us." "Precisely. We must still trust nature." Sunya smiled, picked up the half-empty bottle, and poured himself a bowl. "There's one thing I truly admire about you. Oh, your adaptability is unmatched. From your first autopsy to your systematic, unflinching dissections, it was evident from the start. Today, uncertain of the killer's identity, you executed both living men and proceeded to flay them alive. TCH. Sunya took a fiery sip, exhaling sharply. "Most would never dare such a thing. Were I unaware that your actions serve the collective, that your sole aim is guiding us toward survival, I'd flee someone like you without hesitation." "Is that praise or condemnation?" Su Jin tilted his head, squinting with a crooked smile. "Let's call it praise. In chaos, heroes emerge, and you are a warlord. I'm certain you'll succeed." "Indeed," Sunya nodded firmly, then shifted tone. "Though, a man like you succeeding might well become a tyrant." Su Jin scoffed, raising his bowl to clink against Sunya's. He swallowed the burning liquor, his gaze steady, calm as still water. "Yes, this world does require a tyrant. But it will not be me." Su Jin awoke with a throbbing headache, groggy from last night's intoxication. Glancing outside, he saw it was already noon. He looked around, uncertain when or how he had fallen asleep, only to find himself repositioned onto his side. Fu Qingdai sat on a small stool beside the bed, chin propped in her palms, studying him intently. The moment she noticed him stirring, she straightened up at once. Su Jin pushed himself halfway upright and turned his head toward her. "Why aren't you training? What are you doing here?" Fu Qingdai opened her mouth to speak. Then her expression crumpled into a pout. "I just finished practicing. I wanted to check on you. Brother, did something serious happen? Were those 2 people yesterday killed by the chocolate you gave them?" Su Jin drew a slow, deep breath and nodded. "Yes, something did go wrong. But I'll handle it. Don't tell your parents. Promise me." "I haven't said anything. If you forbid me, I'd never dare." Fu Qingdai hesitated, then asked softly, "Then, what did happen? Can you tell me? You're still too young. I'm afraid you'll blurt it out without thinking, so don't ask." He rubbed his face, feeling some clarity return, then added gravely, "But remember this, we won't stay cooped up in this building forever waiting to die. Sooner or later we will go outside, and when we do, trust no one you meet. And if anyone near you is injured, remain utterly vigilant. If someone makes you uneasy, or seems strange in any way, kill them immediately." With that, Su Jin reached for the silver pistol on the nightstand and handed it to her. "This gun is yours now, for protection. Take it. Then what will you use?" Fu Qingdai didn't reach for it. Instead, she looked directly at him. "I've awakened latent abilities. I'm no longer vulnerable to infection, so a firearm matters less to me now." His tone was earnest. "Besides, I have another one, and I'll acquire more soon." Su Jin tossed the silver pistol into her hand, strode to the window, threw it wide open, and pointed outside. "Fire 1 round into the sky. Get a feel for it." Fu Qingdai lifted the handgun, aimed outward, and squeezed the trigger. Go on, shoot. What are you hesitating for?" "I am shooting. I can't depress the trigger." "Push harder." "I am pushing." "Is it rusted shut?" Her delicate face flushed crimson. Her fingers straining against the trigger had lost all color. Su Jin frowned, snatched the weapon back, and fired a single shot into the sky. Bang! The report rang out cleanly. Staring at the pistol in silence, Su Jin paused, then scanned the room. Moments later, he retrieved a leather satchel from beside the bed. He always carried this satchel himself. Everyone knew it, and no one dared touch it. Last night, drunk as he'd been, it must have been Sunya who placed it here. Opening it, he aimed its mouth toward Fu Qingdai and said, "Reach inside. See what's in there." "What do you mean, brother?" she asked. even as her hand slipped inside without pause. She fumbled twice, withdrew her hand, and gazed at him bewildered. There's nothing inside. Sujin sighed, exasperated. Clearly the company-issued work equipment remained bound exclusively to him. No one else could activate it. He could accept that the spatial briefcase resisted external use, but the pistol being similarly restricted was genuinely inconvenient. Though it reloaded infinitely, its operational window was strictly time-limited. With ample ammunition, it proved less reliable than conventional firearms. This entire design amounted to nothing but a self-imposed constraint on already scarce firepower. That wretched... From the satchel, he withdrew a bar of chocolate and handed it to Fu Qingdai. His voice grew solemn. Equipment from our homeworld won't respond to you. I'll find you proper weapons later. Until then, train diligently with the bow and arrow. Here, this chocolate bar is for you. If anyone threatens you, find an opportunity to get them to eat it. But don't taste it yourself, and watch over your parents carefully. Fu Qingdai turned the chocolate over in her hands, tucked it into her pocket, and nodded. Understood, brother. Good. You're dismissed. Go fetch me a glass of water. She murmured assent and rose from the stool. Then the instant she turned away, collapsed to her knees with a muffled thud. Struggling to rise, she fell again. Another heavy thud. Slowly she glanced back, embarrassed cheeks blazing, before gripping the wardrobe and shakily pulling herself upright. All right, rest now. I won't need the water after all. Sujin chuckled. No, I do need it. I'll bring it myself. She insisted stubbornly, her long legs trembling violently as she steadied herself against the wall and limped out of the bedroom. Before long, Sujin rose and stood before the living room window, its panes thrown wide, golden sunlight spilling across his broad, powerful frame. Under the influence of photonic energy, fatigue and the lingering ache of his hangover swiftly receded. Unconsciously, Sujin clenched his fist. His mood too lifted, just as Sunya's voice sounded behind him. Shaoli. Sujin turned. Sunya smiled warmly. You haven't forgotten what we discussed yesterday, have you? How could I forget? Good. Come downstairs with me. I've made some new discoveries with Lao Wei, and we need your input. In the Spartan fifth-floor laboratory, the three settled into chairs. Gazing into the cage, Sujin stared in astonishment at specimen No. 3. A mutated rat split cleanly down the middle, gnawing relentlessly at the iron bars. What happened to it? We prodded it with skewers. It likely realized it had been exposed, and dropped all pretense. Now it only thinks of attacking us, Waita said with a wry smile. Enough. We'll discuss our findings now. Sunya clapped his hands lightly. Lao Wei and I barely slept last night, working straight through until now, and we have uncovered something meaningful. Combined with your discovery yesterday, these latent camouflaged mutants differ significantly from our earlier assumptions. Sujin listened intently. Sunya continued, broadly speaking, rain-infected organisms fall into two categories: zombies and camouflaged mutants. Yet they belong to no shared faction. These disguised mutants carry no contagion, and zombies themselves attack them instinctively. Sujin's eyes lit up, only for Sunya to gently press his right hand downward. Don't celebrate. Zombies assault them because their instincts drive them to hunt the living, but camouflaged mutants show no interest in zombies whatsoever. They retaliate only when attacked. Conversely, they retain most normal biological behaviors, yet harbor an overwhelming predatory urge to slaughter the uninfected. Sujin sighed, crestfallen. Could this infection enhance cognitive capacity? Specimen No. 3 exhibits remarkably sophisticated mimicry. That's plausible. I disagree. Waita interjected. Rats are naturally intelligent creatures. Its ability to detect our threat and feign normalcy post-infection is unsurprising, but its inability to suppress murderous impulses, ambushing and devouring other rats when unobserved, suggests intelligence remains unchanged. The cognitive acuity of a camouflaged mutant likely depends on the original host's baseline intellect. Moreover, based on 2 observed cases, biological mutation manifests in 3 possible ways. First, psychological distortion, heightened aggression, yet retaining fully human physiology. Second, awakening extraordinary abilities, like yours, while appearing outwardly unchanged. And structural physical transformation, as with specimen No. 3. Were its fur absent, its body would visibly display profound observable mutations. As he spoke, specimen No. 3 yawned open, a jaw nearly half its body length, still gnawing, still battering the cage, emitting soft rhythmic thuds. Sunya glanced at it, then said, Last night Lao Wei and I reached a firm conclusion. Regardless of their intelligence, these camouflaged mutants have suffered severe functional degradation compared to ordinary humans. Which faculty has deteriorated most? Sujin asked. Both elders lifted their heads in unison. Delayed gratification. Delayed gratification. Sujin's eyes betrayed his puzzlement. Yes, their appetite for slaughter is ravenous. The moment an opportunity presents itself, they strike. The man who died yesterday, the instant he showed the trait, instinctively began selecting victims. Sunya smiled and pointed backhandedly at rat number 3. And it too, once it realized it could no longer hide, its assaults have not ceased. It tires and must feed, yet after resting it resumes its relentless attacks. Shaoli, do you understand? Sujin's brow tightened and then smoothed. You mean? We can contrive circumstances to draw out their bloodlust and thereby identify them. Exactly. That's the idea. Sunya slapped his thigh and leaned forward. We worked out an entire plan last night. It should be feasible. There are still many survivors in the neighborhood. Shortly after the rain, they were warned by broadcasts and texts not to touch rainwater or tap water. Ordinary people generally avoid such contact. The concentration of the gray substance in tap water is not high, and the warning came early, so only a portion were infected. Once infected, the chance of corpse transformation is considerably higher than the chance of becoming a disguised infected. By assessing each building's condition, we can bolster this conclusion. This is the first filter. As for disguised infected who remain indoors when they find living people, the living do not stand still, but leave or go hunt others. These disguised infected are not contagious, so those presently alive are very likely healthy. A full unclothed inspection can further eliminate risk. This is the second filter. They also fear zombie attacks and need supplies to survive, so some may indeed stay inside, Wada added. Indeed, that cannot be denied, Sunya continued. But based on the first two lines of defense alone, the risk of recruiting team members has been greatly reduced. So long as we can construct a third line of defense, we should be able to drive risk down to a minimum and confidently form a team. Afterwards, through careful division of labor, we can further guarantee safety. Keeping people closely paired so no one is left alone suppresses the disguised infected's impulse to foment chaos. Even if some prove malicious, if we can control them, they can still be put to use. Sujin pondered. The third line you speak of is to lure out their homicidal nature for identification, yes. But how can that be done? We cannot possibly lock living people in with them as experiments, can we? The disguised infected are human, not vermin. They are not that stupid, are they? Yeah. You're right. We cannot bear the time or risk cost of human trials, and the test must not appear deliberate. There is only one method left: use small animals for testing, Sunya said, pointing at the rats. They also have a murderous instinct toward other species. Rat trials best meet our needs. Under the guise of state business, using food and water deliveries as cover, we can slip rats into their rooms. Better still, order them to remain sealed in their bedrooms. This makes discovery and prevents escape. Track them afterward, and the third defense is in place. There are only 2 or 3 normal rats left, Su Jin said, frowning. And how are we to track them? If a rat is swallowed, how would I possibly know where it went? Yes. Sun Ya's expression tightened, and his mood dimmed. Therefore, we must obtain a large number of rats, and beyond the rodents we need sodium fluorescein and a chromogenic reagent to trace those who have killed the rats. This outbreak erupted in the dead of winter. Where would we find so many rats? Su Jin asked with a grimace. And those reagents you speak of, where are we to get them? We already considered that. Beneath Longshan Medical University, there is a laboratory. One of the country's foremost, with independent emergency power and strict temperature and humidity control. The lab's experimental rodents must still be alive. Even if food is scarce, cannibalism would leave a surviving cohort. The facility also stores sodium fluorescein and portable ultraviolet lamps. Secure those, and our toolkit will be complete. A university with such an advanced lab. Universities are research institutions. Their laboratories often surpass hospitals. And you surely know of Longshan Medical University, do you not? Of course I know it. Sunya and Wada exchanged a glance and quickly averted their eyes. Wada removed his glasses and wiped them with the hem of his sleeve, lowering his head as he said, yes. Xiaoli must know. Why are you two being so odd all of a sudden? Su Jin's gaze darted between them. Nothing. Sunya changed the subject. I just thought of something. Xiaoli, can you use that flesh sphere? Can others? What are you saying? We discussed it last night. The substance inside that flesh sphere is not the same as the gray mist. When I use it, I undergo change without infection. You will very likely be the same. What are my organs different from yours? No. Sunya waved his hands repeatedly, then produced a notebook from his chest and handed it over. This is the detailed plan we wrote this morning. Take a look. Su Jin hastily took the notebook and read, but when he finished, his brow remained drawn. He looked up and said, I have no objection to this plan. One could even call it the best available solution. But adopting it would mean abandoning the path of urban development and committing ourselves to the military zone. Exactly. We must confine safe recruitment to the neighborhood. The people we can muster should be enough to form an enhanced company. Expanding beyond that would imperil the whole enterprise. Sunya said, you worry that disguised infected might set their sights on the military zone as well, don't you? Yes. There are already signs of infiltration at higher levels. They are shrewd and may well target that area. You should not measure mutated beings with the reasoning of ordinary humans. I think they will slaughter nearby. Long-term strategies do not suit their nature. He continued, and those at the top are not necessarily as clever as you imagine. There are many fools. They merely possess more information than common people. Su Jin mused and closed the notebook. Yet everything remains conjecture. No link can be rendered riskless. This is a gamble. Indeed. Wait aside, but our greatest worry is you. From here to Longshan Medical University is 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers round trip, and only Chengdu and Fu who can accompany you. That is the distance between life and death. Xiaoli, whether we act or not depends on one word from you. If it proves impossible, we will think of another way. Su-jin turned his gaze to the mutated rat gnawing the cage bars. A nakedly malicious expression crossed his face as he murmured. I imagine you have considered this, but were reluctant to tell me. These new mutated creatures possess minds, which likely means continuously evolving zombies might also develop cognition. Perhaps one day the two will converge, and there could even arise mutated beings capable of directing hordes of the dead. The two elders bowed their heads, sinking into silence. So what is there left to hesitate about? If fear of risk means placing every problem before us, then nothing in the world would ever get done. Su-jin withdrew his gaze and smiled. This slender chance at survival we must seize. A map of Longshan City lay spread across the table. 3 people gathered around it. Su-jin pressed both palms flat on the surface, glancing left and right. Only the 3 of us know about disguising ourselves as infected beings. No one else can be informed yet. Let's settle the broad outline now. You two will refine the details later. I'll handle the coordination with Fu, Hu, and Chengdu. Both nodded in agreement. Su-jin said, before we begin, there's a critical issue. We'll need a car to travel such a distance. But what if we have a vehicle without keys? What kind of question is that? Do you think Old Wei and I are idle eaters? Starting an engine doesn't require a key anymore. Fair enough, Su-jin smiled. There's another matter. I don't know how to drive, and I'll need you both to teach me. Still, I expect to pick it up quickly. He meant he couldn't drive vehicles, though their mechanical structures might be broadly similar. Any miscalculation in life or death matters is unforgivable. A minor concern. Let's proceed directly to the core discussion. Wada picked up a pen. Longshan Medical University was established early. Its location lies closer to the city center. When the cold dome erupted at the heart of the city, temperatures there plunged far lower than here, and the ice remains entirely unthawed. The greatest obstacle is the downburst triggered by the cold dome must have demolished numerous fragile buildings. Many pavement tiles may even have been ripped from the ground and hurled into the streets. Therefore, my earlier statement wasn't quite precise. The shortest straight line distance from here is 6 kilometers, but narrow side roads are likely still blocked by debris and ice. So you cannot take that route. Instead, you'll have to detour along the central arterial road. Obstacles there will be far fewer, though the one-way distance increases by 2 kilometers. Wada traced a path on the map, then circled a point midway. This is Longshan No. 3 Middle School. You must pass through swiftly. The torrential rain can find most people indoors, but here large numbers of zombies may be exposed outdoors. Why? Su-jin asked, bewildered. Wada paused briefly. That day, a colleague called me. He said his grandson had been attending the school's anniversary celebration. All students were assembled on the sports field. A torrential downpour, and they held an anniversary ceremony. Su-jin's eyes widened in disbelief. An official opened the event. It was raining cats and dogs. How could they possibly open it under such conditions? Are schools truly so devoid of humanity these days? Su-jin slapped his palm against his own hand. Wasn't the podium covered? No. No what? Officials arrived soaked. Why shouldn't students get drenched too? Sunya snapped impatiently. Does any of this really matter? Just listen and remember. This place is highly likely to harbor massive zombie concentrations. Wada continued sketching. About 1 kilometer ahead, I recall dense greenery flanking both sides of the road, easily uprooted and flung onto the street by the downburst. If the road becomes severely obstructed, you'll need to recalculate your route from this point onward. Mid-sentence, Sunya extended a finger and tapped the map. Turning to Wada, Old Wei, do you usually buy your heart medication from this pharmacy? Did you collect your last? No need to dwell on this. It would only waste time and escalate risk en route. No, it is necessary. It's just a quick detour. Su-jin interjected. Uncle Wei, what's the pharmacy's name? Which medicine? Seeing Su-jin's unwavering gaze, Wada managed a faint, strained smile. Longxing Grand Pharmacy, a large establishment easily visible on the street corner. I arrange all my prescriptions privately with them. Each time I enter through the second-floor entrance and retrieve my medicine from the bottom shelf of the first row of cabinets. I'll give you the original packaging later. Don't strain yourself. If you can't locate it, leave immediately. Su-jin nodded. Then let's continue. Beyond this point lies Longshan Medical University. You'll enter indoor spaces. There are countless students inside. Should any be infected, escape will be impossible. Proceed with extreme caution. As for the internal layout, Uncle Sun is best suited to brief you. Sunya took over. I assisted in installing 2 pieces of equipment in Longshan Medical University's laboratories and delivered several lectures there. I'm reasonably familiar with the premises. Later I'll draft a detailed floor plan for you and include sodium fluorescent and a portable UV lamp. I'll write out full instructions shortly. Beyond this, is there anything else you'd like us to prepare? Su-jin gazed intently at the Longshan map, lost in a car's noise alone is substantial, and if the streets are littered with debris, collisions mid-journey are virtually inevitable. I fear triggering chain reactions among the zombies. Still, driving grants mobility. Yet should such an accident occur, I worry it might draw hordes of zombies back. Thus, I need a device capable of generating immense sound, like an explosive. Can either of you fabricate bombs? Bombs. Wada fell into deep contemplation. Sunya asked, do you still have the shotgun shells I gave you? Yes. Then it's simple. Wade spoke decisively. We can salvage timing circuit components from microwaves and washing machines. Heating resistors are straightforward to source. And combined with gunpowder, we can construct rudimentary detonators, functionally equivalent to timed explosives. However, stability will be low. To improve reliability, we'll need to install multiple timing units, making deployment slightly more cumbersome for you. Such crude devices would inflict negligible damage in open terrain, and given zombie physiology, effective lethality is nearly impossible. Yet directional diversion and temporary obstruction are fully achievable. That's simple. Su Jin's eyes lit up. Could we build a firearm? Even a crude one? Are you making wishes, eh? Sunya rolled his eyes. Anything else to add? Nothing further. For now, I'll mentally rehearse the operation. The rest, refinement and supplementary planning, I entrust to both of you. That area isn't one I frequent often. You two know it better than I do. What a pretense. He's never set foot there, not even once. The two elders exchanged silent wry thoughts. When do you plan to depart? Wada asked. After a moment's reflection, Su Jin replied, in 5 days. That should allow ample preparation time. Starting today, I'll lead a team to clear zombies from our residential complex, tally survivors, and distribute basics. The building harbors many zombies. We may uncover additional flesh spheres. If Huohuo and Chengdu acquire abilities like mine, our operational safety will increase dramatically. Moreover, residents in other buildings can't wait indefinitely. Even with sufficient food, lack of water will prove fatal. No, delaying further is unacceptable. Sunya objected. Temperatures are rising rapidly. The ice layers and frozen carapaces encasing zombies will soon melt completely, vastly enhancing their mobility. Your mission's danger level will spike accordingly. You can complete it in half a day. Swift round trip remains optimal. No, securing flesh spheres through indoor zombie clearance must come first. Developing new abilities and immunity is paramount. Su Jin analyzed. Actually, once driving begins, revived zombie mobility poses little threat. Unthawed ice causes severe traction loss. The true danger lies in indoor combat, the highest risk phase of all. Should Huohuo or Chengdu suffer casualties inside Longshan Medical University, even minor contact, that loss would be catastrophic. I have few core personnel I trust absolutely. This point requires no further debate. Cold weather tactics differ from warm weather ones, and each climate offers distinct advantages. 2 days later, temperatures had risen to 10 degrees above zero. The ashen mist, once the invisible harbinger of apocalypse, had vanished without a trace. In its place lingered a faint, elusive stench. With no running water for toilets, the sewer system lay abandoned. Survivors resorted to hurling waste from balconies, plastic bags bursting upon impact in circular splatters. Yet not all followed this practice. A handful of gentlemen mindful of plastic pollution opted instead to lean out and discharge directly. Those still alive downstairs responded with silent, unspoken reciprocity, tossing their own packages upward. Add to this the gutted corpses of zombies and the lifeless bodies of suicides, and the world had become both a colossal latrine and a sprawling morgue. A glimpse through a narrow tube reveals the full horror of the apocalypse. For 2 days, Su Jin had moved ceaselessly between apartment blocks, evading Strawberry Tower, hunting zombies. The Fu family, 3 members strong, as well as Chengdu and Sister Lu, trailed closely behind, observing Su Jin's every move. First, to prepare them early, to desensitize these ordinary people untouched by slaughter as swiftly as possible. Second, to enable them to carry more supplies. Many apartments stood empty, their owners gone. Our resources needed urgent consolidation and redistribution. Third, to register and assign identification numbers to survivors who appeared stable, for now. Chengdu and Sister Lu had originally been under observation, but closer scrutiny revealed little left to assess. One possessed an astonishingly abundant stockpile, the other so cautious he drank motor oil and urine, even retaining half a cup, offering irrefutable proof of his soundness. And with manpower desperately needed, they were released ahead of schedule. The third morning, a gunshot shattered the neighborhood silence. Su Jin kicked open the door, confronted immediately by an elderly zombie, and behind him a towering one. Fu Qingdai and the others watched from the threshold. They saw Su Jin draw an extended screwdriver from his belt and drive it straight into the elder's heart, then sweep the corpse aside with a sharp kick. In one fluid motion, he executed a swift backflip and landed squarely atop the taller zombie's shoulders. Even before his feet touched down, Fu Qingdai hurled a fishbowl toward him. He caught it midair and slammed it over the zombie's head. His legs locked tight around the creature's arms, pinning them. Then, reaching behind his back, he pulled out a long strip of cloth and flung it toward one of the zombie's arms. With practiced precision, he wrapped several clean loops around the right fist, then repeated the maneuver with his left hand. Leaping down, he danced nimbly around the immobilized beast, securing both bound fists with final taut knots. Finally, he fastened an impossibly thick dog leash around the zombie's neck and gestured outward toward the doorway. Fu Qingdai and the others hurried downstairs, while the zombie charged behind them, tethered and led by Su Jin. They reached the ground floor, where Su Jin secured the zombie to the security grill. Taking 2 steps forward, he planted his hands on his hips and declared, Qingdai, today you and your father will do nothing else but practice archery here. We used quilts before. Today we begin real combat training. No room for carelessness. Fu Qingdai moistened her lips, her pulse quickening. She had watched zombie killings for 2 days, enough to endure bloodshed passively. But now stepping into action herself, her nerves prickled with unease. Brother, what if the security grill collapses? What if the fishbowl shatters? It's fine. I've already planned for that. Bring me your pack. Su Jin waved casually toward Fu Qingdai. She hastily shrugged off her backpack and tossed it to him. He unzipped it and withdrew a can of expanding foam, salvaged from the home of a zombie who'd once worked in hardware. Pressing one hand firmly atop the zombie's skull, ignoring the futile hammering of its bound fists, he injected the foam through the narrow gap beneath the fishbowl. Then he uncapped a large bottle of industrial adhesive and poured it slowly over the top of the bowl. Lastly, he affixed a crudely forged breastplate over the zombie's chest. Turning, he pointed backward and said, approach closely first, observe and acclimate. Once the glue sets, you'll begin archery practice. If the grill falls and he drags it behind him, you won't outrun him. Not even I could save you. Old Fu, keep holding that pistol. Watch over your daughter. Understood, Director. Receiving his affirmation, Su Jin waved his hand and led the group back inside the building. They resumed door-to-door searches. When a room answered, Zhang Wan and Sister Lu stood behind the door to conduct registration and inquiry. After brief reassurance and questioning, they placed supplies at the threshold, while Su Jin stood guard nearby, rifle ready, vigilant against any surprise. Residents opened the doors tearfully, like all others, eager to speak yet frozen by the sight of the gun barrel aimed at their faces. They accepted the provisions through the crack and retreated silently indoors. Zhang Wan called out from the doorway, as always, keep your water bottles. Don't throw them away. We'll collect and reuse them. The containers were plastic bottles scavenged from neighborhood trash bins, essential for distributing water since sealed vessels remained scarce. Once one unit was cleared, they advanced to the next. This time no voice answered, only the thudding impact of a zombie battering the door. Su Jin broke the lock and eliminated the threat instantly. 2 zombies lay felled within. Without expression, Su Jin drew his blade and sliced open the chest cavity to extract the heart. He had repeated this act too many times. Numbness had long since settled in. He was now fully desensitized to carnage. His knife moved with mechanical fluency, ripping open rib cages, searching for hearts. Then his hand froze. His face, previously blank, suddenly lit with vivid emotion. There, nestled behind the heart, was a smooth, spherical mass of flesh. His heart leapt with elation. Chengdu, seeing Su Jin motionless, rushed forward to investigate. Spotting the round, glistening orb clutched in Su Jin's palm, his eyes widened in awe. Director, this is it, isn't it? The fleshy sphere you spoke of. Truth be told, Chengdu had long admired Su Jin's terrifying prowess against zombies. When told this power stemmed from the sphere, and that Su Jin promised him access, he'd burned with envy. Now seeing it firsthand, a fierce visceral hunger surged within him. That's right, it is it. Su Jin closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He hadn't found one in ages. Fearing luck alone had granted this rare encounter. At last a great weight lifted from his chest. So many units remained unsearched. If the drop rate held, he'd surely uncover another within 3 days. With Huohuo and Chengdu wielding awakened abilities, their upcoming expedition to Longshan Medical University, aimed at securing vital supplies, would stand a far greater chance of success. Enough staring, back to work. Su Jin severed the orb and rose to resume his duties. Night fell. The city sank into absolute darkness. Not a single light pierced the void. Below, a lone zombie stood tethered. A grotesque parody of humanity features sealed shut, fists swaddled tight, resembling a humanoid Doryman. Meanwhile, the 6th-floor living room buzzed with activity. A large table hosted 8 people leaning forward in unison, their gazes locked on a crimson orb resting on a tissue at the table's center. 5 candles flickered erratically, their breath swayed flames casting eerie ruddy light across every face. Each pair of eyes widened, mouths slightly agape. Saliva glistened faintly on parted lips. It resembled nothing so much as a dark ritual. Huh. Director Chengdu breathed heavily. It looks like a tumor. How can it possibly grant the effects you described? This is no ordinary tumor. Have you ever seen one sprout from a heart? Eat it, and extraordinary power will awaken. Let's begin. Chengdu, you go first. Hold it carefully, with the tissue. Su Jin signaled with his eyes. Only he had consumed it before its safety remained unproven. By trust alone, Fu Hu ranked higher than Chengdu, so Su Jin dared not let him taste it first. Chengdu hesitated, then reached out, lifting both tissue and orb. He paused, wavering, before bringing it slowly toward his mouth. The 2 elders wrinkled their faces into withered blossoms, recoiling in disgust. Ugh, Director. It reeks, pungent and foul. Ugh, yet strangely tempting. Can this truly be eaten? Did you swallow it just like this? His expression twisted, horrified yet electrified with anticipation. You're eager indeed, but I never said eat it. Just hold it. Su Jin snapped. Put it down now. With a loud thud, Fu Qingdai was forcibly dragged back into the room by Zhang Wan. Su Jin took a deep breath and extended his knife toward the orb. As the blade pierced its surface, his pupils dilated. Once again he beheld that mesmerizing prismatic halo and felt his appetite surge violently. The orb split cleanly open. With a deft flick of his wrist, Su Jin scooped out a luminous rainbow-hued droplet and let it fall onto Chengdu's wrist. It dissolved instantly, its light sinking deep into his flesh. All eyes darted to Chengdu's face. How do you feel? Su Jin pressed urgently. I feel warm. Before he could finish, Chengdu's knees buckled. He collapsed face first onto the table. Warm? Sunya asked sharply. Shaoli, was it like this for you? Su Jin shrugged. I felt no warmth at all. Let's observe. Night passed. Dawn rose. In the gloom, Chengdu stirred and opened his eyes. Instantly, he recoiled in shock. 7 enormous faces loomed inches from his own. Huh, what are you doing? How do you feel? Any unusual changes? Su Jin's tone was grave. Chengdu sat upright and touched his cheeks. Last night, I felt like I was burning alive. Now there's a searing current surging through my body. Can you control it? Let me try. Step back, please. He rose, shakily trembling with excitement. He truly had changed, perhaps gained superhuman ability. The energy within him felt undeniable, instinctive. They retreated. Chengdu raised his hands and clenched his jaw as if holding his breath. With a thunderous whoosh, twin torrents of flame erupted from his forearms. Whoa! He cried in disbelief. Silence crashed over the room, every soul stunned into stillness. My heavens! This is magic. Sunya clutched his chest, emotions churning. Beside him, Weidou wore nearly identical Xiao Li's enhanced strength and speed. He could grudgingly accept. But now fire erupting from human flesh. What then had he spent his life studying? Would it ever matter again? Chengdu continued testing his power, flames vanishing from his arms, then his mouth yawning wide. A blazing fireball blasted forth, its recoil violent enough to send him crashing backward. Great fireball technique. Su Jin's eye twitched as he rushed to steady Chengdu. You're incredible, Chengdu, but besides your mouth, can you project fire elsewhere? Can you fly? Hover? Push further, show us. Chengdu looked drained, glanced left and right, then leaned close to Su Jin and whispered confidentially. This ability feels remarkably versatile. Director, I'll show you privately. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Their routine remained unchanged, clearing zombies, tallying survivors, and distributing supplies. Meanwhile, Elder Sun and Elder Wei took several others aside to teach them the essentials of hot-wiring vehicles and basic driving techniques. The zombie hunting mission had now been transferred from Su Jin to Chengdu. Time was scarce, and thrusting Chengdu directly into live combat offered the swiftest path to mastery. His flame-controlling ability was truly formidable. Only a precise strike piercing the heart could instantly kill a zombie. Yet while Chengdu's fire attacks did not deliver instant death, they severely impaired mobility. Ordinary flames inflicted negligible hindrance on zombie movement. But flames ignited through his innate ability carried distinct potency, eliciting sharp, visceral reactions of agony. A finishing blow would then prove instantly lethal. So far, 2 applications had been identified, first enveloping his own body, or even weapons, in sustained flame for close-quarters combat. The second involved projecting fire directly from his mouth for ranged assault. Both methods packed considerable power, but Chengdu's stamina in battle paled in comparison to Su Jin's. Curiously, flame projection was not limited to the mouth, so any bodily orifice capable of expelling air appeared viable. Chengdu enthusiastically invited Su Jin to observe, and even spar, during a demonstration. Su Jin politely declined, fearing Chengdu might inadvertently unleash something far less pleasant. Another zombie collapsed to the ground. Chengdu sidestepped, clearing space behind him. Su Jin crouched swiftly and began dissecting the corpse, a task he performed with grim efficiency. Though nauseating, it fell to him alone, for speed demanded no compromise. He pried open the zombie's chest cavity, heart pounding with anticipation, then froze as he uncovered, nestled beneath the heart, a fleshy spherical mass. His pupils contracted sharply, his fist clenched tight. Excellent. At last, they had found it. All 3 were now fully equipped before departure. They would set out the day after tomorrow, granting Fu Hu 1 full day to awaken and acclimate to his new ability. After securing the orb, Su Jin rose and glanced at the group. Let's continue. Few households remain. We'll clear them all today. Nightfall arrived. Once again, the 8 gathered for their solemn, almost ritualistic meeting. This time, no preliminaries were exchanged. Fu Hu swallowed hard, then extended his hands to cradle the orb. Su Jin made a precise incision. The orb ruptured. Fu Hu immediately slumped into unconsciousness. Fortunately, Chengdu caught him just in time and gently lowered him onto the sofa to rest. Su Jin waved the others away, retaining only Elders Sunya and Weidou. After a moment's reflection, he asked, We depart the day after tomorrow. Anything else we need to prepare? Sunya handed over a folded sheet of paper and a medicine box. Here are the operational details and Elder Wei's medication. Take them. You'll know what to do. While you were out today, Elder Wei and I inspected the vehicle. Its fuel tank is now completely filled. We've also assembled 2 rudimentary, timed explosives, both placed on the 4th floor. You'll need to retrieve them yourself. We're too frail for such labor. As for the propane tanks, secure them in the rear cargo hold. We've already shattered the rear window glass. When needed, simply assign someone to the back seat to deploy the charges. Sunya paused, then added, By the way, Shaoli, I've long wondered, how exactly did you explain this to the others? They seem remarkably unconcerned. Su Jin smiled faintly. With the women, I kept it light. I told them we'd be gathering nearby medical supplies and stockpiling essentials. Nothing distant or dangerous. To Elder Fu and Chengdu I said we'd be retrieving critical materials from the medical university. Risky, yes, but indispensable for our future. Elder Fu remained silent. His wife and child depended on him. Chengdu, newly empowered, brimmed with restless eagerness. Chengdu's impetuous. Keep him in check. No accidents. Sunya sighed. These past days I've wrestled with concealment. It cannot last. Everyone here possesses sound judgment. They deserve awareness. Once you return successfully tomorrow, we'll gather them and speak plainly. Since we'll need to conduct trials across many households, they must understand and stand ready. And should word leak, once we form a larger collective, our 3 awakened individuals will provide overwhelming authority, more than enough to command stability. Su Jin nodded. Precisely my thinking. The more awakened individuals we cultivate, the firmer our foundation becomes. Let's discuss further once I return from tomorrow's mission. Remember everything we've entrusted to you. Proceed with utmost caution. Everyone depends on you. Rest assured, we'll also retire early tonight. At first light, amid the misty dawn, Fu, who stirred awake on the sofa, 7 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. But he showed no alarm, having already witnessed 2 such awakenings. Rubbing his eyes, he murmured, "How long did I sleep? What time is it?" "Time is irrelevant. Test your abilities." At once Fu, who straightened alert and focused, blinking rapidly as he probed inward for any anomaly. Seconds passed. Then suddenly his voice brightened with wonder. Yes, there's definitely something. A current like qi, and I can guide it. Try channeling that energy into a specific part of your body. Chengdu guided him from the side. Su Jin remained silent. He differed fundamentally from them. His awakening conferred passive systemic enhancements, altering core physiological parameters. Fu Hu extended his arms. The group crowded close. No visible change, Chengdu remarked, puzzled. No, there is a change. Touch it. Chengdu pressed lightly against Fu Hu's forearm and recoiled with astonishment. Good heavens. Iron hard. Su Jin picked up a water glass from the table and tapped Fu, whose arm. A crisp metallic chime rang out. Hardening. Fu Hu contemplated his altered physiology, then reached for Su Jin's glass and crushed it effortlessly in his palm. Unsatisfied, he rose and strode to the corner, seizing a seldom-used 90-pound compound bow. Like flicking a slingshot, he drew and released it over a dozen times, before returning calmly to the sofa. A flicker of delight lit Su Jin's eyes. That bow could not measure his upper limit, and drawing it so effortlessly meant his strength had surged dramatically. It's not just hardness. I'm vastly stronger, Fu Hu declared, stretching his limbs. But beyond that, nothing else seems to have emerged. Is this hardening restricted to your arms, eh? Su Jin asked. Fu Hu shook his head. It extends across my entire body, but covering all at once is impossible. At most I can reinforce areas roughly the size of both arms. Well, that's more than sufficient. Chengdu murmured, lips pursed. Instantly Su Jin and the other men's gazes darted, not to his face but lower, to a certain unmistakable region. Lucky man. Wan Ludajia whispered into Zhang Wan's ear. Step aside. Zhang Wan brushed her daughter aside with one hand, her lips twitching wildly between laughter and disbelief. Fu Hu threw his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Haha, not bad, right? What do you think of this ability of mine? We are no longer ordinary people. All right, very good. Su Jin cleared his throat, feeling a great ease in his chest. With this ability, our prospects for safety will be vastly enhanced. You have 1 day to practice and test. We depart tomorrow. At dawn the next day, beneath the apartment block, Su Jin and the others inspected their equipment. Crude armor, helmets, firearms, arrows. Everything was prepared. The back seat was piled with more than 20 bolas. A bola, simply put, is a length of rope with stones tied to both ends, a crude tripping line. Thrown outward, it can entangle an enemy's feet. The materials are easy to obtain and fabricate, and the device is efficient and practical. Zombies, being mindless creatures, once tripped and their legs entangled, become far less dangerous. Of course, they are useful only against single opponents. Against a horde, they are of little effect. Halfway through the check, Su Jin looked up and saw a few women leaning from a window watching them. Su Jin waved and called up, "Go back. Don't interfere with us. Finish whatever you are doing. We'll be back in an hour. Be careful." Fu Qingdai cupped her hands and shouted before closing the window. After confirming no one was watching, Su Jin went to the edge of the building, took out gas canister bombs, and began loading them into the trunk. With all preparations complete, Su Jin looked at Sunya and Weida, who were helping with the checks. You two stay upstairs. Until we return, no one is to leave the apartment. Don't worry, we will look after the home. You two should not dawdle either. Come back as soon as you can. Sunya pointed at Su Jin's chest. You carry that handbag every day, and now you have sewn it into your clothes. It looks cumbersome. What's in it that's so precious? A family heirloom, my only keepsake. The 2 old men patted Su Jin on the shoulders one after the other and turned to go upstairs. Only the 3 men remained, exchanging looks. After a moment, Fu Hu asked, "Who will drive?" "If you're asking, then you drive." Very well." The 3 climbed into the car. Fu Hu took the wheel, Su Jin sat in the front passenger seat, and Chengdu took the back. As Fu Hu turned the key, Chengdu's gaze flicked towards Su Jin. After hesitating, Chengdu produced something from his coat and slowly offered it to Su Jin. Feeling something brush his ear, Su Jin shivered and turned sharply to look. What are you doing? Director. Chengdu said with an awkward smile, his eyes darting. That thing, the Hanxiong missile detonated over there, the ice hasn't completely melted yet, right? I thought it might be cold there, so I brought you a pair of socks. Why not put them on? Su Jin took the socks and unfolded them, white high-waisted socks. He glanced back suspiciously and snorted with laughter. Chengdu, you are really something. Afraid it'll freeze, but you don't bring shirts and pants, and instead you bring socks. What were you thinking? You don't lack shirts and pants. These socks are warm. And they help prevent ankle twists, Chengdu said, raising his brows with theatrical enthusiasm. Director, try them. Ridiculous. Su Jin tossed the socks onto the back seat, tapped Fu, who beside him, and scoffed. Hey old Fu, do you think he's lost his mind? Huh. Giving me socks. The engine was running. Fu, who kept both hands on the wheel, his expression grown solemn. After a pause, he murmured, Director. Is this outing not as simple as it seems, eh? I know the danger, of course, but Old Sun and Old Wei have been acting strangely these days, as if hiding something significant from us. Since we're going out together to risk our lives, why keep secrets from one another? Why didn't I notice that? Chengdu said, bewildered. Su Jin stared ahead in thought, and finally gave a helpless smile. All right, since you asked, I'll be direct. Infection does not produce only the shambling undead. There is another kind. Infected who look like ordinary people. These infected can lurk within the crowd. If we are to survive and grow our group, they are the greatest obstacle. We did not tell you earlier because we feared mutual suspicion before we could recruit and build a team. Our little band might have fallen apart. But rest assured, Old Sun and Old Wei have devised an experimental method to detect these hidden infected, and we are going to fetch materials for their tests. We are all going out together to fight. The medical university will certainly harbor many zombies, and we will engage in battle. I do not want you to carry any lingering doubts. Do not tell the women at home for now. At least wait until we have the team established. As long as there is a method that is... Now I understand, Fu Hu said with relief. I do not. Chengdu suddenly put his hand on Su Jin's shoulder, his tone a little agitated. Why build a team? Why bother? We're not trying to save the world. We already have the means to protect ourselves. We could find an uninhabited place and live safely. The ash rain's effects have faded, we could farm. Why risk such danger? Hiding is merely a question of dying sooner or later. Su Jin grabbed Chengdu, his gaze severe. There is no safe place left in this world, don't you understand? Even if you found a place to hide forever, do you want to live your life in constant fear, like a pig? Like a dog? We have no choice. We must strike back. The greater the responsibility, the more people require. We must rely on the many, even at the risk of trusting the untrustworthy. In such times, helping others is helping oneself. No one here is a fool. Selfishness leads either to waiting to die or to being sacrificed. Old Sun and Old Wei are two old men whose families are gone and who are ready to give up. Why do they toil every day? For us. Do you think we can retreat? Chengdu swallowed, withdrew his hand, and nodded. Fu Hu said bitterly, that's right. The director is right. I have a wife and children. Qing Dai is still young. I do not want her to have no future. I cannot bear to see her live in such a world. Speaking, Fu Hu removed his helmet and produced a photograph. He brushed the glossy paper with his fingers, a portrait of a family of 3. Su Jin's expression immediately darkened. Fu Hu, having looked at the photo, turned to Su Jin. Director, this mission is dangerous. If anything happens to me, I hope you will look after Zhang Wan and Qing Dai. Qing Dai depends on you, I can see that. I actually support you. At her age, it's the right time. Hey. Chengdu reached from the back and slapped Fu Hu repeatedly. Old Fu, you can't just force a match like that. Aren't you morally coercing the director? I just can't stand people like you. Are you out of your mind? What does it have to do with you? Fu Hu snapped back. You're destroying team harmony, do you understand? Forcibly shoving your daughter onto him puts the director in a difficult position. It's despicable. Chengdu, his tone mocking, removed his helmet and produced a photo. Funny thing, yours stands out. It's just a photo, isn't it? I have one too, I brought it. Su Jin's face turned completely dark. Director, this is my brother. What are you two doing? Do you both want to drive? The engine came to life, and the vehicle slowly rolled out of the residential complex. Central Avenue, Ingbin Restaurant. The roller shutter door was tightly closed, the only light inside seeped through narrow gaps in the Venetian blinds. In the restaurant's main hall, 23 people sat huddled on chairs, swaddled in thick clothing and blankets. Their faces were grim and desolate. All were local residents, drawn out by hunger and thirst, unable to endure confinement any longer. Yet they had not anticipated how acutely perceptive the zombies roaming the street would be the moment a head appeared. Pursuit began instantly. Fortunately, the zombies moved sluggishly, slow enough that the restaurant's manager stationed at the door managed to pull everyone inside just in time. Had he not done so, all 23 would surely have perished. Hot water's ready. Help yourselves to some tea, said Tan Hui, the restaurant manager, pouring steaming water into their cups. A few low murmurs of thanks rose and faded, and silence settled once more over the grand hall. Hope had long since withered. Sunlight had vanished from their lives for days, perhaps weeks. Though the restaurant held ample food and drink, the spark of human vitality within them had nearly guttered out. Amid the heavy stillness, a gaunt man quietly edged closer to the person beside him. A towering, broad-shouldered figure whose wrists bore elaborate tattoos, a full sleeve of vivid ink winding up his arm. The thin man spoke, weakly, voice trembling with despair. "Brother, I truly can't go on. I'm done. I'd rather die. Just put a bullet in me." "What nonsense. I haven't a single round left. If you're bent on dying, swallow rat poison. It's not in short supply here." The tattooed man snapped irritably, then added bitterly, "Damn it. You've got no spine at all. When the weather warms, we'll go out together and hack those rotting things down. Find our brothers, scavenge a few more guns, and break out of this city. Can living men truly be strangled by their own desperation?" "Brother, there are no brothers left. It's just us two." The thin man wiped tears from his cheeks. "I really can't bear it anymore. Even poison feels like a waste. Before I die, I just want to sleep." "Sleep? Sleep what?" The tattooed man jerked his neck, frowning. "What mumble is that? You think you're sleeping with me?" "No, not you. The mad girl over there." He gestured subtly toward another table where a young woman cradled her frail, trembling mother. "I've watched her for 2 days. She's the only one who still looks decent. Brother, there are too many people here. Help me lure her back to the kitchen. Just play along." "Huh." A wave of profound bewilderment washed over the tattooed man's face. He knew his underling was a cowardly lecher, fraying at the edges mentally, but never imagined he'd unravel this completely. He actually meant it, and dared order him around. "So you've never seen a woman before? Can't survive without one." Grabbing the thin man by the throat, he twisted his head sharply and snarled, "Look outside. What's become of this city? Your kin, your brothers. They're dead, yet you don't mourn. And this petty craving, is what occupies your mind. Have you been kicked in the head by a mule?" With a furious hiss, he hurled the man backward with a thunderous slap, sending him sprawling onto the floor. He looked up and found every eye in the hall fixed upon him. Unfazed, he simply lowered himself back into his seat and sipped his tea. "Wretched scum." His hand froze midair as he lifted the teacup. His gaze locked onto a bespectacled man across the way, the one who had just spoken. Squinting, he sneered, "Kid, I remember your name is Huohuo, right? Just now, who exactly were you trying to intimidate?" Huohuo glanced sideways at him coolly. "We're all taking shelter here. Do you think you're in charge of us? You burst in here firing a gun. Judging by your stance, you were military once, weren't you?" The tattooed man rose, cracking his knuckles with deliberate menace. "What's it to you whether I served or not? Humph. If you're itching to flex your muscles, take them to the zombies. They've turned this city into a wasteland. And yet you who once ate the nation's rice never raised a hand in defense." "Oh really?" The tattooed man laughed, a sharp, incensed sound, as he rolled up his sleeves and strode around the table toward the bespectacled man. "Never mind whether I'll fight zombies. I'll start by disciplining you." "Can't fight zombies." "Fine, I can certainly fight you." Huohuo stood, meeting his glare unflinchingly. "Stop fighting, please." Manager Tan Hui stepped forward decisively, fury blazing across his face. "Must you make such a ruckus? Look, how terrified you've made that mother and daughter. And zombies still lurk just beyond those walls." All eyes followed Tan Hui's gesture. There a young woman clutched her shivering elderly mother, her voice quavering with quiet sobs as she whispered reassurance. "It's all right. Mom, it's all right. We'll get through this. Then I'll find the aliens and we'll be saved. She's been mad long before I scared her." The tattooed man crossed his arms and scoffed. "I'm not mad." Ding Jia lifted her tear-filled gaze to the crowd. "Please, believe me. I have seen aliens. The Namekians have come to rescue us, and there's an alien spacecraft. Let's take a car and go. Those aliens live in Rinkai residential complex." "They live in a residential complex? I've had enough." The tattooed man strode forward, seized Ding Jia by the collar, and shoved her face toward a slit in the curtain. "Fine, let's say aliens do exist. Then look, show me. Before the aliens came we were fine. But after they arrived, look what ruin they've wrought. Wake up." "No, that wasn't them. It was the trisolar ants. They poisoned the city." Ding Jia cried out desperately. "She's toying with you, brother." The thin man groaned, dragging himself upright from the floor. "Trisolar ants. Off the top of your head. You spin lies faster than a loom weaves silk." With a contemptuous shove, the tattooed man flung Ding Jia back into her seat, then lashed out with a kick, sending the thin man sprawling once more. "Even a lunatic fights to survive, yet you? Worthless. Go die somewhere no one will see you. You're an eyesore now." The violent thrust tore open Ding Jia's heavy coat, revealing the garment beneath. Out of the corner of his eye, the tattooed man's expression shifted abruptly. "Municipal Psychiatric Hospital. Well, I thought you'd gone mad after arriving here. Turns out you escaped from the asylum when chaos broke out." Tears spilled freely down Ding Jia's cheeks at last. She'd fled the hospital precisely to seek aid from the Namekians, and wore this outfit only because they hadn't called her back. She feared they wouldn't recognize her otherwise. Seeing his misunderstanding, she hastily pulled open her coat, further exposing the full inscription on her uniform. "No, I'm not. This is my work uniform." "Still stealing clothes, eh?" "Wah." Ding Jia buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a sorrow so piercing it echoed the very anguish Fu Qingdai had once known. Tan Hui stepped forward again, planting himself firmly between Ding Jia and the tattooed man, voice boiling with righteous fury. That's enough. I brought everyone here to survive, to unite, not tear each other apart. You'd even prey upon a woman caring for her aging mother. Are you even human? I'm not mentally ill. Fine, the tattooed man barked. Tanhui, you're a good man. I won't argue with you. I know you look down on me, but I've lived by the code of the underworld. For your sake, I'll hold my tongue. But if anyone dares provoke me again, I won't show mercy. His gaze swept coldly toward Huohuo. Huohuo met it squarely. Then in the next breath let his eyes drift aside and asked calmly, the elderly woman has fainted. Is she all right? Mom. Ding Jia flung herself to her mother's side, quickly checking her over. Then she looked up, urgent. My mother is unwell. She needs anti-hypertensive medicine. Manager Tin, do we have any here? Tanhui sighed helplessly. This is a restaurant, we don't carry that kind of medicine. Tell me what else she needs, and he'll try to provide it. Ding Jia examined her mother, a chill running through her limbs. Medicine? She must have medicine. Ding Jia muttered, then turned to Huohuo and pleaded, Big brother, may I beg a favor of you? Right across the street is Longxing Pharmacy. They must have what she needs. If you can help me get it, he'll do anything. Huohuo turned his head, brushed Ding Jia aside, and sat down at a distant table. Can someone help me? I'm begging you. Ding Jia dropped to her knees and begged. The crowd in the hall all averted their eyes and said nothing. After several minutes, Ding Jia rose, sniffling, wiping her tears, and stiffly made her way toward the rolling shutter. Heads lifted and watched her move. Just as she reached the doorway and bent forward, an arm seized her and pulled her back. Turning, Huohuo's face came. "Oh, go, you're too slow." "Thank you." Ding Jia sobbed with relief and tried to kneel in gratitude, but she was lifted back to her feet. Huohuo scanned the room. "I don't know how many more days we must stay here. The state has already abandoned us. We must fend for ourselves. One day we'll leave this place, and we'll need all manner of medicine. I'm going out to take a full supply at once. The more people who go, the greater our chance. Who will come with me?" Again the crowd bowed their heads. Only Tanhui stepped forward. "They'll go with you." "Good." Huohuo answered crisply, moving to the window to part the curtains and observe the street. "It's not that dangerous. Only one street separates us. Grab a few knives and 2 long poles for defense. We'll go quickly and return quickly." Wait a moment. Thank you, thank you." Ding Jia kept thanking the two of them, afraid of showing the slightest ingratitude. "First go home and tend your mother. Write down exactly what medicine she needs. List everything that might possibly be needed." Tanhui patted his shoulder and headed for the kitchen. At the corridor bend before Tanhui entered, Huohuo called out, "Tanhui." Tanhui stopped and turned. Huohuo said, "There are things I shouldn't say, but you saved my life. I advise you not to wade into this mess. That old woman will be a burden sooner or later. If she dies, it might be a mercy. And that woman is mad. Can you trust a lunatic?" Huohuo lifted his eyes and stared at Tanhui. "Don't be so blindly charitable to everyone. In times like these, people like you die first." Tanhui paused, then let out an odd smile. "If the world decays further and I die, it will be a release. At least I can say I lived as a man before I die. Thanks. I warned you. You asked for trouble." Huohuo fell silent after those words. A few minutes later, the two were fully They unlocked the ground latch of the rolling shutter. Tanhui tossed the key behind him. Huohuo tried to stop it, but he was a beat too slow. Someone snatched the key. Clenching his fist, Huohuo called out, "Listen. If the two of us go out and cannot get back, and he'll draw all the zombies out. Handle it as you see fit." He stepped to Ding Jia and whispered in her ear, "The shutter will make noise. Go to the kitchen, take 5 iron basins up to the 3rd floor, and throw them toward the restaurant's rear alley, 1 every second. When we hear the sounds, move at once. When we return, use the same method to signal us. Understand?" "Understood." Ding Jia nodded anxiously. Huohuo forced a faint, bitter smile. He could only for now choose to trust a madwoman who everyone else had proven unreliable. Returning to Tanhui's side, Huohuo said in a low voice, "I have a rough sense of the situation outside. Not especially dangerous. Stay close behind me. We'll cross in one push." "Understood." 3 minutes later, the dull thuds of iron basins hitting the ground sounded behind the restaurant. A few zombies wandering the street moved toward the noise in unison. Watching through the curtains, Huohuo judged the moment and crouched together with Tanhui. He pried the rolling shutter open as they rolled out, and the street lay before them. At the same instant, urgent voices rose behind them. "Quick, close the door. Director, if disguised infected are hiding among the crowd, and we later set up camp at the military base, we'll be issued firearms." What if Elder Sun and Elder Weiss method cannot achieve 100% verification? If a disguised infected gets a gun and fires from behind us, what then? On the vehicle, Fu, who stared at the road with a furrowed brow. Su Jin looked out at the devastation and said, "It's not the main problem. You must trust the 2 elders' experiments. Excessive suspicion is the team's greatest threat right now. Besides, each of us has different abilities. It may be that one of those powers can detect a disguised infected without old Fu. You know Qing Dai is peculiar. I suspect she might possess that kind of ability." Fu, who fell silent, he did not want his daughter dragged into such matters. Su Jin noticed the tension and was about to offer comfort when Chengdu spoke up. "If there truly is an insider issuing guns, won't be fatal. I have a plan to reduce the risk." "Oh." Su Jin's eyes brightened. "Tell us." "Adjust all the guns so the ballistics bias slightly left. If someone tries to do harm, their first shot will miss, giving others time to react." "Genius." echoed in agreement as the vehicle accelerated. There were not many zombies on the streets, and speed made travel manageable. But as they pushed forward, the previously light mood evaporated. Trees lay toppled and bricks scattered, buildings bore scars, zombies roamed, and the streets were strewn with refuse. What had once been an orderly society now differed by a world. Huohuo and Chengdu's jaws grew hard as rock grief flowing in their eyes. The wound in their hearts was ripped open anew. The city they had lived in for half their lives had become this in such a The nation was gone, homes gone, people gone. Sujin propped his chin on his fist and stared blankly out the window. He had discussed the Hanxiong missile strike with Sunya, and Weida, the attack on the city, had used only a portion of the missiles released. Yet even so, it had wrought such dreadful consequences, and their current location was not even the core zone of the Hanxiong. That night had truly felt like the end of the world, both in reality and in sight. 200 meters on a gleaming skyscraper rose ahead, standing solitary among the ruins. Sujin's blank gaze finally shifted. Longlin Building, the landmark skyscraper of Longshan City. Even by global standards, its stature seemed remarkable. Longlin Building is solid at that height. It's surprising the top 3 floors' panes remain unbroken. Huohuo continued. Longlin was originally a commercial tower, but the top 3 floors were never rented or sold. Rumor says they were reserved for people of exalted status. Even wealth couldn't buy them. Director, did you know that? Of course. The glass specifications are clearly different. Sujin smiled. Keep an eye ahead. A Longshan pharmacy is about a kilometer away. Well, go fetch the medicine first. Huh. In Longshan pharmacy, Tan Hu's chest heaved unevenly. After catching his breath twice, he glanced at Huohuo beside him. Never imagined it would be this simple. Far easier than I expected. Emerging from Ingbin Hotel, they'd paused only briefly behind 2 cover points en route, then sprinted nearly non-stop to Longshan Pharmacy. Only near the pharmacy's entrance did 2 zombies give chase, otherwise the run had gone remarkably smoothly. Moreover, Huohuo's evasive maneuvers were strikingly refined, almost professional. Huohuo took several deep breaths and gave a wry smile. Don't be too optimistic. Those things outside may lack intellect, but their sight and hearing are unervingly acute. If their numbers swell, things won't stay this easy. Hey, what did you do before all this? Your movements are incredibly sharp, trained in the military. Stay behind me on guard and shine your flashlight to light my way. The interior of this place may not be safe. With that brief instruction, Huohuo led Tan Hui into the pharmacy. Longshan Pharmacy occupied a vast floor area. Rows of towering shelves brimmed with medicines and health supplements, while a sizable section displayed medical equipment. They advanced cautiously, one step ahead of the other. After circling the entire ground floor, they found no trace of human presence, and only then did their tension begin to ease. Tan Hui pulled several plastic bags from his pocket and began gathering medicine from the shelves. Huohuo remained vigilant, yet asked, Tan Hui, do you want to die? Tan Hui's hand paused mid-reach, then resumed its task. Why ask that? It's just, of everyone here you seem the healthiest, tirelessly helping others. I can see your kindness, but it borders on excess. This feels less like compassion and more like an overcompensatory stress response. I don't want to die. I just don't know how to live. A glisten of tears rose in Tan Hui's eyes, though his hands never ceased gathering medicine. Everyone's gone. My family, my friends severed without a trace. The nation itself has vanished. What do we do now? I truly don't know. I can't bear seeing more corpses. I can't survive alone. At this, tears spilled unbidden down Tan Hui's cheeks. Huohuo rubbed his temples, voice thick with sorrow. It will get better. The nation will come for us. This catastrophe struck suddenly and on a colossal scale, yet those shambling corpses pose little threat to modern armed forces. Many military bases operate under strict lockdown, untouched by the rain-borne contagion. Once they receive external intelligence, they'll retake the cities. Longshan will surely be among their top priorities, if we hold on hope remains. Tan Hui nodded, choking back sobs. They swiftly gathered all necessary medicines from the first floor, then hurried upstairs, with Huohuo leading, blade drawn. Just as Huohuo stepped onto the final stair of the second floor, his expression turned stark. He threw out an arm, halting Tan Hui behind him. Don't move. What is it? I just saw a black shape flash past. Did you see it? No, I didn't. Tan Hui instantly tensed, sweeping his flashlight wildly across the shadows. Fall back. Abandon the mission. Leave now. Huohuo pivoted sharply and yanked Tan Hui downward. But after descending only 2 steps, both froze rigid once more. A faint trembling cry drifted down from above. A child, Tan Hui whispered, turning to Huohuo. Huohuo hesitated. Then, after a moment's quiet deliberation, nodded and climbed back up. Pressing close to the wall, they swept their flashlight beams rapidly across row after row of shelves. Near the center aisle, they spotted a small figure crouched, sobbing atop a corpse. Huohuo bypassed it without pause, continuing his sweep. Only after verifying every corner, confirming no living presence besides the child, did he exhale, shoulders loosening slightly. So it was this child alone. Let's go take a closer look. They approached, and finally saw clearly. Indeed, it was a child, dressed in children's clothing, weeping over the body of what appeared to be a pharmacy staff member. No danger, here zombies cannot weep. Both knelt simultaneously. Tan Hui reached out toward the child. Kid, His words died mid-sentence. Catastrophe erupted. A slender arm shot forth, piercing Tan Hui's heart. Before Huohuo could react, the tiny form lunged, jaws snapping toward his throat. Though small, its teeth were razor-sharp. Cough. Huohuo's eyes bulged, blood erupted from his throat. Then came a sickening ripple of flesh tearing, followed by the crisp snap of bone. The child's entire face buried itself in Huohuo's neck, severing cervical vertebrae with savage force. Tan Hui, still clinging to life, watched, wide-eyed. As Huohuo's throat was devoured, his head left suspended only by a thread of sinew at the nape. When Huohuo's head finally lolled backward, the last flicker of light faded from Tan Hui's gaze, and Longxing Pharmacy sank once more into absolute silence. Back at Ingbin Hotel, Ding Jia peered anxiously through a crack in the window. Over 10 minutes had passed. By all logic, they should have returned long ago with the medicine. Yet there was no sign, not a whisper of movement. Could something have gone wrong? Ding Jia glanced outward, then back at her mother, still unconscious on the floor. Each second stretched into an eternity of torment. As she watched, her pupils suddenly dilated. A car rolled into view and halted before the pharmacy. 3 figures emerged, fully armed, some bearing bows, others rifles. Their leader turned to speak. Though his features blurred at this distance, Ding Jia's heart hammered violently. Almost involuntarily, she whirled and cried out, "Aliens have come to save us. Aliens." MPH. A heavy hand clamped over her mouth. "Shut your damn trap. You're gonna lure every zombie within half a mile with that racket." MPH. MPH. Ding Jia wrenched herself free, breathless with excitement. "They're right outside. Look for yourself." The tattooed man leaned out the window, then shot Ding Jia a disdainful glance. "Where? Don't think being a hysterical woman gives you license to scream nonsense. One more outburst, and I'll slap you senseless. Put your helmets on. Why leave them off after grabbing them?" Su Jin's tone held clear irritation. "You're not wearing one either," Chang Du retorted, twisting his mouth. "That thing's suffocating and ruins my field of vision. I can't even fire properly. Danger's low right now. We'll wear them at the hospital, okay?" "Yeah, Chief, don't sweat it. We're not like you. Only you need a helmet." Fine, just keep grinning. Turn on your flashlights, straight to the 2nd floor. Grab what we need and go." "Shouldn't we grab some common meds? We already scavenged a warehouse's worth in the residential complex, more than we'll ever use. No point wasting time or space. You two lead. I'll cover the rear." The two moved ahead. Su Jin followed, left hand unzipping the satchel slung across his chest, right arm sweeping outward in a fluid arc. A cascade of unlabeled vials and ampoules tumbled inside. He deliberately cleared space in the bag before entering. Hearing a rustle behind him, Cheng Du and Fu Hu turned, eyes narrowing in silent question at Su Jin. "Just scrape something, no harm done. Let's go." They ascended toward the 2nd floor. Then midway up the staircase, all 3 halted in unison, heads tilting upward. A child's crying. "There's a survivor." Fu Hu bolted upward, taking stairs 2 at a time. Su Jin frowned, launched himself skyward, and with a deft kick against the wall vaulted directly onto the 2nd floor, landing blocking Fu Hu's path. "Hold, what's your rush? Let me assess first." "But it's a child, Chief. What danger could it possibly pose?" "Chill. Risk assessment first." Pressing close to the wall, all 3 swept their flashlights across the aisles, beam after beam slicing through dust-choked air, until finally converging at the center, where 3 bodies lay sprawled in pools of fresh blood, and a small figure knelt sobbing softly on the floor. Within the room, only this spot bore corpses, blood splattered everywhere, the deaths clearly recent. "What incredible luck this kid has. Thank the heavens we found him." Fu Hu murmured, glancing at Su Jin. "Chief, can we take him? The trunk should hold him fine." Su Jin stepped forward, gaze locked on the child, his other hand resting lightly, deliberately on his holstered sidearm. Having eliminated the suspicious entity, Su Jin turned to face Fu Hu and Cheng Du. The two stood frozen in place, speechless. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, they simultaneously twisted their stiff necks toward him. The child was still crying. Yet with a single shot, it was instantly killed. "Director, that was a child. Why did you kill it?" Fu Hu finally blurted out, stunned. "Exactly. Why?" Cheng Du's face paled. Su Jin's brows knotted tightly as he narrowed his eyes and leaned in close. "A child. What is wrong with you two? How could you possibly miss something so glaring?" He paused, voice sharpening. "Leaving aside whether that child might be a latent infected, 3 corpses, 1 child. Where is the zombie? Zombies without targets rarely roam far unless provoked. We've checked every floor above and below. Have you seen even a shadow of a zombie? Have your minds been stuffed with candle wax? Seeing a child, you immediately rushed to save it." The two blinked at each other, then exchanged glances. Hesitantly, Cheng Du raised a finger toward the pile of bodies. "Well, isn't the zombie right there? 1 corpse has a wound through its heart, the other 2, a man and a woman, fought the zombie to the death. The child hid while his parents perished alongside the creature, and only then emerged." "Yes, that's exactly what I thought too. Even if the child might be infected, he shows no symptoms now. There was no need to execute him outright." "Huh." Su Jin turned, bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was true. 1 corpse lay sprawled on the ground, heart, pierced mouth, smeared with blood. Another had its throat torn open, clearly bitten by the first corpse. The third lay face down, long-haired, unmistakable. Su Jin scratched his cheek, utterly baffled. So, he'd misjudged the scene entirely. Director, did you just commit a wrongful killing? Chengdu stammered. Wrongful killing? There is no such thing. Su Jin's gaze hardened as he fixed it upon them. We lack the means to verify who among the infected wears human guise. Remember this well, under any circumstances, anyone found alone is to be treated as a zombie, by default. Without waiting for their response, Su Jin strode forward to examine the bodies. He lifted the child's corpse and drew a sharp breath. You two, get over here, now? His voice rose sharply. Huohuo and Chengdu rushed over immediately. Look closely, what do you see? The two stared, and their expressions transformed, instantly chilled by sudden dread. The child's mouth bristled with needle-sharp fangs flecked with morsels of flesh and blood. Clearly, he was the true predator. This is a disguised infected. Its body temperature is off. It's a zombie. Su Jin pressed 2 fingers to the corpse's neck, his face grim. Zombies are evolving. They're beginning to develop cognition. Only days had passed since the apocalypse erupted. At this pace, the convergence of disguised infected and zombies was all but inevitable. This intelligence had to be relayed, immediately. They needed to secure their foothold without delay. Bending lower, Su Jin continued his observation, separating the 3 corpses. The woman died longest ago. These 2 men perished recently. Yes, they came for medicine. Likely part of a larger group, including elders. Gazing upon the 2 male corpses, Su Jin sighed and gently closed their wide-open eyes. Felled by zombies. Yet they ventured out for their group, perhaps noble souls. Such people will grow ever rarer. Huohuo and Chengdu exchanged somber glances. Stay vigilant, you both. My earlier order stands beyond the residential compound. Treat any stranger as an extreme threat. After issuing the warning, Su Jin frowned, still unsatisfied. He looked up at them sharply. TCH, how on earth did you two serve as soldiers? Your risk awareness lags far behind mine. Well, Huohuo muttered, how could we compare to you, Director? You've operated overseas. I served 2 years, but after twisting my back during training, I was discharged. And you? Surely you have no such excuse. Su Jin turned to Chengdu. His expression stiffened. I never saw combat either. Truth is, I was discharged halfway through my service. Why? Nothing much. I was sleeping one night. Someone dragged me from bed, and the next day I was gone. Huohuo leaned in, puzzled. You're joking. Exactly. My comrade was dismissed the same way. Maybe our emotional intelligence was too low. We offended someone. Chengdu mumbled awkwardly. Enough. No more talk. Find the medicine, and we depart immediately. Medicine secured the trio, climbed into the vehicle, and resumed their journey. Su Jin pointed ahead. Just beyond lies Longshan Middle School, likely swarming with zombies. Stay alert, avoid obstacles, and accelerate through. Understood. Huohuo gripped the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator, surging forward. Within less than a kilometer, they entered Longshan Middle School's vicinity. At the sight before them, Su Jin and his companions felt their scalps prickle. Zombies, far more numerous than anticipated. Over 100 stranded in the street by the torrential downpour. Umbrellas littered the pavement. Their attire bore no resemblance to students. As the car appeared, the zombies ahead collectively pivoted, then charged en masse down the road toward it. Huohuo wrenched the wheel, veering toward the thinnest part of the horde. In this downpour, why would so many people be outside? Are they parents picking up their children? Chengdu clutched the door handle, face contorted with shock and fury. Damn it. This is insane. Su Jin's voice darkened. Steady, hold course. We'll push straight through. The sidewalk isn't narrow. Drive onto it. Right. Gritting his teeth, Huohuo swerved, skirting the main horde and mounting the sidewalk. Within moments, the horde receded more than 30 meters behind them. Su Jin glanced back, carefully memorizing their The zombies moved swiftly, nearly 20 kilometers per hour, but without external stimulus, their positional shifts remained minimal. They would need to retrace this route later. Mapping zombie locations now would allow optimal path planning. To the side, within the school grounds, visible through iron railings, dense clusters of zombies stirred restlessly. Watch out. Chengdu suddenly roared. A deafening thud echoed from the hood. A school-uniformed zombie, clutching a plastic flower, was already clinging to the windshield. Judging by its attire, it had likely been a student assigned to welcome visiting officials. Now a zombie wandering out on its own. Holy hell, an usher zombie. Hit the brakes. Su Jin bellowed. Huohuo slammed the brakes. The student zombie flew several meters before landing hard. Go now. The engine roared back to life, leaving the horde far behind. Still shaken, Su Jin turned to Huohuo, whose face had gone ashen. Lao Fu, how reliable is your driving? There were barely any zombies ahead, yet you struck one. It was still some distance away when I first saw it. Don't blame Lao Fu. The zombie sprinted faster than most. It must have been an athlete in life. Chengdu interjected. How can you tell it was an athlete? Su Jin glanced back. I just know. Enough. Don't distract Lao Fu. The journey ahead went smoothly, and the vehicle gradually came to a stop at the entrance of Longshan Medical University. The gates were tightly shut. After a brief observation inside the car, it was confirmed that there were no zombies in the vicinity. Su Jin exited the vehicle and quickly ran to the front of the school gate. With a single shot, he shattered the lock and pulled open the iron gates on either side. Successfully driving into the campus, the car stopped on the playground, and the 3 of them got out. Looking around, Sujin took out the map given by Sunya and said the situation seems decent, better than expected. However, according to the intel from Old Sun, there's a considerable amount of student activity inside. It's quite dark inside. Old Fu, be cautious at the front and ensure proper protection. Chengdu and I will provide cover from behind. Once we enter the teaching building, it's less than 200 meters to the staircase leading underground. Although we have guns, it's better to use them sparingly. The noise is too loud, and I fear it might attract zombies from other floors. Use the bow as much as possible. I've said everything that needs to be said. Do you have any questions or concerns? None, the two replied in unison. Alright, we'll set off shortly. Just a moment longer. Sujin looked up at the sky. What are we waiting for, Director? Waiting for the cloud. The three of them lined up, observing every step as they approached the teaching building. When they reached the entrance, Sujin took a deep breath and quickly slipped inside. Directly opposite the main door was a wide staircase. The three of them hid at the corner of the staircase, peeking out to observe the corridor to the right. About 10 zombies were staggeringly standing in the hallway. This path was the only way to the underground laboratory. Director, how do we get past this? It's impossible without a confrontation, and no matter how quietly we move, it'll still make noise. Should we go upstairs to observe first? Sure. The more movements, the more variables. Sujin placed his finger on his lips and turned his head to survey the corridor. This time I'll make the first move. You two support with bows. If necessary, help me attract the zombies' attention with a flashlight, Sujin said as he removed his shoes. Chengdu glanced down, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. 3 layers of socks. The director was actually wearing 3 layers of socks. Moreover, there was something like a non-slip rubber mat stuck to the front of his foot. Sujin suppressed his breathing, gently placing his shoes on the ground. He slowly removed any small items on him that might make noise and handed them to Huohuo. Director, what exactly are you planning? Huohuo whispered. I'll go around. We'll sandwich these zombies from both sides. Ideally, I can handle them all myself. After finishing his sentence, Sujin stepped up with his right foot and leaped upward. He pressed his foot against the wall, directly springing to the top. Then like a gecko, he traversed around the corner repeatedly, pushing off the walls to move forward, until 2 zombies appeared below him. Sujin landed swiftly, drew 2 finely sharpened screwdrivers from his waist, and accurately stabbed them into the zombies' hearts. Thanks to extensive experience in dissecting and hunting zombies coupled with the speed boost from the dim environment, this strike was nearly impossible to miss. The 2 zombies fell to the ground, and Sujin once again returned to the rooftop. The fall of the first 2 zombies had evidently attracted the attention of the others. Sujin moved stealthily across the rooftop, directly leaping to the back end of a small zombie group. Once again descending, he swiftly killed 2 more zombies. Chengdu hid in a corner, watching the shadow move in 3 dimensions, continuously harvesting the lives of the zombies, his face somewhat stiff. My god. The director is actually this strong. No need to doubt, the director is stronger than both of us combined. Even in this somewhat bright situation, it's not his strongest state. You don't know, the director only sleeps 3 to 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, he's either hunting zombies or practicing techniques. He seems to be quite energetic during the day when he basks in the sun. I think his strongest state may even surpass mine, though he might not withstand hits like I do. In the time they conversed, all 10 zombies had fallen. Chengdu and Huohuo exchanged glances and stepped out from the... Sujin steadied himself, a slight sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. This corridor was on the shady side, and clouds obscured the sky, yet the brightness was still sufficient. This operation was indeed somewhat strenuous. In pure darkness, it shouldn't have been this tiring. Director, awesome. Chengdu still kept his voice low, giving a thumbs up. Sujin nodded, saying these ordinary zombies no longer pose a threat to us. It's mainly the numbers. 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. Do not let your guard down. Our abilities were gained from the zombies. No one can be sure if there are zombies with special abilities. Having said that, Sujin lowered his stature. I saw ahead that there are only 2 or 3 small cats. I'll handle it. But the situation inside isn't great. Bend down when passing the windows and don't get discovered. Once we reach the end, we'll be fine. Everything went smoothly, and we directly reached the laboratory door. Looking at the tightly shut door, Sujin stretched out his hand to try to pull it open. Feeling that it wouldn't budge, his heart sank. The steel door before him was of high specifications and was equipped with a small explosion-proof window. According to Old Sun's guidance, while there was a backup power source here, by this time it should have lost power. This outside door was set to automatically unlock when the power was off. If it couldn't be pulled open now, then there was basically no chance of breaking in. What's wrong, Director? I don't know, the door won't open. It shouldn't be like this. Sujin's face showed urgency as he raised his head to look through the explosion-proof window. Inside was a chaotic scene. After a moment of thought, Sujin raised his hand and knocked on the window. A few seconds later, a delighted face appeared behind the window. Sujin's expression suddenly stiffened. He turned to look back at Huohuo and the others. You two guard the staircase, don't let any zombies in. Then turning back, Sujin used his lips to explain to the person behind the door. I'm here to rescue people. 2 more faces quickly appeared behind the explosion-proof window, 1 elderly person and 2 students. The 3 hurriedly began working behind the door to lift the blockade. Soon the door was opened, and Sujin quickly squeezed through, promptly shutting the door behind him. Inside, the 3 immediately surrounded him, their eyes shining with tears of excitement. Are you military personnel? Did you come specifically to rescue us? What's the situation outside? The elder fired off questions in quick succession. Sujin nodded. Let's not rush. How many of you are there? Just the three of us. Fortunately, there's food and water here, or we wouldn't have lasted until today. If it goes on like this for 2 more days, I'm afraid we won't make it. One of the students choked out. Are the lab mice still alive? Is the sodium fluorescent and portable ultraviolet light still there? We've already lost a batch of the lab mice. Now there are only a bit over 80 left, and the others are all gone. Find all of them for me, then we'll set off immediately. The three showed no hesitation and cheerfully began to gather. In just a few minutes they stood before Sujin with it. Hand the items to me, my teammates are outside, you go first. After checking that the supplies were correct, Sujin pointed towards the outside. The three hurriedly thanked him and headed out the door. In the next moment, 3 gunshots rang out and 3 corpses fell to the ground. Blood spread out. Sujin's figure swayed slightly. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply, picking up the items and slipping out the door. Sujin placed sodium fluorescent and the portable ultraviolet lamp into the document case strapped across his chest, then carried the cage out of the laboratory. Huohuo and Chengdu immediately stepped forward, their expressions grave. Chengdu spoke first. Director, there were survivors inside. Did you kill them? Though the lab door was thick, the 3 gunshots had been unmistakable. Sujin remained silent for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. At first glance, the 3 individuals appeared entirely unremarkable. Even in his professional judgment, they seemed fundamentally safe. Yet the laboratory should not have contained such an abundance of food, meaning these 3 had taken refuge there only after the disaster began. What transpired in the interim was impossible to verify. All were medical students, even if one had been exposed to rain or sustained minor injuries. Survival instinct would compel them to deny infection at all costs. Moreover, pathogenic mutation exhibited a pronounced latency period. And even if they truly posed no threat, Sujin lacked the capacity to rescue them. For there remained one critical problem: insufficient seating. The vehicle accommodated only 3 passengers. The rest of the interior was cluttered with equipment, leaving no space for 3 additional people. They could force themselves in, but doing so would severely restrict Chengdu's mobility in the rear seat. Procuring another vehicle would multiply risk. Placing them atop the car might provoke panic-induced screams. With Huohuo and Chengdu relying on him, and with the lives of over 100 residents in their neighborhood resting upon their shoulders, he could not afford even the slightest complication during the return journey. When survival hung in the balance, desperation justified any act. A decisive, uncontrollable variable must be neutralized before it escalates. This was the greatest mercy he could offer: death delivered swiftly, while hope still burned bright and pain remained absent. One of them was injured. I had no choice but to eliminate them. And as I've already made clear, any living thing encountered before we reach home is to be terminated without exception. If your conscience hesitates, opt for subtlety. Dispatch them from behind. That earlier incident serves as your template. Emulate my actions precisely. No hesitation, no sentimentality. The 3 of us bear responsibility for more than 100 lives. Let's go. Having spoken, Sujin glanced down at the mice in the cage. 80-odd mice filled the sizable cage. Excessive movement might cause rustling sounds, potentially drawing nearby zombies' attention. Yet retreat was unavoidable. Exiting the teaching building meant the mission was 90% complete. They descended the stairs to the ground floor and retraced their original path. Sujin's gaze flickered repeatedly toward the cage. Fortunately, the malnourished rodents huddled motionlessly in tight clusters, silent for now. Just past the midpoint of their descent, a muffled thud echoed from above, followed by a clattering cascade, originating from the central staircase directly opposite the main entrance. The trio froze instantly, locking eyes ahead as a zombie, its body entangled with a shattered guitar, tumbled headlong down the stairwell, slipping and crashing its way to the bottom. The final impact crushed the instrument, its sharp, resonant burst triggering immediate reaction among nearby zombies. Sujin jerked his head toward the nearest window. Zombies inside adjacent classrooms were already surging toward the main doors, slamming against them violently. The battering reverberated outward, igniting further unrest. Within seconds, the entire corridor erupted in cacophonous chaos. Out the windows. Sujin clenched his jaw, drove his elbow through the nearby pane, and leapt through the opening. Huohuo and Chengdu followed, instantly scrambling out the same window amid a deafening shatter of glass. Leading the flight, Sujin risked a backward glance and recoiled inwardly. Dozens of zombies from upper floors had smashed straight through windows and plummeted onto the ground below. Several wore uniforms, moving with unnatural speed and agility. Their advanced physiology marked them unmistakably as evolved variants. A cursory assessment suggested the 3 of them might well be outrun by these mutated horrors. Damn it, student council zombies. Already this fast. Chengdu shouted the curse mid-sprint, simultaneously whipping out his tripping wire and hurling it backward. But momentum and urgency prevented proper aim, rendering all 3 throws ineffective. Damn it. Even in death, they're revolting. Fire seared Sujin's thoughts. Though they still had dozens of meters to cover, technically within marginally safe range, they risked being overtaken. Their vehicle required time to accelerate. If cornered, now they'd be trapped. Acceleration headroom had to be preserved at all costs. In that instant, Su Jin decisively tossed the mouse cage to Chengdu and roared at Fu Hu, "Old Fu, get ahead of me. I'll launch you forward." What a... Before Fu Hu could react, Su Jin lunged forward, rolled, and braced both palms against the ground shoulder. His core coiled taut back and waist lifting off the ground, legs bending sharply, poised to explode. Fu Hu grasped the intent, vaulted skyward, and dropped knees first onto Su Jin's upraised feet. Two men renowned for raw power surged in unison, 4 feet locked, then thrust apart. Fu Hu rocketed forward, skidding across pavement until he slammed to a halt directly before the vehicle. Without pause, he drew his bow and loosed arrows at the pursuing horde. Earlier, Su Jin had insisted he purchase every accessory, including specialized components. This compound bow featured a rapid-fire mechanism, capable of loading 7 arrows at once. Though none fell dead, the leading 2 zombies crumpled under the barrage. By then, Su Jin was already on his feet, sprinting parallel to Chengdu. "Chengdu, turn around." Understanding flashed across Chengdu's face. Su Jin seized his collar and hurled him toward the car. Simultaneously, Chengdu activated his ability, yet the result left Su Jin utterly staggered. Though Chengdu indeed glided low and backward, the anticipated fiery propulsion failed to ignite. Instead, his posture achieved improbable elegance. Leg extended backward, other leg arched high, like a wuxia master executing a gravity-defying reverse somersault. "Director, I'll hold them off." "No problem." Mid-glide, Chengdu clutched the mouse cage tightly while flinging another tripping wire, this time with precise aim, toppling 2 more zombies. Fu Hu, seeing them approach, swiftly holstered his bow and slid into the driver's seat. An instant later, Su Jin and Fu Hu dove into the vehicle. The engine roared to life, leaving the snarling horde far behind. Inside, the 3 gasped raggedly, eyes hollow, breath shallow. After a moment's recovery, Chengdu twisted towards Su Jin. "Director, was that cool? Wasn't that move absolutely legendary? I never told you. I've been practicing it secretly." "Cool. Though it'd have been cooler without nasal flame. You've got blackened residue right up your nostrils." "Impossible. I cleaned thoroughly before we left." "Then wipe your chin." "Damn. Why is it half tree, half slimy? It should have fully charred by now." "Enough distractions. Check the mice." Su Jin snatched the cage, inspected its occupants, and exhaled deeply. All mice remained alive. This sortie yielded critical intelligence. Conditions inside the city are far graver than we imagined. He took a slow sip of water, his expression austere. Zombie evolution proceeds at an alarming pace, and our encounter rate exceeds all projections. We cannot linger in the city. Upon return, we must expedite preparations, aiming to assemble and depart with a convoy for the military base within 1 week. "Old Fu, exercise extreme caution when passing through campus on our way back. I suspect that may prove our final and most perilous threshold." "What do you say, Director?" Fu Hu focused on driving. Su Jin replied. "When we arrived, the horde of zombies inside the school had already begun to move. I worry that there might be trouble with the cars outside the school gate. Many parents were picking up their children, and there were numerous cars on the roadside. There were too many zombies outside. If there was any noise, the zombies within the school would likely swarm out. If it were just regular zombies chasing us, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, considering the evolved zombies we have encountered, with that number in the schoolyard, there must be a few hidden inside. The special types pose the greatest potential crisis for us. But don't we have an alternate route?" "Yes, we will assess the situation then. But the risks are hard to gauge. Based on our experience on Central Avenue, the debris on the small road will definitely be serious, and the noise while driving will be significant." After completing his statement, Su Jin sighed. "Initially, I discussed with Old Sun whether we should establish a base in the city or go to a military district to set up a stronghold. It was only because I discovered potential infected individuals later that I agreed to Old Sun's plan. But looking back now, I realize I was wrong from the start. The unknown risks in the city are too many for us to predict. It really puts people in a difficult position." Fu Hu sighed. The vehicle returned along the same route. Approaching Longshan Middle School, the 3 inside the car were tense, their eyes fixated ahead. Fu Hu unconsciously pressed his lips together, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The situation ahead was not great. Indeed, as Su Jin had predicted, some of the zombies from the school had been lured out. A number of welcoming zombies holding flowers and wearing small hats poured out at the school gate, swaying as they searched for their targets. However, there was still a side route that could be passed quickly. Thanks to the vehicle's speed, they successfully passed through, and it was not difficult to shake off the horde. "The situation is manageable. It seems we don't need to take the small road. Be careful of the athletic zombies, don't fall for them again." "I know," Fu Hu replied, slamming on the accelerator. The vehicle sped towards the horde. The welcoming squad at the school gate noticed the approaching vehicle, and the zombies, bumping into each other, waved their fake flowers and surged forward. The overall agitation of the zombies suddenly escalated. The zombies inside the school suddenly went into a frenzy, collectively rushing towards the outside, with many even vaulting over the iron railings. "What's happening?" Su Jin's expression changed drastically. "This isn't right. The sound of the vehicle alone shouldn't provoke such a violent response from the zombies. Moreover, it had been verified when we came before. Even if the noise from the vehicle increased, the zombies inside the school shouldn't react this violently. Having missed the small road for quite a while, the horde was now right in front of them, and there was no time to brake and change course. In a state of anxiety, Su-jin was still contemplating strategies when Chung had already opened the car window, his head not sticking out, but cursing loudly. Damn. Those zombies were all summoned by those welcoming zombies. Su-jin's expression changed instantly as he immediately realized the source of the problem. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. A local jingle accompanied by joyful shouts pierced the air. It was extremely jarring and clear on the quiet street. Su-jin caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw a few welcoming zombies with speakers around their waists. It seemed that the collision among the zombies had accidentally activated the speakers, and they had even thoughtfully covered them with plastic bags. Otherwise, they shouldn't still be usable now. Su-jin gripped his gun, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, and his heart was filled with rage. How could this happen? This is truly unbelievable. That bastard who made the students hold a meeting in the rain. He better not have gotten into trouble. Charge through. With a command from Su-jin, Fu, who slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Many zombies had already run onto the sidewalk due to the premature movement of the horde. Although it could affect the vehicle's movement, fortunately, there weren't many, just a few. As the car sped through, it instantly knocked down 2 zombies. The remaining debris on the ground didn't have time to dodge. The 3 people inside the car were jolted as the vehicle bounced, their heads banging against the interior. Su-jin pressed his right hand tightly against the cage, trying to protect the little mouse. Fu-hu's hands gripping the steering wheel had turned pale. After a few breaths, he shouted, "We did it! Up ahead!" Before he could finish, a piercing sound erupted. The entire vehicle began to skid at high speed, the trajectory becoming erratic. Fortunately, Fu, who still held onto the steering wheel tightly, and the vehicle gradually stabilized. A large number of zombies continued to pursue them from behind. Chung, with a pale face, asked, "What's wrong, old Fu? Is there a problem with the car? It seems something is stuck in the wheel. If we keep driving, the car might get stuck." "Slow down." Su-jin turned to observe and ordered in a deep voice. "We can't slow down. Slowing down now is too dangerous. There are fast zombies in that group, and if they catch up and try to climb onto the car." "I told you to slow down, so slow down," Su-jin yelled. Fu, who had no choice but to calm himself and gradually ease off the gas. The vehicle's speed decreased, but the zombies behind continued to chase. Although the current situation made it seem unrealistic for them to catch up to the car considering the vehicle's condition. It was hard to say what would happen next. Fu-hu and Chung were anxious, but they didn't dare contradict Su-jin's decision. After a moment, Su-jin issued another order. "Chung, go to the back and activate the bomb to drop it. Set a timer for 1 minute. Do you remember how to operate it?" Chung replied, leaning half his body out of the back window, starting to operate the timer on the gas canister. After a simple series of maneuvers, he set the timer, then pulled out a small knife from his waist and cut the rope binding the gas canister bomb. Boom, boom, boom. The gas canister rolled towards the horde of zombies and was soon engulfed by them, disappearing from. Seeing that the bomb was in place, Su-jin turned back and squinted his eyes to gaze into the rearview mirror. Originally, a horde of parent zombies should have been at the front, but under the call of the welcoming zombies, the zombies who had climbed over the wall were now in the lead. Although they were all moving at sprinting speed, the speed of the student zombies was clearly faster than that of the parent zombies. Fu-hu and Chung were already sweating nervously. At that moment, a glint of light flashed in Su-jin's eyes, and he clenched his fist tightly. Fall. At his command, the zombies staggered, tumbling over one another, and a large area fell at once. The horde, which had been advancing at high speed, suddenly slowed down. In an instant, the crisis was greatly diminished. Damn. Fu-hu and Chung were both left in shock. "Director, how did you do that? Do you have other abilities? Is this telekinesis?" Chung asked with great anticipation. Fu-hu's stiff face regained a smile. "What a powerful ability, truly worthy of being the director. How could you keep such a trump card hidden until now? It's not an ability, it's just that the zombies' pants fell off. The greatest weakness of zombies lies in their trousers. Having lost the ability to adjust them, their mobility deteriorates in direct proportion to how far their pants have slipped. This vulnerability proved especially advantageous for Su-jin, whose nocturnal agility and speed had been dramatically enhanced by his unique ability. Sunya had once advised him to act swiftly while the weather remained cold. Su-jin flatly refused, not only to ensure the safety of Fu-hu and Chengdu, but also because frozen corpses kept their trousers firmly in place. Now the pursuing horde consisted largely of students, a demographic whose ill-fitting uniforms magnified this flaw exponentially. A mere dash or two sent their trousers plummeting to their groins. At their frenzied sprinting pace, they might even fling their shoes clear off their feet. Su-jin's earlier observation had now been validated with chilling perfection. The vehicle continued moving, yet its body swayed unsteadily. Accelerating further was out of the question. The cause remained unknown. Perhaps severed limbs or clothing jammed into the wheel hubs or debris from the sidewalk inflicting unseen damage. Whichever the case, the situation was dire. The car could stall at any moment. Fu-hu gripped the wheel with white-knuckled tension and asked Director, "What do we do if the vehicle breaks down?" "Abandon the car and proceed on foot. Seek shelter inside buildings and move through them. Run as far as possible to shorten the distance home. If severed limbs are grinding against the axle, continuing forward may strip away muscle tissue. Su Jin had barely finished speaking when a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. The preset time bomb had... The zombie horde was thrown into chaos. Those still chasing the vehicle instantly turned toward the deafening source of sound. Brilliant! Chengdu exclaimed, punching the air in exhilaration. A rare smile flickered across Su Jin's face. His foresight in carrying auditory decoys had clearly been justified. Director, something's wrong. Huohuo cried in panic and slammed the accelerator to the floor. What are you? Su Jin and Chengdu whirled around simultaneously. Before them stretched a vision straight from hell. Perhaps triggered by the massive blast from the propane tank, hordes of zombies burst through windows on both sides, from residential and commercial buildings alike, shattering glass as they leapt headlong onto the street. A chain reaction ignited, windows exploded outward in every direction, zombies raining down like hail. With no competing sound source to divert them, those leaping from above locked onto the speeding car as their immediate target. A catastrophic miscalculation. Su Jin's mind reeled. Only 3 words echoed miscalculation. Catastrophic. Chengdu, set the second bomb. 10-minute timer now? Chengdu's hands trembled violently as he paled, leaning precariously out the window to arm the device. Zombies kept surging from both flanking buildings, their impacts echoing like shattering glass in a factory explosion. The cacophony spread rapidly. Zombies soon began leaping from buildings ahead as well. Most shattered bones upon impact, yet still crawled forward, relentless in pursuit of the car. A few, however, moved with unnerving precision, leaping clear from upper floors and landing squarely in the center of the street. The convergence had begun. A full-scale zombie tide was coalescing. From above, narrow streets in all directions now teemed with shambling figures. The lone vehicle fled like a speck escaping an encroaching storm cloud. Dozens of abnormally swift zombies trailed closely behind. Su Jin clutched the handrail tightly. The vehicle pushed beyond its limits, shuddered violently, and began decelerating involuntarily. At this rate, mechanical failure was inevitable, especially given the debris-choked streets. Even if the engine held, outrunning the fastest variants would soon become impossible. That was the true threat. If even one of those aberrant zombies seized them, the advancing tide would drown them utterly. Death would be certain for all 3. Huohuo. Su Jin scanned the surroundings until his gaze locked onto a shopping mall. Without hesitation, he commanded full speed ahead. To the mall. Park there then, both of you grab your gear, and proceed on foot back to the residential complex. If returning proves impossible, improvise accordingly. He withdrew sodium fluorescent and a portable UV lamp from his chest pocket and handed them to Chengdu in the rear seat. What about you, Director? Chengdu demanded urgently. I'll draw the zombies away by driving. Once I enter a building, Su Jin spoke with urgent conviction. Trust me. These zombies are clumsy in darkness. They cannot harm me. I'll take cover until nightfall, then return home safely. No more questions. Follow the plan precisely as instructed. Huohuo said nothing more. He gunned the engine straight toward the mall. In half a minute, they screeched to a halt before its entrance. Without a word exchanged, Chengdu and Huohuo bolted inside, while Su Jin slid into the driver's seat. Glancing back at the churning tide of undead, Su Jin wrenched the steering wheel, rejoining the main road. The car's horn blared relentlessly down the desolate avenue. Su Jin split his focus, steering with one hand, monitoring the rearview mirror with the other. The horde pursued relentlessly. Mutated zombies leapt in erratic bursts, closing the gap. He needed a side street, somewhere he could veer off and vanish into a building. His eyes swept the flanking facades, then froze. He blinked hard twice. On the rooftop of a nearby commercial building, 4 silhouettes had flickered into view. 3 adults, 1 child, then vanished in an instant. Had he imagined it? There was no time to dwell. Spotting a side street relatively free of obstructions, Su Jin wrenched the wheel and shot the vehicle sharply into the alley. Both sides were lined with residential complexes. After less than 100 meters, the car lurched violently to a halt. Squinting into the rearview mirror, Su Jin saw 3 zombies hurtling through the air, less than 100 meters behind. With a single glance, he snatched a steel pipe from his chest and jammed it against the horn. Then he threw open the door, abandoned the vehicle, and sprinted toward the left side apartment building. Inside the Ingbin restaurant, silence reigned absolute. The zombie tide passed just beyond its threshold, leaving those within paralyzed with shock. Every person pressed hands tight over mouths, terrified even to breathe. At one table, Ding Jia sat bound and gagged, writhing desperately in her chair. After a long, heavy silence, Huohuo rose slowly and crept to the window, peering cautiously outside. At the sight of the street, he shut his eyes in anguish. Undead figures wandered everywhere. A handful had once been enough to keep people indoors in terror. Now the entire avenue resembled the gates of hell. From every angle, escape seemed impossible. How had this happened? Who was recklessly speeding down the street, blaring the horn? That bastard. A sudden thud made everyone in the room flinch. Ding Jia had toppled from her chair and was now squirming toward her mother. She inched forward inch by agonizing inch until at last she pressed her cheek against her mother's face. A chill radiating from the skin beneath. Tears streamed down Ding Jia's cheeks. Huohuo roared in fury, lunging forward to seize her throat and growl, "Make another sound, and I'll kill you first. Understood?" No. Ding Jia sobbed, shaking her head frantically, her eyes darting toward her mother. Huobai followed her gaze, and his jaw tightened, his eyelid twitching, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. Huh, I'll untie you, but not a sound. Promise me. Ding Jia nodded. Huobi stepped forward and untied her restraints. The moment the ropes fell away, Ding Jia slapped Huobi across the face with a sharp, stinging crack, so hard that his vision blurred. Huobi froze in stunned disbelief. Oh, everyone else in the room stood utterly motionless. You wretched bastard. I saw an alien. If not for you, my mother would never have died. I'll kill you. Mad with rage, Ding Jia lunged forward and sank her teeth into Huobi's flesh, biting and tearing wildly. Shut her up, now. Someone hissed from within the room. You've already gotten 2 people killed. I let you go, and now you dare escalate. Enraged, Huobi hurled Ding Jia to the floor and raised his boot to crush her face. His foot never descended, it froze midair. Every person in the room turned as one toward the rear of the chamber. Moments earlier, a sharp shattering sound had echoed, the unmistakable splintering of glass. The upstairs window had inexplicably exploded. Huobi swallowed hard, his gaze locking onto the staircase. Soon measured footsteps grew steadily louder, resounding clearly in the ears of all present. At the stairwell entrance, 4 figures emerged, ascending from below, 3 women and 1 man. 2 of the women stood out, one breathtakingly beautiful, immaculately dressed, the other unremarkable in features, yet radiating an uncanny magnetic allure. The man was towering and broad-shouldered, his countenance fierce and imposing. As for the girl, she appeared to be an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old child, except she idly toyed with a grotesque palm-sized insect. Seeing they were no zombies, the onlookers collectively exhaled in quiet relief. Yet an eerie disquiet rose unbidden. These 4 bore no trace of the apocalypse, no grime, no exhaustion. Their clothes were pristine, their complexions flushed with vitality. The thin man crawled forward on his belly, pressing himself against Huobi's feet, his voice trembling, with desperate fervor, tears streaming from his eyes. Brother, this time, we're truly finished. Those 2 women, they're absolute masterpieces. Let's split them, just 1 each. I can't hold on. I'm burning to take one. My body's already reacting. Let's do it fast, then die quickly. Huobi's face contorted, terror blooming across his features. In this place, his own body suddenly felt alien, betraying him, slipping beyond his control. And it wasn't the most stunning woman who stirred this unnatural response, but the plain-faced one beside her. She seemed to wield a subtle, irresistible power. Aliens. Where? The tall man turned toward Ding Jia, speaking first. Keep your voice down, and stop spouting nonsense. Where did you 4 come from? Huobi demanded, low and furious. As the man continued advancing, Ding Jia cried out, It's true. I saw him. And that little girl. They knew the apocalypse was coming. They're here to save us. They just drove past here moments ago. The man halted, then glanced back at the 3 women. The radiant woman descended the stairs, her smile luminous as she asked, Oh, then tell us, where is he now? He lives in Rinkai Residential Complex, but whether he's still there I don't know. I'm talking to you. Did you even hear me? Huobi's words died mid-sentence. His skull erupted in a crimson burst, brains spraying outward. The man withdrew his fist, shaking viscous blood from his knuckles. The sudden brutal act stunned the entire room into breathless silence. Then, shrieks pierced the air. With a casual flick of her finger, the radiant woman fired an invisible force that pierced the screamer's throat. Whoever screams next, I kill first. Silence crashed down like a tomb lid. People collapsed, limbs gone slack, weeping in utter despair. These newcomers were no saviors. They were predators. Far more terrifying than any zombie. This was slaughter among kin. What madness was this? The room settled into a hollow, blood-chilled quiet as the 4 surrounded Ding Jia. Tell us, exactly, about that little girl and these aliens. Leave nothing out. Ding Jia stared wide-eyed, trembling violently, her gaze lost in helpless confusion. WWHYA. If you wish to live, speak. Now. The man leaned down, offering a faint, chilling smile as he gently wiped away her tears. I'll tell you. Shaking uncontrollably, she recounted every detail, from beginning to end. When she finished, the 4 exchanged glances. That does sound intriguing. Those 2 might be exceptionally nourishing. The girl mused, her tone playful. The driver, he's strong. His aura is rich, sweet. A single one of him outweighs dozens of ordinary humans. Shall we head to Rinkai Residential Complex now? I know where it is. Only about 3 or 4 kilometers. Too far. I'd rather cleanse this area first. The man mused aloud. Fine. If I go ahead, I won't wait. I'm going to. Utterly indifferent to the terrified onlookers, the 4 began debating amongst themselves. Minutes later, the girl pointed at Ding Jia. Finished questioning. You're done with her? No one answered. She smiled, then wrapped her arms around Ding Jia's head. In the next instant, she bit down. Ding Jia's eyes bulged, her skull fractured, life extinguished in an instant. Simultaneously, the plain-faced woman moved, darting into the crowd, cutting a swath of carnage. With each step, blood arced through the air, life snuffed out, without mercy. Meanwhile, the radiant woman bent down and lifted the paralyzed thin man from the floor. Her full, glistening lips drew slowly, deliberately toward his face. Urine streamed down his leg. Before he could utter a sound, her palm pierced his chest. Her teeth clamped down on his throat. His corpse crumpled to the ground. Her mouth hung open, crimson dripping from her chin. The man grinned, a look of genuine admiration, then slid an arm around her waist. Within moments, the hotel lobby lay carpeted with corpses, blood soaking deep into the floorboards. In the blackened stairwell, Su-jin gasped softly as he sprinted upward. He'd been caught, pursued by 2 mutated zombies. But the corridor was pitch dark, and though they were faster, he held absolute advantage in agility, turning the tide to slay both creatures outright. Downstairs, the car horn still blared, drawing swarms of zombies. Soon the vehicle would be torn apart. First, he'd reach the rooftop, bask in sunlight to recover, then slip back to Rinkai residential complex under cover of midnight. A faint smile returned to Su-jin's face. This outing had been fraught with twists, but so far the outcome, so long as Chengdu and Fu Hu remained unharmed, all would be well. There was little cause for concern. Both possessed formidable strength, and the remaining route held few zombies. Reaching the 5th floor, he prepared to ascend to the 6th, when disaster struck without warning. His hand had barely brushed the security door beside him, when, bang, a deafening crash shook the hallway as something slammed the door inward with brutal force. The door frame and all hurtled straight at Su-jin, smashing him backward against the opposite security door. Agony flared across his body, his vision darkened, he spat a mouthful of blood. Instinctively, he shoved the heavy door off himself, drew his sidearm, and fired without hesitation, only then catching sight of his attacker. A hulking muscle-bound zombie in a sleeveless top and athletic pants, coiled ready to charge again. 2 black blossoms of blood bloomed on its torso, yet it advanced utterly unimpeded. The zombie charged. Su-jin dropped low, kicked off the door behind him, and slipped, like lightning, between the creature's legs, vanishing into the apartment across the hall. Sneaking into the house, Su-jin rushed to the window and quickly pulled down the curtains. Fortunately, the curtains in other rooms seemed to be drawn as well. As the living room curtains closed, the room was plunged into near darkness. In absolute darkness, his speed and agility would reach their peak. Logically, to deal with such zombies, one should rely on illumination to enhance strength for effective damage. However, in this environment, the brightness of the light could not be significantly increased. It would be better to directly switch to night mode, maximizing speed and agility. Leaping to the rooftop, Su-jin gripped the chandelier's pole, holding his breath to observe below. The living room had a high ceiling, and the muscular zombie had turned back from the entrance, constantly spinning in search of its target. Su-jin's heart tightened. This behavior was extremely unusual. Ordinary zombies would sway slightly and wander without external stimuli, losing their targets. They would never exhibit such agile movements. This zombie had a strong sense of hunting. As his breath ran out, Su-jin flicked his right hand, tossing a small object he had grabbed from the table toward the distance. The muscular zombie reacted to the sound, running toward the bedroom. Just as it turned its back to Su-jin, he raised his gun and fired. One shot hit the area corresponding to its heart on its back, but it sounded as if it hit bone. The zombie suddenly turned around, violently shattering the wooden door to the bedroom, and hurled the doorknob towards the chandelier. The chandelier crashed to the ground. The moment the zombie grabbed the door, Su-jin had already let go and dropped down. Using the sound of the chandelier smashing to the ground, he rolled sideways and hid behind the sofa. When he landed steadily, the scene before him shocked him to his core. The zombie was still searching for its target in the darkness, but one of its hands was already clutching its heart, proactively hunting using tools, and even understanding how to protect its weak points. This was the most evolved zombie he had ever encountered. The muscular zombie was still searching around, and Su-jin gritted his teeth as he raised his gun, aiming at its waist. One shot severed the elastic band of the zombie's sweatpants. He retracted his gun and stepped against the wall, directly running toward the diagonal position. He positioned himself firmly at the corner of the room. The zombie lunged at the sofa, but missed, losing its target once again. Su-jin slowly reached for the briefcase at his chest, casually took out a box of medicine and tossed it to the ground. The zombie rushed towards the source of the sound and raised its fist to attack the medicine box. Then one after another, the medicine boxes began to fall to the ground. The zombie lunged left and right, pounding so hard that the entire room trembled. By the time the 15th medicine box was thrown down, the zombie's massive rear was fully exposed to Su-jin. After dropping 3 more medicine boxes, the elastic band of the zombie's sweatpants finally began to slip off. During the process of attacking the 3rd medicine box, the muscular zombie stumbled and fell to the ground, crushing one of its arms. An opportunity arose, and Su-jin did not hesitate. Holding his breath, he pushed off the wall and flew towards the zombie. At the same time, he drew the screwdriver from his waist, and using his Bodhi's downward momentum, plunged the screwdriver into the zombie's back. With one strike, he succeeded. The muscular zombie fell to the ground motionless. Su-jin showed no joy, kneeling on the zombie's back as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body tilted, sliding to the side and coughing repeatedly. Blood splattered across his face as Su-jin raised his hand to cover his face, overwhelmed by a bitter pain that surpassed even his physical injuries. It's so hard. Truly too hard. He thought he was capable. But that zombie had injured him severely with just one hit. He didn't even have the strength to endure a second blow. Undetectable, disguised infectors, rapidly evolving zombies, and hordes of corpses that nearly occupied the entire world. How can victory be achieved in such a war? Firearms are still effective and very effective, but can humanity rebuild industry in the future? Any modern product relies on global collaboration for production. The endless zombies have interrupted all production chains. Even if there are existing armories to reclaim, what about the raw materials? Industrial recovery is difficult, and human evolution requires hunting down creatures stronger than oneself. In the chaos of his thoughts, Su Jin picked up the silver gun and examined it closely, murmuring to himself, "Company, I'm at least working for you, give me a little help. How can an internship be this hard?" Suddenly a line of large text flashed before his eyes, and ignoring his injuries, Su Jin stood up straight. At that moment, all distracting thoughts vanished from his mind, replaced by a surge of fiery determination. Looking around, Su Jin cursed loudly. "Are you all watching me the whole time? Even when I'm taking a shit?" The area before him was empty, and Su Jin blinked, falling into a daze. Something felt off. Although the notifications from the company would disappear, they never just vanished in a flash. Moreover, that kind of question was something the company would never respond to. He often muttered about the company when he had nothing to do. During his most desperate moments, there was never a hint of movement from the company. The key point was the speaking style. The company had always been cold and indifferent, never like this. Could it be that I lost too much blood and desperately wished for the company's help creating an illusion? An illusion that produced such content is simply absurd. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Su Jin covered his head and shook it, then began to take deep breaths. An illusion? It could very well be an illusion. His physical condition was too poor. After such a diversion, Su Jin completely cleared his mind, looking down at the corpse on the ground. He took out a sharp knife from the briefcase and crouched down to begin cutting into the muscular zombie's back, skillfully severing tendons and prying open bones. As the heart was exposed, Su Jin reached in and dug out 2 meatballs. Holding the 2 meatballs at his fingertips, Su Jin couldn't help but reflect. No wonder this muscular zombie was so strong, it could grow 2 meatballs from one corpse. But these 2 meatballs really look like. As he sliced through the connecting membranes of the 2 meatballs, Su Jin hesitated, caught in a dilemma. His current state was terrible. Using 1 meatball would undoubtedly cause some strange changes. The likelihood was that it would turn for the better, enhancing his strength. But if there were any peculiar mutations physically, he might not even remain human. Plus, there was a chance of falling into a deep slumber for an entire night. But he couldn't afford to wait. Given his current state, it would be hard to return to the community. Soon his decision was made. Su Jin pocketed 1 meatball and walked toward the window, gripping the other. He yanked the window open, and the setting sun blazed like fire. Has it been this long already? Su Jin looked down at the meatball in his palm, then clenched it tightly. The meatball shattered, and scorching energy surged into his body. Su Jin's eyes widened, dropping to his knees as blood vessels rapidly filled his whites with red. As a low, hoarse gasp escaped his throat, the muscles beneath his skin throbbed violently, as if countless worms were writhing and twisting. Every fiber of flesh felt ignited by flames. Su Jin ripped his clothes apart, revealing a toned upper body. The second transformation was completely different from the first, clear and intense, with no hint of disorientation in his spirit. Amidst his astonishment, Su Jin's back suddenly bulged. The blazing sun cast down on his muscular back, projecting a grotesque shadow, as if the face of some fierce beast was roaring between his muscles. Ugh! Su Jin let out a low growl, throwing a punch toward the wall. The tiles shattered and slowly peeled away, leaving a deep fist imprint on the wall. On the 6th floor of the talent community, the atmosphere indoors was heavy. Huohuo had returned successfully, bringing back the necessary supplies. However, the main pillar was still missing. Fu Qingdai anxiously kept glancing at the door. It was already late at night, yet Su Jin had not yet appeared. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Huohuo glanced at his daughter, slapped his thigh, and stood up, saying, "Should I go out and look for the director?" "Crazy." Sonya coldly reprimanded, "You have no brains. Are you all going to give up just because Xiao Li is gone? Going out now is pointless. It's dark outside, and what can you do other than be a meal for zombies? Sit down. You don't think the director is dead, do you?" Chengdu mumbled while covering his face. No one in the room dared to respond. If he still hasn't appeared at this point, it felt like death was not far away. Yet no one wanted to acknowledge this reality. In the end, it was still Sonya who spoke up. "If he is dead, we must continue on the remaining path. The supplies have been brought back, so let's not waste his efforts. You all should rest early. Conserving your energy is more important than anything right now." What Old Sun said is right. I still need to arrange some experiments with Old Sun. Oh, if you have nothing else to do, you should rest early. Wait a said Xiao Li, you don't need to worry too much. He is not an ordinary person. He is different from us. He must have some special means and definitely won't easily die outside. Maybe when you wake up, you'll open your eyes to see him. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. The pupils of everyone in the room instantly brightened, and Fu Qingdai jumped up and ran to the door. Upon opening it and seeing the person before her, her eyes immediately moistened, and she lunged forward. "Brother." Su Jin smiled slightly, gently stroking Fu Qingdai's hair, then looked at everyone. "You're still awake? I've made you all worry. There were some complications in between, but there's no problem. After saying this, Su Jin raised his hand, holding a plastic. I saw a cake shop on my way back, quite upscale, and they had vacuum-packed cakes inside, so I brought some for you. Everyone's gaze collectively shifted to the plastic bag, and son, you smirk, you brat. You still have the mood to make cakes, hurry. Director, you even took the time to change into a new outfit. Chengdu looked at Su Jin in disbelief, taking in his all-white sportswear and white socks. You must have picked it up from some clothing store. You look very spirited. All right, let's eat something first and relax. On the 6th floor, the candlelight was bright, and 8 people sat around the table. In front of one person was a plate of cake, and everyone was eating, their mouths full of cream sweetness filling their hearts. No one spoke, only occasionally exchanging glances with each other. Eating cake under the candlelight, the fleeting and rare sense of happiness rippled through the small space. Sonia was also enjoying the cake, turning to look at Su Jin, who was observing everyone with a smile. Fu Qingdai had nearly finished her cake, and Su Jin casually pushed his untouched piece toward her. Brother, why aren't you eating? Fu Qingdai asked, her mouth smeared with cream, looking up at him. I don't like eating hydrogenated vegetable oil. Cough, cough. I'm not full either. Chengdu lowered his head and rubbed his nose. Sonia shot him a sideways glance. You think you can get full off this? There are noodles in the kitchen, or just go cook some yourself. Chengdu pouted, falling silent. Su Jin said, once everyone finishes eating, let's clean up. I found a meatball, and this time I plan to let Qingdai use it first. Hearing this, everyone immediately started tidying up the dishes. Soon the round meatball was placed in the center of the table. Su Jin looked at Fu Qingdai, feeling anxious. The client appointed by the company, or rather she is likely the savior. Although at the moment, it wasn't clear what special qualities Fu Qingdai had. But he believed that once she absorbed this meatball, her extraordinary nature would surely be revealed. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips tightly together, but her breathing had already quickened. She reached out to hold the meatball, and Su Jin swiftly pierced it. Fu, who had already prepared himself behind her, catching his daughter, who fainted as expected, and carried her to the bedroom. The others collectively let out a sigh of relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone should rest now, and I still have some matters to discuss with old Sun and old Wei. Su Jin waved his hand to dismiss them. Soon the living room was tidied up, leaving only 3 people. Shaoli, you must have some important discoveries. Sonia inquired. Are there any issues with the experimental equipment? Do you all know what happened before I got separated from Fu Hu and the others? Su Jin asked back. The experiments are fine. We can start tomorrow. Just tell us what you found. All right. Su Jin nodded. After I separated from Fu Hu, I made 2 strange discoveries. While I was on the road, I saw 4 dark shadows on the rooftop. At the time, I thought it was an illusion because the situation was urgent. But reflecting on it afterward, it shouldn't have been an illusion given my state then. Were they survivors? Wada asked. If they were survivors, then there's not much to say. Su Jin replied, those 4 were clearly standing at the edge of the rooftop with a wave of corpses below, and in the blink of an eye they disappeared. They couldn't have jumped off. This absolutely isn't something that survivors could do, so I believe they are likely disguised infected individuals. These 4 might even possess abilities. Zombies will also attack disguised infected individuals. If they didn't have some courage or backing, they wouldn't be standing there so openly. I think the disguised infected individuals may have formed a team. This indicates they have a certain level of cooperation. But how high is that cooperation? For now, that remains a question. Sonia frowned. Is there anything else? I also encountered a zombie that was consciously protecting its heart. The level of intelligence was beyond my imagination, or it has evolved too quickly. Su Jin sighed as he spoke. We must accelerate our actions, immediately organize personnel into groups, and then form a convoy to stabilize our foothold in the military district. Once we successfully establish ourselves in the military district, I believe we should immediately organize a heavy armed force. Then use sound to create a horde of zombies, annihilating a group of them. At that point, we might be able to form a superpowered army, and we can take our time with the rest. Do you 2 have any plans you can share? Sonia sighed. This time the bad news has been coming one after another. It's too difficult. Sonia quickly adjusted his mood, saying, I don't think that way. I want to rest in the military district first, and then try to modify a radio to broadcast. The electromagnetic environment is currently very clean, as signals are easy to receive, and the underwater troops and those inside the bunkers should still be safe, so we can act after communicating with the professional troops. No way. Wada shook his head. Old Son, your idea won't work at all. The military district in the suburbs doesn't have that condition. To achieve the desired broadcast range, we would need to set up a new tower, and we lack experts in that area. If marine life can be infected, then the mutations would be the fastest. The underwater troops would have been completely annihilated. Staying underwater, the massive energy from the propellers would definitely attract countless zombies, and the pump jet propellers would be blocked by the corpses. As for small ground troops, there's no need to mention them. They lack supplies, and wouldn't dare to touch the meatball without experiments. There's also a high probability of encountering animal zombies. I don't think there's much hope, or rather the city is the safest place. I completely support Shaoli's plan. We only have this path to take. Advanced evolution drives backward evolution, enabling group evolution, and then restart industry. Sighing deeply, Sonia said, actually, now that we've come this far, I have nothing more to say. Just thinking about our group of ragtag soldiers, they all need to be treated like special forces. I truly have no confidence in my heart. There's no choice, we have to push through. Su Jin declared, you 2 should rest early. Once you wake up tomorrow, we will start conducting experiments in each building. At the latest, we will have everything sorted out within 3 days, at least we will have a team to rely on. Afterward, the team will be in your hands. I will go hunt zombies. If possible, it would be best to capture a disguised infected. We still need to understand this creature's motives and behavior patterns in depth. Sunya and Wada both nodded in agreement. Then Sunya said, Shally, the equipment is ready. We will start the After all, we need to act with those few women together. Everyone knows what kind of personalities they have and how they feel about you and the team. I think it's time to tell them the whole story. Okay, I will announce it to everyone tomorrow, Sujin nodded. The two elders nodded and stood up, looking at the sleeping Fu Qingdai on the sofa with eager anticipation in their eyes. A prophet in the apocalypse. I hope she can create a miracle once again. The next day, the sky brightened. Sujin stood on the balcony, eyes closed, arms outstretched, bathing in the sunlight. A strong pumping sensation coursed through his muscles, and his clothes subtly stirred behind him. Just as he was savoring the rush of enhanced strength, he heard Fu Hu's exclamation from behind. She's awake. Sujin quickly turned around and crouched next to the sofa. Fu Qingdai stirred awake, startled by the group of people staring at her. Daughter, how do you feel? Do you have any special abilities? Fu Hu asked anxiously. Fu Qingdai rubbed her slightly disheveled hair, blinking repeatedly. I can't really describe it. It seems I don't have that kind of chi sensation you mentioned. Dad, hand me the bow to try it out. Fu Hu quickly fetched 3 bows. Fu Qingdai effortlessly pulled back the 50-pound bow. The crowd broke into smiles. The 70-pound bow was still a breeze. Their smiles grew even brighter. When she pulled back the 90-pound bow with ease, Fu Hu couldn't help but exclaim, That's great. This strength has indeed increased a lot, and it's not even the limit. Fu Qingdai's mouth also twitched with excitement. Finally, she was no longer useless. But then she thought about it, and her expression fell again. What did the pig feed I used to eat count as? Su Jin's face stiffened slightly, and he approached her nervously, saying, Qingdai, is there nothing else besides strength? The increase in strength is a standard effect after eating the meatball, it's just a matter of degree. Having great strength isn't much use, special abilities are the key. I don't feel anything else. Fu Qingdai responded weakly. Seeing the circle of disappointed gazes, she began to understand in her heart. Others, even her parents, have placed their hopes on her, waiting for her to manifest special abilities. But now, it seems she has no abilities at all, even the worst among those who have consumed the meatball. The joy of just gaining strength completely dissipated. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale as she slowly looked at Su Jin, saying, Brother, am I useless? No, that's not the case, Su Jin said, wrapping an arm around Fu Qingdai to comfort her softly, though he could not hide the bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps your abilities need you to explore. Right now your strength exceeds that of an ordinary person by a large margin. Remember, what you can do isn't important. What matters most is that you are here. Fu Qingdai was filled with despair, ready to nod, when her gaze suddenly shot towards Chengdu. Her gaze was fiercely sharp. Chengdu shivered all over, clasping his hands to his chest, and exclaimed, Qingdai, are you all right? Fu Qingdai's expression gradually softened, revealing a trace of confusion. Just now she felt a chill emanating from Chengdu, but when she looked at him it vanished instantly. What happened? It's nothing. I want to be alone for a while, she said. The others in the room dispersed with a sense of disappointment. An hour later, everyone had finished breakfast. Su Jin glanced over the crowd and finally stood up, saying, Now that everyone has eaten, I need to officially discuss something with you all. This is mainly for our female companions, the others already know. I know you must be curious about why I went through so much trouble with old Fu and the others to bring back a cage of rats. In reality, this matter is of great significance. Su Jin explained the issue regarding the disguised infected in detail. The expressions of the several women in the room changed constantly, finally settling down. This is the situation. Old Sun Old Way, and I have already come up with a solution. As long as we get through this final hurdle, we can form a team and establish a new home. I'm telling you this because I trust you and want to ensure your safety. I require you to strictly adhere to confidentiality. If this information leaks, it will pose significant obstacles to our subsequent team organization. Su Jin slammed his fist on the table, looking at the 3 women. Did you all understand? Zhang Wan nodded seriously, saying, Director, don't worry, I won't let them speak out of turn. If something goes wrong, you can come to me. Su Jin nodded in satisfaction. After the apocalypse broke out, Zhang Wan became increasingly silent, but she was still responsible for all the odds and ends in the household. As Fu Qingdai was her daughter, there was no need to mention her. The usually inconspicuous sister Lu had long been obedient to her. Very good. Let's rest for a while, or we will act soon. Starting at Building 1, Su Jin led several people to room 201. According to the records in Zhang Wan's notebook, room 201 belonged to a bachelor. When the door was knocked open, a man in a tank top peeked out with excitement. Seeing Su Jin and the others, he immediately exclaimed, Can we go out now? Has the government sent someone? Su Jin raised his hand, pushing the man back inside, saying, Back to the toilet. The man was nervously shoved back into the toilet, sitting on the edge of the basin. Zhang Wan and the others quickly began to check the surrounding environment, minimizing places where mice could hide and be hard to discover, also blocking the squat toilet drain. What are you all? What are you going to do? The man stammered. Su Jin smiled, saying, you were right earlier, the government is here to rescue you. However, as per the higher-ups' requirements, you need to stay in a sealed space for a day to observe the situation. This is to ensure the team's stability in order to test your obedience to orders and psychological endurance, and also to observe for another day. After all, infection has an incubation period. Before we arrive tomorrow, you must remain in this toilet and are not allowed to go anywhere. You can use a plastic bag for the drain is blocked to prevent small infected animals and harmful gases from appearing. There have been precedents in the neighborhood, so you absolutely cannot open it. During the closure, be sure not to touch any snakes, insects, rats, or ants. Even hitting them is prohibited to avoid the risk of infection and other disease risks. We will seal the door, but will leave you with water and food for a day. Remember, if the seal is broken, then the organization will consider it an automatic forfeiture of your rescue opportunity. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to the country, I will definitely obey orders. The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude as he received the water and food handed to him by Su Jin. Taking advantage of the man's inattention, Zhang Wan quietly placed the small mouse hidden in her sleeve in the corner of the bathroom. After taking the key to room 201, several people left the room and locked the outer door. Su Jin handed the key to Zhang Wan with a smile, saying, this isn't too difficult, is it? From now on, well, do it this way. Just make sure the keys don't get mixed up. The rest can be handled by Chengdu and Fu, who while I go outside to hunt zombies, trying to find a meatball to significantly enhance your abilities. Do you have confidence, sister-in-law? Zhang Wan smiled slightly. Rest assured, director, it will be fine. As dusk fell, Zhang Wan and the others walked out of the building exhausted. Going back and forth to collect supplies took too much time, and 2 buildings were still left unaddressed. However, after resting for a bit, working overtime later in the evening should be sufficient. Just as they were heading home, Su Jin appeared carrying a huge backpack. His face was equally tired, and his white clothes were already stained with blood and covered in dirt. Unexpectedly encountering the group, Su Jin took off his outer coat and the plastic gloves on his hands, casually tossing them away. You came at the right time. Oh, I found some good stuff today. Saying this, Su Jin opened the briefcase hanging in front of him and pulled out several handguns, handing one to each person. Holding the handgun, Chengdu stared blankly. Director, where did you get these guns? Su Jin smiled wickedly, pointing behind him with his thumb. I pulled off a job at the precinct. Each person gets a gun for self-defense. I still have plenty of gear in my backpack, so we won't be short on firepower for a while. We'll figure out the rest later. Reuniting on the 6th floor, Su Jin changed into a fresh outfit and sat down at the dining table. Zhang Wan reported the situation one by one, with Sister Lu occasionally adding comments. The 2 elders listened quietly. Huohuo and Chengdu were distracted, continuously trying to circulate the power within their bodies. The 2 had basically accepted that they were just muscle and wouldn't participate in any intellectual activities. The only one in the room looking listless and in poor condition was Fu Qingdai. At the current pace, we should be able to arrange all the residents by tomorrow morning. However, considering the limited number of mice, we need to retrieve the unaffected mice before continuing to distribute them for the next round of experiments. Zhang Wan finished speaking, and Sunya picked up the conversation. The bathroom is a confined space, and the mice can hardly hide. According to our previous assumptions, the bloodthirsty nature of the disguised infectors is quite intense. In such a private and enclosed space, they wouldn't be able to resist attacking for an entire night, which means we can filter out a portion of people by tomorrow. The total number of test subjects is 238. Those filtered out will be housed in the Community Activity Center, which is spacious enough. We will coordinate resources, uniformly arrange for collective meals and sleeping quarters. After a simple reassurance and training, we'll send a group to the streets to find vehicles, aiming to gather enough vehicles and fuel in the shortest time possible. Su Jin clapped his hands. Thank you for your efforts, Sun Lao. I will accompany you tomorrow for the screening and examination. Once this matter is settled, I will go grab some arms from a few precincts. We will only distribute guns to those we trust, and there's nothing else. If no one has anything to add, then everyone can rest. No one had further objections, and the group dispersed to rest. Only Fu Qingdai hesitated to stay in her seat, lowering her head and remaining silent. Su Jin inquired, what's wrong, Qingdai? Brother, what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and watch, then accompany you all around. At this point, Fu Qingdai looked up and pleaded, brother, find me something to do. Su Jin sighed lightly and put his arm around Fu Qingdai's shoulder, comforting her gently. Qingdai, it's just that you don't have any special powers, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Having a sense of responsibility and intelligence is better than anything else. There will be very important tasks assigned to you later, and only you can handle this matter. Fu Qingdai's eyes sparkled. Su Jin said solemnly, you have predicted the future, and since the neighborhood is filled with acquaintances, many people will surely know. Once the team is formed, you can take a shower and change into new clothes. From now on, you will be the savior, the hope that everyone clings to. Isn't that just being a puppet? There's nothing substantial about it. Fu Qingdai said aggrievedly. You're mistaken. Everything needs to have a belief. The country needs a flag, a company needs a trademark. You are the belief of the people. How can you say you are a puppet? Su Jin continued to comfort her. Without you, it would be like fighting without a target, living without a goal. Nothing is more important than this. Anyway, I feel like I'm just a vase. Fu Qingdai muttered sulkily. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Qingdai suddenly turned her head, her gaze shooting toward the corner. A half-head suddenly shrank back into the corner. Is that Qingdu? Su Jin glanced over in confusion and turned back to ask, what's wrong? Fu Qingdai furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. Brother, I have a strange feeling. Do you think I might have superpowers just different from yours? Feeling? What superpowers? Su Jin tensed immediately. Whenever Chang'e looks at me, I feel a chill, as if something is off. But I can't pinpoint what the problem is. Su Jin was greatly disappointed and whispered to Fu Qingdai, to be honest, sometimes I feel a chill when he looks at me too. That guy might have some issues. I've felt something off about him for quite a while now. This morning he threw a pair of socks at my bedside acting like he's sick. Even your dad thinks he's got a problem. But he definitely doesn't have any major issues, otherwise I'd have been done for a long time ago. Oh, Fu Qingdai pouted and began counting on her fingers. She thought she might have superpowers, but it turned out Chengdu was the one who was abnormal, though everyone could see that. The next day, everyone went out again as a group. Starting from building 1, they checked room 201. Upon entering 201, the seal on the bathroom was intact. As soon as the door opened, a man was sitting obediently in the corner. Seeing someone come in, he immediately stood up excitedly and shouted, "You finally came. There are rats here, just in that corner. I couldn't sleep all night afraid they'd come near me. There shouldn't be any problems, right? We won't know until we check for problems. Just extend your hand." Su Jin picked up the portable UV light and checked the man's hands, feet, and mouth. There was no glowing phenomenon at all, and he waved his hand saying, "All right, you're qualified. Take your bedding to the Community Activity Center and wait for arrangements. Here's your hand tag." After saying this, Su Jin handed over a tag marked with number 001. The man was overjoyed, clutching his personal belongings as he walked out, looking back 3 times. After checking the first household and collecting the mice, they continued the process. Second household, third household, fourth household. Everything was normal until the 25th household. Thank you, thank you. You finally came to save me." A man with an excited face repeatedly thanked Su Jin and the others. Su Jin picked up the UV light and shone it on the man's mouth, momentarily stunned. The light around the man's mouth had turned into a mass, clearly indicating that he had eaten a rat. Su Jin's mouth twitched down and his gaze began to scrutinize him from top to bottom. In the blink of an eye, Su Jin struck, shattering the man's 4 limbs and stuffing a light bulb into his mouth. Watching closely, Elder Sun and Elder Wei exchanged a glance, complex, layered with both relief and deep concern. Relief because their devised protocol had proven effective, and they had captured a live disguised infected, offering invaluable opportunity for advanced study. Concern, however, loomed large. The creature showed no outward anomaly whatsoever. A single oversight during mass screening could spell catastrophic consequences. Gazing down at the man sprawled on the floor, Su Jin said, "Elder Fu, take the others and continue the sweep. If another disguised infected is found, eliminate them on the spot. If there are other occupants in the same dwelling, kill them all immediately. Anyone sharing quarters with a disguised infected will be treated as infected without exception. Chengdu, stay behind. You'll assist me in guarding Elders Sun and Wei while we conduct the interrogation ourselves." Understood. After a swift handover of duties, Su Jin dragged 4 chairs into a semicircle before the bound man. Tears trembled in the man's eyes as he muffled pleas escaped his throat. A dull, sickening crack echoed. The man's jaw clenched, then shattered beneath Su Jin's heel. The light bulb inside his mouth pulverized through skin and bone. Cough, Shards of glass lacerated his tongue and gums. Agony sent him writhing across the floor, blood gushing from his mouth. "I ask, you answer. 1 lie and you die." Su Jin spoke without inflection, cold, precise, unyielding. Elder Sun, Elder Wei, and Chengdu flinched in unison, swallowing hard. "Why, ugh, what did I do wrong?" the man wailed, spitting fragments of glass. A gunshot cracked, his right ankle exploded. Bone splinters flew as his foot tore free, trailing a thick, ragged line of crimson across the floor. Fortunately, the wound lay just below the tight, knot binding his ankle. Blood loss remained surprisingly contained. "I haven't even begun questioning you. Do not speak out of turn." Su Jin lowered his gaze, voice glacial. Chengdu and the 2 elders swallowed again in unison. He raised one finger. "First question, why do you eat people? Or perhaps you haven't yet. But let me rephrase, why do you wish to kill? I've never eaten anyone, nor have I ever desired to kill." The man sobbed uncontrollably. "Humph," still defiant. Su Jin turned to Chengdu and pointed sharply at the man. "Strip him. Then castrate him. 8 pieces precisely." Chengdu hesitated, then glanced at Su Jin's face, utterly devoid of jest, carved from ice and iron. With a sharp breath, he stepped forward and yanked the man's trousers down. At that instant, Su Jin flicked a short blade onto the floor with a metallic clang. "Cut." Trembling Chengdu picked it up and stared blankly at the exposed flesh, poking it twice with hesitant, minuscule jabs. He turned back toward Su Jin, forcing a strained smile. "Director, this length, 8 pieces seems improbable. 2 cuts, 3 pieces, maximum. Perhaps we reconsider. Then slice vertically first, then horizontally. Fail to comprehend, and I'll have you mince him into ground meat. What in hell are you doing to me?" The man thrashed violently, shrieking. Elder Sun fixed his gaze upon the captive's pupils, then murmured low to Elder Wei, pupillary constriction is abnormal. He exhibits genuine fear, not feign. Yet such a pronounced reaction only emerged now, suggesting fear is comparatively muted. A faint, inscrutable smile touched Su Jin's lips. How fortunate. So you only feel fear now. Su Jin rose towering over the man. Would a normal human devour a life? We know everything. There's no point in pretense. Answer truthfully, and you'll be granted a swift end. Speak plainly, why do you crave murder, and why consume living flesh? At those words the man's convulsing body froze. His eyes blazed with feral malice as he snarled. Do you need a reason to eat when you're hungry? Do you still consider yourself human? Elder Wei asked. Human? The man's gaze twisted, his face contorting into something grotesque. Do you truly believe I'm some base primitive life form? Then when did this impulse first arise? And why? Elder Wei pressed. How should I know? You'll slaughter me, or worse. As he roared, he bit savagely into his own tongue. Half-severed, it dangled grotesquely from his mouth when Su Jin fired. The man's head snapped back. Yolk-like fluid splattered across Chengdu's face. TCH. Ugh, warn me before you shoot. It's all over my face. Chengdu wiped frantically at the viscous pale yellow mess, stunned and furious. My apologies, Su Jin offered curtly, then turned to the elders. It appears he can no longer speak. Do you believe further study holds value? Elder Sun and Elder Wei conferred quietly, then shook their heads in unison, faces grim. Ferociously aggressive, survival-driven, emotionally detached, overwhelmingly violent, yet cognitively warped beyond scientific explanation. They are walking corpses retaining human-level cognition, a grotesque fusion of intellect and undeath. There is nothing more to extract from him. I'll take my leave now. Elder Wei rose, hand covering his mouth. Elder Sun followed suit, and briefly squeezed Su Jin's shoulder. Shally, I know your hatred for these monsters runs deep, but your mental well-being matters too. Su Jin met Elder Sun's gaze, steady assured. Chengdu, escort the elders out. I'll remain and continue my examination. The three departed, pausing before the sealed security door, listening intently. Foolish dog, did you truly think biting your tongue would grant you death? No need to rush. Now it's just you and I. I'll personally instruct you how to die. Irk? Ow. From within the room erupted a shriek, so harrowing it froze their blood and prickled their scalps. Exchanging uneasy glances, Elder Wei whispered hoarsely, I never imagined Xiao Li was this ruthless. Could he one day turn that fury upon us? Unlikely. The streets teem with zombies for him to purge. Though, we must monitor his psychological state. Still, Chengdu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Honestly, having director like this makes me feel utterly safe. The two elders exchanged a look. Elder Sun spat contemptuously onto the floor, glaring at Chengdu. Pa, you're unhinged too. This morning you stole Xiao Li's socks. Do you lack footwear? Hey, did you see that? I was delivering them. Don't misinterpret. That night, the 8 members reconvened at base camp. Zhang Wan held her notebook ready to report. Today we screened 176 individuals. Aside from the latent infected discovered by Director Su, 2 additional cases were identified, and both eliminated on site. The remaining 173 have been relocated to the Community Activity Center. All untested individuals will be screened by tomorrow's close. As for what follows, Su Jin interjected, the immediate priority is personnel grouping and establishing mutual accountability. We will mobilize transport convoys as swiftly as possible. And Qing Dai, your most critical assignment begins now. Rally, inspire, and unify every survivor. Mobilization. Fu Qing Dai immediately panicked. Brother, I can't do it. Then what can you do? Chengdu raised an eyebrow and interjected. I. Fu Qing Dai was momentarily flustered, stammering out, I can collect class fees. Chengdu, are you serious? My daughter is still a child. Fu Hu was enraged. Su Jin's smile faded. Qing Dai, listen carefully, you don't need to do anything tomorrow. I just need you to take a good bath, change into a new outfit, and stand before the crowd looking down at everyone. You must not be shy and show no expression. The rest is up to me. Afterward you will have another task, but it won't be too difficult. I will personally teach you. Fu Qing Dai gradually nodded. Su Jin continued, everyone, we have reached a critical moment in our proceedings today. This can be said to be a crucial time that will determine our future fate. I hope you take it seriously. Any task I assign must be completed flawlessly, and you must report any issues you find in a timely manner. Fu Hu and Cheng, do you two go practice your abilities. Big sister, take Qing Dai and Luda Jieb back to organize the files. With a command, several people responded and returned to their respective rooms. Sunya and Wada squinted their eyes, waiting for Su Jin to speak. After a moment, Su Jin said, you two have been more meticulous than I in the following process. Were there any oversights in this investigation? No. Sunya shook his head, but I compiled a list of suspicious individuals with Old Wei, and we will keep a close watch on them moving forward. We also found a stethoscope in a resident's home, and I would like to interview everyone individually later. Use conversation to extract information from them. The stethoscope can listen to heartbeats and observe their pupil reactions, which can yield more detailed conclusions. Wada looked at the slightly disappointed Su Jin. Xiao Li, it is already quite commendable to reach this level today. We will strive to improve the accuracy of our checks and eliminate potential hazards as much as possible. Given the circumstances, you need not worry too much. Go ahead and act boldly. I understand, then. Thank you both for your hard work. Please rest early. The next day, after half a day of busyness, all personnel were screened and no additional disguised infected individuals were found. All the residents seeking survival in the neighborhood were gathered in the Community Activity Center, totaling 235. The talent community was originally a high-end community prepared for social elites. The overall specifications of the Activity Center were quite impressive, though this impression was based on the standards of that time. In today's context, it appeared rather old-fashioned. However, one advantage was that the space was definitely large enough. All the tables and chairs inside were cleared away, replaced by bedding, allowing ample room for over 200 people. Perhaps the thick ice layer in the core area of the cold sky had yet to melt away. Even though the weather had turned warm, a chill still occasionally swept through the air. As the temperature fluctuated, many feared catching a cold mistakenly perceived as abnormal, and still wore heavy clothing, like cotton jackets and down coats, while others were dressed in thin and cool attire. At this moment, the activity center was bustling with people, a chaotic mix of colors. While no one dared to speak loudly, whispers never ceased. Having not contacted the outside world for too long, one lived alone in a small apartment. Even without mentioning the enormous crisis brought about by the widespread zombie infection, the mere lack of water and electricity, the bleak future, and the atmosphere of solitude were enough to cause serious psychological issues. In this moment of apocalyptic encounters, ordinary people, under the circumstances of military rescue and reunions, finally had the rare experience of breathing and a long-lost sense of security. By 3:30 in the afternoon, there was a space against the wall in the northernmost part of the Community Activity Center that was not occupied by bedding. Instead, a small platform had been constructed unusually. When Su-jin walked in with a group of people, the entire venue fell silent. Huohuo and Chengdu stood guard at the community entrance, locking the door. All eyes were focused on Su-jin. The vast majority present had seen Su-jin before, although they were unclear about his exact identity. Through brief observation, nearly everyone understood. This person was the leader of the rescue team. Su-jin ignored the crowd and walked directly to the north side, standing on the platform. All eyes followed him. Su-jin glanced down, tapped the microphone, and said, "Hello, hello." The sound of the microphone echoed in the hall as Su-jin looked up at the crowd again. Although he usually spoke at meetings, it was mostly to report to team members or leaders. This was indeed the first time he organized such a large-scale event. However, it was not difficult. It was all about conveying emotions rather than just facts, lifting spirits before dampening. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, Su-jin raised the microphone and said in a deep voice, "Hello, everyone. I believe most of you have seen me before, but you may not know my identity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Haoqing, the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Executing Bureau, which can also be referred to as the National Bureau." Everyone in the audience showed puzzled expressions and exchanged glances. Su-jin cleared his throat and continued, "I know you may not be familiar with this national department. The National Bureau is originally a secret department under the high-level government and has never been publicly revealed. The tasks we handle have never been disclosed to the public, so only a few people have knowledge of it." Su-jin turned slightly, pointing to Sunya and Weida beside him. "Elder Sun and Elder Wei, many in our community should recognize them. These two experts have briefly served the National Bureau and can vouch for me." "Yes, we indeed served briefly in the National Bureau as technical advisors. There's no doubt about that." Sunya stepped forward to confirm and then retreated. The crowd's restlessness gradually subsided. Many recognized Sunya and Weida, while not everyone in the community was fully aware of their identities, they were undoubtedly highly respected. Su-jin took a deep breath and said, "Before I continue explaining our department's specific work, there is something I must clarify to everyone. You have always believed we were the National Rescue Team, but you have received messages stating that the country has already declared itself annihilated, which seems contradictory. I now clearly tell everyone that the country has indeed perished. This disaster came very suddenly, and countries around the world have suffered devastating blows indiscriminately. The national power you once believed in has completely collapsed." The entire crowd held their breath. Over 200 individuals looked at Su-jin in disbelief, and many had already begun to feel pangs of heartache. Having experienced the destruction of their nation and family, then seeing someone appear under the guise of national rescue, they had spent countless nights tossing and turning in hope and confusion, and now the person claiming to represent the nation declared that all hope was false. But this matter is not so simple. We are not just waiting to die. What we are organizing is not a hasty rescue, but a deliberate and purposeful gathering of everyone here. This is a brand new world war, and we still have a great chance to win. Enough. A young man, mentally shattered, stood up in tears and shouted, "Liars. You are all liars. It's over, completely over. Without a country, what can we do? The whole world is filled with monsters. Hey, tell me how we can win." "Let me finish speaking." Su-jin tapped on the horn. "What? I don't want to hear it. What else do you have to say?" Su-jin immediately straightened his face, looked at Huohuo and pointed at the young man, angrily saying, "Go give him 2 slaps." Huohuo strode toward the crowd. The people around wanted to stand up and stop him, but seeing his fierce demeanor, no one dared to step forward. Huohuo glared at the young man and slapped him twice across the face while cursing. "If you don't want to win, then get lost." The young man was slapped into a daze, thrown to the ground by Huohuo. Once the violence erupted, the entire crowd fell silent. Su Jin spoke coldly. What I am going to say today concerns everyone present, including myself, and the future fate of all humanity. This is no joke. If we truly had no hope, I wouldn't go to such lengths to rescue you. He continued. Now back to the main point. The country has fallen, but it has not been completely destroyed. This brings us back to the National Administration of Science and Technology, which was established specifically to address certain scientifically unexplainable issues and risks. We have been established for over 30 years, constantly searching for relics around the world and deciphering the mysteries. Through years of national accumulation, we uncovered a critically important ancient civilization, the Maya civilization. The ancient Maya civilization was incredibly advanced, having developed astronomical calendars thousands of years ago that are on par with our current level. Most importantly, the demise of the Maya civilization followed a similar trajectory to what we are encountering now. The audience widened their eyes, a suffocating sensation rising in their hearts. The Maya civilization and ancient civilization also faced such a catastrophe. If this were said in peacetime, others would only scoff and regard the speaker as a liar. However, having experienced the mysterious disaster that destroyed our country, with the living turning into monsters, the idea of the Maya civilization does not sound absurd at all. You would surely wonder, since the Maya civilization has already perished, what does that have to do with our survival? Su Jin's expression was stern, his tone rising. Although the Maya people perished, the world did not fall into the hands of the zombies, and we certainly cannot be the descendants of zombies. This fully illustrates that the Maya brought hope to future generations winning that war, although we have yet to clarify why the Maya civilization declined afterwards. Moreover, we have unearthed equipment left by the Maya in the ruins and have deciphered its contents. Su Jin raised the Mi-6 in his hand, continuously showcasing it. This device may be small, but in our understanding it is more akin to a supercomputer. According to the research of the National Administration of Science and Technology, the technological route within it is completely different from ours. Based on the naming of the excavation site, we call it the Huohuo technology. This device retains an important recording left by the Maya just before their demise. Today, as the country no longer exists, I believe I can officially share it with everyone. Oh, please listen carefully. The few people who spent every day with Su Jin had already been left speechless, especially Sunya and Wei De, who whispered to each other. Is Maya the name of his country or the name of a planet? That's Huohuo. I don't know, I can't tell which of his words are true, but he is definitely an alien. Su Jin fiddled with his phone, feeling anxious inside. Many fabricated details seemed useless, but adding complex and obscure details can serve a significant purpose in the current unstable situation. More importantly, everything is laying the groundwork for Fu Qingde's prophecy of the Savior's identity, enhancing the sense of reality. But why is it so hard to find a suitable voice to play now? The music is inappropriate. Of videos with background music are inappropriate. Any random speaking video will do, as no one in this world will understand the content played from the phone. But he had forgotten that he deleted the legitimate movies on his phone back when he was clearing space. Furrowing his brow, Su Jin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Douyin cache. There are still video caches on Douyin. After opening Douyin and fiddling around, he quickly locked onto a suitable video. The more than 200 people held their breath, blinking their eyes in anticipation of Su Jin releasing the ancient mysterious information. Under the eager gaze of many, Su Jin lifted his phone and pointed it at the horn. Please listen carefully to this audio. It is an important message left by the Maya just before their demise. Although the language is unintelligible, the emotions are universal. I will provide a detailed interpretation shortly. After a moment of waiting, a bizarre language recording rang in everyone's ears. Brothers, there is nothing you can imagine that I Lao Ba cannot do. Although it was not at the same time, it was the same withdrawal. I challenge eating poop again. Let's go. Ahem. The recording ended and Su Jin observed the crowd's reaction. His face flushed as he gritted his teeth and slowly closed his eyes. The entire crowd felt a pang of sympathy, collectively wiping away tears. Although they could not understand the content of the recording, almost everyone empathized. The emotions in the recording perfectly restored the scene at that moment. The owner of this recording must have been preparing to fight to the death against the zombies, giving a farewell speech while still rallying his courage. However, it was clear that his desperate struggle failed. He might have had his throat bitten off. Too tragic. Su Jin put down his phone and cleared his throat, saying, "The recording has ended, and I believe everyone has felt the emotional resonance. But what you understand is still insufficient. This was a Maya warrior sacrificing himself to protect a crucial figure within the Maya tribe. Based on numerous Maya records we referenced, it has been confirmed that 10 years ago the person being protected was none other than the prophesied child and savior of the Maya, the core figure who will end this disaster." Our National Administration of Science and Technology had already made apocalyptic plans based on this information 10 years ago, but due to the rapid scientific advancements in recent years, the country did not take it seriously. But that does not mean our National Administration of Science and Technology has been inactive. Over the past decade, we have prepared extensively for the contingency plan, and we are now ready to initiate it. The apocalypse is upon us, and the prophesied child and savior spoken of by the Maya has already appeared, and many people present should have seen or even recognized her. At these words, everyone in the chamber instantly exchanged glances. Some wore puzzled expressions, others sudden enlightenment, a few even cried out in excitement. I know her. Isn't she the daughter of the Fu family? She'd been warning everyone the apocalypse was coming, until they sent her to a psychiatric hospital. I've heard that too. I spoke with her myself. A clamor erupted throughout the hall. Seeing the initial effect achieved, Su Jin felt a measure of calm settle within him. He tapped his phone twice, then raised the megaphone. Please remain silent. Please remain silent. Repeated commands restored quietude. Many faces, previously drained and despondent, now shimmered with renewed vitality. Su Jin smiled faintly, preparing to address the crowd through the megaphone, when a crisp ringtone chimed from his hand. Hundreds of eyes snapped instantly toward the device. Calm and composed Su Jin answered the call. His voice, amplified by the megaphone, resonated clearly in every ear. Confirm your identity. 9527, Li Haoqing. Director Li, the Emergency Command Center has activated Apocalypse Contingency Dawn 0. You are ordered to assemble your unit within 3 days, fully armed with live ammunition, and proceed immediately to the first military base in the northern suburbs. Local division forces have already commenced clearance operations and will join you upon completion. Acknowledge and repeat this order. Over. Su Jin lifted his gaze across the assembly, then brought the phone close to the megaphone. Please inform the center our personnel are preliminarily organized, but conditions are dire. Civilians are physically unprepared, lacking equipment and training. Reaching the northern base within 3 days is impossible. I will provide continuous updates to the center. Over. A pause lingered on the line before the reply came. Acknowledge. Once this pre-recorded call, scripted in advance by Chengdu, ended, murmurs rippled through the crowd. People swallowed hard, their bodies trembling faintly. A working phone. And the military has already launched large-scale suppression operations. The state truly possesses an apocalypse contingency, and it's already in motion. Su Jin raised the phone and spoke calmly. You've all heard the transmission. I won't waste time reiterating its implications. As for why my phone remains functional, it's simple. The Maya communication device operates via direct point-to-point transmission independent of cellular infrastructure. The state possesses one other such unit. Now to the heart of the matter, many of you have already surmised who the savior foretold in the Maya legacy is. I'll spare you further suspense. The savior stands among us right here in this residential compound. Su Jin pointed toward the main entrance. Huohuo and Chengdu exchanged a glance, then swung the doors wide open. Fu Qingdai entered. Clad in a flowing white gown, her face delicately made up, her bearing serene and unhurried. Amidst a crowd long deprived of basic hygiene, her ethereal beauty radiated luminosity. Her skirt fluttered softly as a subtle fragrance diffused through the air. She appeared for that moment utterly celestial. Over 200 pairs of eyes locked onto her, tears welling uncontrollably. The savior, she truly exists, and her grace transcends all imagination. Fu Qingdai met Su Jin's gaze, ignoring all others, as she walked straight toward the dais. Su Jin offered a gentle smile and extended his hand. Fu Qingdai's pulse quickened inexplicably. Then, with a soft, knowing smile, she took his hand and stepped onto the platform. TCH, getting married up there. Chengdu muttered under his breath. Could you shut up for once? Keep your voice down. Fuhu hissed low, furious. Do you have some grudge against my daughter? One more word out of you, and I'll strangle you. Oh, me? Dare. Never. On the dais, Su Jin and Fu Qingdai stood side by side. Su Jin turned to the crowd. Let me introduce her, Fu Qingdai, confirmed by the National Directorate of Affairs as the prophesied savior whose extraordinary gifts manifested even before the cataclysm. Our nation, and I, believe wholeheartedly that she will guide us and our country through this calamity. Moreover, I can state unequivocally she has already foreseen the future, once again, beyond the onset of the apocalypse. Under the weight of so many fervent gazes, Fu Qingdai's throat tightened. Then, summoning courage, she parted her lips gently. I have beheld the future. This disaster shall pass. Our nation will be reborn. Yet its restoration depends entirely upon our collective resolve. Applause erupted. Su Jin led the way. The core team from the 6th floor joined in unison. Soon the entire hall thundered with sustained rapturous clapping. Some, overcome with emotion, burst into exultant cheers. The community center had become a sea of applause. Su Jin's face flushed crimson. He tossed the megaphone aside. He shouted, voice ringing with urgency. I know you're elated. But if Fu Qingdai's prophecy alone were our only proof, it would still lack decisive authority. Miracles surrounding her have already begun to manifest. We've already gained abilities surpassing natural law under her guidance. This is a crisis. Yet every peril carries opportunity. Next, we shall demonstrate the savior's transformative power. At Su Jin's call, Chengdu dashed onto the stage, arms outstretched, and unleashed his ability. Blazing fire erupted along his limbs, dazzling the crowd with overwhelming visual intensity. Gasps swept the hall, then roared into a fresh, ecstatic crescendo. In that instant, fear dissolved almost entirely from every heart. The path of evolution has begun. Su Jin's voice surged, urgent and soaring. Each of you may yet awaken such extraordinary powers, guided by Qingdai. We shall no longer be ordinary mortals. And with the firepower of the armed forces behind us, our odds of victory multiply exponentially. Every one of you will survive and become architects of a new world. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to win this war? Yes, yes, yes. Arms rose in unison, voices thundering. Can you protect Qingdai? Yes, yes, yes. Can we win this war? Su Jin roared, electrified. Win, win, win. The rally reached its zenith. The community center trembled beneath the deluge of cheers. Su Jin stepped back 2 paces, gazing at Fu Qingdai's silhouette, while his peripheral vision tracked the crowd below. Fu Hu and the others remained untouched by collective euphoria. Instead, tears glistened in each of their eyes as they looked toward him. At last, Su Jin's own tears spilled over. It wasn't merely successful mobilization, it was profound shared catharsis. He had suppressed his grief for too long, witnessed too many deaths. This rotting, putrid world had long curdled his soul with revulsion. Yet this fragile hope, this slender ray piercing the darkness, even if born of illusion, even if survival remains desperately uncertain, he would rather perish bathed in that light than crumble again beneath despair's crushing weight. Even as a moth drawn to flame, he embraced it willingly. As the cheers gradually faded, Su Jin escorted Fu Qingdai from the dais and wiped the lingering tears from his cheeks. He addressed the assembly, voice grave and commanding. From this moment forward, we reorganize. Each of you must adhere to the discipline and standards of professional soldiers. Report your skills and expertise. Based on this, we will reassign roles and form specialized units. Anyone violating orders will be expelled from the group without exception. We ask for your full cooperation to assemble convoys swiftly and depart for the military district. A jade-like delicate hand loosened its grip on the corpse's shriveled neck. With a thud, the body fell to the ground. Jiang Yu glanced down at her blood-stained collar. A voice of disdain escaped her lips as she tore away the bloodied area, revealing a beautiful sight beneath. Oh, when will you change your obsession with cleanliness? A mocking voice came from the side. You didn't mind getting dirty when rolling around in blood with a man. Jiang Yu turned to see a little girl leaning against the store entrance, squinting her eyes and asking, Ding Ling, are you done? What do you want from me? Of course. Ding Ling casually replied, turning to approach Jiang Yu with a smile on her face. I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Lately we've only been dealing with ordinary people, which is rather dull. The man we saw driving on the street that day is the alien that the little nurse mentioned, and there's also a girl who can predict the future. I can't forget them, so I want to discuss this with you. Let's go check it out together. You want to come with me? Jiang Yu laughed lightly. Then what about Liang Cui and Gao Tianfang? We're a team after all. A team? Heh. Everyone gathering together is just a coincidence. When have we ever been a team? You wouldn't hesitate to snatch good opportunities for yourself, would you? Ding Ling pressed closer. Despite her childlike stature, she emanated a strong sense of pressure, especially with the strange worm-like creature writhing on her arm. Since we're a team, why did you scout the talent community ahead of time? No need to lie, you can't hide that from me. Ding Ling said, weighing the strange worm in her hand. You've been tracking me. Jiang Ye's delicate face suddenly turned dark. I'm not tracking you. Good things shouldn't be all for you alone. Ding Ling refused to back down, continuing, but I don't understand. You've already checked the situation, so why didn't you take action and just return directly? If I'm not mistaken, the situation must be tricky and you can't handle it alone, right? But with me it will be different. Can't the two of us handle that one man together? With that, Jiang Yu no longer held back, sneering. If it were just that one man, do you think I would return empty-handed? He's not an ordinary person, he has gathered a large team of over 200 people. Moreover, there should be at least 2 others with special abilities among them. Over 200 people. Aren't there any others like them? Ding Ling asked curiously. With so many people, there should be some, right? Jiang Yu slowly shook her head. I didn't find any, nor did I sense them. I didn't dare to get too close, and my observation time was short. That's great. Ding Ling said with a bright smile, clapping her hands. They can have it now. Anyway, you can't handle this tough nut alone. Why not collaborate? Let's infiltrate together and seize this juicy opportunity. You don't need to tell Lao Gao about this. If he goes, we'll only get the leftovers. As for Liang Cui, that flirt, there's no need. You've had enough of her, right? Gao Tianfang is gone for a while. He might not come back for a day or two, and that bitch Liang Cui isn't around either. How about just the 2 of us act? With your identity and ability plus me. Dismantling this group for a feast won't be a problem, and we might even— The man belongs to me, and the girl who can predict the future also belongs to me. Everything else will belong to you. Why should it be that way? Ding Ling frowned, instantly displeased. Just because I have the identity, you can't The 2 faced off, and Ding Ling ultimately conceded with a sneer. Being a female star is impressive, huh? Then it's settled. But if you can't handle it, don't blame me for taking action first. Then let's not waste time, and we should set off now. Wait a moment. Ding Ling stopped her, looking her up and down. You're too clean, but it's better to disguise yourself a bit, so that no one sees through your cover. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility, and you better not drag me down. In the activity center of the talent community, the indoor space was bustling with activity. 2 days had passed, and the team had already been organized and was beginning to arrange actions. The smallest unit consisted of 5 people acting in batches with daily reports from each member to mutually reference and supervise each other's actions. This suppresses the potential for any disguised infected individuals within the team. So far no problems have arisen, and the progress has been very swift. A portion of the team has already been dispatched to the periphery of the community to search vehicles. In just one day, over 20 vehicles with decent configurations were parked outside the community, along with several large trucks. A large amount of fuel was extracted from other inferior vehicles for backup. Inside the activity center, work on reorganizing and remodeling supplies, as well as sewing clothes, continued. Su-jin was also busy, having set up several high-intensity operations, acquiring a large batch of weapons. These weapons are currently not distributed to the team, but a relatively safe method of use has been devised. When the convoy sets off, guns will be distributed and crude gun limiters will be installed in each vehicle to ensure that the barrels can only fire outward. This way both firepower and safety are guaranteed. Additionally, during the preparation of firepower, a meatball was also obtained. However, this meatball has been temporarily stored in his spatial briefcase. Initially, it was intended for Elder Sun and Elder Wei, but both rejected it outright. The reason is simple: due to their age, the effects of use might be unstable, and even if their strength were enhanced, it would be less than that of younger individuals. As for Zhang Wan and Sister Lu, they are not adept at combat and aren't suitable for the battlefield, making the cost-effectiveness of using the meatball very low. This opportunity is better given to others who can make greater use of it. Based on discussions with Elder Sun and Elder Wei, it was decided to keep it. Once there's enough observation, they will choose a young and strong yet reliable person to use it. As for Fu Qingdai's work, it is simple yet busy. There's only one task: to be responsible for cooking for everyone in the activity center daily. Every day, dressed in new clothes and wafting with fragrance, she walks among the crowd, her gentle words and smiles bringing motivation and hope to others. After 2 days, no one could regard her as an ordinary girl. At this moment, Su-jin sat beside the high platform in the hall, bending over to polish the weapons needed for combat. From time to time, she looked up at the lively scene before her, feeling a surge of motivation in her heart. A few days ago, there were only 8 people in their small team. Now it has expanded into a large team of over 200 people. Orders are followed, and everything is organized. Everything is full of vitality. Although the living environment is still extremely difficult, the vigor of the old world and the flourishing realm of all things are still vivid in sight. To protect the client's safety through the early stages of the apocalypse. Once the client has acquired independent survival skills in the apocalypse, the mission will end. If they successfully set up camp in the military district, their task may be considered complete. If this doesn't count as completing the mission, then surely it won't be counted as complete until they have fought through the apocalypse, right? With this thought, Su-jin felt even more motivated. At that moment, 3 team members walked into the activity center. They stood directly in front of Su-jin and saluted. Report, Director. While guarding the community, we discovered 2 female survivors, 1 child and 1 adult. Please give instructions. Please advise. 2 women. Su-jin paused mid-motion, his hand still hovering over the blade he was sharpening. He turned his head toward Chengdu, who stood nearby, meticulously honing his own sword. I've already instructed everyone, Director. I made it clear no outsiders are permitted inside. Chengdu then fixed his gaze on the 3 team members who had delivered the report. What's going on with you 3? Didn't I explicitly order that any strangers be immediately turned away, eh? What's so special about them? Su-jin's brow furrowed sharply. The little girl isn't remarkable, but the elder one is Jiangyu. One of the soldiers winked slyly. She may not look exactly like her televised image, but we confirmed it. There's no mistake. Jiangyu. Who is Jiangyu? Su-jin glanced at Chengdu. Chengdu blinked in surprise, then looked utterly baffled. Director, you don't know Jiangyu. She's a legendary pop star, the dream of countless men. Though honestly, her singing isn't anything extraordinary. Her fame rests almost entirely on her looks. Might even have climbed the ladder through less reputable means. Su-jin paused thoughtfully, then rose decisively. Let's go see for ourselves. He strode toward the gate, accompanied by Chengdu and the 3 soldiers. Jiangyu cradled Ding Ling in her arms. Both wore tattered, grimy clothes and huddled together on the steps, heads bowed. The 2 accompanying soldiers watched them with trembling excitement and quiet compassion, offering gentle reassurances. Lift your head, Su-jin commanded. At once Jiangyu raised her face. The sight struck Su-jin like a sudden pulse. Though smudged with grime and exhaustion, her beauty remained breathtakingly transcendent. Her features possessed a rare consummate elegance, far surpassing the unrefined charm of someone like Fu Qingdai, and leagues above those earthborn celebrities who rose solely on filtered selfies and digital artifice. And layered upon that was the sorrowful aura of a widow, honest, raw, deeply affecting. Yet this was no time for attraction. Survival came first, and temptation, however potent, carried lethal risk. What if she carried alien pathogens? How had they possibly reached this secure compound amid such chaos? You, the singer? Su-jin asked. Jiangyu nodded bitterly. Brother, my sister and I fled here by accident. Could you please take us in? Well, work. We only asked for a bowl of rice. Su-jin studied them in silence, his gaze. When he remained silent, Jiangyu dropped to her knees, instantly gripping Ding Ling's arm, as tears streamed down her face. Brother, please, have mercy on us. We eat little, and will cause no trouble at all. Director, they're heartbreakingly helpless. Let's just take them in. 2 more mouths won't strain our rations. The 2 guards beside Jiang Yu pleaded earnestly. Su Jin erupted. Do you 2 want to be drummed out? Back to your posts, now. His voice cracked like a whip. Remember this, you are soldiers now. No orders but mine. No action without authorization. No interference in command decisions. Next infraction, and you are dismissed outright. Pale-faced the pair snapped a sharp salute and retreated to their posts. The other 3 soldiers swallowed hard and stiffened their spines. Su Jin drew a slow, deliberate breath and shifted his focus to Ding Ling. What's your name? Ding Ling, she whispered, trembling. She's surnamed Jiang, you're surnamed Ding. Are you sisters? Not by blood. Su Jin observed Ding Ling coldly, and an unsettling chill coiled in his chest. That day on the street during the high-speed chase had glimpsed 3 large shadows and 1 small one. That small silhouette had unmistakably been child-sized. In a city overrun by zombies, how likely was it that 2 women and a child would stumble precisely here into this elite residential compound? Coincidence or not, eliminating them outright would be the safest course. Yet doing so outright would be messy. Jiang Yu was a public figure. Word would spread. Without justification, morale would fracture. And crucially, live test subjects remained available. Sealed controlled experiments could verify their safety first. Su Jin's gaze lingered on Jiang Yu, softening almost involuntarily before drifting downward, lingering briefly on her chest. Chengdu glanced from Su Jin to Jiang Yu, and back again. His eye twitched twice. His molars ground together. Damn it. 1 fu was already enough to handle. Now another, voluptuous, glamorous ex-celebrity. Will the director lose himself completely? We have no time for romance. And if this fractures trust, the entire unit unravels. No, I refuse. Everything must serve the greater mission. With that, Chengdu stepped forward, pointed firmly at the soldiers, and declared, no outsiders. None shall be admitted. Who knows what contagions they carry? Military orders are absolute. Evict these 2 immediately. Su Jin shot Chengdu an unexpected approving glance, deeply impressed. Chengdu often seemed unreliable, but in this critical moment his vigilance was razor-sharp. Truly commendable. Perhaps Su Jin had underestimated him all along. Brother. Jiang Yu burst into tears, clutching Ding Ling tightly. At least take my sister in, please. Even keeping her as a pet, a cat or dog, would be mercy enough. Hold on. First tell me exactly how you got here. Su Jin's tone was calm, probing. Every detail, street names, encounters, events, leave nothing out. We came from Wushan Road. Jiang Yu recounted step by step, while Ding Ling wiped tears silently beside her. When she finished, Su Jin gave a single slow nod. He knew every road, every alley, every hazard in the vicinity by heart. This knowledge was the difference between life and death. Her account matched the terrain perfectly. Her narrative held internal consistency. Family losses were described with plausible grief timelines, aligned details corroborated. Nothing raised suspicion. How many days since you last ate? 5 days. We scavenged scraps, very little. We dared not drink water except from sealed bottles. Her sobs were soft, her despair palpable. Brother, could you please give us just 1 meal, she pleaded, voice breaking. Su Jin glanced back toward the mess hall. Lunchtime aromas drifted warmly through the doorway. Jiang Yu and Ding Ling instinctively swallowed, saliva glistening on their lips. As Su Jin hesitated, Chengdu stepped forward, jaw set. Director, what are you still weighing? They're untrustworthy, filthy, useless, burdensome. Turn them out now. Then leaning close, he lowered his voice. Director, do not touch her. Those circles, they're rotten to the core. Who knows how many beds she shared? She could be riddled with venereal disease. Touch her, and you'll rot from within. I swear it's true. Wait. Su Jin raised a hand, his eyes sweeping slowly, assessingly, over Jiang Yu's lithe, graceful form. Then with a curt gesture he commanded, go. Prepare 2 bowls of tender meat noodles. Take them outside, and let them watch me eat. A small table was set up at the entrance. Su Jin sat nearby, waiting, glancing at the busy figure of Fu Qingdai inside as she prepared the meal. Soon Chengdu placed 3 bowls of noodles on the small table. Casting a disdainful glance at the sisters still waiting at the door, Chengdu arranged the bowls and said eagerly, Director, I personally cooked this noodle, adding canned beef. Give it a try and see how it is. Su Jin nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat the noodles heartily. Chengdu, sitting across from him, happily joined in. Between bites, Su Jin occasionally turned his head to observe the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters looked at him eagerly, their throats constantly moving. It seemed they hadn't eaten for a long time, and they hadn't drunk much water either. With dry lips, it was clear they could hardly produce any saliva. After gulping down 2 large bowls of noodles, Su Jin let out a long sigh of relief. What a comfort! In this environment, feeling grateful for a bowl of noodles with meat was already an immense happiness, even if it wasn't particularly delicious. Moreover, his appetite had increased significantly compared to before. 2 bowls of noodles only left him half full. The food and water reserves in the entire community were dwindling, but they were still enough to last through the next couple of days. After all, they couldn't stay much longer. With some preparation, they should be able to set off. Looking again at the 2 sisters who were bowing their heads in hunger, Chengdu exclaimed, Director, you eat so fast. That's why you're so capable. Su Jin curled his lips, extended his chopsticks, and picked a piece of noodle from Chung dust bowl. With a plop, it was flung in front of the two sisters like tossing dog food. Noodles from the sky. Jiang Yu hurriedly dove to the ground, trembling, as she picked up the chopstick of noodles and fed it to Ding Ling. You really have a deep sisterly bond, huh? Su Jin raised an eyebrow. Stop pretending. Director, let me tell you, these actors are truly skilled at acting. Chengdu remarked disdainfully. I didn't notice before, but you really have a tough heart, Chengdu. After that quip, Su Jin stood up and walked towards the sisters. Director, I'm not heartless. I'm considering the bigger picture. Chengdu hurriedly followed him. Standing side by side in front of the sisters, surveying Jiang Yu, Su Jin pointed to a nearby ornamental tree and said, Chengdu, take this little one to the woods and tie her up securely. Don't let her leave even a step. Ew, I want to personally interrogate this elder one. Chengdu's gaze bounced back and forth between Jiang Yu and Su Jin. Director, is that really necessary? Let me handle the interrogation. Ew, I'm exceptional with women. Chengdu will not be lenient. Shut up. Do you understand the interrogation? Just do what I say. Su Jin shot him a sidelong glance, then beckoned Jiang Yu with a finger. Get up, come with me for a moment. After saying that, he led Jiang Yu towards the residential building. Watching Su Jin's retreating figure, Chengdu stomped his foot. Damn, could it be that the director is really falling for her? That woman has a reputation and looks. It's possible the director has developed some feelings. No, this isn't right. The director isn't that kind of person. Oh, it should be fine. But if it's that kind of interrogation, wouldn't the director be toyed with in the future? Big brother. Chengdu was caught up in conflicting thoughts when Ding Ling lifted her head and spoke pitifully. Her big watery eyes seemed to emit electric sparks. Chengdu looked down, his facial muscles twitching. With a slap, he suddenly struck Ding Ling's face and then grabbed her braid. Damn you. Not a single one is easy to deal with. Come with me. What the hell? Ding Ling covered her swollen right cheek, gritting her teeth as she allowed Chengdu to lead her away. Damn, the situation is turning out to be different from what I imagined. Why is it so hard to handle? Just bear with it for now. Once I integrate into the situation, I'll deal with this bastard. Inside the abandoned residential building, Jiang Yu was in front, and Su Jin followed behind. After surveying the interior, Su Jin led the woman into the bedroom and closed the door. Jiang Yu sat on the bed, feeling uneasy, one hand covering her chest. Su Jin leaned against the wall, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at her. Big brother. Jiang Yu trembled and spoke, her voice mixed with a sob. What exactly do you want to do? Su Jin smiled, walked to the bedside, and stroked Jiang Yu's hair while letting out a sigh. In this chaotic world, how can two frail women like you sisters live well? Jiang Yu's delicate body shook. Su Jin's large hand glided down from the top of her head and directly touched her cheek, tracing her jawline. Then it continued downwards. Woman, you must always find a man to rely on, don't you agree? As he spoke, Su Jin's hand had already reached her collar. Jiang Yu suddenly shrank back, hugging her chest in fear, and said, Big brother, please don't do this. Su Jin withdrew his hand, looking at Jiang Yu with a half smile. You're also in the entertainment industry, don't you understand my meaning? You should know that I support so many people and the resources on hand are limited. Even adding a couple more mouths. The pressure is immense. We are a team, and I have to consider the impact of adding people on others. If you want to join us, you must offer something in return. Su Jin paused, chuckling. Besides, you brought along a useless sister, which makes it even more troublesome. I want to help you solve the problem. You must show me your sincerity, and I suppose you wouldn't want your sister to die of hunger on the street, would you? Jiang Yu in despair slowly closed her eyes and asked, Can I wash up first? Su Jin replied, There's not enough water to waste on you, and I don't have time to wait for you to strip. He crossed his arms, his eyes flashing with nervous excitement. After a long hesitation, Jiang Yu bit her silver teeth and unbuttoned her top. As each piece of clothing slid off, Su Jin's breathing quickened and his pupils constricted. Perfect. Truly perfect. This is not an ordinary red bean, it's simply the red bean from Wang Wei's poetry. In my past life, I never encountered a female star. This time I hit the jackpot with a top-tier celebrity. While Jiang Yu continued to tremble with her eyes closed, Su Jin had already taken off the briefcase from his chest and placed it on the ground. He rummaged through it and pulled out a box of oil-slick plastic products. By the tree, Chengdu squatted on the ground, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the residential building where Su Jin had disappeared. Behind him was Ding Ling, tied up like a rice dumpling with thick ropes against the tree. The scorching sun beat down as Chengdu waved his hands repeatedly, his forehead starting to sweat. Chengdu licked his lips, feeling anxious. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? Does it really require such trouble for an interrogation? Could it be that it turned out like that? Jiang Yu is a professional, or wouldn't she have sucked the soul out of the director? After contemplating, Chengdu slapped his knee and stood up. His gaze scanned around, and upon seeing a group of patrolling team members in the community, Chengdu immediately waved them over. You lot. Keep a close watch on this little girl. She's very dangerous, and there are significant problems. If you dare to leave even a step, you'll be immediately expelled from the team. Understood. The 5 team members saluted in unison, surrounding Ding Ling tightly. Chengdu nodded and strode towards the residential building. This is not good. I need to take a look. For the greater good, the director must not take any risks. He broke into a light jog, rushing toward the building. Chengdu entered the stairwell with palpable tension. Spotting the ground floor security door ajar, he slipped inside on silent, cautious feet. The moment his foot crossed the threshold and his gaze fell upon the entryway, Chengdu froze. Rigid as stone, struck motionless as if by lightning. A distinct, muffled moan drifted from within the apartment. How? His face paled to ashen gray. He blinked hard, then advanced stiffly deeper into the unit, the sound unmistakably emanating from the master bedroom. In 10 slow, measured steps, he drew near enough to press himself flat against the wall beside the master bedroom door. The sounds grew louder in his ears, now layered with a trembling, tear-choked tremor. He swallowed hard, then tilted his head upward. A small window adorned the bedroom door, once draped with a fabric curtain, but half the curtain had fallen away or leaning just so one could peer clearly into the room. Chengdu steadied his breath again and again. Just one glance. Surely it's not what it seems. There must be some hidden truth. He must not leap to judgment without— After all, Director Jiang was no lecherous fool. Never once had he shown such inclinations. How then had he suddenly erupted into such reckless abandon? Could it be that the director's nature ran far deeper and darker than Chengdu had ever perceived? His thoughts warring, he edged along the wall and slowly, agonizingly raised his head toward the window. Inside the room, Jiang Yu lay supine on the bed, eyes tightly shut. Su Jin loomed above her. Face contorted, sweat-slicked torso, glistening muscles taut with violent motion. A bath towel lay discarded beside the bed. What else could it possibly be? They had long since jointly pursued life's ultimate fulfillment. Ugh! A jolt pierced Chengdu's chest. His face drained of all color, his lips trembled wordless. He recoiled, sliding helplessly down the wall. Dazed and hollow, he stumbled out of the residential building. Blazing sunlight beat down. He halted mid-stride, rooted in place, shivering despite the heat. He held it for a breath, then crumpled, burying his face in his hands. He had never imagined the director capable of this. His unwavering loyalty felt grotesquely betrayed, like feeding devotion to a stray dog. A brute, nothing less than a savage beast. Rubbing her down with a towel and plunging straight in, without even a shred of decency or hygiene. After serving the final meal, Fu Qingdai smiled gently at the recipient's profuse gratitude and made a quiet checkmark in her small notebook. She turned to Fu, who had accompanied her throughout. Father, 5 people have yet to collect their meals. They're likely still on patrol outside, not back yet. We should step outside, Fu Hu added offhandedly. This room reeks. Time for fresh air. Fu Qingdai nodded. Father, there are too many people packed in here. With the weather growing hotter, won't more illnesses spread? Absolutely. Crowding like this is unsustainable. It'll inevitably collapse. But the director assured us it'll only take another day or 2. Our vehicles are fully prepped. We depart soon. Father and daughter stood at the doorway, breathing deeply. 200 unshowered people eating, sleeping, and relieving themselves in a single hall. Its stench was overwhelming. For Fu Qingdai, who required frequent bathing, the environment was unbearable. Fu Hu shaded his eyes, scanning the perimeter. Then his gaze locked sharply on 5 figures nearby. He called out loudly, "What are you doing over there? Have you eaten yet?" Reporting, Captain Fu. Captain Chengdu assigned us to guard this child. He said she's highly dangerous and must be watched without fail. The reply carried across the distance. Fu Hu studied the child bound tightly to the tree. His expression flickered with surprise. Not at the restraints. She might well be a disguised infected, but at how such a young girl had even reached the compound. Father, I'll bring them their meals, Fu Qingdai offered. Fu Hu nodded. Go fetch the food, but stay behind me. We don't know if the director is aware of this child's condition. Such extreme binding suggests Chengdu detected something serious. Moments later, Fu Qingdai returned with 5 portions of food and water, following Fu Hu to the small tree. The 5 guards, weary from the heat, instantly brightened, grinning broadly as they accepted the meals with heartfelt thanks. They instinctively straightened their postures, voices warm with appreciation. Fu Hu stood with arms akimbo, studying Ding Ling closely before turning to the guards. What's the situation with this child? Do any of you understand what's going on? One guard replied, reporting, Captain Fu, we don't know. Captain Chengdu simply ordered us to watch her. Still, she's been severely weakened for some time and exposed to direct sun. If she stays bound like this much longer, she'll collapse. Fu Hu observed closely. Ding Ling's lips were cracked and peeling, her eyelids drooped heavily. She hovered on the edge of consciousness. Sensing Fu Hu approach, she stirred faintly, whispering hoarsely, Uncle. She remains bound. Chengdu's orders are the director's orders, and the director's commands demand absolute, unconditional compliance. Fu Hu declared sternly as he rose. Remember, your trustworthiness stems from rigorous testing and observation. Any outsider may carry latent virus. Incubation periods vary. One infection could doom us all. I speak from experience. Take this to heart. Then softer, that said, the child is pitiful. Once verified safe by the director, we will save her, without question. But if she doesn't endure, then it is her fate. Sigh, sometimes passing is no tragedy. This world makes survival far crueler than death, especially for a child. Well reasoned, Captain Fu. The 5 guards exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Damn it. What is wrong with— Not a trace of compassion. Ding Ling's scara flushed crimson as she bowed her head, seething inwardly. No, these monsters are revolting. If she remains bound much longer, she won't be able to hold back. Just then a delicate fragrance drifted to her nose. She inhaled deeply, twice, then lifted her gaze past Fu Hu's broad frame locking eyes with Fu Qingdai behind him. A flash of raw, ravenous hunger ignited in her pupils. That girl. HSS. Her scent. Unusual, potent, intoxicating. Delicious. Irresistibly delicious. And her status. Unmistakably privileged, yet disturbingly easy to manipulate. Fu Qingdai lingered behind her father, quietly observing Dingling. The instant their eyes met, Fu Qingdai jolted, rigid breath catching. Goose flesh erupted across her skin, every hair on her body stood on end. Light itself seemed to recede around them, devoured by an icy, suffocating wave of murderous intent. Under such overwhelming pressure, even Dingling's cherubic features warped before Fu Qingdai's eyes, twisting into something grotesque and feral. This was no ordinary sensation. It had solidified into visceral reality, far beyond any normal human perception. Fu Qingdai trembled uncontrollably, joy and terror entwined. Even the slowest mind would grasp the truth. Now she possessed genuine ability. Her power was perception itself. Chengdu's earlier presence had not been illusion. Though she couldn't fathom why he harbored malice toward her, the aura radiating from this girl was utterly alien, orders of magnitude more terrifying than his own. She wants me dead. She's a disguised infected. Sister, I'm hungry. Dingling lifted her head, weakly gazing at Fu Qingdai with fading strength. Fu Qingdai managed a strained smile. Fu Hu gently patted his daughter's shoulder and murmured, Qingdai, the director will handle this matter. Let's go. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips together and shook her head, her brow furrowed with deep anxiety. No, this disguised infected is too dangerous. She deliberately infiltrated from outside, and she might possess extraordinary abilities. I don't know where my cousin is, but the longer we delay, the more complicated it becomes. Fu Qingdai's breath quickened as Su Jin's face flashed repeatedly through her mind. If someone makes me feel uneasy, kill them. I've killed zombies before, but never a human being. She looks just like an Can I really do this? It wouldn't be right to ask father to intervene personally. There are still 5 people present, and many more inside the activity center. Acting openly could cause serious repercussions. Fu Qingdai clenched her lower lip, lost in thought, when suddenly Dingling whispered again, her voice faint and pleading, Sister, please save me. I need water. She's still pretending. Fu Qingdai tightened her fist in silent fury, then a flash of insight struck her. Her small hand slipped into the pocket of her dress and withdrew a handkerchief-wrapped chocolate bar. Anything Su Jin gave her, she always carried on her person. Holding the chocolate through the handkerchief, she broke off a softened piece and handed it to one of the team members. Give her this. 1 piece only. You've been out on duty, your hands aren't clean. Handle it only through the cloth. This extraterrestrial chocolate was highly toxic. Mere skin contact triggered violent allergic reactions, a fact she had already witnessed firsthand. The team member hastily accepted the handkerchief and offered the chocolate to Dingling. Thank you, elder sister. Dingling's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she bit down, smooth, soft, and instantly slipping down her throat. Cough. Cough. Within 2 seconds of swallowing, Dingling's eyes bulged wildly, as if a searing coal had slid straight down her throat and detonated inside her stomach. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, her entire body convulsed violently. Such sudden transformation stunned everyone present. What's wrong with you? Speak. One team member cried out, just as Fu Qingdai shouted, she's infected. In the same breath, her right hand swept across her skirt, drawing a pistol concealed against her pale thigh, and fired point-blank at Dingling's forehead. Gunfire erupted, dead center on her brow. Dingling's head snapped violently backwards, slamming into the tree trunk, stars exploding before her eyes. The shocking violence froze everyone in place. Even Fu Qingdai herself trembled with terror. The bullet lodged, stuck fast in her forehead, gleaming sharply under the sun. She wasn't dead. Bang, bang, bang. Fu Qingdai squeezed her eyes shut and emptied the entire magazine. Blood blossomed across Dingling's chest and abdomen, wounds weeping crimson. Visceral agony tore through her. Life force bled away at terrifying speed. Dingling stared with bloodshot eyes, lips trembling, not in prayer, but in disbelief, fixed upon Fu Qingdai. She poisoned me on purpose. What the hell did I do wrong? Which step failed? Damn. You. Cough. Before she could finish, Dingling spat a mouthful of blood, her head lolled sideways. Dead. As her breath ceased, all 5 onlookers turned as one toward Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's face blanched white. She swallowed hard, then hardened her expression. Facing the 5 team members, she declared, she was infected. Some strains have deeply concealed incubation periods nearly undetectable. But not to my eyes. From now on, any stranger who appears must be restrained immediately and brought before me for inspection. Only after my confirmation may further action be taken. Understood. Awe mingled with profound gratitude welled within the 5. How extraordinary. Truly the savior, the prophesied one. She detected the infection instantly. We observed her for so long and saw nothing. Yet the moment Qingdai arrived, the anomaly revealed itself. And her response, swift, decisive, without hesitation. Had she not acted, any one of us might have fallen victim. Return to your posts. Leave the body here. No need to attend to it. Inform those indoors about the gunfire. Tell them not to panic and maintain order. At Fu Qingdai's command, the five saluted and hurried back toward the hall. As soon as they disappeared inside the activity center, her legs buckled. She collapsed into her father's arms, shivering uncontrollably. Dad, I killed someone. Fu, who held his daughter close, heart pounding with aftershock. After soothing her, he asked quietly, Qingdai, how did you know she was infected? I can see it. I can see it. Fu Qingdai lifted her gaze, wide-eyed and trembling, yet blazing with fervor. This is my ability. We no longer need fear missing an infected presence. The moment malice stirs within them, I will sense it. Our current team remains immaculate. If it weren't, I would have sensed it long ago. I have the power now. My heavens, you truly possess such a gift. Fuhu murmured, holding her tight. Joy swelled within him, yet weighed down by solemn gravity. His daughter's ability would unquestionably become the cornerstone of every soul around them. She was no longer a manufactured saintess, but the living embodiment of hope, the very eyes through which all, yet she remained a child. Such responsibility was unbearably heavy and perilously dangerous. We must tell brother at once. Fu Qingdai set her voice steadier now as she pulled away and looked up. Where is he? I don't know, let's search. Fu, who sighed a pang of quiet sorrow, tightening his chest. Always calling him brother, and moments after taking a life, she was already trembling, frantic to find him. Father's still here, and yet her thoughts raced to brother again. Fu Qingdai glanced at Dingling's corpse and instinctively stepped back twice. She drew a fresh magazine from her thigh, reloaded the pistol, and slid it back into place. Dad, let's go. Hurry. That gunfire. It means something's gone wrong at the center. Sunya broke into a swift jog across the residential compound with Wei De stumbling behind, gasping for breath. Just as they reached the main road, Sunya halted abruptly. A figure crouched nearby on the ground. He rushed over, tapped the man twice, and demanded urgently, Chengdu. What happened? Why are you crying? She cheated, he cheated. Chengdu mumbled thickly. What the hell are you babbling about? Who cheated? Sunya roared. Explain yourself, right now. Chengdu raised his tear-streaked face. The director. Some flashy woman from outside bewitched him. Now they've gone into a room together. I told you we should have thrown her out. Our team's falling apart. Morale shattered. Leadership's collapsing. Stop that wailing. Shut your mouth. Sunya glared, furious. Are you drunk? Is he that kind of man? Does he even have time for this nonsense right now? And what the hell does his private life have to do with you? You're acting like you've lost a husband. Utterly unhinged. Tell me, what was that gunfire about? Gunfire? I didn't hear anything, Chengdu replied, bewildered. Forget it. You're useless. Where's Shaoli? Didn't I just say? He's with that woman. In the room. Is that true? Did you lie just now? Sunya recoiled in shock, turning to Wei De, who stood equally stunned, incredulous. Chengdu looked between the two elders, rose slowly, and spoke with tragic solemnity. I saw it myself. Clear as day. A lone man and a solitary woman. I can't believe he'd sink so low. I got here first. What the hell are you muttering? Where is he? Seeing Sunya's fury, Chengdu dared not delay and hurriedly led the way. If Su Jin was the pillar sustaining the entire team, then Sun, yet it was its other unshakable support. Though advanced in years and quick-tempered, his erudition and decisiveness were peerless. Chengdu sprinted ahead, while the two elders shouted behind him to slow down. Halfway there, a voice rang out from behind Elder Sun. All three halted and turned, immediately spotting Fu, who racing toward them, accompanied by Fu Qingdai. The five reunited, and Fu, who wasted no time. Where is Director Su? We have urgent news. What urgent news? Was it the gunshots just now? Sunya pressed instantly. Fu, who nodded gravely, yes. We discovered a disguised infected, but it has already been neutralized. Qingdai's ability has awakened. She can sense the malice of disguised infected. What? Sunya and the others erupted into ecstatic disbelief. Their fervent gaze made Fu Qingdai instinctively shrink back. Good heavens. Two women. One young, one older. If the younger one's compromised, the elder surely is too. Chengdu slapped his thigh in despair. Director Su's locked in combat with a zombie. This is truly catastrophic. Fu, whose face paled. What nonsense are you spouting? Ignoring him, Chengdu bolted headlong toward the residential. Sunya and Wei De exchanged a glance. Both knew disaster loomed. Their fleeting elation vanished like mist. Fu, who dashed after Chengdu, leaving only Fu Qingdai standing motionless in the sunlight. Chengdu and Fu, who burst into the residential building. She's in the bedroom. I'll kill that woman myself. No sooner had Chengdu spoken than Fu, who yanked him back. Are you mad? If she truly is a disguised infected and Director Su is unprepared, your reckless charge will get him killed on the spot. Fu, who dragged Chengdu back into the corridor. Director Su is no ordinary man. He's far more vigilant than any of us. I'm still bewildered. Tell me everything now. Chengdu nervously glanced toward the inner room, then gritted his teeth. Two women entered the compound, a younger and an older one. Director Su took a liking to the elder and brought her inside, and proceeded immediately. Nonsense. Would Director Su ever behave so? The elder is Jiangyu. What, Jiangyu really? Indeed. I witnessed it all. My grip on a fish gill has never been tighter, and both were completely undressed. Chengdu spoke through clenched teeth. I never imagined he'd be capable of this. What are you two doing? Where's Shaoli? By then Sunya and Wei De had staggered breathlessly into the corridor. Director Su is inside, with the disguised infected. I feared barging in would alert her. Fuhu turned asking urgently, what do we do, elder son? What else? Observe. Draw your weapons, aim and fire without hesitation. Sunya drew his pistol and strode forward. At the bedroom door he crouched low beside a small window and waved silently for the others to hold their breath. Muffled sounds still emanated from within. Heart-pounding Sunya edged his head toward the window and instantly recoiled, overcome by violent nausea, nearly vomiting onto the floor. The bedroom was awash in crimson, blood splattered across every surface. A slender female corpse lay sprawled upon the bed, her upper back grotesquely hollowed out. Her pale spine and scapula jutted starkly from torn flesh. Piles of minced meat littered the floor beside the bed, along with several loofahs soaked entirely in blood and severed fingers. Sunya's pupils trembled violently. Had she truly been scrubbed to death? Su Jin knelt naked atop the bed, drenched in gore, turning the corpse onto its back. A knife protruded from the woman's throat, her torso had been slit open. Su Jin plunged both hands deep into her chest cavity, grunted, and ripped out her entire viscera. Entrails spilled across the mattress in a grotesque cascade. Staring at the carnage strewn across the bed, Su Jin withdrew the knife and began methodically sifting through the organs. Ugh! Sunya doubled over, retching violently, emptying his stomach of every trace of lunch. The others rushed forward to peer through the window. Wei De vomited uncontrollably. Fuhu and Cheng Du stood frozen, faces ashen, speechless. Is this what you meant by locked in combat? Fuhu whispered, voice thick with rage. I don't know. I swear when I saw them they were locked in combat. How did it devolve into this? A chill crept up Cheng Du's spine. Who's there? Su Jin whirled around inside, leapt off the bed, and wrenched open the bedroom door. Relaxing slightly upon recognizing 4 familiar faces huddled at the threshold, he asked tersely, what brings you here? Sunya, face drained of color, averted his eyes and gestured weakly, let's talk outside. Please get dressed first. Cheng Du, why are you here? Where's the little girl? Su Jin's gaze snapped toward him, voice sharp and urgent. Kill that brat immediately. She's a disguised infected. Director, rest assured, she's already dead. Ugh. Fuhu suppressed his revulsion. We'll explain later. We'll wait outside. Just dress first. Hearing the child was dead, Su Jin exhaled in relief, glanced down at himself, and retreated back inside. Outside, the 4 men crouched silently on the ground. Cheng Du idly traced patterns in the dirt with a twig. Fuhu sat hunched, staring blankly at grains of sand. After a long silence, son, you spoke, voice heavy. Shaoli is terrifying. We must intervene. His stress has overwhelmed him. How did he descend to this? In a few days he may well turn into... Indeed, he frightens me more than any zombie. Wei De winced, glancing at Fuhu. Keep Qing Dai away from him. Don't let her cling to him. I fear catastrophe. Fuhu slowly nodded. Then, perhaps Director Su acted for reasons we've yet to grasp. Let's hear his explanation before passing judgment. Cheng Du mumbled under his breath. Just then Fu Qingdai came running up. Fuhu rose hastily. Qingdai, return to the center and wait for us. Dad, what's truly happening? She asked, anxiously craning her neck toward the stairwell. Is brother still? No. Your brother eliminated the infected long ago. It's too gruesome inside. You're not meant to see it. Do as I say, go back now. Ah, I see. Her eyes lit up anew. But I can't go back. I need to deliver the good news to brother. Do you think you're needed to deliver good news? When adults speak, children don't interrupt. Or has my authority vanished? Fuhu thundered. Return now. Intimidated by her father's wrath, Fu Qingdai flinched. She stole one last glance toward the stairwell, then departed reluctantly, pausing repeatedly to look back. Soon after, Su Jin emerged from the building, clothed neatly, face freshly wiped, though his neck downward remained vividly stained red. The 4 rose instantly and closed in around him. Sunya immediately prepared to speak. Su Jin raised a hand to halt him and turned to Cheng Du. That little girl truly is dead, correct? Fuhu interjected. She is indeed dead. I witnessed it myself. She took 7 gunshots. Su Jin felt a flicker of curiosity, but suppressed it and continued. We'll discuss this later. I've made a Senior son, earlier I mentioned seeing 4 individuals on a rooftop downtown, suspected disguised infected. Do you recall that? Sunya nodded. Su Jin said, I've already interrogated this woman, and she is one of those 4. The little girl was also among them. We've been under surveillance from the very beginning. 2 others remain unaccounted for. How did you extract that information? Sunya demanded, eyes wide. Inside, Su Jin felt profound exasperation. How else? By scraping layers of flesh off her with a loofah until unbearable agony forced her confession. Naturally, I subjected her to intense torment until she broke. I examined her corpse closely. Her musculature is extraordinarily developed, and she possesses an anomalous ability. As he spoke, Su Jin retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket. He opened the bag. Inside lay several severed fingers. He withdrew one and held it up. Gently pressing the fingertip, a small skin-like cap at its tip retracted inward, revealing a hollow tubular structure. Her fingers have undergone mutation, tubular in configuration. I surmise she may project high-velocity air currents or biofluids for ranged assault. Moreover, I found a desiccated fleshy nodule embedded within her heart, suggesting the infected's unique mutations or abilities may absorb such endogenous growths. Su Jin continued his analysis, for targeting us. That they moved as a quartet implies the remaining two also possess extraordinary capabilities. They are not united. These two women ventured out prematurely to hunt, strongly indicating deep fear of the other two. Their power likely surpasses both women's. What about the abilities of the two who haven't appeared yet? Did you ascertain them? Sunya asked. Su Jin shook his head. She died the moment she confessed. She didn't survive long enough for the next question. Director, had you already deduced she was a disguised infected? Chengdu suddenly interjected. Only then did he recall the blood-smeared loofah, and something deeply unsettling clicked into place. Dry scrubbing would have achieved nothing. Now it was clear, the loofah wasn't for cleansing grime, it was a torture instrument. Precisely. Yes, Su Jin affirmed, nodding. I'd already suspected she was a disguised infected during our noodle meal. How could I have missed it? Chengdu exclaimed in astonishment. Did you strip her bare and discover her filth was artificial? No. She was exceedingly slender. Even unclothed, her body bore grime and emitted an odor. If that were mere disguise, it would be flawlessly executed. Yet they overlooked one pivotal detail. After 5 days without food or water, and under relentless physical duress, our hunger manifested authentically during the meal. So did theirs. A normal woman's breasts would sag under such strain. Every woman here at the center shows varying degrees of ptosis. Unless exceptionally petite, no one's bust remains taut and uplifted. That single anomaly revealed her as a fiend. Later full undressing confirmed my certainty. My confidence reached 100%. But what if she Chengdu questioned. I've heard the affluent undergo elite cosmetic procedures. Silicone, isn't it called? Such a possibility cannot be ruled out entirely, so I undertook personal verification. It was definitively not artificial. All four fell silent, speechless. After a pause, Chengdu's expression twisted into incredulity. I see now. You knew all along. So why go through with that? How do you explain it? Aside from seeking intimacy, I can conceive no other motive. You spied on me. What exactly did I do? Su Jin frowned. Chengdu sputtered, then abruptly clapped a hand over his mouth. Kobe, Huohuo and the others exchanged baffled sidelong glances. Su Jin laughed bitterly, then grew grave as he addressed Sunya and Wada. Sirs, this constitutes another major discovery. My actions were deliberate. I've determined that disguised infected retain desire, raising a dire implication they may retain reproductive capacity. Here are the infected samples I collected, senior son. Please study them thoroughly. As Su Jin pulled forth a sealed pouch containing infected bodily fluids, Sunya drew a sharp breath and slapped it away. This cascade of events defied human reason. Surely your findings are undeniably monumental. I acknowledge their immense value. But right now I'm far more concerned about you. You're simply too. Could this be a post-evolutionary side effect? Are you not afraid of contracting a unique infection, or worse, a venereal disease? Under their collective scrutiny, Su Jin felt a bitter ache in his chest. Did he not find himself revolting, even monstrous? Yet there was no alternative. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one prevail in 100 battles. When the foe is abominable, one must become more ruthless, more formidable, to carve a path to survival for others. In an extinction-level cataclysm, no hardship is too great to endure, not even forfeiting one's own humanity. Rest assured, I act only after thorough psychological preparation and meticulous material readiness. The four stood mute, exchanging uneasy glances. Sensing the silence deepen, Su Jin cleared his throat and declared solemnly, a minor sacrifice means little. When humanity's fate hangs in the balance, I willingly give everything. Truly noble, directorly. Wada clapped, his face impassive. Without hesitation. No, wait. Chengdu shook his head vigorously, studying Su Jin with renewed suspicion. Then how do you explain stripping her bare? Simple. I intended to proceed directly to interrogation and dissection upon confirmation. Blood splatter was inevitable. Su Jin shrugged. Must I change clothes daily? I stored spare garments in the closet to avoid staining them. Also, I hadn't bathed in quite some time, so shadows fell uniformly across the faces of Chengdu and the others. He'd truly crossed into madness, yet remained utterly unaware. Gentlemen, you now understand my situation. Tell me, what transpired on your end? What critical flaw exposed that child, prompting her execution? Huohuo instantly perked up, eyes gleaming as he fixed them on Su Jin. Director, I've discovered my daughter's unique ability. She can sense malice in others. What a... Su Jin's heart leapt violently as he leaned in eagerly toward Huohuo. Is it true? Huohuo's voice rose with mounting excitement. Absolutely true. At first I couldn't believe it myself. The child was shot dead on the spot by Qingdai, who instantly recognized him as a disguised infected. And Qingdai confirmed our current team is clean. No one harbors ill intent toward her. We can now confidently arm and equip everyone. This is truly wonderful, truly wonderful. Su Jin lowered his head, dazed, murmuring to himself. Days passed, yet bad news far outnumbered good. Though understanding of disguised infected and zombies remains incomplete, each encounter deepens the suffocating weight of despair. At last, a stable, trustworthy team, a future worth believing in. Hope has truly emerged embodied in Qingdai. The company's choice of her was no mere coincidence. Su Jin suddenly lifted his head. The remaining two disguised infected are highly likely to appear, and we know nothing of their abilities. A hidden threat looms, especially where Qingdai's safety is concerned. Though our preparations are not flawless, they are sufficient for now. I've decided, we wait no longer. Tonight we load all supplies onto the vehicles. At first light tomorrow we depart immediately for the military base. Any objections? None. Excellent. Let's first check on Qingdai and the little girl. Then implement the plan without delay. The group returned to the small tree beside the community activity center. Fu Qingdai was summoned from inside. Su Jin beamed at her. Qingdai, do you truly possess this ability now? Qingdai nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. Brother, I sensed it clearly. The malice was unmistakable. The moment I saw her, even her facial features seemed to warp before my eyes. Now I recall you once mentioned something felt off about Chengdu. At the time I dismissed it. Was that? Su Jin's gaze flickered toward Chengdu. All eyes followed his glance. Chengdu instinctively shrank back. Hey, don't look at me. Qingdai must simply be unfamiliar with her new power. She misjudged. Qingdai, look again. Examine me closely. Do I pose any threat? Qingdai studied Chengdu intently, then shook her head. No threat whatsoever. Even earlier when I sensed something amiss, I never felt danger. Perhaps it truly was an error. You. Su Jin pointed sharply at Chengdu. Stay far away from Qingdai from now on. If I detect even a hint of irregularity, don't expect mercy. Director, that stings. Deeply. Just moments ago, I was genuinely concerned for you. I swear. I believe you're harmless, which is precisely why I've only observed cautiously. Anyone else, I'd have put a bullet in them long ago. Chengdu's face fell, retreating into silent mortification. Su Jin approached Ding Ling and drew a small blade toward her arm, saying aloud, I'll make a minor incision to assess her muscular density. If this unsettles you, feel free to step away. Though their precise abilities remain elusive, analyzing the muscular strength of these two deliberately deployed, disguised infected holds immense tactical value. The girl's physique was unnaturally formidable. Her skull had halted a bullet mid-flight, rendering her far beyond ordinary human capability. That alone commanded utmost respect. As Su Jin raised the blade to cut, Qingdai instantly covered her face, peering through the narrowest sliver between her fingers. The instant the blade pierced Ding Ling's upper arm, Qingdai's pupils contracted sharply. That chilling, icy sensation surged anew, clearly emanating from Ding Ling, though markedly weaker than Without hesitation, Qingdai cried out, Careful, she. Before her warning fully left her lips, Su Jin shifted his right hand mid-strike, driving the blade upward to shatter her cervical vertebrae and pierce through her neck. His left palm slashed like a blade, plunging through the abdominal gunshot wound to seize her spine, crack, and yank it clean apart. Simultaneously, his right knee launched forward, smashing her hip bone with brutal force. Ding Ling convulsed violently. Her upper, middle, and lower skeletal structure simultaneously shattered. A torrent of blood gushed beneath her before she went utterly still. In under a second, Su Jin's ruthless, lightning-fast assault stunned the entire group. Awestruck, gazes converged upon him. What speed, what raw power! Huohuo stared up, dumbfounded at the blazing sun overhead. He had witnessed firsthand how unyielding the girl's bones were, yet the director had shattered them with a single knee strike. With the sun at its zenith, was this truly the director's peak state? As the foe lay slain, Su Jin turned his gaze to Qingdai. What happened? I'm not certain, Qingdai replied after several deep, steadying breaths. I fired 7 rounds. She was clearly dead, and I felt no malice from her. But the moment you pierced her with your blade, that same sensation surged back. Perhaps she wasn't dead, only unconscious. Perhaps. Your ability's boundaries require rigorous testing before mastery can stabilize. Later I'll procure a zombie for you to test. Failing that, we'll capture a live infected. Su Jin's gaze swept slowly across the group. This wasn't entirely without merit. It served as a stark lesson. These disguised infected possess extraordinary abilities, defying conventional logic. Henceforth, for absolute certainty, always deliver a finishing blow after neutralizing mobility, stab the heart, sever the head, and verify death beyond doubt. Record this explicitly. Added to the operational manual for all future team members. This rule, finish the kill, is non-negotiable. Not over yet. Sunya shouted suddenly. Shaoli, her arm. Su Jin whirled around, locking his gaze onto Ding Ling's left forearm. Her previously smooth, normal forearm abruptly extruded a fleshy worm-like creature, nearly the length of a human arm. It moved with blinding speed. Before anyone could fully register it, the creature had dropped to the ground and scuttled away into shadow, its 8 limbs a blur of motion. Su Jin drew his firearm and fired 5 rapid shots. Each missed. The creature vanished into the distance. Elder Son, Elder Wei, take Qingdai back to the center immediately. Seal every window and door gap. Fu Chengdu, follow me. Su Jin roared, sprinting after the creature while barking orders. A rare glimmer of good news, gone in an instant. Nothing ever proceeds smoothly. Problems erupt one after another, relentless and unending. This infection entity can survive via fragmentation. What manner of creature is that worm? If it is merely a parasitic growth on the infected, the risk remains manageable. But if it carries the original host's consciousness, then grave peril looms. All three drew weapons and gave chase, racing 100 meters straight. The worm darted erratically through shadows, its fleshy hide subtly shifting hue beneath dappled sunlight, filtering through leaves. 10 meters further, and it vanished from sight, swallowed by the ground. Sujin halted, fury blazing in his brow. Lost, utterly lost. That worm possessed mimicry and camouflage. Otherwise escape would have been impossible. Director, what do we do? Fuhu demanded urgently. Return to the center immediately. Tell Elder Sun and Elder Wei once all gaps are sealed, no one must touch the walls. Scatter flour across the floor. Should anything stir, Elder Sun must fire his shotgun instantly. Fuhu wheeled and sprinted back. Chengdu, you and I. Sujin broke off mid-sentence, his gaze snapping from the ground to the rooftop. Chengdu followed his line of sight. There, poised at the edge of the roof, stood a sinuous silhouette, her skirt billowing in the wind, bathed in golden sunlight. Sujin's jaw clenched, his expression twisted into cold, predatory ferocity. Another one, daring to provoke us. You seek death. Another fool has arrived. Chengdu's gaze turned icy and sharp as he locked onto his target, standing ready. Without breaking focus, he asked, Director, what do we do? Sujin was about to reply, when suddenly his eyes narrowed. Above, a slender figure had already begun to plummet from the rooftop. Her descent appeared unnaturally light. Her posture bore no resemblance to that of someone leaping to their death. A second later, she adjusted midair, her toes brushing against the iron-framed flower bed jutting from the 5th floor, then flipped lightly and landed cleanly on the 3rd. From there, she vaulted down the outer wall of the 3rd floor straight toward the ground. As her silhouette vanished from view, Sujin sprinted forward, then dropped into a deep crouch and launched himself skyward. His leg muscles swelled taut. With a thunderous detonation, raw power erupted beneath him, sending a concussive shockwave rippling outward and shattering tiles beneath his feet. Before Chengdu's stunned gaze, Sujin soared upward, his right arm sweeping through the air, and crashed heavily onto the rooftop platform of the Community Activity Center's 2nd floor. My heavens! Is Director Su really this strong? Chengdu blinked, dazed for a moment, then dashed toward the building. On the rooftop, Sujin gazed downward. The woman from the rooftop hadn't vanished. Instead, she was hurtling toward him at blinding speed. In mere seconds, she'd bounded across ornamental trees in the residential compound and landed nimbly atop the same platform. She stood motionless at the edge 20 meters away, smiling faintly, almost playfully, as she met his eyes. Sujin studied her closely. Her features were unremarkable, yet her demeanor radiated unnatural ease, utterly alien to any ordinary human. Even an evolved Esper from the outside world would never display such composure. She was undoubtedly an imposter, a disguised infected. He could have cushioned a 6-story fall just as she did, but never with such weightless grace. Her physical strength paled beside his own, though her advantage clearly lay in speed and agility. A firearm would be ideal, but his silver pistol was empty and reloading wasn't feasible now. All captured firearms had been entrusted to Elder Sun for tactical deployment. He carried no spare weapon. This was going to be difficult. Closing in and subduing her barehanded was the optimal strategy. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Sujin had reached his decision. You're 4 in total, 3 have arrived. Where's the 4th? Sujin probed. The woman's brows arched slightly. Oh, you know more than expected. Your scent reeks of blood. Did you kill those 2 failures? So you're all allied, spawning together atop the building. That woman isn't dead. She spoke of you. Sujin's right hand tightened imperceptibly, crumbling fragments of shattered brick he'd kicked up earlier into fine grit. Just as the woman leaned and listening intently, he flung the debris straight at her face. The shards scattered like buckshot, blasting toward her eyes. Simultaneously, Sujin exploded forward, legs coiling and releasing like springs. The woman reacted instantly, but too late. The hailstorm of stones struck her torso with brutal density. Her clothes tore open, crimson welts bloomed across her skin. A scream tore from her throat as one pebble pierced her right eye, leaving it ruined and sightless. Yet the impact propelled her backward faster than before. Half her body had already slipped beyond the platform's edge, tilting backward into open air. But before she could flee downward, Sujin descended upon her like a storm. Dropping low, he seized her slender ankle in an iron grip. With savage force, he swung her backward, slamming her skull first into the concrete. She rebounded, coughing up a gout of blood that splattered across her own face. When she opened her remaining eye, Sujin's right hand still clamped her calf, unyielding, wrenching her limbs apart into a brutal split. His left fist, wreathed in lethal intent, was already descending toward her face. In her terror-struck pupils, his forearm muscles bulged violently, ripping through the fabric of his sleeve. At the very last instant, instinct ignited. She wrenched her head aside. She evaded the killing blow, but blood sprayed from her temple as her ear was pulverized into pulp. Seeing her dodge, Sujin tensed his right arm, ready to swing again. Then, suddenly, a fragrant breeze seemed to ripple from her entire body. Sujin's expression flickered, his grip slackened unbidden. Exploiting the opening, she drove both knees upward, kicking hard into his chest and sending him skidding back several meters. No sooner had she risen, steadying herself, than something wet and viscous slapped across her face, blinding her completely. Su Jin advanced once more, dripping with lethal intent. But after only a few steps, another wave of perfume washed over him, and he froze dazed once more. Blind, she staggered backward frantically, wiping the substance from her face. When she glimpsed what clung to her fingers, her jaw clenched so hard her teeth nearly cracked. Her lone eye twitched violently, a fury surged white-hot and unprecedented. Her ear. It was her own ear. The bastard had scooped it up and hurled it back at her. In less than 2 exchanges, she'd lost an eye and ears, suffered widespread spinal fractures, and torn her groin. Was this beast a wolf in its past life? Twice now miscalculations had cost him dearly. Su Jin's nerves tightened, eyes locked on her, refusing to close the distance rashly. His initial assessment had been wrong. Her ability ran far deeper than mere speed or agility. It was likely psychic, or at least neurochemical, in nature. If he could maintain full combat focus without faltering, he could end her effortlessly. But she was now fully prepared, and armed with the capacity to disrupt his cognition. One misstep could mean death. Even under the blazing sun, where his enhancements peaked across every physiological axis, he remained vulnerable. A well-placed strike to a vital point would still fell him. This was no game. He possessed no bizarre mutations, only a supremely honed human body complete with all its mortal frailties. A tense standoff settled between them. The woman laughed bitterly. Very well, very well. I'd planned to flee. But now, no need. Remember my name, Liang Chui. From now on, you are my dog. Su Jin stared back, cold and unmoved. She'd been beaten like a stray mutt, yet dared utter such arrogance. Her confidence had to stem from something extraordinary. Ha ha ha. You're wondering what my ability is, aren't you? Very well, I'll tell you. It's simple. Every man falls to his knees before me. Especially men like you. You'll understand soon enough. Liang Chui circled warily, maintaining distance. A faint sweet fragrance drifted through the air. I see. So it's olfactory-based influence. Calmly, Su Jin withdrew a pair of socks, unwashed for over 10 days, from the briefcase strapped across his chest, tore them in half, and stuffed the strips deep into his nostrils. Liang Chui froze, then burst into furious laughter. You are utterly deranged and naive. Su Jin ignored her. He stepped forward, intent on delivering swift, brutal justice, when his foot halted mid-stride. Before him, Liang Chui's face began to shimmer, softening, reshaping, while a sudden, overwhelming warmth bloomed in his chest. His lips parted slightly, his murderous intent ebbed, his muscles relaxing. Glancing down, he realized what should have relaxed had not. Director. The door of the small rooftop passage was suddenly pushed open, and Chengdu rushed in. The scene of the two facing off came into view. The woman was covered in wounds, clearly outmatched by the director. Following Chengdu was Fu Hu, and behind him were Fu Qingdaizhong, Wan Lu Dajia, and Sun Lao, and Wei Lao. Chengdu immediately ran to stand beside Su Jin. Fu Hu closed the door of the small passage, reminding them, "Don't get involved, it's very dangerous here. Go back downstairs and guard the area." After saying that, he also ran to Su Jin's side. Roar. I thought another loser was coming, turns out it's just a disabled, ugly loser. Chengdu spat, completely lacking in decorum. But when he looked down, his gaze froze, and he slowly raised his head to look at Su Jin, whose face was flushed. A pang of pain struck him as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Director, you can't be serious. You actually find this kind of person attractive? Or did Zhang Yu just light a fire in you? Your reaction is way too delayed." Chengdu said, "What's up with that sock?" As he spoke, he reached out and pulled the sock out of Su Jin's nostril. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't move. Be careful of that woman." Fu Hu blocked Chengdu and Su Jin, fixing his gaze on Liang Chui. "Director, what's happening to you?" I'm compromised. Don't make eye contact with her. Her power is to seduce men." Su Jin struggled to speak, caught in a battle for control of his mind. "I can't do it. I can't act against her. Mental control, I don't know what the principle is. Scent. Vision could be vulnerable to her. What scent? How can she seduce men?" Chengdu was momentarily confused, looking disdainfully at Liang Chui. "But the more I see this woman, the more disgusting she becomes. I got it, Director. Are you alright? Why is Chengdu fine? Did he bring a gun? Kill. Damn. You guys leave me alone." Su Jin growled, fiercely, crouching down and running towards the distance. "It's over. It seems the director is in big trouble. Our strength is no match for him. We must be careful. That woman hasn't approached, yet she must be hiding something malicious. I forgot to reload my handgun. What about yours?" "I came in a hurry. I don't have one either," Chengdu responded quietly. "But it looks like the director took the initiative and injured her badly. She's bleeding. We shouldn't lose to a half-blind cripple." As they spoke, Liang Chui kept her distance, furrowing her brows and observing the two. The newcomer's strength was uncertain, but that wasn't the main issue. Within their capabilities, why were they unaffected? The person they called director was already out of it. If they left now, it would be too much of a loss. Having been treated so badly, finding a chance for revenge later would be difficult. They needed to observe further. If it came to worst, they could only retreat. "Go!" Chengdu shouted and charged forward first. Flames began to ignite on his body, and Fu Hu closely followed, hardening his heart and fists. Seeing the two rush forward, Liang Chui scoffed and took the initiative to meet them. Two useless fools who, just by speed alone, they were far inferior to that man. Even injured, she was still stronger than the two. Split up. As the enemy approached, Fu Hu called out quietly, and the two divided their paths to prepare for a pincer attack. Liang Shui was right in the middle, her slender arms striking toward Fu Hu. Avoiding the iron fist, she struck directly at his chest. Fu Hu grunted in pain, his body swaying before he continued to swing his fist at Liang Shui. On the other side, Cheng Du also began to attack. His flaming arm delivered a hook, sending forth flames nearly 10 inches long. This sudden strike caught Liang Shui off guard, singeing her bangs. A smell like burning pig hair. Ugly monster. Cheng Du taunted loudly, launching a flurry of attacks. Fu Hu, missing twice, began to feel anxious. That woman was too fast, making it difficult for him to achieve any effective results. Rather than that, it was better to let Cheng Du take the lead in attacking. With that thought, Fu Hu completely abandoned the idea of injuring Liang Shui and focused on containment. Liang Shui kept blocking, occasionally counterattacking, observing the two's movements with growing annoyance. These two seemed to have practiced their coordination, as she initially thought it would be an easy win. But currently, they were proving to be more troublesome than she had imagined. The older man seemed to rely solely on brute strength, merely adding some defensive capability, lacking any other peculiarities. However, the one controlling the flames with fire spewing from both nostrils, swaying his head and body, combined with the support of that older man, made them very hard to deal with. And he might have other tricks up his sleeve. Also, why had the two of them not been affected until now? Generally, every man had different tolerances to their own abilities. The stronger and more robust a man was, the faster he would be affected. These two looked fairly normal, yet they hadn't reacted until now. Especially the younger one, whose mouth was constantly spewing nonsense. After nearly half a minute of entangled combat, Cheng Du seized the opportunity, opening his mouth to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the flames in his chest were about to erupt, Liang Shui struck with lightning speed, hitting him on the chin. The flames that were about to spew forth were instantly forced back. Liang Shui let out a cold snort. I knew it. You two are just this capable. With that, Liang Shui quickly withdrew, running towards the direction Su Jin had disappeared. She was injured and couldn't take down the two of them in the short term. Dragging this out would lead to significant problems. The strongest director had already been compromised, and his identity was unusual. Disrupting the formation of the two was the best choice. Seeing Liang Shui escape towards the direction Su Jin had taken, Fu Hu and Cheng Du immediately understood what was happening, feeling alarmed. Without a moment's hesitation, they quickly moved to chase after her. However, Liang Shui was faster than both of them. Seeing they couldn't catch up, Cheng Du shouted loudly. With a loud whoosh, flames erupted from his backside, tearing through his pants and propelling him forward, instantly surpassing Liang Shui by a body length. What? Liang Shui turned to look at Cheng Du, who had inexplicably surpassed her by half a body length, her expression filled with shock. In the next moment, Cheng Du's hook was already aimed at her face. Liang Shui raised her arm to block, but the flames burned through her sleeve, scorching her fair skin. Where do you think you're going? Fu Hu shouted loudly as he followed closely behind, once again blocking Liang Xia's path. The three were once again locked in battle. After a few moments, Cheng Du could no longer hold back and shouted, Director, are you alright? Where are you? Fu Hu felt a chill in his heart, quickly realizing the situation. Cheng Du's ability was unique and agile, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Having fought for a while, he had been constantly using fire, and he probably couldn't hold out much longer. If the director could join the battle now, just a little help would be enough to defeat this woman. He was the key to victory and defeat. As Cheng Du called out for Su Jin, the three of them couldn't help but begin to scan their surroundings for Su Jin's figure. After a series of exchanges, as the three moved, Su Jin's figure finally appeared before them. In the shadow beside the small rooftop passage, Su Jin was hunched over, looking busy and anxious. The three looked on with crooked mouths and slanted eyes. In the shadows, Su Jin was hunched over, using the most primitive method to combat the loss of control. Hurry up, hurry up. Su Jin's eyes blazed with fury. His consciousness was disoriented by the opponent's abilities, unable to suppress the chaos within. Yet under the blazing sun, his body was fully enhanced, but all he felt were negative effects. Taking refuge in the shadows should have been somewhat effective, but it seemed to have no effect at all. Sensing the three figures appearing beside him, Su Jin grew anxious and shouted while crouching sideways, Draw that woman away from me. Get lost. If you look at me again, it'll be completely ruined. Cheng Du switched places with Fu Hu, blocking Su Jin's path. In that moment, fear finally erupted in Liang Xi's eyes. No way. With all this commotion, how dare he take that kind of risk? He was well aware of his own abilities, which were strongly linked to the physiological changes of the target. Not everyone could be influenced. If he truly managed to suppress it, controlling him later would be nearly impossible. At that point, he would undoubtedly die. You two useless fools. Get out of the way. Liang Shui screamed, disregarding her injuries, ready to charge directly at Su Jin. However, the two in front had already changed their tactics, with Fu Hu taking the lead in offense and standing like a tower in front. In the sky, the sun shifted its position. Su Jin continued to exert himself, glancing upwards. Following the shadows, he finally leaned against the iron door of the passage. Su Jin's eyes were bloodshot, drenched in sweat. After enduring another 100 breaths, he took 2 deep breaths and vigorously shook his head, trying to rid himself of Liang Xi's influence. He reached into the bag at his chest and pulled out his phone. Su Jin breathed heavily, operating the screen with one hand. Unlocking it, he opened the hidden folder and activated the phone. Looking at the empty list, Su Jin was so furious he nearly dropped his phone. He calmed himself while gasping for breath, then started to swipe the screen again. It's fine. It's fine. This is nothing I can't handle. I still have a way. In the small hallway, Zhang Wan was with the woman, while Sister Lu and Sunya were anxiously waiting. Did you hear any noise? My hearing isn't great, Sunya said, a frown of worry on his face. I heard it. The sound seemed to get louder. It must be someone coming closer. There were no gunshots. They didn't bring any guns. Should we send a gun over? Wada whispered. As soon as he spoke, the iron door emitted 2 loud bangs. No way. They're fighting at the door at this close distance. Well, just be a burden once we go in, Sunya immediately rejected. You guys hold on a bit longer, it'll be right there. Su Jin's anxious voice came through the iron door into the hallway. In an instant, Su Qingda's eyes lit up, and she formulated a plan in her mind. If my brother is at the door, my dad and Chenggu should be at another location. Get the gun. Sunya hurriedly passed over a shotgun. Su Qingdai took the shotgun and shouted through the door, Brother, I'm bringing you a gun. What a... Su Jin suddenly looked up, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He quickly opened the novel for a live reading and stuffed it into his pocket, freeing an arm to brace against the door. Qingdai, don't come in, they're firing. Did you hear what he said? Sunya asked hurriedly. I didn't catch it clearly. It seemed like Chenggu was spitting fire earlier, and the sound drowned it out. Su Qingdai pursed her lips and said, but I heard very clearly what my dad was shouting. They are relatively far from the opponent, and my brother is right at the door. It should just be him alone. Then there's nothing to discuss. Just push the door open and throw him the gun, and we'll leave immediately. Su Qingdai nodded and reached to push the door. After pushing twice without any response, she turned to look at Sunya. Sunya in a rush glared and said, What are you looking at? This old door is rusted. Push harder. Let's break it down together. With a loud crash, the door behind them was smashed. Damn. Su Jin's entire body shook, and he stumbled, kneeling on the ground with the gun. Slowly turning his head, his bloodshot eyes looked back, the phone still playing the novel incessantly. Bing's academic performance was not ideal. The 5 of them stared in shock, their gazes shifting from the ground to his face. Su Jin's lips trembled uncontrollably, a surge of humiliation and anger rising, instantly suppressing all emotions as he bellowed in rage. What the hell are you all trying to do? Do you want to kill me? I said we're in the middle of a fight. Who told you to come in here? Su Qingda's face flushed red with embarrassment, as if she had just touched something hot, and she threw the shotgun away. Brother, hey, raise your gun. As soon as the words left her mouth, it was snatched away by Zhang Wan. The group hurriedly retreated back into the corridor, slamming the iron door shut with a bang. Su Jin gritted his teeth, got up, straightened out his clothes, his face filled with fury and veins bulging. After shaking his head a few times, he raised his gaze, glaring at Liang Cui. After all that commotion, he suddenly felt much clearer. Ultimately, this ability was not completely under control. It was his own lack of self-control that led him to this path. He estimated that he would soon fall under her influence again, so he needed to resolve this quickly. With that thought, Su Jin picked up the shotgun from the ground and rushed towards Liang Cui. You two get out of the way. Su Jin's shout was like a celestial sound piercing into Fu Hu and Cheng Du's ears. Liang Cui's terrified gaze turned towards Su Jin. Seeing him coming with a gun, she immediately closed the distance with Fu Hu to engage in combat. The other one, who was spitting fire, was already out of ammunition. This big guy was slow, making him the perfect shield against the gun. Liang Cui taunted Su Jin. You are ruthless. I've lost to a man for the first time. This time I'm defeated, but I will take one of you with me. Shoot, let me see if you can hit me. Fu Hu immediately roared. Director, don't mind that worthless woman. Shoot him, betting my life against hers. Let's see whose body is tougher. In the corridor, the 5 exchanged glances. Still reeling from what had just happened, upon hearing Fu Hu's roar, Zhang Wan's face turned pale. Sister Lu quickly stepped forward to comfort her. When you picked a good man who takes responsibility. Old Fu has great fortune, he's sure to be fine. Jia. What kind of man are you pretending to be here? Liang Cui sneered. I've seen plenty of men, it's no wonder you weren't affected by me. You're just a useless fool. And you pervert. Risking your life, yet still having the mood to watch others rewarded. What? Chengdu you? Director, I really didn't. Chengdu defended loudly. Amidst the struggle, Liang Cui continuously taunted Su Jin. I've met many men, and this kid is definitely secretly in love with you. But today you should thank me. It was only a matter of time before he was influenced by me. Shoot now, there's still a chance to kill me. If you wait too long, you won't have the opportunity. Your little boyfriend will help me kill you, haha. When it's fine, men behave like this when they reach a certain age. Actually, it's not that meaningful. Sister Lu continued to comfort her. Sister Lu, please stop talking, Zhang Wan said, covering her face with a muffled voice. Su Jin was sweating profusely, indecisive with the gun in hand. The shotgun has too wide an area of effect. Whether Fu Hu's hardening ability can respond is one thing, but the area of hardening is insufficient. Once fired, the chance of collateral damage is extremely high. This woman is still luring him to shoot, and she might have confidence in using Huohuo as a meat shield. He also dared not approach. His condition had improved somewhat, but had not fully dissipated. Her ability must emanate from the core. The closer he gets to her, the greater the influence. Even without approaching, if this dragged on, he would revert to his previous state. What should he do? Just as Su Jin was caught in a dilemma, Cheng Du suddenly panicked and said, "Director, I smell haha, it's almost time." Liang Chui continued to entangle with Huohuo, her words confusing Su Jin. "Why aren't you shooting yet? If you don't shoot now, it'll be too late." Su Jin's gaze urgently shifted to Cheng Du, only to see him looking dazed and completely out of the fight. A chill ran down his spine. He could no longer afford to hesitate, letting out a thunderous roar. "Cheng Du, don't be bewitched by this ugly creature. I can do it too." Upon hearing the roar, Cheng Du turned his head, his eyes instantly clearing up. Su Jin held the gun, unaware of when he had thrown his jacket on the ground. Liang Cui's eyes widened in disbelief. "I thought your ability was so strong. Just this. Give it up. In terms of beauty, you can't win against me." As Su Jin spoke, he quickly unloaded the shotgun shells and threw them forcefully at Liang Cui's face. "Qing Dai is fine. The director is compelled. He definitely doesn't like men," Sister Lu kindly comforted. The two old men watched the three women's performances with expressionless faces. Su Qingdai's face changed repeatedly. Ultimately, she clenched her silver teeth and turned to run down the accompanied by Su Jin's forceful throw. The shotgun bullets flew towards Liang Chui. However, Liang Chui had clearly seen the preemptive disarmament action and had already prepared for it in her heart. Su Jin had already dodged in advance, quickly taking cover behind Huohuo. With a missed strike, it became increasingly difficult for Su Jin to attempt the same tactic again. Cheng Du, realizing the situation, rejoined the battle with Huohuo and Liang Chui. The fight fell back into a stalemate, and Su Jin's brow furrowed as his vision began to blur. Liang Cui's allure rippled through his mind once more. "Huh." Su Jin gasped, ignoring the large bumps on his body as he fiercely pinched his thigh. Difficult, difficult, difficult. This special type of opponent, whose strength was far below his own, countered him perfectly in combat. Huohuo and Cheng Du could not die. Oh, was there no other way than to castrate himself? Caught in the immense struggle between castration and not. The small room in the rooftop corridor was once again burst open. The shouts of Zhang Wan and others followed. "Qing Dai, are you crazy? Don't make things worse." Su Jin broke into a cold sweat, instantly turning around. He saw Fu Qingdai charging towards them, holding two bulging plastic bags. At a distance of about 10 meters, she began to spin in place like a small top. Su Jin, feeling anxious, shouted, "What are you doing here? Hurry back." Fu Qingdai remained silent, continuing to spin forward. The little top spun rapidly, and soon was by Su Jin's side. Just as Su Jin was about to stop her, Fu Qingdai shouted, "Dad. Chenggu, get out of the way." As her voice fell, the two bulging plastic bags in her hands flew like cannonballs towards Liang Chui. With the acceleration from spinning, the bags were heavy, and their speed rivaled that of bullets thrown by Su Jin. Huohuo and Cheng Du instinctively chose to retreat and dodge upon hearing Fu Qingdai's call. Liang Chui glanced at the incoming objects, and seeing they were only plastic bags filled with something, snorted coldly and continued to entangle Huohuo. When the plastic bags flew near, she immediately punched through both bags. With a splash, the plastic bags burst. A torrent of filth poured forth like a torrential rain. It drenched Liang Chui and Huohuo from head to toe, splattering Cheng Du all over. The three of them stood dumbfounded. Su Jin instantly fell into a frenzy of joy, staring in shock at Fu Qingdai. She was a member of the center, using plastic bags meant for disposing of waste. How could she have such quick thinking? Wonderful. Liang Chui would surely be thrown off now. Even if she was a seductive demon, it would be useless. Well done. Su Jin shouted excitedly, raising his fist and charging towards Liang Chui, aiming to make her bleed. "Serves you right." Fu Qingdai let out a fierce breath, quietly cursing under her breath as she turned and ran back into the corridor. After a brief pause, Huohuo was the first among the three to react. He swung his fist, splashing liquid as he struck Liang Chui. Liang Chui raised her hands to defend against the onslaught of soup and water. With their arms crossing in a sticky tangle, Huohuo, who had been unable to land a hit until now, finally managed to land a punch on Liang Cui's chin, empowered by everyone's efforts. In slow motion, Huohuo's retracting fist left a sticky trail, liquid splattering everywhere, a mixture of solid and liquid flying. Liang Cui's face twisted in extreme deformation, her cherry lips opened wide, but in an instant of rationality returning, she quickly closed them. With a pile of filth hanging on her face. The movement was too vigorous, and she almost swallowed some. Although she was an infected, she still retained most of her human habits. After all, even zombies wouldn't eat such things. Under the extreme disgust and the threat of life and death, Liang Cui's alertness had skyrocketed. In her hazy vision, she immediately spotted Su Jin's figure. Not daring to delay for even a moment, Liang Chui struck Huohuo back, turned her head, and spewed dirty water at Cheng Du. At the same time, she kicked hard with her feet, splashing a wave of muck towards Su Jin. Little did she expect her opponent to be so cunning and vicious, the foul wave crashing towards him, and it was too late to break. Su Jin's eyes widened in panic as he raised his arms to shield his face, but his body was drenched thoroughly. Even worse, due to stepping on a puddle of filth, his footing slipped, and he kept sliding forward uncontrollably. In a moment, amidst the stench, Liang Cui's extraordinary performance and vile tactics turned the disadvantage into an advantage, forcing back 3 top experts and carving out a path for survival in a dire situation. While the 3 paused, Liang Cui shot a deep, hate-filled glance at Fu Qingdai, then unleashed her full power and leaped down the stairs. Stepping on the walls of the activity center, she disappeared into the distance, fading away outside the community. By the time Su Jin stabilized himself and lowered his arms, his eyes were already bloodshot and his face was contorted with muscle spasms. Watching the direction in which Liang Cui had vanished, he unleashed a surge of power, chasing down the trail she left behind, leaping forward. The few people in the corridor stood dumbfounded watching this scene. Seeing their man in such a sorry state, Zhang Wan yanked Fu Qingdai's ear and scolded, "You little brat. What were you thinking meddling around? Look at what you've done to your dad and the others. Can't you see your brother is furious?" Fu Qingdai's face turned pale as she shrank her head, saying, "Mom, I was wrong. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. It's okay. It's okay. The child's intentions were good, but it just went wrong. A quick wash will do. Hurry back and bring some water." Sister Lu quickly stepped in to mediate. After more than 10 minutes, Su Jin returned to the center's rooftop platform, feeling frustrated and covered in debris. The others had already returned to the first floor, while Fu Hu and Chengdu were still waiting on the rooftop, their bodies gradually hardening into armor. Upon seeing Su Jin return, the 2 immediately turned to look. Su Jin shook his head, cursing, "That bitch got away. Damn. While this opponent was too vicious, there's nothing we—" Sister Lu went to get water. "She'll be up soon." Before long, Sister Lu came up with 3 basins of water and a plastic bag of towels carrying a large bucket of water. She set up the 3 basins and filled them with water. Sister Lu looked at the 3 disheveled men, swallowed her saliva, and took a few steps back, saying, "Hurry up and clean yourselves. There isn't much water, but it should be enough to wipe off the dirt. There are plenty of perfumes, so spray more of that." "That director." Sister Lu hesitated. Su Jin, feeling down, replied, "Sister Lu, we're all on the same side. Just speak your mind. Then it'll just be straightforward." Sister Lu hesitated for a moment, saying, "Director, you should just wear a pair of shorts. I think it needs a good scrubbing." Su Jin felt a surge of anger, both anxious and embarrassed, saying, "Sister Lu, could you say a little less? Can you bring us a change of clothes? I'd appreciate it." "Okay." Sister Lu awkwardly smiled and quickly jogged downstairs. The platform was left with just the 3 men, who sat with exhausted faces, each carrying a basin of water to find a spot to wash. Su Jin looked at the clothes and briefcase he had previously discarded on the ground, feeling somewhat relieved. Thankfully, he had prepared adequately. There were still plenty of sodas in his briefcase, and if the water was insufficient, he could use soda. Soda is excellent for cleaning toilets, and it will definitely clean well. The change of clothes is sufficient. Carrying the basin, he arrived at the corridor of the small room. Su Jin peeked out to ensure no one could see him, and like a thief, he placed the basin on the ground. He stripped completely naked, and then leaned over the basin, frantically doing one-handed push-ups. Thanks to the brothers for providing inspiration for this chapter. Half an hour later, 3 experts, Lu Xianyang Wei and Tongshuan Lu, sat side by side at the edge of the rooftop, gazing blankly into the distance. After a long while, Fu Hu, who was sitting in the middle, spoke up in a daze. "Chengdu, why don't you smell like anything after just a basin of water?" "I roasted it with fire to sterilize it," Chengdu replied. "Then what about you, director? Why do you still smell a bit fragrant?" "I washed thoroughly," Su Jin replied expressionlessly. "Why do I smell so much?" Chengdu hesitated for a long time, leaned forward to look at Su Jin, and tentatively said, "Director, you mentioned before. Get lost." Su Jin cursed angrily. "Everyone should just die." Chengdu shrank back in fright, not daring to speak again. Fu Hu sighed. "Chengdu, when did you catch this sickness? Why haven't you gone to the hospital?" "I've been like this since I was young." "Isn't that a problem? It's really uneducated, isn't that abnormal?" Su Jin said helplessly. "Go to the hospital. Good people end up with issues there." Chengdu's eyes lit up. "Do you understand me, director? Get lost." Su Jin cursed again, and then turned to Fu Hu, saying, "Old Fu, you're just over 40, how did you catch this illness? Why haven't you gone to the hospital? Hey, aren't you supposed to harden? This illness can't be cured, even with superpowers. It needs to have form to harden. How can I harden a silkworm cocoon without form?" Fu Hu said with a darkened face. "Can't you just lean on the parallel bars and wait for it to droop before hardening? Am I supposed to strip outside to find parallel bars and then walk home? Then the hardening would only be a third." I said, "Director, can you stop asking?" Fu Hu paused, realizing he had become "My body is fine now, I just haven't been in good shape these past few years. I just need to rest." "Then how about swapping your wife for Jiang Yuxing? Jiang Yu is definitely fine. No, the 3 of us are like this today. Oh, what difference does it make whether we are limp or not?" "That's true." Su Jin scratched his chin, and the 3 of them fell silent again. After a long time, Su Jin sighed. "All right, let's talk about serious matters. The situation is too dangerous now. We don't know how many disguised infected people are still in the city. We were targeted by 4, 2 dead, 1 injured, and 1 remaining. The woman from earlier probably won't appear again for a while, but I'm afraid she will seek help from the last one. You 2 notify everyone to load all supplies immediately and prepare to depart. We need to leave as soon as dawn breaks. Director, we haven't found that big flesh worm yet. Our people will be at risk moving around outside. Su Jin rubbed his forehead, feeling a severe headache. I forgot about the fight, and there's a worm we don't know where it ran off to. Then let's do this. Zhang Wan has 2 copies of the roster. Let those without skills do these tasks. Those with useful skills should stay inside and guard. After Su Jin finished speaking, Huohuo and Cheng Du remained silent, not responding. I know this is cruel, I don't want to do it, but sometimes it must be done. Su Jin also lowered his head, feeling deeply saddened. The world has changed to this extent. We must make choices in our actions. Talking about equality and peace, the opponents won't give us this opportunity. We must survive and ensure as many people as possible survive. Sigh. Let's proceed. I won't go inside for now, I'll stay outside to get some air and supervise a bit. Su Jin stood up, clapping his knees, and jumped to the first floor. The temporary crisis was averted, and while it was still bright outside, mobilization began swiftly. 70 or more people were selected and collectively left the center to move goods outside. All the remaining people gathered in the central hall, and a thin layer of flour covered the crowd. Under Su Jin's command, the external procedures proceeded in an orderly manner. The center was already limited in space, and most of the supplies were placed on the first floor of the nearest residential building. Thus it was convenient to move. The sun had not yet set and most of the work was almost completed. Seeing that only a few finishing touches were left, Su Jin returned to the activity center. Standing at the door looking in through the glass, he was greeted by Fu Qingdai's apologetic gaze. Su Jin smiled and waved his hand, shifting his gaze to Fu Hu and pointing upwards. Fu Hu understood, got up, and walked upstairs. On the rooftop, Fu Hu said to Su Jin, who had walked to the side, "There are no issues here. The people getting on the vehicle and the vehicle numbers have all been assigned. We can take the remaining supplies directly before we set off. Director, there's another issue you need to be aware of. The woman who just came has abilities stronger than we imagined. Her influence range is vast, and she can even pass through walls. When we were on the rooftop, all the men below were affected, but it might not be serious because of the distance and the wall in between. It caused a bit of chaos below, but Old Sun has calmed everyone down. Old Wei said that currently this situation cannot be analyzed. He suggested wearing an iron pot on your head might provide some defense. A succubus, professor. Su Jin murmured with a headache, then raised his voice. Understood, be careful and prepare according to the suggestions of the 2 elders. They are the most professional. And there's something else. As Su Jin spoke, a sudden scream echoed from the center of the hall. Fu Hu and Su Jin's expressions changed at the same time as they ran toward the hall. As he pulled open the large door, Su Jin's heart tightened and his pupils constricted. In the crowd, Weida's face was full of pain, seemingly caught in great struggle, while Sunya was panic-stricken, supporting his body. What's going on? Su Jin strode in, and the crowd automatically parted. Sunya gritted his teeth and said, take him to an isolated room first. Su Jin immediately picked up Weida and headed toward his temporary independent office on the 2nd floor. Fu Qingdai and a few close friends followed closely behind, leaving only Zhang Wan to maintain order in place. Entering the room, there was only a simple table and chairs and a mattress. Su Jin gently placed Weida on the mattress and hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? A worm. Sunya said in a panic. That worm appeared and drilled into Old Wei's body. How could that be possible? The room was covered in flour, and the distance should have been enough for you to react. The worm came in without us knowing, or it fell from the roof and hit below. Sunya said regretfully. It didn't directly fall on Old Wei's head, but someone accidentally hit him, and I saw the worm drill into his chest. Qingdai. Su Jin looked at Fu Qingdai and asked, did you not sense anything at that time? Fu Qingdai replied sternly. I sensed it, but I only felt it when the worm attacked. It was fast and very weak. By the time I reacted, it was too late. Without saying more, Su Jin tore open Weida's shirt. As the shirt was ripped apart, a half-fist-sized blood hole appeared on his chest, and his entire upper body was covered with spiderweb-like blood-red patterns. Seeing this scene, Su Jin was anxious beyond measure. The current situation was beyond the medical capabilities available, and Old Wei was quite old. Old Wei, how do you feel? It hurts. Weida was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face, grabbing Sonya's sleeve, shaking constantly, and pointing in one direction, saying, what does he mean? Su Jin asked hastily. I know, I understand. Sunya held Weida's hand, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Su Jin. Old Wei was afraid of having an accident, so he left a note in advance. He wrote down the operation methods for those weapons in the note, and it's at his house. Weida was silent, quietly releasing his grip on Sunya's sleeve. Tears welled up in the eyes of everyone in the room. Su Jin's body was tense, filled with hatred. He felt he hadn't acted decisively enough. Too slow. So weak. If I had been a bit more careful back then, this loophole wouldn't have occurred. Old Wei is crucial and absolute hero of the team, yet he is still thinking about solving the problem. I can't just give up like this. I can see Weida's groans growing weaker. Suddenly, Su Jin's eyes widened, and he moved quickly, rummaging through his briefcase. In a matter of breaths, a fleshy sphere had appeared in his hand. He placed the sphere in Weida's palm and took out a small knife to pierce it. The light from the sphere merged into Weida's palm, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. Sunya exclaimed urgently, what are you doing? Will using this on him at this time be effective? The strange insect is still in his body. Oh, what if something else goes wrong? What else can we do? A dead horse is treated as a living horse. This is the only method we have, Su Jin said solemnly. Sun Ya's lips moved finally. He lowered his gaze and weakly said, what I mean is, you shouldn't waste such resources on him. It's a gamble, and he could hold us back. Neither of us has much time left. We shouldn't burden you young people. He left notes. But who knows if everyone can understand them? He has to teach Hansen. Su Jin sighed. I understand what you mean, but human emotions are complex. I can't remain rational in every situation. If it were a stranger, I might not save them. Old Wei has been with me from the beginning until now. Oh, I can't just watch him die, and neither can you. Sun Ya sighed as well. We don't need to worry about the insects anymore. You all should leave first. We need manpower down below. Someone should also go get old Weiss notes. I'll call you if he wakes up or needs anything. Time flew by, and it was getting late. All personnel were arranged, and the firearms were distributed to a reliable group according to the daily report. All supplies were loaded into the vehicle waiting to depart at dawn. In the room next to where Wei De's supplies were stored, Su Jin simply laid out a mat and began reviewing the notes left by Wei De by candlelight. The door creaked open slightly. Fu Qingdai slipped in, quickly shutting the door behind her and lying down beside Su Jin. Su Jin put down the notes and looked at Fu Qingdai, managing a slight smile. Why aren't you with your parents? How did you end up here? Fu Qingdai gently leaned against Su Jin's shoulder, taking a long time to speak. Will Grandpa Wei be okay? He will, Su Jin said succinctly. You need to have faith. He will be fine, and even better than before. Even if trouble arises, we can resolve it for him. Fu Qingdai's eyes glistened with moisture. Brother, I'm sorry for today. Oh, I didn't mean to. Su Jin smiled, gently reaching out to stroke Fu Qingdai's hair. You truly saved my life today. Everything else is a minor issue. You did nothing wrong. You performed excellently. I mean every word I say. Fu Qingdai's petite nostrils flared slightly. Today I killed someone. I knew she was infected, but she looked just like an ordinary child. She started to choke up as she spoke. Su Jin's gaze deepened as he gently patted her back twice. You had to do it. You must discard mercy towards the enemy. Qingdai, your status is unique. You can't cry at the slightest trouble. If you keep crying, how will you bear the burden? Fu Qingdai looked up, her sparkling eyes gazing at Su Jin, slowly speaking. If you weren't here, I wouldn't cry. Their eyes met, and Su Jin said seriously, but what if one day I am no longer? Where could you go? Fu Qingdai still stubbornly stared at him, her hand clutching his shirt tightly. You said the spaceship crashed. Perhaps someone will come to pick me up, or perhaps I will die. What will you do then? Su Jin countered. Fu Qingdai was about to answer, but was stopped by Su Jin's finger on her lips. It's not that I don't care about you. But you must be able to endure and become the pillar of the team. Sometimes you must use mercy, and other times you must abandon it. In truth, managing these things isn't difficult. For clever people, use interests to bind them. For those who are foolish, never tell them the truth. You must hypnotize them with a form of religion, making them believe that what you make them do is right. Su Jin spoke slowly. The rest is simple. Befriend the worthy and distance yourself from the petty, then appoint only those close to you. There will always be people in the team who are starving. If someone is useful, give them a piece of meat to cultivate them as confidants. If they are useless, throw the problem back at them. Just say that it's their lack of effort that is causing their hunger. It's entirely their fault. Let them continue to compete for you and slave away. What I'm saying is very important. You need to remember it. You might use it in the future, but this is not exhaustive. Su Jin lowered his head once again, locking eyes with Fu Qingdai. The girl's gaze flowed like water, not moving an inch. Continuing to look down, Su Jin reached out to push away the long legs that had unknowingly draped over him. And the most crucial thing is, you must not have any improper thoughts about me. I am an alien. This is love in its purest form. I don't. Fu Qingdai angrily lowered her head, her hand clutching the hem of her clothes, beginning to tremble and turn pale. In that moment, she looked down. Su Jin tightly clenched his fists, then smiled faintly. I'm experienced. You might not believe what I say. Men like me, a career elite, are clean, refined, confident, and graceful. My demeanor and gentle words always make young girls feel at ease, warm, and comfortable. What about the boys your age? They look shabby, are financially strapped, impulsive, and reckless in their behavior, often causing irritation. Far inferior to me. I am like opium. Although I can make you feel comfortable for the happiness of your future, you must quit me. You are shameless. Fu Qingdai bumped her head against Su Jin's side. After the teasing, Su Jin's smile faded, and he looked at the ceiling, muttering, to be honest, I have many girlfriends. Fu Qingdai quickly looked up, staring intently at Su Jin. I'm not lying. On our planet, it's common for men to have multiple wives. I have an entire building of women. As soon as I walk in, they line up to meet me. If I don't find anyone appealing that day, I just swap them out. Sometimes I change several groups before choosing one. I only spend time with one person at a time, but when friends come over, I select a few girlfriends to accompany them. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale as she bit her lip, carefully watching Su Jin's eyes, searching for flaws. Really? I don't believe you. Of course it's true. You forgot that we Mike people never lie. After Su Jin said this, he no longer dared to look directly at her, and immediately pushed Fu Qingdai away. You should sleep now. Oh, I need to check on old Weiss' situation. Fu Qingdai stood there in a daze watching Su Jin leave. After a long time her brows furrowed, and she clenched her fist striking the wall with force. He lied to me. The Mike people never lie. He hasn't spoken a word of truth. Entering the room where Sunya and Wei Da were, Su Jin gently closed the door and stepped forward. Wei Da was still deeply unconscious, and Su Jin whispered, "Old son, how is the situation? Has there been any change?" Sunya shook his head and sighed lightly. According to the previously observed mutation timeline, it should still take some time before he might awaken. The absence of any unusual phenomena is a good sign. I have checked his heartbeat and pulse, they seem normal. It's highly likely that the creature inside him is asleep along with him. But that is precisely the problem. If the flesh has strengthened, that strange creature Old Wei may have no chance of survival at all. Then let's wait a bit longer. Dawn is still far away. After finishing his words, Su Jin sat down on the edge of the mattress. Looking at the untouched food on the floor, he turned to Sunya and said, "Old son, you should eat. I really can't handle it if you don't." Though he had no appetite since Su Jin had said, "So son, you did not refuse." He picked up the bowl and began to. Halfway through the meal, Sunya paused and said softly, "Shaoli, there are some things I didn't want to mention, but I'm afraid I might end up like Old Wei one day, so I'll just ask you directly. What is it?" Their eyes met and Sunya enunciated each word. "Are you an alien?" Su Jin was taken aback, forcing a smile. "Old son, you really are quite peculiar. Why do you ask that? Your speaking habits are quite unique. Perhaps you haven't even noticed it yourself. When communicating with me, you speak with a long. However, during our investigation, we interacted with several residents in the building, some of whom spoke dialects, and your accent also carries elements of dialect. Furthermore, sometimes you use written language in your speech, and occasionally you explain ordinary things in a very strange manner. It's as if you have a universal translator within you." Su Jin's expression froze. He had never thought that Sunya could be so perceptive. Moreover, no one had ever mentioned this to him, and he would never have discovered it himself. The company's translator is really. Before Su Jin could gather his thoughts, Sunya continued, "I didn't start to suspect you from here. It was when I saw your communication device. That device, based on our observations, appears to be a civilian model, and the icons inside are very entertainment-oriented, further substantiating our judgment. Both Old Wei and I have encountered cutting-edge technology that hasn't appeared in the market, the device in your hands. This world simply cannot produce it, not even possessing the ability to manufacture it. If you are not an alien, or have not encountered any alien technology, then none of this can be explained. Old Wei and I have long had our suspicions, but seeing you so busy, we have not dared to speak up. Now can you give me an answer?" After a long silence, until Su Jin's palms began to sweat slightly, he finally spoke. "You guessed correctly, I am indeed an alien. We are not beings from the same planet, but the species should be similar." Upon receiving a confirmed answer, Sun Ya's heart raced. "Then you. I know what you want to ask. I do not know how I came to this world, and I mastered your language as soon as I got here. Just consider it a cosmic accident. The technology in my world is not much more advanced than here. Perhaps in another 20 years this world will resemble my homeland exactly. As for the disasters in this world, I have no clue. I am trapped here and just want to survive and help you survive, that's all." "Then why did you come into contact with Fu Qingdai?" Sunya continued to ask. "It's a kind of resonance. I can see the essence of gray rain, and she can foresee the future. Perhaps a higher dimensional civilization wishes to save this world, which is why they brought me here." Su Jin lowered his head, feeling bitter. If there really is a civilization wanting to help us, why don't they take action themselves, eh? Sunya was filled with melancholy. Who knows? Perhaps I misunderstood. They may not have any good intentions, and I might have been set up by aliens. If you were set up by aliens, then your previous identity must be extraordinary. I am just a salesperson living decently and feeling quite hopeful, alas. Su Jin helplessly closed his eyes and said, "Let's not talk about it." Seeing Su Jin's low spirit, Sunya swiftly changed the topic. "Then tell me what it's like over there, is that all right?" "All right." Su Jin smiled, and then took out his phone to begin recounting slowly. "I want to talk about the distant past. It's all primitive people fighting, which is no different from this. So I'll mention something more recent. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Perhaps I will die tomorrow, or perhaps the two old men won't be here in front of me anymore. Secrets and identities, everything in the face of survival, have long since become insignificant." Sunya listened quietly, his expression shifting from dazed to awed, then to regret. Just as he was about to ask a question, an unexpected voice interjected. "It sounds like the future development is quite good, but it's not very happy either. Haha, as development accelerates, desires also grow." Old Wei. Su Jin's heart skipped a beat as he immediately looked down at Wei Da. He did not know when Wei Da had already woken up, but he was still lying on the bed, unmoving. He was simply smiling and looking at him. "Shaoli, you really are an alien." "Old Wei, don't say unnecessary things. How are you feeling?" Sunya hurriedly helped him check his body. The dense red blood web on Wei Da's chest still existed, and on the surface it seemed there was no change. Wei Da exhaled and looked at the ceiling, saying, "I don't know, my body doesn't hurt anymore. But that creature is definitely not dead, but still inside my body. I don't know if it is asleep, or what. I can't sense its location. If it wakes up, I probably won't survive either." "Then what about your abilities? Can you still move?" Su Jin asked. Wei Da blinked. I don't know what abilities I have. I don't have the sense of chi you all mentioned. I can't move at all right now. My body seems to be regaining strength, but it also feels like it's being drained, which is why I'm like this. Shouldn't we set off? You just need to take me along. My notes are not finished. Do I need someone to record what I dictate? Su Jin exchanged glances with Sunya. Old Sun, you have a deep understanding of medicine. Is there any way to resolve this situation? If a parasitic creature has entered the body and is that large, theoretically it should suffice to remove the parasite. But without a sterile environment, even if we operated to check, we might wake the creature inside, and then there would truly be no life and death are fate. There's no need to force anything for me. I wasn't meant to live long anyway. Wait a spoke. Find someone to help me continue transcribing the notes. You have the notebook, right? Read it to me, and I will continue to dictate. Sunya directly ignored what Wada said, suddenly looking at Su Jin and raising his head. There is a method that can save him, and its feasibility is quite high. What method? Su Jin quickly gathered his spirit. Nuclear magnetic resonance. That bug is quite large. We can definitely detect it using nuclear magnetic resonance, pinpoint its location, and strike it down in one blow. Sunya swung his fist with force. Su Jin's gaze quickly dimmed. Don't be foolish, old son. Where are we going to get nuclear magnetic resonance equipment? Wada yelled with all his might. Don't waste time. The notes are important. Do you want me to die in vain? Sunya was about to say more when Su Jin's deep voice echoed in his ears. Old son. I know you are eager to save people, but using nuclear magnetic resonance is simply impossible. There is no electricity, and it has been out for too long. Even if I find the machine, will it even work? The hospital environment is definitely severely contaminated now. No, you're wrong. I am anxious, but I haven't been foolish enough to forget that the real conditions don't allow it. Sunya's eyes flickered. The hospital won't do, but there is definitely a place that will work. Where? Su Jin immediately asked. The Longland Building, the tallest skyscraper in the city. The top 3 floors are not places for ordinary people. The 99th floor is for living, the 98th floor is medical, and the 97th floor is logistics. Sunya said, on the 98th floor there is a medical environment that is among the best in the country, and even the world. The nuclear magnetic resonance equipment in there is specially made. What? Su Jin was taken aback, then quickly asked, but it's been out of power for so long. Even if the conditions are good, restarting it will take at least a week or 2, right? The machine needs to be replenished with liquid helium, and there are no conditions for that right now. Hey, you know quite a bit, huh? Sunya was slightly surprised. I used to sell medical equipment, so I know a bit. Hurry up and tell me, old son. Su Jin urged. Sunya nodded. The nuclear magnetic resonance equipment in the Longland Building is specially made. I personally went there to debug it, and its temperature control structure is far above military standards. That machine also has power-off protection equipped with a dual helium tank structure and an off-grid thermal stabilization system. Plus, with top medical personnel maintaining it, the machine's condition is certainly kept intact with a high probability of remaining in a superconductive state. After the cold dome was launched, the external temperature dropped below -50 degrees. The temperature at the top of the Longland Building must be even lower, and the loss of liquid helium will be much slower than normal. The most critical thing is that there is a local liquid helium reserve in the building along with a backup power source. Under ideal conditions, we can restart the nuclear magnetic resonance in just 3 hours. Sunya said in a serious tone, surgery can still be performed on-site, but major surgeries are out of the question. Old Weiss' physical condition should have improved significantly, otherwise he wouldn't be reacting so normally with such a large foreign object inside him. If we find that bug, we can just stab it to death. Even if Old Wei is barely saved. My God. Who lives there? Su Jin exclaimed, what a big capitalist. Sunya looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Capital? What does that even mean? It's for the wealthy. How expensive? The most expensive. Great. Su Jin exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let's do it. We don't know the situation of the bug inside Old Wei. There's no time to waste. He'll drive out to scout the road, draw the zombies away, and then return immediately to take you to the Longland Building. You two are crazy. Wada shouted angrily, what time is it now? Don't waste time on me. You can't make assumptions based on ideal conditions. Oh, what if it's all in vain? Old Wei, can't you see Shaoli yet? If you don't cooperate, he won't give up. Sunya sighed, stay alive, you still have some use. After saying that, Sunya looked at Su Jin again. Shaoli, we can scout the road first, but you better go to the Longland Building first. Although we can safely pass through the fire escape, the top 3 floors are in a state of disuse, but I expect there will be about 20 people maintaining it inside. These people need to be cleared away before they turn into zombies. I understand. They'll go now. Su Jin rushed out the door. In the first floor hall, many people were already asleep, and Fu, who was on guard with a few others. Seeing Su Jin burst in with urgency, Fu, who felt something was off, and stepped forward to inquire, Director, what's wrong? Old Wei woke up, but we need to go to the Longland Building for treatment. There's an environment for treatment there. I need to go out to lure the zombies away on the road, and then he'll return. Prepare several usable loudspeakers for me, and also get me a few barrels of gasoline. Su Jin said while walking towards the door. It's late at night. Once the car lights are on, won't the zombies be attracted? Are the loudspeakers even useful? Fu Hu asked anxiously. As he spoke, Su Jin had already reached the car, opened the door, and turned back to say, I can see in the dark now, oh, I don't need to turn on the lights. After I lure the zombies away, they'll come back immediately to pick up the two elders. I have to take care of both of them and climb the stairs, so bringing Chengdu along is insurance. Have them wait for me on the first floor. You are fully in charge of the defense here. It's just a few hours and make sure nothing goes wrong. By the time we finish it should be dawn, and we might be a bit late getting back. The nearby streets are already cleared. Get the convoy ready on the street, and prepare to set off. This is the last obstacle to building a new home, and we will all arrive at the military district safely. Huohuo licked his lips and nodded vigorously. Okay, great. Give me 2 minutes, he'll go get the loudspeakers. By the way, what do you need the gasoline for? Don't worry about it, just go. Old son, you really are crazy. What's the difference between this and gambling? Wada muttered in complaint. It's not worth it. Even if I die, there's nothing to regret. What if I fail? Do you want me to carry my shame underground? Sonya replied calmly. As long as you can still shine and heat, you must live. The notes you left don't even finish the weapon operation. Oh, once the weapons are used up, what will you do? Are you going to let them find books and learn by themselves? You understand military industry, even production. In the future, we need to restart the factory. It won't work without you. I'm not even half as good as you in this regard, so you must live. Wada was speechless. Sonya continued. We're both getting old, and our families are all gone. Death is nothing. You can just kick your legs and be gone, but what about the next generation? Shaoli arrived on our planet from a distant star. An alien, without any selfish motives, treating our lives as his own. Oh, what spirit is that? He risked his life to save you, and you still don't want to live. Can you face him? Listen to me, the most important thing for you right now is to learn to be quiet and not interfere with our actions. Wei De's expression changed, finally letting out a bitter laugh. An alien? He really is an alien. Oh, we've truly been saved by an alien. Indeed, I can tell that what he said is true. He himself doesn't even understand how he got here. Perhaps it's fate. Perhaps he is our savior. It must be him. Wei De's expression finally softened and his gaze turned to Sonya. Old son, I didn't hear what you said earlier. Could you explain it to me again? I was just about to tell you they over there have produced the nuclear bomb and many countries have it. But there are no weather weapons like the cold dome, which shows that the environment is quite different from ours. That's impressive. What about Fu Qingdai? Did Huohuo really get greened by the aliens? Is his young age and weakness due to the aliens' doing? Damn it, old lecher, you really deserve to die. 40 minutes later, Su Jin drove back to the activity center. Chengdu had already received the news and was waiting. Su Jin did not get out of the car, but leaned out and said, I've cleared the way ahead. Hurry and get the two elders into the car and grab a couple of spare guns. Director, I am truly touched. I didn't expect you would dare to meet with me alone. Stop the nonsense and go. Chengdu hurried out quickly, carrying Wada and getting into the car with Sonya. The vehicle only stopped for 3 minutes before setting off again. Su Jin and Sonya sat in the front seat, and Sonya asked, was there any problem on the road? If there was a problem, would I have returned so quickly? Su Jin replied with a smile. Everything went smoothly. I've checked the Longlin building, and there are only a dozen ordinary zombies inside, all of which I've dealt with. The environment is very clean, and the equipment seems to be in good condition, but I didn't dare to check the finer details. Elder son, do you know where the emergency power supply is? I know when I went to inspect the equipment back, then the owner specially took me on a tour of the place. Sonya sighed. I've been to quite a few nice places, but the top floor of the Longlin building was truly memorable. That's why everyone wants to climb higher. Su Jin smiled helplessly. I just took a wrong turn and ended up in the market. If I had pursued something else back then, who knows how many people I could have benefited. Haha, then you'd just be following your desires mindlessly. Don't you want a big house? I'm not greedy. Oh, I just need a place to live. I can do without the house. I can see that you really have the talent for this. Chengdu in the back seat was tending to Wei De as the vehicle turned. Wei De's limp body began to tilt. Elder Wei, is that position comfortable for you? Would you like me to adjust it? Don't touch me, pervert. Wei De scolded. At your age, if you're sick, you should know to go to the hospital. Hey, I didn't say you were sick. Oh, what are you getting mad at me for? Trying to be kind, he ended up getting scolded. Chengdu rolled his eyes in anger, folding his arms and looking out the window. Sonya snorted and added fuel to the fire. Not acknowledging the problem doesn't make it right. What's wrong with a grown man liking something else? Don't you care about your parents? You're unfilial. All right, you two old men, seriously, Chengdu is here to help, and you're saying such things. That's not a problem, just outdated societal views. Su Jin mocked while driving. When we go upstairs, we still have to carry you both, otherwise how would you make it up 100 floors? Exactly. Are you looking down on me? Chengdu chuckled, patting the front seat. Still, the director is thoughtful and open-minded. Shut up, don't talk to me. They drove to the base of the Longlin building. Su Jin and Chengdu got out of the car at the same time, quickly carrying Sonya and Wei De toward the building. Having already scouted the route, they reached the 99th floor without issue. After placing Wei De on the luxurious hospital bed, son, you rushed to start the power supply. Chengdu suddenly exclaimed as he looked out the window. What's going on? The building across is on fire. The lower floors are all ablaze. What a huge fire. Is there someone else over there? Stop yelling. I set that fire myself, Su Jin said while adjusting the bed. Why? Chengdu did not finish his sentence when the backup power supply activated and the entire floor was illuminated. Su Jin pointed upward saying, what do you think? Zombies react to light too. If they gather downstairs, it would be troublesome. Come with me to turn off the lights on the other floors, just leave one on. Once elder son returns, we can act. The director is still cautious. I didn't think of that. Be quiet. Before long, Sonya returned, entering the ward and saying, I'm going to the MRI scanning room. Whoever wants to come with me can if you don't want to stay here with Old Wei. Su-jin went ahead to accompany Sonya to the MRI scanning room. The intact machines were placed inside, and the surroundings were neat and tidy. After scanning around, Sonya immediately began to check the machines. Su-jin anxiously waited while observing the environment, feeling amazed. This private MRI scanning room is much larger than that of a hospital, truly an impressive space. Quite remarkable. After a busy period, Sonya clapped his hands heavily. Great. The magnet hasn't exceeded limits, and the liquid helium level is still at 36. As long as the cooling head temperature control is stable, we can restart it within 3 hours. That's wonderful. The person who ordered the launch of the Cold Dome missile has really helped us a lot. The situation is better than I imagined. Huh. Su-jin finally felt relieved, saying, that's good. Elder son, you stay alone for a while, Cheng-du, and I will go turn off the lights on other floors. Alright, you two go quickly, don't worry about me. At the top floor, Su-jin quickly moved through the rooms, turning off the lights. Although the world is generally backward, the top floor of the Longlin building truly impressed this earth bumpkin. The decoration style showed no hint of rusticity, with every piece of decor exuding luxurious quality. The walls and carpets were all in red and gold, with exquisite crystal chandeliers illuminating the space. It wasn't until he found a messy display cabinet overturned in the huge master bedroom and discovered a nice watch in the corner that Su-jin felt satisfied and went downstairs. At the same time, Cheng-du returned to the MRI scanning room holding a basket with a delighted expression. Director, look what I found downstairs. There are several super big refrigerators connected, full of fruits, and they're still fresh after all this time. So amazing. Su-jin picked up a familiar fruit and took a bite, his eyes widening as he nodded, deeply sweet. Really damn sweet. After chewing a couple of times, he suddenly realized the problem and asked Sonya in surprise, wait, the refrigerator should have lost power long ago. How are the fruits still so fresh? Sonya calmly replied, all the equipment here is custom-made. Oh, I remember, the refrigerator uses a dual-circuit cooling system. In addition to the compressor, it's equipped with a closed-loop liquid nitrogen system and a phase-change cooling layer. It can maintain below -10 degrees even after a month of power outage. Such things aren't available in the market. You might not even see them 20 years from now. I don't understand what you're saying. This is why rich people have it good. I guess we're experiencing a rich person's life today. Cheng-du happily munched on the fruit. Rich? There are some things that even money can't buy, Sonya scoffed. Hey, how can you say that? Can't I buy some things once someone else has used them? You can't use them, and it has nothing to do with money. TCH. I don't care anyway, today we've experienced it once. Sonya continued, working while teasing. Would you rather experience a rich person's life here or return to being a security guard in the community? Upon hearing this, Cheng-du slowed down his chewing, gradually feeling the taste turn bland, and said sadly, if I could go back to the past, being a stray dog would be fine. Heh, I would be overjoyed to die yesterday. Sonya chuckled. Su-jin set down the fruit in his hand, quietly sitting to the side, closing his eyes to rest. All right. 2.5 hours later at Sun Ya's call, the two stood up. The machine had already started making a Su-jin was about to step forward when he suddenly felt a pulling sensation beside him. He quickly reached out to stop Cheng-du, who was trying to approach. Don't go over there. You're right, I don't get too close to the machine. If you have any metal items on you, it will be attracted, and all my efforts would be in vain. Sun Ya's warning sounded. All right, one of you prepare to push Old Wei in. After a brief preparation to ensure no metallic objects were on his person, Cheng-du entered the ward, examined Wei thoroughly, and carried him into the MRI suite. Su-jin stood beside the computer accompanying Sonya as they awaited the imaging results. As Cheng-du wheeled Wei into the machine, the monitor screen began to shift. Sonya immediately leaned and squinting intently at the display. Su-jin crossed his arms, his expression growing steadily graver. Though familiar with the situation in broad strokes, he remained an absolute layman in medical science. Yet, even a layman like him could discern the dire gravity of Wei's condition, just as hypothesized. The massive fleshy worm lay motionless within his body. A colossal shadow loomed deep inside his abdominal cavity. The creature's clawed limbs can extend. They've already coiled around Old Wei's internal organs. Sonya murmured that he remains alive and feels no pain. Suggests profound physiological transformation. Now comes the critical question, what do we do? Su-jin spoke gravely. How do we kill this worm? It is no ordinary organism. Can we identify its vital weak point? Sonya shook his head, his expression heavy with solemnity. Though everything had proceeded smoothly thus far, the most decisive was ultimately a gamble. No one had ever encountered such a being. Achieving instant lethality carried immense risk. Conventionally, the head is the fatal target. But this creature was unlikely to follow such logic. Pierce 3 points along its torso, head to tail, in one swift strike. That would be the safest approach. Sonya analyzed, should this fail, Old Wei will certainly feel acute pain, and will still have a second scan to reassess and attempt another intervention. Pull me out. I'm ready. Just do it. Don't fear my death. Weida's voice echoed from within the machine. Sunya and Su Jin exchanged a glance. Su Jin said, "We'll take the risk. Proceed as you've outlined. Fetch the tools and tell me exactly how to strike." Sunya nodded, turning toward Weida, who Chung Du had just carried out. "Take him to the operating room." The four swiftly relocated. By now Weida's upper body was fully exposed. To prevent accidental movement, he was tightly restrained to the surgical bed. Standing beside the bed, Sunya told Weida, "The worm lies diagonally across your abdomen. The region corresponding to its apparent head falls between the 8th and 10th right ribs. This area lies adjacent to the liver and adrenal gland. A puncture here may trigger excruciating pain and neural paralysis. Bear with it, old Wei. Do you have no anesthetics or sedatives?" Weida asked, his face pale. "Such agents would dull sensation. Right now your full awareness is paramount. You must report any anomaly instantly so we can respond. Endure it." Sunya replaced his tweezers with a sterile marker and drew 3 concentric circles between Weida's ribs. After applying iodine, he turned to Su Jin. 3 biopsy needles lie in the tray beside you, each marked with depth calibrations. We don't know how resilient the creature's integument is, so strike hard, strike decisively. A single failed penetration will drastically escalate old Wei's mortality risk. Remember, precisely 17 centimeters, no more no less. Would you like to rehearse first? Su Jin picked up the long needle, tightened his jaw, and thrust it sharply into the air several times. Then exhaling slowly, he said, "I understand. Turn off all lights. The darkness will sharpen my precision. Are you certain you don't want to practice further?" Weida blurted anxiously. "No rehearsal. Only disrupts muscle memory," Su Jin replied, eyes fixed on the needle. "Rest easy. My anatomical dissection experience is extensive. Even medical students might not match my proficiency. And in darkness my movements are exceptionally precise. Don't frighten me, Shaoli. What you call dissection is closer to corpse desecration." Weida squeezed his eyes shut in anguish. Sunya shot him an exasperated glare. "Silence. Report every sensation, immediately, accurately, and without omission. Lights off." At that instant the surgical lamp above the table dimmed into total darkness. The room sank into profound stillness. Only their distinct breaths remained audible. Su Jin gripped all 3 needles in both hands, aligned them precisely over the target zones, and drove them down with brutal force. In the blackness, the 17-centimeter calibrations gleamed with crystalline clarity before his eyes. 17 centimeters, exactly. Ah! Simultaneously Weida erupted into a ragged, guttural scream, and convulsed violently across the bed. Sunya switched the lights back on and rushed to the bedside, his face lighting up with sudden elation. "Old Wei, how are you? Speak." Weida could not utter a word, only thrashed and roared, but the dense web of blood spreading across his chest was rapidly receding. In the next second the 3 needles still embedded in his body tore free, 3 gouts of tangerine-red blood jetting upward, striking the ceiling. Unidentified fluid sprayed wildly, splattering the ceiling everywhere. Fortunately Su Jin reacted instantly, snatching the stainless steel sterile tray beside the bed and holding it firmly over Weida's wounds. The subsequent torrent struck the tray instead, shielding all 3 men from contamination. After several heartbeats, as Weida's final groan faded, Su Jin dropped the tray without hesitation. When the 3 turned their gaze to Weida's face, they found him unconscious. "Quick, get him back into the scanner," Sunya commanded without pause. Chengdu, nearest the door, seized the bed and sprinted toward the MRI suite, reloading Weida into the machine in seconds. Sunya rushed to the console, initiating the scan. The image appeared swiftly, and both Sunya and Su Jin, standing side by side, broke into radiant smiles. "The worm is gone." "Yes, it's vanished." Sunya murmured. "Was that orange fluid the worm itself?" "That shouldn't happen. Did it dissolve? Or did Old Wei somehow expel it through emergent superhuman ability?" "Let's extract Old Wei. I'll examine him immediately." Sunya issued new orders. They moved again, this time to an adjacent room. Weida remained deeply unconscious. Sunya approached, inspected the puncture sites, and recoiled in shock. "Tell me, is my vision failing, or am I truly seeing this correctly? There are no wounds where the needles entered." "You're not mistaken. There are none." Su Jin swallowed faintly. Could Old Wei's ability be rapid self-regeneration? Simple test then. Chengdu's words earned immediate glares from both Su Jin and Sunya. Sunya dashed back to the operating room and returned with a scalpel, handing it to Su Jin. Without hesitation, Su Jin made a shallow, fingernail-sized incision along Weida's ribcage. "TCH. Chengdu scoffed, rolling his eyes before stepping forward to inspect. There, on Weida's flank, the freshly drawn wound had already vanished completely. Damn it, so it really is self-healing. If this old man wakes up, could he possibly become immortal? Sunya, a blessing in disguise, truly a blessing in disguise. But don't get too optimistic yet, let's wait until Elder Wei awakens." Su Jin cautioned. Sunya's brow furrowed instantly. What if he never wakes up? Then he'll be a vegetable for sure. Waking him up isn't that simple, eh? Chengdu smiled faintly. "How, eh?" Su Jin asked anxiously. Without a word, Chengdu reached forward and pinched Elder Wei's nose shut. Su Jin and Sunya froze in stunned silence. Within 2 or 3 seconds, before anyone could intervene, Elder Wei shot upright from the hospital bed, eyes wide with lingering shock. Cheng Du folded his arms across his chest, wearing an expression of quiet inevitability. Elder Wei, how do you feel? Sunya rushed forward, voice urgent. Elder Wei swallowed hard, his gaze distant and unfocused. After a pause he rasped, have you checked? Has that insect truly left my body? It's gone, likely digested and expelled. He whispered to himself. I feel incredible, like I've shed 20 years. Every limb thrums with vitality. Did you know you can? Sunya leaned in, eyes gleaming with envy. I had no idea. Elder Wei replied, bewildered. As they spoke, Su Jin drew his blade, swift as wind, and slashed a 5-centimeter gash across Elder Wei's waist. Elder Wei cried out in sharp pain, Shaoli, you're insane. Look at your wound. Sunya pointed frantically. Elder Wei glanced down. The cut had already oozed only 2 drops of blood, and the superficial injury was sealing visibly before their eyes. I truly am miraculous. I feel warmth radiating from the wound, but nothing else, Elder Wei murmured, then frowned. Why do I possess such power? When that insect burrowed into me, all I could think was getting it out, relieving the agony. Fuhu gained hardening. Could it be tied to one's deepest intent? That might make sense. That grotesque figure on the rooftop clearly craved male attention. But Shaoli, Cheng Du, and that little girl who unleashed the insect, none of that adds up. Actually, it does add up. We know nothing about the girl. As for Cheng Du, he may have wished to embody masculinity itself. Cheng Du's face twitched twice before he silently turned away. Elder Wei, do you call yourself a scientist while spouting such nonsense? HSS. Oddly plausible. But how do I explain my ability? Surely not, because I wish to straddle yin and yang. That theory holds no water. Su Jin shrugged. Don't force me to hurl you off the building. Su Jin grimaced in utter disgust. No more Sichuan cuisine for him. Not ever again once he returned home. Enough. We'll halt our speculation for now, Su Jin declared. Since Elder Wei has awakened, and appears remarkably well, we'll head back by vehicle. Other matters can wait until we can leave, but let's not depart empty-handed. This place holds valuable assets. Elder Wei can walk unaided now. One of you should gather all high-value supplies from the building. Just as Su Jin nodded in agreement, a sharp clack echoed from the hallway. All 4 froze slowly, turning their heads toward the doorway. The hallway lights flickered on. You two stay put. I'll go with Cheng Du to investigate, Su Jin said, reaching into his briefcase and retrieving 3 small plastic-wrapped spheres which he secured at his waist. He caught the shotgun Cheng Du tossed him, and the two moved forward in tandem, Su Jin leading Cheng Du close behind, as they stepped into the corridor. At first glance, the man approaching stood nearly 2 meters tall, clad in black tactical gear, his frame, he means trouble, he's not human. Su Jin clenched his jaw. At the sight, Cheng Du's face drained of color, he instinctively staggered backward, teeth chattering. Gao Tianfang. Who is Gao Tianfang? Do you know him? Su Jin whirled, urgency sharpening his voice. What is he? Duan Sure Squad. The Soldier King. Cheng Du enunciated each word, then hastened his pace. I heard legends of him long ago. He's practically superhuman. He carries 25 kilograms of combat gear and completes 50-kilometer He holds his breath motionlessly for 7 minutes, masters hand-to-hand combat and every firearm imaginable, and achieves over 90% accuracy on moving night targets at 400 meters. If he's been infected and mutated, then enhanced beyond his original self, his strength is unimaginable. Director, what do we do? A chill slithered down Su Jin's spine. Before mutation, the man had been monstrous, now retaining all memory and skill, and amplified further. The implications were terrifying. Judging by his physique, he was likely power-enhanced. In daylight, Su Jin wasn't certain he could best him, but in current conditions, victory seemed improbable. Yet he held a firearm, perhaps enough to fight. Cheng Du, follow my orders precisely. Take the elders and leave now. I'll hold him off. My speed and agility surpasses at night. Director, go now. Be careful, above all. Cheng Du hesitated, then turned sharply, re-entered the room, and swiftly ushered the 2 elders down the opposite. Gao Tianfang appeared unconcerned, continuing his unhurried advance. We've met before. My woman must have gone behind my back to kill you. Since you live, she died by your hand. Your woman. Su Jin arched a brow, drawing a steel blade from his waist. I've slaughtered countless beasts. Your woman means nothing to me. But since you ask, let me hazard a guess. Was it Jiang Yu? That wretch whose innards I tore out, leaving only a hollow flayed husk, was your woman. So you did kill. Gao Tianfang halted, his expression impassive, as Su Jin approached. Then your strength is formidable. How many zombies have you slain? Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? The steel blade scraped a long, shrieking gash along the wall. And that brat whose spine I snapped? She was your daughter, wasn't she? Su Jin advanced steadily, eyes locked unflinchingly onto Gao Tianfang. You arrived just in time. I'll settle all 3 of you today and reunite your wretched family underground. His words hung in the air. Then Su Jin stopped, raised his blade, and locked gazes with his foe. A silent, lethal standoff began. Hurry, hurry. In the fire escape, Cheng Du urged Wei frantically while carrying Sunya. I feel fine, but I can't compare to you. What about that person? Very strong. Too strong. It's not daytime now, the director definitely can't defeat him. Chengdu spoke urgently. I have to get you two over there first before I go back to help him, or I fear he might die. Then why are you still bothering with us? Don't waste your strength here. We can handle the stairs ourselves, put me down. Sunya kept patting Chengdu's shoulder. Chengdu continued to run down frantically, saying no, I must personally get you on the vehicle. There might still be zombies wandering downstairs. If anything happens to you two, the director will hate me for life. After finishing, Chengdu glanced back. Weida had already fallen behind him by more than 10 steps. Seeing the old man trembling as he ran down, Chengdu gritted his teeth and set Sunya down. He reached back to the zipper on his rear and with a swift pull, the entire fabric curtain at his back fell, revealing a complete jujube flower bun. Weida shone the flashlight over, instantly startled and clutching his shoulder. What are you trying to do right now? You can't do that. Stop talking nonsense. Chengdu moved both hands, lifting an old man with each arm, and jumped straight toward the platform below the stairs. Just as he was about to fall with a whoosh, Chengdu activated his ability, using fire to cushion his landing. Yikes! Under the intense feeling of weightlessness, both old men were pale with shock, instinctively reaching out to grip Chengdu's hips tightly. What are you doing? Chengdu turned his head and asked angrily. We're helping you, hold on. Oh, we're afraid you might miss your aim. At the Talent Activity Center, Su Qingtai sat on the steps between the first and second floors, quietly maintaining her bow and arrows, occasionally glancing down at Suhu. At this moment, Suhu was leading several team members and firing guns. The plan had been set long ago, and those firing were the most reliable individuals based on daily observations and performance evaluations. However, there were basically no women. Given the current dietary situation, women were not even qualified to hold guns. After polishing her bow, Su Qingtai brought her legs together, resting her hands on her knees, raising her chin, and staring straight ahead. Before long, the sky would brighten. As long as her brother returned, they would be able to head towards the military district. Nothing should happen in between. Once they reached the military district, everyone's safety would be assured, with sufficient food, water, and weapons. If they were to assign living quarters, they needed to choose a better location. Seemingly struck by a thought, Su Qingtai's pretty face flushed, and her eyes lit up. In the tranquil center, the only sounds were the intermittent clicks of guns being readied. Immersed in her fantasies, Su Qingtai couldn't help but yawn, stretching her arms. But the moment her hands were lifted high, it felt as if electricity coursed through her body. Su Qingtai suddenly froze, her lips trembling as she slowly looked up. Malice and murderous intent, endless and overwhelming, seeped down from the rooftop. And this aura? Was that woman from yesterday, Liang Shui? She has returned. How is that possible? She was clearly covered in wounds. How could she kill her way back so quickly? This was simply unreasonable. Su Qingtai swallowed. What to do? It seemed she had no intention of showing herself yet. Was she afraid of the people below having guns? No. At this thought, Su Qingtai's pretty face turned pale again, her eyes showing panic. Her ability allowed her to control men. The guns had already been fired. If these people were controlled, Su Qingtai bit her lip, immediately stood up, and walked downwards. Upon reaching the first floor, she suddenly looked up. The murderous intent above was moving along with her. It seemed the opponent was coming towards her. Stealing her mind, Su Qingtai walked in another direction, and the murderous intent followed suit. Having changed direction several times, the murderous intent continued to shadow her. At this moment, she could completely ascertain that the target of the opponent was indeed her. But how could she lock onto her position from across the rooftop? Su Qingtai scanned left and right, finally fixing her gaze on the vehicles outside the glass door. The car windows. Everyone in the room was wearing dark clothing, and only she stood out in pure white. The opponent had locked onto her through the reflection in the car windows, although that blurry image provided no information to ordinary people. This meant that although her senses were extremely sharp, she did not have any special insight ability. She needed to notify of the unusual situation in advance, at the very least, to get the guns back. Su Qingtai nervously bit her lips, searching for Suhu. The opponent might be around the corner, as she couldn't see him in the hall right now. Tell Mom. No, she would panic too easily. Even a slight noise could alert those above. It's better to find Dad. Su Qingtai took a step forward, but after just 5 steps, she stopped again. A thin layer of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her heart was in turmoil. This time, the murderous intent that had been following her did not move. Why had it stopped? Was it because she had been spotted when looking at the car window earlier? While pondering, Su Qingtai's gaze swept across the room. Some men appeared to be scratching themselves as if they had an itch. Although the movements were small, this scene, combined with the situation upstairs, was definitely not normal. No more delays. A solution must be found. None of the people here were her match. The opponent's ability had already started to take effect. Once the confrontation revealed itself, and the full force was unleashed, those below might quickly fall into despair regardless of whether they had guns or not. There was only one way, just one way, that was most secure. She would draw her away. Su Qingtai clenched her silver teeth, finally tightly closing her eyes twice, mustering her courage to approach the nearest male team member. Turning her back to the glass door, she crouched down and whispered, "Don't talk to me, give me your gun. I command you, give me your gun for inspection." The team member was confused, but Su Qingtai's words were impossible to refuse. He picked up the submachine gun hanging on his chest and handed it over. Su Qingtai nodded, taking the gun and slinging it across her chest, then walked towards the next person, now equipped with an extra shotgun. With both bow and gun ready, Su Qingtai clenched her fist. Biting down on her teeth, she walked towards the back door. The moment she pushed the door open, she dashed towards the nearby residential building. There was no need to look back. Her malicious perception was sufficient to detect the opponent's location. Her shooting skills were inadequate. If her bullets ran out, she would have to enter the building. In the building's environment, that woman surely wouldn't be more familiar than herself. She had the ability to use the terrain to counterattack. The opponent was injured, and an unknown fight might not necessarily lead to defeat. As expected, the opponent followed her closely. After running just a few dozen meters, a voice rang out from behind Su Qingtai. "You little slut, it would have taken some time to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to be so sensible and come out on your own. What a coincidence, I was just looking for you too." Su Qingtai finished speaking, turning as she raised her submachine gun, aiming at Liang Shui. "What?" Liang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. The gunfire erupted suddenly, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Gunfire roared unceasingly as Fu Qingtai gritted her teeth and swung her spear in wide, relentless arcs. Though her perception of murderous intent remained precise, the sheer intensity and overwhelming breadth of the opponent's malice rendered the sensation vast and unwieldy. Thus, direct visual observation proved most reliable. Time itself seemed suspended. Moonlight now poured with crystalline clarity, its brilliance magnified tenfold. By its silvery glow, she faintly discerned her adversary's figure darting wildly through the shadows. Yet even as her magazine neared exhaustion, the foe showed no sign of falling. At barely 20 or 30 meters distance, how could none of her rounds have struck true? This wasn't how it unfolded in the movies. Sweat beaded steadily on Fu Qingdai's brow as she retreated step by step into the building, all the while maintaining steady fire. The final round echoed hollowly, and from ahead, Liang Shui's furious voice erupted. "Brat, out of bullets now. Let's see how you block me." Fu Qingdai continued retreating, her right hand sliding instinctively toward her back. A chilling wave of killing intent surged forward. 15 meters, 10, 8, 6. At 5 meters, she whirled abruptly, drawing the sawed-off shotgun flung earlier across her back, and fired without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. In one breath, she adjusted her aim minutely and emptied every remaining round. The entire zone engulfed by the killing intent now saturated with steel pellets. From the darkness, Liang Shui let out a guttural, full-throated scream, then spat another furious curse. "Little whore, you're begging for death. Stinking woman, you dare challenge me. Must have eaten too much shit this morning." The last shell clattered to the ground. Without glancing back, Fu Qingdai hurled a final barb and sprinted into the building. Liang Shui was certainly wounded, if not dead, and the interior held the decisive advantage. In the corridor of floor 98 Longlin Tower. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Gao Tianfang gazed downward, eyes fixed upon Su Jin, a subtle, inscrutable smile playing at the corner of his lips. "I've hunted countless souls, but none stirred my interest. I hope you'll prove worthy of my full attention. Before I end you, speak your name." Su Jin smiled faintly. "This may well be the last name you ever hear. Remember it well, I am." His voice cut even as his hands swept backward, discarding the steel blade. He seized the small plastic sphere filled with lime powder tucked at his waist with one hand, while gripping the shotgun stock tightly with the other. In one fluid motion, he hurled the lime-filled bag straight at Gao Tianfang. Simultaneously, the shotgun snapped up, and the trigger was pulled. Bang! A dense storm of pellets erupted, shattering the lime cloud, and hurling both powder and shot toward his foe. The instant Su Jin moved, Gao Tianfang raised his arm to shield his face. Every pellet struck home, ripping through fabric, shredding his tactical gear. Yet Gao Tianfang himself did not flinch. He feared no bullet. Su Jin's fleeting triumph vanished in an instant. "Clever tricks hold no sway against me." Gao Tianfang kept his arm raised over his eyes, then tore open his black tactical vest with his free hand. With a sharp rip, his monstrous physiology was laid bare before Su Jin's gaze. His entire body had long since shed all semblance of humanity. Where skin should have been thick, overlapping bone armor now covered him completely. Even his joints, normally vulnerable hinges of motion, were seamlessly encased in segmented bony scales, granting him unhindered mobility. His eyes were the weakness. Conventional firearms lacked sufficient force, but perhaps silver-tipped rounds could pierce his defenses. Assessing rapidly, Su Jin raised his weapon once more, this time aiming unerringly for the head. Gao Tianfang still held his arm across his eyes, advancing steadily towards Su Jin. "You think my eyes are weak? I merely choose not to be injured. Show me what else you've got. Unleash your ability." Su Jin recoiled sharply, fury igniting in his chest. The enemy toyed with him, and yet truth be told, his ammunition was nearly spent. In that instant, he pivoted upward and fired repeatedly at the overhead chandeliers. Light after light died, plunging the corridor back into absolute darkness. His retreat accelerated. Gao Tianfang's ears twitched faintly, a sly grin curled his lips. "So, you possess a power akin to mine, but yours is governed by light. The slightest shift in illumination alters your physical prowess. Among all abilities I've witnessed, yours remains." With that, he lowered his arm, revealing a feral, grotesque grin. Then charged legs churning like pistons, his massive frame surging forward like a tank. His exaggerated gait and raw, crushing aura pressed down on Su Jin until he could scarcely draw breath. Desperately, Su Jin kicked off the wall, launching himself sideways into midair. Your power is utterly useless. Gao Tianfang leapt skyward, roaring with laughter as he delivered a thunderous fist. The blow struck Su Jin square in the chest. Boom. His body rocketed backward, slamming hard into the wall before collapsing to the floor, blood erupting from his mouth in a violent crimson arc. His shirt tore open across the chest, and the briefcase stitched securely to his front clattered to the ground. Gao Tianfang halted where he stood, ceasing his assault. A mocking smirk played across his lips as he tilted his head, waiting patiently for Su Jin to rise. Relying on environment to oppose me. How naive. You'd best have something more impressive to show, or you'll have wasted far too much of my time. Kneeling, Su Jin coughed up blood, his vision blurred and pupils unfocused. Too strong, far too strong. Had the briefcase not absorbed the brunt of that strike, he would already be dead. He possessed virtually no weakness. If every light were extinguished, Su Jin might yet survive, evading maneuvering, trading speed for survival. But if this battle continued as it had, death was inevitable. Gao Tianfang hadn't killed him yet, not for sport, but for study. His ability was the target. Staggering upright, Su Jin wiped blood from his lips with the back of his hand and laughed hollow and grim. Very well, no rush. I can entertain you all day. Gao Tianfang's eyes narrowed, his head tilting slightly. In that flash, Su Jin drew the silver pistol from his waist and fired twice, aiming squarely at Gao Tianfang's torso. Against such mastery of combat and such overwhelming physicality, direct confrontation was suicide. Gao Tianfang clearly guarded his head with fierce instinct. Targeting the head remained optimal, but accuracy was perilously uncertain. Only the torso offered the cleanest, most reliable shot. Bang! Bang! The first 2 rounds struck home, and Gao Tianfang's expression twisted in sudden shock. Bone armor shattered across his chest, splintered fragments flew outward. 2 gaping wounds opened, blood gushed forth violently. Recognizing genuine threat, Gao Tianfang instantly vanished, vanishing into the nearest room, pressing himself against the doorframe as he snarled, "What kind of gun is that? The kind that kills you. Come out." Emboldened, Su Jin roared, surging to his feet and bolting for the emergency stairwell, abandoning the briefcase entirely. He'd barely reached the stairwell when Chengdu appeared, flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. Chengdu cried out, elated, "Director, you've slain him." "Slain what? What the hell are you doing back here? Run now." Su Jin grabbed Chengdu's arm, yanking him downward in frantic haste. "Who told you to return? Where are the I escorted them to the car, then came straight back. You couldn't possibly handle Gao Tianfang alone. Without me." Their voices overlapped in urgent staccato as they descended. After one flight, echoing footsteps already reverberated down the corridor behind them. Su Jin whipped his head upward, then glanced down the stairwell. No, this narrow stairwell was a death trap. If Gao Tianfang closed, an escape would be impossible. Without hesitation, Su Jin wrenched Chengdu sideways into the service level. 97 floors. Every lamp remained unlit. In the suffocating darkness, Su Jin accelerated to his limit, dragging Chengdu through the labyrinthine corridors. His gaze swept the surroundings as he murmured lowly, "Gao Tianfang's entire body is encased in bony armor. Conventional firearms are useless against him. His strength far surpasses mine. His only apparent vulnerabilities, aside from his eyes, are his internal organs. We cannot outrun him. To survive, we must kill him. There is no other way." "How?" Su Jin halted abruptly, glanced up at the sign above the food storage room, and shoved Chengdu inside. "Dust explosion. We need airborne flour. Scatter as much as you possibly can into the air. I'll take position across the hall. When he enters, ignite the charge." "Director." Chengdu fell silent for a moment. "Is sacrificing me premature?" "Who said anything about sacrifice? Set everything up meticulously, then lure Gao Tianfang in from the doorway. Hide beside the frame and wait for your moment to strike the spark. He fears this gun. I'll force him inside immediately. If he dares step out, I'll put a bullet in his skull. If he stays in, we'll incinerate him where he stands." Su Jin raised the silver pistol. "Hurry. We still have time before he reaches central control to restore the lights. Just remember, no open flame inside the room." "Understood." Chengdu dashed inside to search for flour. Across the hall, Su Jin pressed himself against the wall, both hands gripping the pistol poised like a coiled spring. Clack, 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 clack. Within a minute, the entire 97th floor's central control was activated. The lights blazed on, flooding the corridor with sterile white glare. Chengdu, still inside, frantically shook the flour sack until the sudden illumination made him freeze mid-motion. His hand shot out, seizing the metal rack holding bowls and pans, and yanked hard. Pots and bowls crashed to the floor in a cacophony of ringing metal. In the hallway, Gao Tianfang methodically inspected each door. Hearing the commotion from within, he sneered coldly and charged forward. The thunderous rhythm of Gao Tianfang's sprint echoed sharply down the corridor. Su Jin's heart hammered against his throat. A sharp ride tore through the silence as carpet fibers shredded beneath his boots. He skidded to a halt between the 2 doors facing the food storage room. He squinted, stepping back twice to peer into the hazy, dust-laden gloom within. In that instant, Su Jin struck, darting forward, drawing his pistol, firing without hesitation. 3 rounds struck true, piercing Gao Tianfang's armored back directly over his heart. Bone-splintered flesh erupted. Instinctively, he lunged forward, then rolled sideways, a desperate evasion born of pure survival instinct. Ah! Chengdu, crouched just beside the doorframe, couldn't suppress a startled cry, then vaulted over Gao Tianfang's face and fled the room. Fire! Su Jin roared, eyes blazing. At his command, Chengdu, already clear of the doorway, spun and hurled a searing flame-charged hook punch straight into the chamber. His right arm whipped forward. The trailing ember streaked inward, slicing through the suspended cloud of flour. At the moment the flame's tip breached the dust layer, the air itself seemed compressed to its breaking point. An invisible fuse raced through the particulate haze, zigzagging, branching, igniting. Each floating grain pulsed with latent fury, awakened in an electric heartbeat, connected, kindled, alive. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation erupted from within the doorway. Blinding fire surged forth. Then a colossal white inferno exploded outward, warping the doorframe, hurling debris in every direction. Steel pots, forks, tattered flour sacks spun violently through the blaze. Razor-sharp shrapnel embedded itself deep into the walls. Tongues of fire licked the ceiling. Gao Tianfang's silhouette, engulfed in flame, flashed once at the epicenter, then vanished. The deafening blast reverberated endlessly. Su Jin and Chengdu clamped their hands over their ears, yet the shockwave still rippled down the corridor, scouring their skin raw. 10 seconds later, Su Jin snapped back to awareness and bolted, pistol drawn, into the smoke-choked room. Finish him. He must be finished. That blast might not have killed him, but it surely crippled his mobility. Thick smoke coiled through the chamber. Su Jin's eyes darted wildly, scanning for any sign of movement. Deep in the farthest corner, a hazy figure stirred upright from the ash-choked haze. 2 ragged coughs, blood flecked the air, then a voice, icy and precise, cut through the silence. You 2 failures. I should have ended you long ago, but it's not too late. Show off. Su Jin raised his pistol and fired at the shadow. With a metallic clang, Gao Tianfang wrenched free a stainless steel cabinet door and held it aloft as a shield. Both bullets slammed into the metal with dull, hollow thuds. Though his features remained indistinct, his movements were swift, decisive, brutally efficient. That alone confirmed his terrifying residual power. Not a show-off. Su Jin's breath hitched. He retreated toward the doorway, firing one last shot to stall Gao Tianfang's advance. Reaching the threshold, he seized Chengdu's arm and sprinted. Run, now. He's still alive. We're going back upstairs. Shouldn't we flee downward? Chengdu gasped. He still has strength to spare. We won't escape. Upstairs holds chemical reagents. Our only chance now is to poison him, or die trying. Either way, we end this together. Su Jin snarled. They scrambled upward without pause, bursting into the laboratory, overturning shelves, hunting desperately among glass vials and steel canisters. Behind them, Gao Tianfang ascended like a primordial beast, relentless, inevitable. No sooner had they emerged from the lab than Gao Tianfang, clad head-to-toe in obsidian armor, loomed before them less than 10 meters away. Without thought, Su Jin and Chengdu hurled every bottle and flask they held, straight at his face. The barrage was too dense to evade. Gao Tianfang threw up his arms, shattering over 20 containers in a single lunge. Unknown compounds drenched his armor, releasing acrid fumes and billowing white smoke, yet no visible harm followed. Su Jin fired again, halting Gao Tianfang's charge. One final shot remained, then the chamber would fall silent. 7 meters apart, Gao Tianfang ceased his advance, lowered his arms slowly, and fixed Su Jin with a glacial, unblinking stare. 9 rounds. From my knowledge of firearms, your pistol holds no more than 9 bullets. You are now disarmed. 9. This pistol doesn't fire bullets. You haven't realized that yet. Su Jin smiled faintly, lifting the silver weapon. Gao Tianfang froze mid-stride, doubt flickering across his face. True. This man spoke truth. The weapon was extraordinary, its impact devastating. His outer carapace had been pierced repeatedly, yet no foreign mass lodged within his flesh. Then what had it fired? No, this was deception. If he retained ammunition, why reveal it? Tricking me. Go ahead, fire all you have left. Gao Tianfang barked a cruel laugh and surged forward once more. Su Jin and Chengdu paled in unison. Su Jin whispered hoarsely, he's bleeding internally, he's wounded. Let's close in and finish him. Do it. Chengdu gritted his teeth, and they charged as one. Moments later, the 3 collided, fists, fury, and fate converging in brutal symmetry. Gao Tianfang kicked one aside, then pursued with a roar that shook the corridor like a predator triumphant. Worthless trash. So, you truly ran out of bullets. Too blind to grasp the chasm between our strengths, and still dared raise your hands against me. You 2 vermin haven't even a sliver of hope. 1 in 10,000. Go to hell. Su Jin twisted midair, drew a handful of lime from behind his back, and flung it straight into Gao Tianfang's eye. In the darkness, Fu Qingdai crouched silently inside a civilian dwelling, bow in hand. The interior of the building was nearly pitch black. Though neither could see the other, she sensed Liang Chui's approximate position, and Liang Chui in turn clung to her trail with faint, deliberate sounds. In the living room, Liang Chui kicked over furniture one after another, voice laced with menace. Little whore. You've run out of bullets, haven't you? I know you're here. I'm not in a hurry. Let's play this slowly. I'll see how long you can hide. In the bedroom, Fu Qingdai clenched her teeth, then slowly drew an arrow from behind her back and knocked it, drawing the bowstring taut. Halfway through the draw, a shout rose from downstairs. Liang Chui's laughter followed instantly. Little whore. The people downstairs are all searching for you. I understand now. You can sense my location. That's why you suddenly emerged, alone, to lure me here. Fine. Then I'll deny you that pleasure. Hide all you like. I'll slaughter everyone else first, then come for you. Liang Chui turned toward the living room door. Fu Qingdai instantly drew her bow to full tension, then kicked hard at the bed frame. Found you. The instant Liang Chui opened her mouth, Fu Qingdai loosed the arrow, aimed squarely at the doorway. The narrow frame ensured its impact. The shaft buried itself deep in Liang Chui's shoulder. Fu Qingdai sprang forward, launching a devastating kick straight at the epicenter of Liang Chui's murderous intent, a strike rivaling the force of a seasoned weightlifter. Caught utterly off guard, Liang Chui was hurled backward into the adjacent bedroom. Fu Qingdai, suppressing terror, pressed forward and swung her compound bow like a bludgeon. After several rapid swings, she gauged Liang Chui's exact position and posture, then lunged, seized the arrow still lodged in her shoulder, and twisted it viciously, while hammering Liang Chui's face with her other fist. Die! 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 Fu Qingdai screamed, unleashing waves of raw fear. Liang Chui's superior strength soon manifested. She thrashed violently, then hurled Fu Qingdai away with explosive force. Fu Qingdai's lower back and occiput slammed hard against the edge of a wardrobe. Agonizing pain shot through her, yet her hand flew instinctively to her firearm. Liang Chui cursed under her breath, advancing to deliver a killing blow. Then, click! Her body froze mid-stride, terror flickered across her face. She still has bullets. In the next heartbeat, a pistol grip crashed into her jaw with brutal precision. Fu Qingdai surged forward again, grabbed Liang Chui's hair, and yanked savagely, while her other fist continued its relentless assault on Liang Chui's face. When a thick clump of hair tore free, Fu Qingdai broke off the assault and retreated swiftly. Little whore, I'll tear you apart with my bare hands. Liang Chui shrieked in fury. She'd assumed this girl would be easy prey, yet had been mocked, evaded, and outmaneuvered time and again. Physically inferior in every way, Fu Qingdai possessed one terrifying advantage: the ability to locate her. That tipped the scales irrevocably. Go ahead and hide. I'll deal with you later. Liang Chui spat the threat, moving toward the exit while scanning for ambush. Shouts echoed up from downstairs. The entire activity center was in frantic pursuit of Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai had already withdrawn to the living room. Seeing Liang Chui truly depart, she summoned courage, her sweat-drenched hand diving into her inner pocket. Her body leaned sharply sideways as she thrust her head out and shouted, "Wretch! I thought seducing men required only beauty, but apparently some rely on superpowers instead. You one-eyed shite-eating monstrosity. You must have been rejected by every man in your past life. You damn!" A deafening roar filled Liang Chui's skull, her whole body trembled. Fu Qingdai's barb struck with surgical precision, each word a blade to the heart. "I'll kill you!" Liang Chui screamed, lunging blindly toward the source of the voice. The strike missed entirely. Fu Qingdai's arm snapped forward, instead smearing something thick, fragrant, and viscous across Liang Chui's entire face. "What is this? My eyes!" Liang Chui shrieked, limbs flailing wildly. As she thrashed, Fu Qingdai switched on her flashlight. She locked onto Liang Chui's silhouette and drove her enchanted fists into exposed skin. Each blow left a distinct chocolate imprint. Severe allergic reaction combined with total blindness sent Liang Chui spiraling into uncontrolled frenzy. Fu Qingdai gritted her teeth. Chocolate paste burned her own palms like molten fire, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet with a lethal adversary nearby, she dared not pause, striking again and again, cursing through gritted teeth to dull the pain. "Ugly hag. Slut. I'll make you regret your lewdness." Hair wild and voice shrill, Fu Qingdai heaved the sofa overhead and smashed it down, again and again, onto Liang Chui with desperate strength. "You dare seduce our brother, ahhh." The sofa collapsed Liang Chui's spine, driving her to the floor before shattering into splinters. As Fu Qingdai reached for the coffee table to continue her assault, Liang Chui regained her footing and executed a flawless evasion. Glass shattered explosively. Seeing her rise, Fu Qingdai recoiled in shock and fled. Liang Chui's remaining senses remained razor-sharp. She'd already adapted beyond initial blindness. This tactic would no longer work. If caught and pinned, Fu Qingdai would die. Only one path remained: Liang Chui was blind. So lure her to the rooftop and send her plummeting to her death. The battle raged on within Longlin Tower. Gao Tianfeng advanced relentlessly. Su Jin and Cheng Du retreated while fighting, using rooms and furnishings to buy precious seconds. They had traversed nearly the entire ushaped corridor. Still, several brief clashes left both men grievously wounded. Su Jin's 3 fingers were fractured, Cheng Du's ribs were broken. Countless other injuries, internal and external, covered their bodies. What else can you two wretches do but stall? Gao Tianfeng's eyes burned crimson. He was seething, worn thin by their stubborn resistance. The dim environment favored speed and unpredictable flame-based movement. These two had seemed ordinary, yet somehow endured far beyond expectation. He'd grown bored. He'd had enough. As Gao Tianfeng closed in once more, Su Jin snatched several large reagent bottles from nearby and hurled them forward. They collided midair, formaldehyde and alcohol igniting into thick, acrid smoke. Seizing the moment, Su Jin dragged the gravely weakened Chengdu into a nursing room, slammed and bolted the door, then piled heavy objects against it. Kneeling beside Chengdu, Su Jin urged fiercely, "How are you holding up? Can you run? Just hold on. We'll make it to dawn. Dawn is coming. We can still win." Chengdu spat blood, his gaze dull as he looked at Su Jin. "Director, we won't win. We can't fight anymore. Run now. Don't give up. Listen to me." Chengdu gripped Su Jin's hand tightly, his chest heaving. "Director, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. I always believed this world held no hope. My family, my friends, all gone. I knew I'd die soon too. Until I met you. Even amid chaos, you never abandoned hope. You gave it to others. Everyone said I was ill. Only you told me I wasn't." Chengdu paused, gasping for breath, then forced himself onward. "Director, I deeply admire you. I began to care for you. And gradually, I realized I would truly die for you. I'm terrified even now. In this world, no one matters more to me than you. Not even myself. Why say this now?" Su Jin broke into cold sweat, eyes darting toward the door. With a thunderous crash, it buckled inward. The barricade exploded outward. Blood trickled from Chengdu's lips as he offered a faint smile. "I know this isn't the time. But if I don't say it now, I may never get the chance. Leave the rest to me. Go now." The door was finally kicked open by Gao Tianfeng. The heavy objects piled at the entrance were sent flying across the room. His wrist violently scraped past the twisted edge of the bed frame, exposing raw flesh. A spray of blood shot straight towards Gao Tianfeng's face. Blinded by blood, Gao Tianfeng's vision was momentarily obscured. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jin quickly jumped back, his legs propelling him forward. With a low grunt, he launched himself sideways, raising both legs to kick at Gao Tianfeng's face once more. Again, he successfully made contact. Yet such an attack was futile against Gao Tianfeng's formidable physique. He merely took 2 steps back before quickly stabilizing his stance. Just as Su Jin intended to grab the bedsheet to blind his opponent and buy time to escape, he was interrupted. "Director, run." Chengdu, who had been sitting limply on the floor, suddenly moved, letting out a cry of pain as he extended his arms and lunged at Gao Tianfeng. "Chengdu, no." Su Jin's expression of panic froze on his face. The words he intended to say caught in his place. Gao Tianfeng let out a scream of agony. Chengdu had intended to tackle him completely, but his strength was severely lacking, crashing headfirst into Gao Tianfeng. With no other choice, he opened his mouth wide and bit down on Gao Tianfeng's abdomen. Chengdu's eyes were fiercely wild, resembling a rabid dog as he thrashed his head and tore at him. Taking advantage of Gao Tianfeng's moment of confusion, Su Jin swiftly reached down, seized his legs, and flipped him onto the ground. Then, as if returning to a previous moment, he kicked off the door frame, both sliding back into the corridor. On the ground, one lay down while the other knelt. Chengdu let out another low growl from his throat, gripping Gao Tianfeng tightly while locking his arms around his knees. With a sudden burst, a thick column of fire erupted beneath them, propelling Gao Tianfeng swiftly down the corridor toward the elevator shaft. Su Jin rushed toward the corridor with an extremely complicated expression. Chengdu's sacrifice was undeniably touching, but when this maneuver, reminiscent of Cheng Yejin's cart push, was executed, it truly left Su Jin feeling somewhat mentally disoriented. "Chengdu, stop!" Su Jin shouted as he chased after Chengdu, who was sliding on his knees while pushing the cart. However, Chengdu seemed to have made up his mind, using every ounce of strength without holding back. In his current weakened state, Su Jin simply couldn't catch up. He ultimately watched as Chengdu and Gao Tianfeng's figures grew increasingly distant, before crashing through the elevator door, plunging directly into the shaft. Though it was a dedicated elevator after the disaster struck, it seemed someone had used it to escape. The elevator shaft was engulfed in deep darkness. A flash of fire flickered in Su Jin's eyes as it fell below. "Cheng!" A deep sorrow surfaced on Su Jin's face. But in the next moment, a scream echoed from the elevator shaft. Chengdu, spewing blood, flew out and crashed heavily to the ground. Su Jin was startled and quickly rushed forward to assist. He lifted Chengdu to check on him. The latter's eyes were half closed and his chest was severely caved and gasping for breath. "Chengdu, hang in there. This is a hospital. Wait for me." Chengdu was on the brink of death, allowing Su Jin to carry him into a messy hospital room. Just as Su Jin placed Chengdu on the bed, he felt utterly helpless. What to do? What medicine could treat this condition? Adrenaline. Is there any here? Is there anything else that can be used? Just as he was frantically thinking, Chengdu trembled and raised his hand, coughing blood as he said, "Director. He's hanging in the elevator shaft. Not dead yet. Just go. I have no hope. There's a chance. Let's be brothers in the next life." "Shut up. It's not your place to tell me what to do." Su Jin scolded as he pulled something out of his pocket. Looking at the emergency syringe in his hand, his expression was hard to describe. This thing was provided by the company, and he always kept it on him. But it felt utterly ridiculous, as if someone were mocking him. A normal person would never choose to use something like this. Now, with no other options, he had to gamble on a dead horse, as if it were alive. Su Jin steeled himself and began to turn Chengdu. As he flipped him, Chengdu cried out in pain, "Director, what are you doing?" Su Jin gasped heavily, glancing back. In the distance, there were noises approaching. In the elevator shaft, Gao Tianfang was looking up, aggressively leaping vertically within the shaft. The surrounding wall coverings and various metal parts continuously fell under his violent stomping, crashing to the bottom with a loud echo. "There's no time. Chengdu, don't speak." Chengdu was completely flipped over. He suddenly coughed violently, letting out a scream. "Director, I know you value friendship. I'm very touched, but now is not the time. No, now is the Su Jin held the emergency syringe and examined it. Chengdu began to struggle, weakly, panic etched across his face. "Hurry and go. What are you doing?" No. It's not like this. Gao Tianfang is coming. I can't worry about Gao Tianfang right now. I have to save your life." Su Jin's hand trembled slightly as he closed his eyes and injected the emergency syringe. The process was both simple and arduous, and it was evident that Chengdu was not lying. Just at that moment, Gao Tianfang, filled with rage, stormed into the hospital room. Su Jin made one last push, suddenly turning around, and the two locked eyes. Both fell into a state of daze. Cough. It's burning me. What is this?" Chengdu cried out in pain. "You two perverts still have the mood." "What gall?" Gao Tianfang's facial muscles twitched as he kicked towards Chengdu on the bed. He thought these two useless people were annoying enough, and even as they were about to die, they engaged in such disgusting acts. He really should have killed them sooner. Every extra word felt like an insult to himself, especially the pervert lying on the bed. Just before his attack, Su Jin had already anticipated. Quickly bending down, he yanked the bed aside, sweeping Gao Tianfang's legs with a kick. The sweep was ineffective as Gao Tianfang stood his ground, turning to strike Su Jin. Su Jin rolled and tumbled, dragging the bed to continue dodging into the room. Just as Gao Tianfang prepared to pursue, Chengdu on the bed suddenly turned over and sat up. The previously caved-in chest had now returned to normal. Gao Tianfang stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with confusion. Hot. Chengdu fanned his hands, gasping as a large amount of white smoke began to emit from his mouth. Finally, he jumped off the bed and roared upwards. A thick flame erupted from his mouth, reaching the ceiling and spreading into a fiery cloud. The transformation was not yet over as the fierce flames spilled from his mouth and spread downwards. Su Jin looked up in shock from beneath the bed at the scene unfolding before him. Ultimately, Chengdu was engulfed in flames, having completely transformed into a being of fire, like a fiery deity descending upon the world. The temperature in the entire ward surged dramatically, heating the air to a scorching intensity. Stunned by Chengdu's astonishing transformation, Gao Tianfang froze rigidly in place. What is that? What force could possibly trigger such an instantaneous radical metamorphosis? His abilities had surged across the board, the power radiating from him now rivaled, perhaps even surpassed, his own. The iron bed rail beside Su Jin glowed cherry red and blisteringly hot. Fabric at the corner of the mattress began to smolder and ignite. Panicked, Su Jin scrambled out and stumbled backward. "Chengdu, how are you?" I feel incredible. Boundless strength surging through me, still rising." "Director, what did you just administer?" Chengdu locked eyes with Gao Tianfang, clenching his right fist. "Don't bother, just take him down." He raised both fists and hammered them into his chest like twin iron mallets. A torrent of searing flame erupted from his chest. Gao Tianfang recoiled half a step, a faint right twist tugging at his lips. "Fascinating. Let's see just how formidable you've become." "You're dead." Chengdu lunged forward, swinging a blazing fist. Flame roaring from his elbows, propelling the strike with explosive force. Blindingly fast, the punch struck Gao Tianfang square in the abdomen before he could react. A sickening crack, his chest-plated armor splintered. Then he was hurled backward, crashing deep into the corridor. "Yes!" Chengdu roared like a triumphant ape, jets of fire igniting beneath his feet as he launched himself after him. What the hell? Su Jin sat dazed and slumped alone in the ward. Was this the true power of the company's device? Had the manual deliberately understated its capabilities? This was utterly overwhelming. Evolution into an invincible war god. Had he known its potency, he'd have used it himself. Instead, he'd spent the whole night enduring brutal beatings for nothing. Regaining his composure, Su Jin dashed into the corridor to assess the situation. Deafening impacts echoed relentlessly. Two shadowy figures, one wreathed in black, the other in crimson, clashed violently, blurring together in furious combat. Chengdu's berserk assault pinned Gao Tianfang down, hammering him repeatedly against the walls. Within less than a minute, his full body armored plating had been utterly shattered. Yet he was not entirely defenseless. As a former elite soldier, and long before infection, the wealth of battle-hardened experience remained intact, and now amplified across every dimension by his awakened abilities. Many of Chengdu's strikes missed, wildly gouging crater after crater into the concrete walls. Gao Tianfang countered, persistently driving Chengdu back again and again, even adapting steadily to this terrifying new rhythm of combat. But the searing flames engulfing Chengdu inflicted grievous damage. Each impact sent thick, acrid black smoke billowing from Gao Tianfang's fists. Agony contorted his face into a grotesque mask. Incredible. Conserve it for God's sake. Su Jin watched, heart pounding, whispering frantically under his breath. Crash, crash, crash. Chengdu and Gao Tianfang fought their way down the corridor, midway to the far and then back again. Su Jin's eyes widened. He ducked instantly back into the room. Chengdu and Gao Tianfang surged in after him, unleashing brutal close-quarters combat within the confined space. The thunderous impacts of fists, feet, and bodies slamming into walls reverberated deafeningly. Especially Chengdu, every collision ignited a violent outward burst of molten flame. Su Jin snatched up a metal tray, held it over his face, and huddled trembling in the corner, feigning invisibility. This battle had long since transcended his capacity to intervene. Even offering aid was impossible. Either combatant could obliterate him with a stray blow. Worthless. Pathetic. Gao Tianfang, you call that skill? How profoundly disappointing. Chengdu taunted, launching wave after wave of volcanic fury. Where's that arrogance you flaunted earlier? Gao Tianfang leaned against the wall, dodging frantically, concrete shattering left and right. He evaded physical strikes, yes, but countless attribute-based assaults pierced his defenses unimpeded. His face was now grotesquely warped and charred, his eyes burned out, sightless. He resembled a demon risen from the abyss. Strike back? Do you only know how to block? Chengdu baited relentlessly, seeking to lure Gao Tianfang out of his defensive stance. A blazing hook punched toward his abdomen, and finally, after enduring relentless pressure, Gao Tianfang moved. Relying solely on wind sense and acute hearing, he twisted his torso to evade the blow. Then, abandoning all defense, he spun sharply and locked his arms around Chengdu's back in a crushing clinch. Driving a devastating kick into Chengdu's knee joint, he dropped him to one knee. Chengdu vomited a gout of incandescent flame, the recoil hurling Gao Tianfang violently into the crumbling, pockmarked wall. Gao Tianfang spat a mouthful of blood, but didn't pause. He absorbed Chengdu's blows directly into his ravaged face, one arm locked in a naked choke, the other reaching low beneath. A chill seized Chengdu's heart. Then a deeper, hollow dread opened within his chest. Yet his assault never slackened. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated his punches further. Gao Tianfang uttered no sound, his face a melted ruin, unrecognizable as human. In his hand, he gripped the emergency medical device, torn from Chengdu's body, and began administering it to himself. Off. HRRGH. A ragged, guttural cry tore from Gao Tianfang's throat, his choking grip instinctively loosening. Seizing the opening, Chengdu broke free, whirling to glance behind, then recoiling in horror. Director. He ripped out my interface and replaced it with his own. What a... Su Jin dropped the tray and shrieked, kill him now? Strike his weakness. If ordinary humans could use this device, then infected mutants wielding it would spell catastrophe. At Su Jin's cry, Chengdu shifted his fist into a razor-edged palm strike, slashing toward Gao Tianfang's throat. It landed cleanly. Gao Tianfang staggered, coughing hoarsely, and Chengdu's surrounding flames visibly dimmed. A second strike followed instantly and connected. Yet Gao Tianfang swayed far less than before. Su Jin stood frozen, drenched in icy sweat, as if plunged into the deepest circle of hell. Chengdu, standing close, might not perceive the details clearly, but from Su Jin's vantage point, it was unmistakable. Gao Tianfang's bone armor was regenerating fully, and the drug's effect was already taking hold within him. If he recovered completely, survival would be impossible. Desperate, Su Jin yanked aside the curtain behind him and looked up. The sky had lightened to pale gray, golden light shimmered faintly on distant glass. Dawn had broken. Chengdu, go. Leave him. Su Jin sprang up, seized Chengdu's arm, and sprinted for the... Gao Tianfang's body continued rapid regeneration, charred skin peeling away to reveal fresh, resilient flesh beneath. Seeing them flee, he bared his teeth in a savage, predatory grin and gave chase. Not so fast. They raced down the stairwell, Chengdu gasping. Director, such a perfect chance just now. Where do we run now? No questions. You can't kill him. Follow my lead. When I move, strike his lower body. Immediately. Understood. They burst into the room. Su Jin lunged forward, yanked down the curtain, and shrugged off his outer coat, just as a ferocious silhouette filled the doorway. Gao Tianfang's features had fully restored, his entire frame now sheathed in gleaming, evolving metallic. Chengdu lunged forward with a fist to block, but Gao Tianfang casually flicked his arm and sent him flying. Ugh! Chengdu crashed into the wall, spitting blood, and instantly collapsing into weakness. Gao Tianfang did not press the attack immediately. Instead, a faint smile curled upon his lips. I assumed you two vermin would only flee, but you've actually managed to surprise me. Tell me what that thing is, and where you got it, and I'll grant you a swift death. Shameless wretch, picking up secondhand gansai like trash and wielding it without shame. Su Jin licked his lips, his body inching steadily toward the window. Roar, you're stalling. The Illumination Society alters your power. The sun has risen, your strength should now peak. So be it, Gao Tianfang said coldly. Even at your strongest you won't surpass my prior self. Do you truly believe you still stand a chance? I'll make you wish for death, yet deny you even that. Is that so? But I doubt you'd want to know where it came from. Su Jin's icy gaze slid past Gao Tianfang's shoulder, fixing upon the far side. Chengdu lay slumped on the floor, squinting weakly, his vision blurred as he stared at Su Jin. The blazing sun rose steadily, its radiant beams spilling across the world. At that moment, Su Jin slowly stretched out both arms. Rippling musculature surged across his back like the looming shadow of a feral beast rising beneath his skin. A surging tide of blood rage flooded his skull, overwhelming power roared through his veins. What is that thing? Where can it be obtained? Speak, now, Gao Tianfang demanded. Su Jin erupted into manic laughter. Today I'll let you die knowing the truth. You won't last a single second. Chengdu struck first, sweeping low at Gao Tianfang's legs. Hearing the command, Gao Tianfang instinctively lifted his foot to counter Chengdu. But Su Jin dropped low and charged, slamming headlong into Gao Tianfang and sending him hurtling airborne. The two burst from the room, sprinted down the corridor, and slammed into another chamber. A windowless room starved of sunlight, yet his amplified power had not yet faded. Su Jin clenched his jaw, twisted midair, and kicked off the wall again, his peripheral vision flashing with desperate hope as he locked onto the target ahead. The MRI machine hummed low and deep. Dare you wield such power against me? URK? Gao Tianfang's sentence shattered as Su Jin seized him and hurled them both headlong into the machine. A searing, bone-shattering agony detonated deep within Gao Tianfang's sacrum, as if steel hooks had torn open his entire pelvic cavity. Under 10,000-fold magnetic amplification, the suppository was violently yanked inward. They crashed hard inside the machine's chamber. The suppository's bizarre, resilient casing preserved, and even magnified, its destructive force. Carrying extreme thermal energy, it pierced the sacrum instantly, twisting muscle and writhing flesh drove shattered bone fragments, like grinding wheels, into both sciatic nerves. Gao Tianfang unleashed a scream unlike any before, eyes rolling white, consciousness gone, massive hemorrhaging from the groin, and involuntary urinary release. Su Jin drove brutal knee strikes, splattering viscera and pulp tissue outward through the chamber hatch. The pain reflexively locked Gao Tianfang's arms around Su Jin's waist, snapping several ribs instantly. Su Jin thrust both hands deep into Gao Tianfang's eye sockets and twisted savagely. Blood seeped from his lips. He paid it no mind. Pain only sharpened his killing intent. Can you withstand my Gansai electromagnetic cannon? Ping. Wong. On the rooftop, Fu Qingdai shoved the door open in haste. Liang Chui chased close behind, but blindfolded, her speed had dwindled drastically. The instant she reached the rooftop, Fu Qingdai rushed to the edge and peered down. Fu, who stood rooted in place, face taut with anxiety, his squad members scattered in small groups, widely spaced, and noticeably fewer than before. A flicker of relief crossed Fu Qingdai's face. Her father was still downstairs. She guessed he'd already deduced something. The missing personnel were likely searching for her, and some had probably entered the building to conduct a sweep. From shell casings left by gunfire, they could roughly pinpoint her unit. After scanning the scene twice, Fu Qingdai reached back toward her shoulder. Downstairs, Fu, who gasped raggedly, heart burning with dread. His daughter had vanished, her condition unknown. Yet post hoc analysis pointed clearly to one conclusion: an enemy assault. Qingdai isn't reckless. She wouldn't flee alone unless to draw something away. Who demands she face them solo? Only one person. The female infected from daytime. The one whose allure ensnared men. Could dismantle the entire center single-handedly. Female operatives were useless against her. Male operatives were instantly incapacitated. He couldn't abandon his post, not while responsible for perimeter defense. All he could do was dispatch a handful of reliable operatives into the building to search. But their chances of success were slim. Zhang Wan stood hollow-eyed beside Fu, who he felt a crushing ache in his gut. Yet he longed to rush in. Still, he couldn't leave this crowd unprotected. Just as indecision gripped him, a single arrow plummeted from the rooftop. Fu, who snapped his gaze upward, and saw her silhouette. Light blazed anew in his eyes. Qing. Everyone hold your breath. Seeing Fu Qingdai raise a finger to her lips, Fu, who instantly raised his hand and silenced his team. Fu Qingdai signaled twice, swift, precise gestures, then vanished from sight. The rooftop door swung open again. Liang Chui staggered in, wild-haired and unhinged. A chilling laugh oozed from her lips. Little slut, run. Let's see where you flee this time. Fu Qingdai retreated steadily, her right hand sliding once more toward her back. Liang Chui mirrored her movement. Don't think I don't know your game. You plan to blind me, then shove me off the roof to shatter on impact. Naive. My senses are sharper than yours. Even blind, I move unerringly. Soon I'll snap your limbs one by one, then flay you alive. So you watch me devour your entrails bite by bloody bite. The arrow scraped softly from its quiver as Fu Qingdai's voice cut clear and cold. At this range, one shot is all I need to end you. An arrow? Hey, go ahead, try to land it. Liang Chui grinned savagely, raising a hand, as if gripping thin air. Last time you struck me, that was pure luck. Fail this time, and you die. Fu Qingdai advanced rapidly, Liang Chui recoiled, ears straining, every sense coiled tight. Shoot. What? Afraid now? Watching Liang Chui step to the rooftop's edge, Fu Qingdai lowered her bow slowly. You're already dead. Fool. What a... Fire. A volley of rapid gunfire erupted from below. Liang Chui's body erupted in crimson blossoms. She toppled backward, plummeting, then crashing hard onto the pavement below, her expression frozen in vacant shock. Fu Qingdai stepped forward, standing at the rooftop's rim, gazing down. Liang Chui was utterly lifeless. No breath, no pulse, no lingering spark. Below, the crowd looked up in awe. The sun bathed Fu Qingdai in a halo of gold, radiant and sacred beyond words. Is this really our daughter? Fu Hu gently took Zhang Wan's arm, a quiet smile lifting his lips. Above, Fu Qingdai exhaled deeply, then tilted her face skyward. No triumph stirred within her, only a profound, tangled weight. Then, her gaze caught a strange golden cloud gathering and drifting at the horizon. Only then did she break free of her reverie, brushing stray strands from her temples, looking down at the upturned, open-mouthed faces below and drawing a slow, steady breath. Dawn has broken. Prepare to move out. Inside the MRI scan room, the floor was soaked in blood, and the machine emitted a continuous beeping sound. Chengdu limped in awkwardly, and upon seeing the chaos with Su Jin and Gao Tianfang both lying in the machine, panic surged within him as he rushed to the side. A cascade of blood flowed from beneath Gao Tianfang, with droplets continuously seeping out. After enduring Su Jin's frenzied knee strikes, his insides were forced out, hanging near the exit. The room was filled with a nauseating stench. Director, how are you? Chengdu trembled as he stepped forward and forcefully pulled Su Jin from Gao Tianfang's embrace. Seeing Su Jin's eyes tightly closed, blood pouring from his mouth, Chengdu's heart sank deeper. Director, hold on. In a flurry, Chengdu scooped Su Jin up and stumbled quickly toward the adjacent room. Sunlight. There was sunlight. As long as he was in the sunlight, the director would surely recover. Soon Su Jin was positioned near the window, and Chengdu leaned down to listen to his heartbeat. Seconds passed in silence. Chengdu opened his mouth, looking around in confusion. Quickly regaining his senses, he extended both hands to press against Su Jin's heart, calling out urgently, Director, you can't die. So many people depend on you. If you die, how will everyone survive? You can't be so selfish. Director. Director. Chengdu pressed down, shouting and bursting into tears. Director, you can't pass away like this. Director. Huh. The unconscious Su Jin gasped sharply, suddenly sitting up with wide eyes before collapsing weakly back to the ground. Director. Chengdu was instantly electrified, overwhelmed with joy. Get away. Su Jin weakly waved his hand, looking at Chengdu. What do you mean? Where can I go? You're blocking the light. Realizing this, Chengdu quickly stepped aside to let the sunlight in, a tear escaping as he asked, how is your injury now? I've broken several ribs and can't recover right away, but I won't die and can still move. Once I catch my breath, we need to drive back immediately. The convoy should be waiting for us. Don't keep them waiting too long. Su Jin panted. Director, you scared me to death. Just now, your heartbeat stopped. I never thought the phrase to pass away would apply to me in my lifetime. Su Jin's gaze became vacant. If you ever say such disgusting things to me again, don't blame me for being rude. I wasn't a zero before, but I gave you everything on the first time. What do you want me to do? Shut up. Find my bag and gun back. After a brief rest to recover, the two supported each other down the stairs. Su Jin had multiple rib fractures. Chengdu was not in much better shape, with plenty of broken bones as well. Moreover, before Gao Tianfang was knocked down, his heavy legs had still brushed against Chengdu, causing severe injury to his ankle. On the 100-story staircase, each step was painful, as if they were walking in torture devices. Finally, after a difficult descent to the ground floor, they felt a sigh of relief, as if reborn. Stay alert, there may be zombies wandering nearby. I have a gun, you provide cover from behind. Su Jin held the gun and moved forward, scanning left and right. Fortunately, the situation was much better than anticipated. There were indeed 2 or 3 wandering zombies by the roadside. However, they were at a considerable distance and had not noticed the two. Staggering over, they found a nearby car, and Su Jin began to attempt to start it. The engine successfully roared to life. Nice. The rest should go smoothly. Good things take time. Su Jin smiled as he turned towards the steering wheel. Chengdu also broke into a grin. Soon the vehicle started and drove along the road towards the talent community. Outside the talent community, the convoy was already lined up. Fu Hu and several team veterans stood at the tail of the line, constantly peering into the distance. Fu Qingdai remained silent, deeply anxious. Waita kept checking his watch. It's this late, they should be back by. They won't run into any trouble, right? No, definitely not, Sunya reassured. Xiao Li's abilities are unquestionable, and with Chengdu helping him in a Tunon, it should be fine. But they might have trouble finding a car. Many vehicles on the street won't start, so it's normal if they take a bit longer. Don't worry. Right. Oh, they're coming. Fu Hu suddenly shouted loudly, causing everyone to immediately look towards the distance. Upon seeing a car speeding towards them, joy filled their faces. Look, they're all waiting here, Su Jin said with a smile while driving. Today is a good day. The clouds are especially beautiful, glowing golden. Where? There's no golden glow. Chengdu leaned out of the car, puzzled, and looked up at the sky. Right ahead, that big cloud is glowing golden. Hiss, that cloud looks strange upon closer inspection. Oh, why is it different from the others? Su Jin's curiosity piqued as he began to scrutinize the clouds above. Just from that one glance, Su Jin's mouth dropped open in shock. The golden clouds parted in the sky, and a golden line shot straight down from the horizon, vaguely connecting to Fu Qingda's head, but in an instant it dissipated along with the clouds. Task completed. Proceed to the designated location for evacuation. A prompt from the company appeared inexplicably, and an obstacle emerged ahead, causing Su Jin to slam the steering wheel in shock. The tires emitted a painful screech, leaving a long tire mark on the ground. Finally, it crashed into a utility pole, sending up a cloud of white smoke. Director, how could you drive like this? It hurts so much, Chengdu cried out in pain. Su Jin, panting heavily, lifted his head to look ahead. The task completion prompt had faded away, replaced by a string of numbers. 00459, 0458. Su Jin urgently glanced left, seeing Fu Qingdai and the others running towards them, their faces filled with anxiety. Looking to the right, a red dot was flashing at a nearby street corner. Su Jin's expression froze, his heart in turmoil. How many times had he woken up from dreams fantasizing about completing the task and returning home? But now that this dreamlike scenario had become reality, he felt nothing but panic and confusion, devoid of even a shred of joy. How could this be? Why did it happen so suddenly? He was completely unprepared. Su Jin's breathing grew increasingly rapid, and finally he slammed the steering wheel in anger, shouting, "You can't do this. I help you with your tasks, and you can't treat me this way. You don't say a word and make me do this and that." Su Jin's voice caught, and he weakly rested his head on the steering wheel. "Just give me a little more time. Please just give me a bit more time at least. Let me say a few words to them. 100005959005958. Thank you." Su Jin stammered his thanks, lifting his head. "Director, did you hit your head? Are you okay?" Chengdu asked with concern. "They're coming and we should check after we get out of the car." "All right, let's get out of the car." The two stepped out of the car and closed the doors. Fu Qingdai led the way, already sprinting 20 meters ahead of them. Seeing Su Jin and Chengdu alight safely, a radiant smile lit Fu Qingdai's face as she quickened her pace and dashed straight into Su Jin's arms. Su Jin let out a soft grunt and instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Chengdu silently turned and walked toward the others. "Brother, are you all right? Were you injured?" Realizing her impulsiveness, Fu Qingdai loosened her embrace and lifted her gaze to Su Jin's face. His eyes glistened faintly with unshed tears as he offered a gentle, reassuring smile and shook his head. "Just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about." Fu Qingdai exhaled in quiet relief, then hurriedly added, "Brother, that woman came back while you were gone, but I killed her." "Oh, really?" Su Jin's expression shifted instantly to astonishment. He raised a hand to gently stroke the top of Fu Qingdai's head, his voice thick with profound pride. "Remarkable. Absolutely brilliant. It seems you no longer need my help." Fu Qingdai beamed with quiet joy. "For such an outstanding deed, brother has a gift for you." Su Jin pulled out his phone, made a few swift adjustments, and removed the SIM card. He placed it firmly into Fu Qingdai's palm. "It's hardly anything extraordinary, but it's the most valuable thing I own." Taking her hand in his, he activated the front-facing camera, mustered a faint, strained smile, and snapped a portrait of them together. Fu Qingdai's smiling face-covered expression froze on the screen. Behind her, Chengdu and the others chatted animatedly, their voices buoyant with relief and delight. "Brother." Her brows knitted softly, a sudden premonition tightening her chest. Clutching the phone with delicate care, she whispered, "This must be important, yet I don't even know how to use it. Why give it to me like this out of nowhere?" Before Su Jin could reply, Sunya approached with the others, his bearing light and refreshed. "Oh, everyone's back. Then let's not linger here. We can talk inside the vehicle. You and Chengdu both sustained bone injuries, didn't you? Let me examine and bandage you properly." Su Jin lifted his gaze, meeting Sun Ya's directly. "I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you any further along this road." Expressions across the group froze. Shock, disbelief, sorrow, all suspended in silence. Sun Ya's brow furrowed deeply. "Shaoli, what do you mean by that? I must go now. I must return home. Someone has come to fetch me." Su Jin's face stiffened. A collective gasp rippled through the group. "Brother." Fu Qingdai jerked her head up, disbelief flooding her voice. "You're joking. You told me you couldn't leave." "I'm sorry, I lied to you." Under their weighty gazes, Su Jin spoke with visible difficulty. "Even my name is false. My real name is Su Jin." "Director, are you?" Chengdu rushed forward, only to be halted by Sun Ya's solemn, restraining gesture. Sun Ya turned back to Su Jin. "Shaoli, I still prefer calling you that. May I tell the others what's happened?" Su Jin gave a slow, quiet nod. Sun Ya sighed deeply and gently ushered the others a short distance away. "Don't go. I don't want a brother anymore. I'll give it all back." Fu Qingdai burst into sobs, thrusting the phone frantically towards Su Jin's hands. "Qingdai, please, don't do this." Su Jin instinctively drew his hands back, only to be seized again in a desperate, unyielding embrace. "Oh, why do you always cry? A leader who weeps constantly will never command respect." He tried several times to gently disengage, yet remained held fast in her grasp. With a helpless sigh, he murmured, "This is the last time. You promised me once when I'm gone you'd stop crying." From now on, whether I'm here or not, you must carry the burden alone. Without you, no one else can hold this group together. Her fingers clenched, white-knuckled, in the fabric of Su Jin's shirt trembled as she lifted her tear-streaked face. I don't want to be a savior, brother. Without you, I won't endure. Please, don't leave. I'm sorry. I have family waiting for me too. At those words, every plea lodged in Fu Qingdai's throat, silenced. Tears fell unchecked, streaming down her cheeks. They stood locked in silence, holding each other tightly. Nearby, the others, having just heard Sun Ya's explanation, watched wordlessly, their eyes heavy with sorrow. From the distant convoy, figures disembarked one by one, craning their necks upward, uncertain of what unfolded before them. After a long pause, Fu Qingdai sniffled softly and whispered, "Brother, do you love me? Haven't I told you already? I'm opium. You need to quit me early." "What if I can't quit?" Su Jin had no answer. When no reply came, Fu Qingdai ceased pressing, and instead murmured quietly, "Brother, will tomorrow be better?" I don't know, Qingdai. I won't lie to you. Then, will we ever see each other again? I don't know. Fu Qingdai squeezed her eyes shut, pulling him tighter around the waist. Su Jin's face paled. His voice dropped low and tender. "Qingdai, the one who's come for me is waiting. I have little time left. After I speak with the others, you must stop crying. You'll command the convoy to depart immediately. Can you do that?" Fu Qingdai buried her face against Su Jin's chest, her tears soaking into his shirt. Moments later, she gently pushed him back and stepped aside, standing quietly to his right. Huohuo and his wife stepped forward, gazing at Su Jin. "Director, you're truly an extraterrestrial." Su Jin smiled faintly and nodded. Huohuo managed a weak smile, his eyes redrimmed. None of that matters now. Will we meet again? I don't know, perhaps. Director, thank you for saving our family of 3. Zhang Wan stepped forward, tears glistening. Su Jin shook his head. "No thanks are needed. Without you, I wouldn't have survived this far. From now on, please look after Qingdai. She still lacks experience in personnel matters." Huohuo, a man nearing 50, finally let the tears fall from his tiger-like eyes. "Director, take care. Director." Chengdu hurried forward, mouth opening, then faltering into silence. "Say what you need to say quickly. I'm running out of time." Chengdu twisted his lips into a wry, tear-blurred smile. "I've already said everything I needed to say. Truth is, there's nothing more I wish to add. So why did you suddenly become an alien? Is this real, or are those 2 old fools lying to me?" "It's real. I am an extraterrestrial. Do your kind have homosexuality?" Chengdu pressed voice tight. Su Jin's expression turned awkward. "Yes. We even named a major base after you." "Director, don't tease me. I'm really sniff." Chengdu dissolved into sobs and lunged forward to embrace Su Jin. After a brief heartfelt hug, Su Jin turned and strode toward the 2 elders, Wei De and Sunya. "Elders, you're advanced in years. Please take care not to overexert yourselves. Qingdai and the others will rely on your guidance for great matters ahead." Both men exhaled a deep, resonant sigh in unison. Sunya said shallowly, "You've said all that needed saying. I have no further questions. That you may return home brings me true joy deep in my heart. Live well. If we never meet again, hold no regrets. Take care, Shaoli." Wei De spoke concisely, lowering his head with a bitter, quiet chuckle before adding, "If fate allows, do visit us sometime. Prepare now. You should depart at once." Su Jin took several steps backward, his gaze sweeping across the tearful faces, finally settling upon Fu Qingdai's. Their eyes met, deep, silent, unbreakable. Fu Qingdai wiped her cheeks and began walking steadily toward the convoy. The others followed one after another, falling into line behind her. Every person from the convoy had gathered on the street, gazing upward, awaiting clarity. As Fu Qingdai approached, their attention gradually shifted from Su Jin to her. When she reached the front of the convoy, she climbed onto an open-top SUV. At last, all eyes converged upon her. She turned, casting one last lingering glance towards Su Jin, standing motionless, unwavering, then quietly redirected her gaze toward the assembled vehicles. "Depart." The convoy surged forward, bathed in golden light, while Su Jin remained rooted at the roadside, still solitary, watching. One by one, the vehicles vanished into the haze, until the last disappeared entirely. Unable to bear it any longer, his breath hitched sharply, and tears spilled freely onto the pavement. He had prayed every day to escape this world. Yet now, at the very moment of departure, a searing, bone-deep agony pierced his heart. He would no longer protect them all. What would become of them? Would tomorrow be better? All remained unknown, so he could only pray. When his tears ran dry, Su Jin straightened his spine and wiped the last traces from his face, then turned to survey the road behind him. He tightened his grip on the silver spear, in one hand slung the briefcase over his shoulder, and strode resolutely toward the street corner. His company. He would finally face it unflinchingly. What monstrous force had tormented him to this point? He would know, upon seeing it face to face. At the corner of the street, Su Jin gazed into the shop. The red was right in front of him, and through the glass door, he could still see the interior scenery. It was just a messy supermarket, nothing special. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin reached out to push open. However, as soon as his hand stretched out, the door opened automatically. A gentle breeze blew through, and Su Jin couldn't help but close his eyes. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. This feeling was particularly pronounced between his ribs. The residual blood on his body was stripped away by the wind, turning to dust. When he opened his eyes again, all his injuries had vanished and his energy was fully restored. Su Jin was astonished and took half a step back, raising his gaze towards the interior of the shop. As the door opened, the inside resembled a luxurious five-star hotel, transforming into another world. Regulating his breath, he glanced around before moving forward with his gun. The hall was empty, and at the end of the corridor was a door. Is anyone there? Su Jin cautiously approached the door at the end. There was no response along the way, and he successfully reached the doorknob. Su Jin took a quick breath, his gaze sharpening. He suddenly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Yet upon entering the room, it was still empty. What met his eyes was an ordinary, somewhat outdated office with a sofa and coffee table on the left and a star map hanging on the wall. On the right was a large desk, and above the wall hung 4 big characters: Heaven's Way rewards diligence. Other spots in the room were cluttered with various small items and some hanging paintings. Among them, only one portrait on the side wall depicted a middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance. Overall, it resembled the decor style of a nouveau riche from Earth. Su Jin's tension eased slightly as he closed the door and began to explore the room carefully. Is it necessary to be this nervous in my own office? A deep and steady male voice suddenly sounded, causing Su Jin's muscles to tense up instantly. Who is speaking? Come out. As soon as he asked, to Su Jin's astonished gaze, the man in the painting reached out from the frame and stepped out, adjusting his collar and calmly standing in front of Su Jin. Su Jin's breath caught, his eyes widened as he raised his gun and stepped back, saying, "Are you human or ghost?" The man replied, "After experiencing a world, isn't it a bit excessive to shout in surprise?" The man casually glanced at him, walked to the desk, leaned back casually in the boss chair, and gestured, "Sit down. You have many questions, and I think we can talk now." After pondering for a moment, Su Jin sat down opposite the desk. The man then spoke. "This building is not the headquarters of the company, but is solely for you. I am neither human nor ghost, but rather something created by humans, existing solely to serve the master of this building. To put it simply, you can think of me as a painting, a brick, or a robot. Usually the masters here call me the butler." "Butler?" Su Jin pondered for a moment and said directly, "I just want to know what the company is about. What is this world, and why did you choose me?" "No rush, we will discuss things one by one." The butler raised his hand. "I don't understand the company's affairs very clearly since I don't serve the company directly, but I can generally explain it to you. This is a unique organization, and it calls itself a company because it appears before you in a way you can understand. It is composed of the top powerhouses from various realms. As for the disasters in this world, they are also related to the company. The universe was originally a harmonious blend, coexisting with order and chaos. But by chance, the natural order was completely disrupted. The strong had already noticed the anomalies in the world, but they did not interfere, as they always believed that nature would restore itself. However, over time, things did not develop as expected. The situation has become completely uncontrollable. Order is on the brink of collapse, and the myriad realms are facing destruction. Thus, the powerhouses decided to join forces to combat this catastrophe. Your other colleagues are on the front lines fighting against the root of this calamity, while the problems faced in this world are merely the aftershocks of this war." "Wait a moment, let me sort this out. I'm having a bit of a headache," Su Jin said, feeling confused. "This seemingly simple matter is actually quite clear to you, you just can't accept it." The butler smiled slightly. "You want to analyze what kind of powerhouses are in the company, what the root of the disaster is, and what their form of existence is. This has no significance because even I know very little about it." "That's not. What does that have to do with me? I'm just an ordinary person working a job. Could it be that I'm a reincarnate?" "You are indeed an ordinary person, but in certain aspects you are not ordinary. To put it in a way you can understand, your fate is different from others. The clients you save are not because they possess special talents, but simply because their fate happens to align closely with the world they are in, allowing the company to connect deeply with them." The butler stood up and pointed to the star map opposite. The image began to ripple and suddenly transformed into an ocean. Su Jin turned to look, his gaze trembling. On the endless coastline, ocean creatures with rotting skin surged towards the shore. An enormous tide of corpses was approaching the land. Trees collapsed in large numbers, and the tide of corpses began to flood the streets, toppling buildings with ease. This is what will happen in a month, a result deduced by the company," the butler said blandly. "In fact, no matter how hard the people of this world try, their extinction has already become inevitable. The entire ecological chain has been broken and cannot be restored. But your appearance has changed all of this. You have been continuously accumulating power for clients during your missions, providing strength and a safe environment, all of which has enhanced her fate, thus allowing the company to maintain a stable and lasting connection with this world. This world is now in a state of semi-takeover, and the company will promote ecological restoration and suppress the escalation of disasters. Of course, the company only provides assistance. The main reliance still needs to be on their own efforts. Perhaps after several generations, this world can return to normal. The company is so powerful, if it wants to save them, why not solve the problem all at once?" Su Jin furrowed his brows and questioned. The core strength of the company is focused on addressing the root of this disaster, so the power allocated to various dying worlds is limited, making it impossible to directly help them resolve all troubles. The butler tapped the table looking at Su Jin. Su Jin, it seems you still haven't understood the nature of your job. If we compare it to a commercial company on Earth, your current position is that of the company's janitor and the only janitor. What? As it stands, yes, but do not underestimate this position. Your role is of great interest even to the highest levels. What do you mean by that? Su Jin asked, bewildered. He had imagined the company as some enigmatic, awe-inspiring entity. Never in his wildest dreams did he suspect his backbreaking labor was mere janitorial work. The steward stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, and continued. Even if thousands upon thousands of worlds were to perish, so long as such devastation failed to disrupt the company's grand design, it would be deemed insignificant. Yet afterward, they discovered the situation was far more complex than anticipated. True masters are forged in iron and blood, battle-hardened through relentless trial. Within the company, its strongest warriors have each emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of gore. Though they profess to save worlds, deep within they savor combat itself. Life and death hold little weight for them. From its very inception, the company possessed a formidable central nexus, an omnipresent core linking all things and orchestrating the entire system's operation. As conflicts grew protracted and intensified, the latent savagery embedded within the system steadily escalated, eventually corroding the nexus's stability and function. We already wage war against chaos and annihilation. This escalating volatility thus poses a grave systemic threat, one that compelled the leadership to jointly establish this new position internally designated as Xinhua. The initiative proved extraordinarily successful. 2 generations of Xinhua before you saved countless worlds. The burgeoning vitality and restored order born from those nascent realms dramatically dampened the system's inherent brutality. Regrettably, both predecessors perished in service, hence your summons today. Why me, just a janitor? Su Jin's scalp prickled. Is there truly no one else across the entire cosmos? Though your innate talent is unremarkable, your fate resonance is exceptionally rare, harmonizing almost perfectly with every living world. You are quite simply the optimal candidate for this mission. Even should you fail and remain stranded within a mission world, prolonged exposure would gradually assimilate you into its essence, enabling the company to forge an absolute seamless connection between you and that world. So I'm indispensable, yet ultimately expendable. A sacrificial pawn discarded the moment I falter. Su Jin stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Is this your first day on the job? The steward turned gaze sharp. Capability draws recognition, incompetence invites oblivion. If you fall short, the company will simply seek another. That said, selecting only one individual across the myriad realms signifies the company's extraordinary investment in cultivating a singular, unparalleled warrior. Indeed, Xinhua is widely regarded as the position most likely to ascend to the company's highest executive authority. You genuinely merit this designation. The company's choice rests precisely upon such grounds. The steward gestured once more toward the Starsea map adorning the wall. The Starsea map shimmered anew. Su Jin's expression turned unreadable. This time the projection centered upon himself, on the night the Hanxiong missile detonated. This chart was left by the second Xinhua, specifically prepared for post-mission debriefing. Its contents are accessible only to you and me. The steward spoke calmly. That night your psyche underwent extreme turbulence, recorded in full. Moments after your mental collapse, you began retesting the performance parameters of your company-issued sidearm. Just 5 minutes later. Within 1 hour, you precisely verified every functional specification of the weapon, then proceeded to hone your blades and prepare your gear. Every exceptional warrior endures setbacks, pain, despair, breakdowns, each for different reasons. Yet every one who rises above adversity, however briefly shaken, instinctively makes the same choice. What choice? To prepare for the next battle. The steward met Su Jin's gaze directly. You evolve with astonishing speed. Your leadership is unquestionable. More crucially, your mind embodies that of a supreme warrior. All else you lack, the company can supply, so long as you strive. The steward paused, then continued. Su Jin, this is all I am permitted to reveal. Should you wish to learn more, you must inherit the title of Xinhua. The company recruited you, and you passed its trials. Now the choice rests entirely with you, though frankly few would hesitate before such an unparalleled opportunity. The steward smiled faintly as he returned to his desk. A contract slid automatically from the printer atop it. He picked up the document and offered it to Su Jin with a warm smile. No signature required, merely your silent assent. From this moment, the title Xinhua is yours, and this entire edifice becomes your sovereign domain. Its treasures, accumulated over 2 generations of Xinhua, are so vast they incite envy across the company. You cannot fathom their magnitude. Why do you rely on such archaic contracts when you're clearly so advanced? Su Jin frowned, turning the paper over in his hands. A habit of the previous Xinhua, he cherished ceremony, approaching life with fastidious elegance. The steward's expression froze as he watched Su Jin hold the contract. You refuse this legacy. Su Jin silently pushed the document back across the desk. I'm sorry, I'd rather decline. What you've described exceeds my comprehension. I cannot verify its truth, and it sounds suspiciously like a conspiracy. Above all, I simply wish to live as an ordinary man. Conspiracy theory. Does the company, a being of such scale, deign to deceive a mortal like you? Frankly, I've always believed only the gullible obsess over conspiracies, and you possess no means whatsoever to deceive me. Su Jin shook his head, voice resolute. Still, I choose ordinariness. Humph. How amusing. The steward's brow arched sharply. Then begone. Others will leap at this chance. Go home. You're better suited to being a pile of dog excrement. Su Jin's eyes widened in shock. How did you turn so vicious all of a sudden? My apologies. I was created by the first Huohuo, and my fundamental temperament bears his imprint. Had he witnessed your current demeanor, he'd have berated you on the spot. The steward shrugged helplessly. I've been restraining myself. He slid the contract forward again. Take this. Per the second Huohuo stipulations, you may reflect at home before deciding. 30 days is your grace period. Many benefits and the full reward for mission completion will only be released upon your formal acceptance into the company. Sounds like the second Huohuo was actually decent. Undoubtedly. A true gentleman. His heart brimmed with boundless compassion. The steward sighed. He felt others drowning as his own drowning, others hunger, as his own hunger, others sorrow, as though it pierced his own flesh. Even after witnessing unspeakable tragedies during his tenure, his empathy remained unblunted. Death perhaps was his only release. And the first, an utter antithesis. Though weaker in raw power than his successor, his operational efficiency was tenfold. How could he complete missions so swiftly despite inferior strength? Su Jin asked, astonished. Disgust flickered across the steward's face, because he was a genuine monster, devoid of mercy. He slaughtered his clients' entire families at mission onset, then assumed the role of villain to force their growth through sheer terror. Over half his clients suffered psychological collapse. Even the upper echelons intervened, dispatching envoys to reprimand him. I stand here daily absorbing the fallout of his conduct. Thank heavens he died early. Su Jin's expression darkened. Being so thoroughly reviled by one's own creation spoke volumes about the first Huohuo's character. Su Jin, I honor every choice you make. Still, in goodwill, I urge you to reflect carefully, for to witness another's loss is to suffer one's own loss. You have already borne the weight of others' pain. The steward's tone shifted, his countenance returning to calm. What do you mean by that? Su Jin leapt to his feet, slamming his palm onto the desk. Nothing specific. I cannot foresee the future. But you are intelligent, and the intelligent never entrust their hopes, or their futures, to others. That is all I shall say. With a light gesture, the steward summoned a radiant portal that enveloped Su Jin in blinding light. Light flared, then dissolved into darkness. Dazed, Su Jin blinked, clutching the contract in his hand, standing once more inside his familiar modest rental apartment. I haven't even finished asking. Su Jin froze mid-sentence, mouth agape, standing motionless in the room. In an instant the scene shifted. His thoughts scattered, utterly eclipsed by the familiar sight before him. He swallowed repeatedly, his lips trembling, then irrepressibly began to curl upward. Darting to the window, he yanked open the curtains and stared outside, a sea of golden lights, the distant night market teeming with bustling crowds. I'm back. Ecstasy shattered reason. Su Jin collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in his hands, laughing through tears. Only minutes later did he gradually regain composure, yet still wore a sly, smug little smile. His eyes flickered instinctively. He reached into his pocket for his phone, only to grasp empty air. It struck him then, had already given the phone to Fu Qingdai. At the very thought of her, his mood dipped again. The upward curve of his lips slowly faded as he fell into quiet contemplation. It felt like a dream, uncertain where they were now, whether they'd reached the military base or already set up camp. But he could no longer lend them any aid. He glanced down at his hands, still clutching his company's employment contract. Consciously testing his body, Su Jin began scanning the room. His abilities remained intact, his frame still light, almost weightless. Yet his briefcase and sidearm had vanished without trace, likely reclaimed by the company. Beyond that, a nagging sense lingered, something vital forgotten. But what? Seated on the bed, Su Jin sank deep into thought. After a long silence, astonishment flashed across his face. He slapped his forehead hard. Damn it. Had forgotten the money. Had returned without taking any cash. But the company offered currency exchange. Had even planned before departure to raid a gold shop and fill his bag with bullion. Yet events unfolded too swiftly, leaving him empty-handed. That detail slipped his mind entirely, consumed only by the urge to return home. His briefcase held only local snacks, worth next to nothing in exchange. And since the company had reclaimed the briefcase, retrieving even that meager sum was uncertain. He was penniless, utterly broke. At this realization, Su Jin began tearing through drawers and cabinets. Finding no cash, he unearthed a bank card. Racing downstairs, he sprinted toward the nearest ATM. Hands trembling, he slid the card in and checked his balance. When the digits flashed on screen, a guttural, choked sound of elation burst from his throat. 1059, over 1 million yuan. The company's exchange had truly settled. 1,059,000. Where on earth did this come from? Su Jin frowned faintly. Money was welcome, but such a staggering sum, nearly 1.06 million, felt deeply incongruous. He possessed nothing of comparable value. Poring over his memories, revelation struck. The watch. The timepiece he'd found in Longlin Tower. He'd tucked it into his bag, while Chengdu packed up and descended. And during his battle with Gao Tianfeng, its face had shattered. A broken, discarded trinket. Yet the company appraised it at nearly 1.06 million. Good heavens, if this damaged piece fetched so much, what would an intact one be worth? Regaining his bearings, Su Jin glanced at the ATM's clock. Mentally calculating, he realized over a month had passed since his departure, nearly matching the duration he'd spent in that other world. Fortunately, his absence hadn't stretched too long. Withdrawing his card, Su Jin paused to consider. He had no appetite for company matters, not yet. A month gone meant a mountain of unread messages. He prayed his family hadn't filed a missing person report, and resolved to buy a new phone immediately. It was only 7 o'clock, he still had time. Snatching out his SIM card, Su Jin hurried toward the commercial district crowded with mobile phone stores. An hour later, after agonizing between Nova and Xiaomi, he decisively purchased the flagship Redmi K80 plus 2 Xiaomi 15s as backups. It had been years since he'd upgraded his phone, after graduation earning income had extinguished all interest in tech. Though unfamiliar with smartphones, he instantly recognized the salesperson's transparent ploy, switching apps relentlessly to feign superior performance. Even a tech novice could tell this was forced spectacle. Xiaomi remained the wiser choice. After setup, Su Jin swiftly dialed home. After a few rings, a warm, familiar voice answered. Son, what colossal project are you buried in? Not even a single message, and now you finally call. His mother launched straight in. Are you done? If you don't send word soon, your father, and I'll be dialing the police. Su Jin's chest tightened. Mom, it's a massive project. Absolutely massive, and now complete. I've earned over 1 million yuan. At these words, heads turned throughout the Xiaomi store, some nodding in admiration, others whispering sympathy, punctuated by hushed murmurs. Such a filial beggar is rare indeed. Does this beggar even have parents? Keep your voice down, or he— Look who uses this brand. Who in their right mind buys Xiaomi? Switch brands. This looks downright embarrassing. No, I'm not exaggerating. Just tell Dad I'll be home in a couple days. Call me if anything comes up. I'll hang up now. He ended the call feeling profoundly at ease. Standing rooted for a moment under curious glances, he then strolled toward the night market, joy radiating across his face. His grin stretched nearly to his ears, uncontainable, unyielding. Life's preciousness reveals itself only in stark contrast to death. This utterly ordinary, mundane tableau struck him with sustained visceral force, sweeping away every stray thought, every lingering anxiety, the company, the apocalypse. Nothing but the thrumming, vibrant crowd. Wiping away a tear, Su Jin settled at a noodle stall. Boss, 2 bowls of bamian, 1 wide, 1 thin, double noodles, double eggs, extra chili, and 2 chicken legs. And a large bottle of ice-cold black tea, please. Pay first. Scanning the QR code, Su Jin sat back, happily snapping apart his chopsticks to wait. Soon steaming bowls arrived. At the rich, savory aroma, Su Jin couldn't help but break into a dazed, blissful grin, then lifted a thick, glistening strand and stuffed it into his mouth. The deep, intoxicating fragrance flooded his palate, so overwhelming he recoiled sharply, then slurped and devoured with unrestrained abandon. A post-apocalyptic return, the art of eating. After finishing the first bowl, his emotions settled considerably. He pulled out his phone, repaid debts, and opened WeChat. A flood of unread messages erupted. Glancing hastily, many came from former colleagues. At the top stood Lao Li, his ex-boss, whose messages had piled past 99. Scrolling through each, Su Jin noted Lao Li's tone escalating rapidly, from stern orders demanding his immediate return and abject apology to increasingly furious threats. Su Jin, you fucking— How dare you betray me? You've dragged the entire company into ruin. Stop playing dead, you miserable coward. Get your ass back here. Every message spiraled deeper into vitriol. Even 3 days ago, the tirade raged on. Su Jin read, chuckling softly. He grasped the gist that idiot client Wang, unable to confront him directly, had unleashed fury upon Lao Li instead. Lao Li must have suffered greatly. Otherwise, such a loss of composure would be unthinkable. His table gleamed, plates and cups spotless. Su Jin reclined comfortably, scrolling lazily, a faint serene smile still playing on his lips. Time to head home for rest and recovery. Before departing, one final visit to the company was essential. This time he would reclaim everything taken from him. Old Li, I'm here today to collect the half-month's salary and commission you owe me. Settle up, we'll be square once and for all. In his former company's office, Su Jin sat before Old Li, impeccably dressed and wearing a calm, knowing smile. How dare you even show your face to me? Old Li slammed his palm onto the desk, fury blazing across his face. Su Jin, you've ruined me. Wang Yuntong unleashed his entire rage on me. Our company's operations have ground to a halt. That man's a thug. He's practically extorting me. What does any of this have to do with me? Su Jin shrugged lightly. Don't try shifting blame onto me. In this world, you either earn your keep, or you eat shit. Was it wrong of me to act justly? Act justly. Old Li shot forward, his face flushed crimson. How shameless can you possibly be? Is it all about showing off now? Are you the only one with a spine? Did you just step out of the womb yesterday? You can't touch Wang Yuntong, and neither can I. But could Xiao Jing? She came from the countryside. What choice did she have? She had no recourse but to submit. Let me tell you plainly, you're nothing but a clown. If you'd had the foresight to gather evidence back then, I'd have stood shoulder to shoulder with you, even if it meant breaking my neck. But you brought nothing yet still strut about like some righteous hero. Don't drink my tea. Su Jin took a slow, deliberate sip. Why dwell on the past? It's over. Just settle my salary and commission, now. Haha. Old Lee staggered, vision darkening in outrage. Su Jin, the company's operations are paralyzed. You've wrecked me, and you still demand wages and commission. Do you have any conscience at all? Who brought you into this company? A mere graduate from some ordinary university. Who first took you to that business karaoke lounge? Did you ever feel gratitude? Slapping his palm against his other hand, Old Lee raged on. This whole affair was so simple. Fine, I'll concede you struck him without leaving evidence. So what? Pay compensation, issue an apology, resolve it quietly. What's so hard about that? After all these years of grooming you, surely you've saved up hundreds of thousands by now. You actually have the gall to say that to me. Su Jin arched a brow. Let me tell you, I truly have no savings. And you know that well enough. Entertainment allowances approved by the company never included me. Expenses incurred at lounges were never reimbursed. I paid out of pocket while working for the company. At that spending level, do you really think I could have accumulated savings? At its core, this mess is entirely your fault. Yours alone. You should have corrupted me with money sooner. Then I wouldn't have had to live with such rigid, unyielding integrity. Have you already forgotten what you did? Old Lee spat, voice trembling with fury. We covered those expenses for you 2 years ago. Why did we stop? Don't you have the slightest sense of shame? Clients hailed cabs and left. Yet there you were still ordering. And not one, but 2 orders at once. Why on earth would I reimburse that? So next time I shouldn't bring clients at all. Su Jin replied coolly. Someone has to test the venue ahead of new clients. Old Lee paled, stumbling back a step, pointing at Su Jin in disbelief. Where did you get trained? Have you lost all sense of dignity? Huh. Old Lee, let's keep things strictly professional. No need for false familiarity. How many years have you exploited me, you capitalist? Su Jin narrowed his eyes. I've been with this company for years. Surely it's time for a promotion. Why am I still out chasing leads? With your abilities, how could I possibly promote you? Ah, so you've finally spoken your truth. I knew it all along. Su Jin jabbed a finger toward Old Lee. Exactly. No argument there. Old Lee glared. I treated you as beast of burden, worked you like 3 men. Felt fantastic. What's wrong with that? Fine, brilliant. Don't think I'm ignorant of your sordid affairs. Last year you hired that young secretary, and she crawled beneath your desk smearing lipstick like some grotesque cartoonish titan. Aren't you afraid of infection? Let me remind you. I covered for you when your wife showed up unannounced to inspect the office. I spared your dignity, Old Lee. And I understand. Your wife's face is so deeply creased it resembles a savory scallion pancake. I'll strangle you. Humiliated and enraged, Old Lee roared and lunged at Su Jin. Su Jin casually shoved him aside. Old Lee froze mid-lunge, slumping dazed into his chair, suddenly aware of his own frail frame. With a defeated sigh, he lit a cigarette. Su Jin pulled out a cigarette and lit it too. Smoke curled silently between them, thick and heavy. Neither spoke. Then faint sounds drifted in from the corridor outside. Though the office was well insulated, Su Jin's hearing, now unnaturally acute, caught every syllable clearly. Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong. Director Lee isn't in today. Is there something I can help you with? Or shall I contact him for you? Step aside. I need to speak with your Director Lee face-to-face. Su Jin tapped the desk and fixed Old Lee with a look. Old Lee, he's here. Is Wong really trying to extort you? How did you know he'd come? Old Lee glared upward, suspicion sharpening his tone. Su Jin said nothing. Instead, he rose and transformed into a master of desktop clearance. In one swift motion, he swept every file and ornament from the desk surface. Then bellowed, Lee, you will pay me what you owe, today, or this ends only when one of us is dead. You want to kill me? Let's see who falls first. The office door burst open. A portly, greasy-faced, middle-aged man stood frozen in the doorway. It was none other than Director Wong Yintong. His eyes locked on his Su Jin, and instantly twisted into venomous fury. You little bastard. You've finally shown your face. Su Jin's neck corded with tension as he pointed first at Wong Yintong, then whirled to stab a finger at Old Liu. You conspired with him to smash my home. Let me make this clear, Wong. You and he intend to destroy me. I. Su Jin's gaze darted wildly across the floor, then seized a glass trophy. He charged Wong Yintong, roaring, I'll kill you first. Old Lee surged forward with sudden, desperate strength, slamming Su Jin to the floor. Director Wong, get out. This brat is mine to handle. Good. Old Lee, you've got this. You little monster, you dared strike me. Just wait. Wong Yintong's jowls quivered violently as he stormed out, fleeing the office in furious haste. Shit, I'll beat you to death. Old Lee shrieked, swinging a thunderous, open-handed slap towards Su Jin's face. Su Jin lifted a leg, lightly, effortlessly, and Old Lee spun sideways, crashing onto his back. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Su Jin scoffed, Old Lee, I just saved you again. Don't think this earns you. Old Lee jabbed a trembling finger at him. Su Jin held up his payment QR code. Hurry up, settle my salary and commission. Going through official channels is too slow. And hand me a pack of cigarettes. or I'll march straight back and fetch Wang myself. Old Li grunted wordlessly, scanned the code, and let out a long, despairing sigh. From his drawer, he yanked out a pack of cigarettes and hurled it at Su Jin. Get out, and never let me see you again. Old Li, truth be told, I've missed you. It's been over a month since I— Get out. Downstairs, Wang Yuntong stormed through the building. Hey, Lao Lu. It's me. Send some men, fast. That little bastard I told you about last month. He's back, waving his fists at me again. If I don't cripple him, I'm done in this city. Yes, that's right. Bring plenty. Now. His wage dispute resolved successfully, Su Jin descended the stairs with a lightened step, a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips as he wandered aimlessly along the street. Though idle, a quiet, lingering joy hummed softly in his chest. After walking only a short distance, Su Jin paused and glanced back over his shoulder. A portly figure had been trailing him covertly, stealthy, persistent, and for some time now. No need to ponder. The rhythm of those footsteps alone revealed the pursuer's identity. Su Jin scratched his head and smiled faintly. Wang Yuntong, that wretched man, was truly an anomaly. Long after the incident had passed, and with every advantage firmly in his grasp, he still clung like stubborn medicinal plaster. This was no ordinary grudge. Yet Su Jin felt no inclination to engage. Having weathered chaos and upheaval, he found himself strangely unshaken. No anger stirred within him anymore. So long as that contemptible man left him be, let him do as he pleased. Strolling the city streets, watching dense streams of vehicles flow past, Su Jin felt a subtle stirring of intent. Perhaps it was time to buy a car. Today he would tidy up, tonight dine out lavishly, and unwind at a fine bar with a good drink. Tomorrow, he would go home. He now held considerable funds, so the car must be exceptional, luxurious, high-performance, breathtaking. Sir, having reviewed so many models, this one best matches your requirements. Powerful, yet fuel efficient with ample interior space. The salesperson held up a dossier while speaking. How's its off-road capability? Su Jin mused, stroking his chin. The salesperson snorted. Bro, you're joking. This Jinbei doesn't conquer wilderness, it costs just 50,000 yuan. Are you hauling cargo, or something else? I can recommend other models accordingly. I need something capacious enough to live and rugged enough for any terrain, durable enough for global travel. And above all, instilling absolute confidence behind the wheel, Su Jin reflected. Bro, are you planning to become a travel vlogger? The salesperson asked, eyebrows raised. Then you'd want a motorhome. Though premium ones cost far more than a few 10,000 yuan. Still, this model isn't entirely unsuitable. Custom modifications could even make it eye-catching. Observe its chassis. Thank you. I'll keep looking, Su Jin replied casually before turning away. He stepped out of the 4S dealership and not long after sank onto the stone steps of a nearby shopping mall. From his jacket pocket, he withdrew his official employment notice and stared at it blankly. Returning home brought joy, but the sword of Damocles hung perpetually overhead. He'd intended to buy a sports car, yet inexplicably found himself drawn to a minivan. What unconscious impulse guided him? Still instinctively preparing for crisis. Did part of him truly wish to join the company? Yet if so, why did this very document remain inert in his hands? To witness another's misfortune is to feel it as one's own. What will this world become henceforth? Su Jin lifted his gaze to the sky, his already fog-shrouded thoughts now veiled once more beneath gathering gloom. After a long, wistful sigh, his enthusiasm for car buying evaporated entirely. He resumed his aimless stroll through the streets. Night fell. At the night market, he devoured snacks from 5 different stalls, then walked home, clutching a bag brimming with treats. Beyond the night market's glow, streetlights thinned. A narrow alley appeared ahead, and without hesitation, Su Jin turned into it. Before reaching its end, several dark figures emerged silently from behind. Su Jin pivoted, and blinding flashes erupted toward his face. Kid, you spent all day dodging crowds, but tonight you picked quite the secluded spot. Wang Yuntong shouldered past his men and stepped forward, eyes glinting with menace. Mr. Wang. Su Jin trembled, visibly feigning panic. What are you doing? Remember, this is a society governed by law. Don't dare lay a hand on me. At his words, laughter rippled through the group. Broke fool. Do you really think the law reaches me? Wang Yuntong sneered, advancing step by deliberate step. Little bastard. I've ruled these streets for years, and never once has anyone dared strike my face. Tonight you'll pay with a leg, or this ends nowhere. Don't move. There are cameras here. Su Jin retorted, voice brittle with false bravado. Cameras? This alley has none. I check myself. Kneel now. Wang Yuntong barked. 8 underlings surged forward as one. Su Jin's eyes flickered across the alley's corners, and a faint knowing curve tugged at his lips. Indeed, no cameras, Mr. Wang. Truth is, I've already forgiven you. Why cling so fiercely to the past? It's been so long. Did you hear what this kid just said? Wang Yuntong whirled astonished to his men. We heard, boss. He says he forgives you. Must have had too much to drink. Probably addled his wits. Wang, stop wasting breath on this idiot. Break his leg first, then we eat. His henchmen surrounded Su Jin, hurling threats. Wang Yuntong smirked coldly, kneel, and bowed deeply. Do so and I'll spare you some suffering. You certainly hold grudges. When we negotiated business, you weren't nearly this unhinged. You called me brother so earnestly. We got along rather well, didn't we? Su Jin frowned slightly. Oh ho, Call you brother. Once and suddenly you fancy yourself a person. Wang Yuntong arched a brow, thrusting his greasy, bloated face forward with arrogant glee. You're right. I have always held grudges. What's that word again? Alpha boss, a henchman piped up. Right? Alpha. I've been alpha since childhood. Else how'd you think I rose to this position? Ugh, Mid-sentence Wang Yuntong clutched his groin and shrieked. Su Jin retracted his foot calmly and pulled on a pair of latex gloves. His assailants recoiled half a step, flashlights darting wildly toward their writhing leader. In that instant, Su Jin had delivered a lightning kick. Wang Yuntong's QQ account, metaphorically speaking, had just been uninstalled by 50%. Before the gangsters could regroup, Su Jin struck again, a crushing blow to Wang's abdomen. Wang Yuntong crashed hard to the ground, and moments later emitted a wet, grotesque pft. You think that's a compliment? Foolish dog. Gloves secured, Su Jin flexed his fingers slowly, then shifted his gaze from Wang Yuntong's crumpled form to the circle of stunned thugs. I've cured his alpha condition. Now it's your turn. Damn it, he kicked shit out of Wang Ge. Get him. Roaring, the 8 thugs charged as one. In the narrow, ink-black alley, Su Jin moved like a sudden gale. Targeting the lead thug's knee, he drove his leg down with brutal precision. A sickening crack echoed, and the man's leg bent backward, grotesquely transforming him instantly into a true dogleg. Before the second could advance, Su Jin's fist landed, shattering his nasal bone. Both collapsed simultaneously. Against an ordinary human's physique, Su Jin's current prowess rendered conventional weapons utterly futile. In the span of mere seconds, through swift fluid evasion and counter, Su Jin had broken every thug's leg and dislocated each jaw. Now they writhed on the ground, whimpering incoherently. Surveying the carnage, Su Jin sighed faintly. This was inconvenient. These weaklings posed no real threat, but he may have overcommit. If they reported it, complications could arise. Even though the alley itself held no surveillance, the surrounding streets teemed with cameras easily traceable to him. With that thought, Su Jin looked down at Wang Yuntong, still groaning, still clutching his groin, and shrugged helplessly. He pulled out his phone and tapped to begin recording. Half an hour later, a procession of naked, soot-stained thugs, limping, groaning, barely conscious, crawled zombie-like one after another out of the alley's mouth. Half a month later. Get up. Get up. Stop lazing around. Hurry up. Su Jin felt a chill as his blanket was yanked away by his mother. All you do every day is sleep and eat. Can't you do something else? The delivery has arrived. You bought canned food, but haven't even eaten it. The nagging voice was relentless, and Su Jin frowned, feeling for his eye mask by the bed and putting it back on. He turned to the side and mumbled in a muffled voice, ugh. So nagging. Hurry up. The RV you bought the other day has already driven your dad crazy. Su's mother put her hands on her hips and glared. You've spent all that money. What exactly do you want to do? You won't even look for a partner. You don't go to class, just lying around at home or buying random stuff. If you lie around for so long without working, how can your boss have a good impression of you? Ugh. Su Jin rolled up his pillow, wrapping his head tightly in it, looking utterly pained as he muttered, Mom, I beg you, can you stop nagging? You're driving me crazy. What's the point of sleeping? It's a holiday. Smack. A hand came down heavily on Su Jin's waist. You're so lazy. If you want to make some money, I bet you'd reach for the sky. I'm making money for both of you. Don't mention it. Your dad and I don't need your money. Oh, just take care of yourself. When you get married, don't come asking us for money. Oh, we'll be thanking the heavens if you do just that. As if I'd ask you for money. I bought everything with cash. Do I need you too? That's great. Then your dad and I can hold our heads high when we go out. With the way you spend, I doubt you'll be able to save any money. Get up and hurry to return the RV and the canned food. Listen to your dad and stop wasting money every single day. I can't return them. They're for the future. When the apocalypse hits, you two better not eat my canned food. You're insane. I've made you breakfast, so hurry up and eat. The noise gradually faded away, and Su Jin put down his pillow, stretching out his limbs and lying flat to relax. The past half-month had been extremely peaceful, and there was no response from Wang Yuntong's side, especially since he had left behind a video of the group playing in the snow. If this matter were to get out, it would be tough to survive in any circle. Afterward, it was time to return home and rest. But comfort didn't last a week before he started getting nagged and disturbed by others. He couldn't help but want to buy an RV and stockpile for the apocalypse. Basically, he kept repeating the cycle of sleeping, eating, and scrolling on his phone. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, the phone rang suddenly beside his ear. TSK. Who is it again? Su Jin groggily grabbed the phone. Hey, it's Lei Dong. Are you still asleep? I saw your mom yesterday, and she said you were back home. Are you at home now? Lazy, aren't you working in Nanjing? I took a leave to come home. Let's go out to eat, and in the evening we can drink and then go for a massage. It's on me. Sure, the usual place then. Su Jin exhaled a breath of relief and got up to wash up. Lei Dong was his close friend from high school, and they had kept in touch quite a bit after graduating from university. Opportunities to meet were already rare, so when he had a familiar face around, he welcomed it with open arms. He went back to his room dressed and glanced at a notice that had been sitting on the table for a long time. With a sigh, Su Jin finally picked it up from his pocket. Hey Lei Gu, I heard you've made a lot of money. In the hot pot restaurant, as Su Jin cooked the meat slices, he looked up at Lei Dong and smiled. Who told you that? I heard it from my mom. When she was dancing square dance, your mom was showing off. Lei Dong raised an eyebrow and laughed. She said after your mom finished, all the Andes were jealous, and someone even tried to set you up on a date. How much have you really made? A bit over 100,000. What the hell? How did you make that much all of a sudden? Lei Dong's eyes widened in surprise. I took on a project with a new hospital and sold quite a bit of equipment. This money isn't easy to earn. Once I finish this deal, I plan to quit my job and stay home. Come on, in this small city, what can you do? You don't expect to live off that over 100,000 forever, right? Lei Dong's expression clearly showed doubt. It's not impossible. Working as a waiter or delivering food is also quite good, Su Jin said earnestly. Have you been stimulated by something? Lei Dong leaned forward suspiciously, asking, isn't the money you made by selling stuff? Did you suffer some emotional trauma? If I could actually sell stuff, I'd accept that. That job is worse than selling stuff. Su Jin laughed angrily. Enough about me, how about you? Still working at the observatory? Yeah, the pay isn't high, but it's stable, and I'll need my family to support me in the future, Lei Dong said, taking a sip of his drink with a helpless expression. What more do you want? You're a big scientist. Many people envy your working environment. Scientist? Why do you sound like those ignorant aunties? I'm doing image processing and graphic work. I'm not even in astronomy. Different fields are like different mountains. But working with a bunch of scientists is also interesting, isn't it? What's so interesting about it? Lei Dong smiled bitterly. It's the same repetitive thing every day. But before I came back, I did hear of a couple of interesting incidents that were pretty bizarre. Oh, do tell, Su Jin said, casually cooking the meat. I don't know the details, but at the observatory in Lijiang, there were 2 people observing space when they went crazy. Not just in the country, a few people at observatories abroad went crazy and started attacking others. It's too coincidental. It's like something out of Cthulhu. Do you know what Cthulhu is, eh? Moreover, celestial bodies that were clearly observed before have now disappeared. It's unclear whether they were blocked by something or simply vanished. Isn't that bizarre? Su Jin's body trembled slightly, and he paused with his chopsticks, slowly looking at Lei Dong. Is that true? Damn. What kind of look is that? You look like a murderer. You scared me. Lei Dong's expression turned a bit unnatural as he continued. It's true. Why would I lie to you? This matter has made the news. Even on Douyin, those idiots in marketing are spreading it like a ghost story. Marketing accounts are always like that, Su Jin interjected, continuing to eat. Lei Dong squinted at him and said, Lei Gu, I think you've really encountered something. Have you faced some setbacks? Making a lot of money, but still not happy. You need to get your act together. What happened to that energy you used to have? I'm a bit lost. I don't know how to proceed on the road ahead. Su Jin took a deep breath, looking at Lei Dong. Lazy, if you had to choose, would you rather be a coward for life or be a hero just once? Who wouldn't want to be a coward in this world? I've been a coward long ago. What kind of childish question is that? Same here. The 2 clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Outside it started to rain, and soon the rain grew heavier, creating a noisy sound. Su Jin turned to look out the window, feeling the air was a bit damp and cool, with his stomach slightly churning. It's raining. Let's go play billiards later. By evening the rain should. I'll measure it. Just as Lei Dong was halfway through his sentence, he quickly grabbed the trash bin and directed it towards Su Jin. Finally, the sound of rain reached their ears, and Su Jin's stomach began to spasm uncontrollably, feeling like a storm was brewing inside. Fortunately, he managed to suppress all the discomfort. Lei Dong put down the trash bin, taking a breath of cool air. What's wrong with you? Why does everything seem off? Cough. Su Jin wiped the corner of his mouth and forced a bitter smile. After effects. I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Can you drive me home? At home on the balcony, Su Jin held a cigarette, looking up at the sky. The heavy rain was still pouring down. He glanced back at his parents, who were sitting in the living room watching TV. Turning back to look at the countless lights in front of him, Su Jin's gaze wandered. Over the past half-month, he wanted to forget the past and numb himself. But his body and actions were completely uncontrollable. Seeing others' failures felt like his own. No matter how much he wished to avoid it, reality had seemingly begun to show signs. His eyelids slowly drooped, and his consciousness seemed to traverse into another world, the scenery of the buildings before him turning desolate. When he opened his eyes again, Su Jin reached into his jacket pocket. Fear is a reaction, courage is a choice. He had already conquered fear and made a choice. This time he need not delay any longer, nor deceive himself. The repeatedly folded company notice had yet to unfold before it transformed into little sparks flowing and darting into the back of his hand to form a flame emblem. 3 generations of fire, welcome to join the company. 2 hours of preparation time. This is the countdown to return to the office for the next task. Su Jin gazed at the time, paused for 10 seconds, then turned back to the bedroom. He took down 3 large boxes from the top of the wardrobe and opened them one by one for inspection. The first box contained 210-pound compound bows, the largest available, along with half a box of penetrating alloy arrowheads. The second box held a custom-made Longquan sword from the internet and a folding spear with an alloy tip already sharpened privately. Additionally, there were 10 bottles of pepper spray, 3 drones, 2 bottles of glyphosate, a collapsible baton, and 2 portable entrenching tools, along with a small chainsaw. The third box contained a tactical backpack, a bulletproof vest, replacement bulletproof plates, tactical gloves, knee pads, arm shields, and an emergency resource pack. All these items were personally retrieved from the courier station, hidden away from family. After checking everything was in order, he added some necessary clothing and other miscellaneous items. Finally, he pulled out a pair of imported German Loa military boots from the wardrobe and changed into them before leaving the bedroom. His parents were eating fruit, staring blankly as he walked out with 3 large boxes. Sue's father asked in a daze, where are you going? It's pouring outside. The company sent a message, I need to hurry back. I won't have time, I'll drive back, Su Jin replied as he walked. No matter how urgent the company's message is, it's raining heavily at night. Can't anything wait? Are you really planning to keep that old RV? Sue's father asked in confusion. I've already bought it, there's no way to return it. The company's matter is very urgent and I can't make it by train. You haven't packed the canned food and instant noodles in the RV, have you? I'm saving them for when I'm busy with work. Sue's mother complained as she walked toward the fridge, it's a waste of money. Eating junk food every day, there are some dumplings in the fridge you can take and plenty of fruit. Be careful on the road. Exactly, don't spend recklessly while you're out. Sue's father walked toward the door. Su Jin nodded and picked up his phone saying, don't worry about me spending recklessly, I still have over 200,000. I will leave you 20,000, the money has been transferred. Sue's mother, holding several large bags of plastic, also took 2 umbrellas and walked to the door. Old Su, our son can't carry everything, take these and see him off in the rain. Sue's father slipped on outdoor slippers, took the umbrellas and various food items, and the father and son went downstairs together. The RV was parked not far from the building. As soon as Su Jin sat in the RV, his father sighed heavily beside the window with the umbrella. This old car is indispensable. You could at least buy a decent one. What girl would even look at you driving this old RV? You couldn't even sell it for a good price. I know, Dad, it's just a small matter, I'll earn more later. Let's go back. I'm busy with the project, and I'm using the company phone, so I have too many messages. I can't see the ones you've sent. Oh, just wait until I call. Oh really? The big boss, even Lei Jun, isn't as busy as you. Be careful on the road. Sue's father mumbled as he wobbled back to the building holding the umbrella. 13029, 13028, 13027. Su Jin sat in the car, looking back one last time at the lights of his home, then started the engine. The RV slowly started driving out of the community and onto the main road. Once on the main road, Su Jin shifted gears, his expression flat as he gazed ahead. Each glowing portal that transported him was the size of a person. This time he wondered if he could even drive the RV into the office building. However, the company had great capabilities, so he thought it shouldn't be a major issue. With no cars around, Su Jin spoke in a deep voice, no need to count, just open the door. As he spoke, a massive glowing portal suddenly appeared ahead. Su Jin slammed on the brakes, and using the remaining momentum drove the entire vehicle into the portal. When his vision returned to normal, he found himself in a lavish hall outside the car. The butler had actually changed into a suit and stood beside the car with a smile. I knew you would come back, and you even brought the car. A wise choice. Su Jin got out of the car. How did you know I would definitely come back? You are a born top warrior with a sense of responsibility. Once a warrior is stained with blood, they can never return to their previous life, the butler said. Peace will be your greatest torment. Only in danger can you find tranquility. But if I don't come back, will the company take away my abilities? No, if you give up your identity as a firebearer, you will become insignificant and the company will completely ignore you. You could stay on Earth and be a superhero, but I doubt that will be easy. You're not strong enough to be invincible. Once discovered, you will likely be captured for research and ultimately dismembered for analysis. The company is rather generous, Su Jin said with a wry smile. I received a piece of news I want to confirm with you. Many astronomers on Earth have gone mad observing the universe. Is this related to the disaster? It should be related, but you don't have to worry too much. The universe is currently very dangerous and might unexpectedly affect certain individuals who have directly observed the fragments of the disaster, but we are far from causing a calamity. Now that I am connected with the company, Earth should have some protection, right? In theory, that can be understood, but I don't know the company well enough to make absolute statements. The company stands on the side of order while the opponent is the destruction of chaos. The influence of both is omnipresent, just varying in strength. The apocalypse is the intensified manifestation of this influence. No one can guarantee with 100% certainty whether it will appear. I know you have many questions, but many surprises await you. Come with me. As he stepped into the office, Su Jin felt momentarily disoriented. The office looked completely different from last time. The minimalist design featured a black, white, and gray color scheme, with a light-colored wool carpet on the floor and abstract paintings and a metallic clock on the walls. In the center was a custom walnut large table with wireless charging modules and hidden lift interfaces embedded at the edges, and a temperature-controlled wine cabinet and hidden bookshelf built into the back wall. The only unchanged thing was the 4 large characters "Heaven rewards diligence" and the starry sea map opposite it. Why has the office changed so drastically compared to the hall outside? Every time a world descends, it changes its style. This design was left by the second generation of firebearers. The butler sat on the chair opposite the desk, pointing to the boss chair. One day, if this place turns into a tropical rainforest, don't be surprised. Su Jin traced his fingers across the table and finally sat firmly in the main seat. This place has finally welcomed its third master. From now on, I will wholeheartedly serve you and provide assistance to the best of my ability. The butler smiled. You can ask me any questions, I will answer everything. What do you prefer me to call you? Master, sir. Any title is fine. Just call me by my name. Times have changed, and we don't follow that anymore. Su-jin raised his hand and smiled. The butler chuckled. This place can connect to Earth's network. It seems you all place great importance on hierarchy. Tisk, are you looking at history? That's all old news, and we don't say it like that anymore. Do you smoke? Su-jin took out a cigarette and offered it. The butler declined. Let's discuss the main topic first. The company may issue tasks at any time. Once you finish your questions, they'll explain other matters to you. When can I go to the headquarters to meet my colleagues? I'm afraid it will take a long time. It's not that you don't have the qualifications, but you lack the strength to go. The first-generation firebearer never went, while the second-generation firebearer did. According to his description, it was a nice place, and the colleagues were very kind, but the environmental pressure was extraordinarily terrifying. With the last strength of the second-generation firebearer, just resisting the environment exhausted all his energy. He described that he was no different from an ordinary person with no ability at the headquarters. If you lack strength, you won't be able to move even an inch. I'm referring to being physically unable to move. If you went now, you'd likely be crushed into a puddle of blood in an instant. Su-jin's fingers tapped slowly on the table, and after some contemplation he asked, are all my colleagues human? No, all kinds of beings in the universe have the opportunity to become your colleagues. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, they will be summoned and invited by the company, or they have the capability to sense the company's existence and join proactively. In the face of disasters that can annihilate everything, almost no powerful being would refuse to join the company. In other words, the company encompasses all top powerhouses from countless realms and is always growing, waiting for new members to join. Hearing this puts a lot of pressure on me. Ooh, I seem to be an exception. Is there anyone weaker than me? Su-jin pouted. No, you are indeed an exception, but only for now, the butler said with a faint smile. However, there is nothing to be disappointed about. Behind you stand countless top powerhouses. If you encounter colleagues in the task world by chance, they will undoubtedly be more than willing to help you relieving your troubles, even directly assisting you in enhancing your strength. Are you sure? Su-jin questioned. We are not familiar with each other. Won't people in the wilderness hold ill will against me? You represent the hope of countless beings, a figure destined to leave a spark for numerous worlds, which is why the company values you highly. Strong beings also come from the mundane. They love to fight, but they have not forgotten that they are saving the world, and helping you does not come with any cost to them. Even if someone dislikes you, they won't act against you. Just because of your identity as a bearer of hope, even if you are just an ant, they will still show you the minimum respect and consideration. The second generation of bearers of hope experienced 2 surges in strength due to unexpected encounters with colleagues. Many parts of this office building were modified with the help of colleagues. I can responsibly say that by choosing this place, you have to some extent already become one of the most esteemed figures among all realms. Su-jin blinked, still somewhat dazed. After a moment he said, okay, that sounds quite beautiful. Ooh, I have my older brother protecting me. But what you said? You are mistaken. You do not have an older brother protecting you. The company's original intention is to save the world and nurture you, but apart from assigning tasks, the company will not interfere with you. Of course, the overall idea does not represent the individual. Speaking of which, I remember something. I suddenly received a message during a task. I do not know if it was an illusion or if the company was communicating with me. Is this situation normal? Su-jin asked. The butler countered, what message? Do not ask what the company has done for you, but rather ask what you have done for the company. Illusion. The butler said without hesitation. It is quite common for people to experience illusions under extreme pressure. I can assure you that this is your delusion. First of all, no one in the company will interfere with your actions, especially since you had not fully joined the company at that time. Secondly, the messages you received are all relayed from the central command. Those capable of interfering with the central command will not exceed a single hand, and each of them occupies the highest echelons. You have yet to reach a level that they can perceive, and they would not engage in such trivial matters. While I was prompted by the company during my first task that I could recover special specimens, and then I was given a Gansai, but I could never exchange again. What was that situation? The butler pondered for a moment. Actually, given your foundation, the difficulty of the first world you experienced was indeed not low, even exceeding expectations. In the future, you will also go on to save other worlds. Although the root of the disaster is the same, the differences between worlds will cause disasters to evolve into different forms. If the company detects a type of disaster it has not encountered before, it will recover a specimen for research and then grant you a corresponding reward. With the groundwork laid by the first 2 generations of bearers of hope, you will not always have such opportunities. It is even quite difficult to encounter them. As for what Gansai you mentioned, I think it might be an emergency potion used by the Zeta people, an alien race with dual embedded orifices in their waists. When they go out to fight, they will insert biological stabilizers and nerve-relieving plugs in advance. Perhaps the company realized you could use it as well. Well, after all, the physiological structures are different, and there is no other way. The company only considers practicality when doing things. They will not take your face into account. Su-jin pondered for a moment, and then asked, you told me before that you were created to operate only here. Is what you said about the company accurate? Yes. The butler nodded. I cannot guarantee it is all correct, but it should be generally accurate. All the information comes from the second generation of bearers of hope, and over time some of his friends from the company have appeared here. Perhaps in the future you will encounter some of his old friends visiting. What about the first generation? The first generation was a madman. I told you about him before. He created me just to do the chores. In his time this place was merely a bare house with nothing. The butler recalled, after experiencing a task he would immediately dive into the next one, traversing dozens of worlds before returning once. After coming back he would dump a pile of junk and treasures for me to organize, then immediately rush off to the next world, so I had very little interaction with him. A workaholic, Su Jin said incredulously. Was he forced by the company to do this? The central command of the company does not force anyone, he has his own work to do. The first generation cared only about tasks, had no standards for life, lived off the wind and dew, and would fall asleep anywhere relying on theft for what he needed. The butler frowned as he recalled. Although I was created by him, I truly do not understand this person. With his abilities, I feel he should not have died during a task. It seems more like he grew tired of the tasks and took his own life due to feeling lost. He was indeed a ruthless person. Su Jin nodded in agreement. I have 2 more questions. How is the time calculated when I execute tasks? Each planet's time should be different, right? Also, can I return to the worlds I have been to before? Let me answer your first question first. The butler raised a finger, and the broad floor of the living room sank, revealing a strangely styled bronze device. At first glance it resembled a bronze tree, with metal branches extending out to 10 circular bronze discs. The first bronze disc shone with light. This is a device created by the company along with the bearers of hope, called the reconciliation platform, specifically designed to accelerate tasks. Each time you save a world, the bronze disc will light up. Using your birth world Earth as the anchor point, it forces a time alignment, allowing alignment with up to 10 worlds. Beyond that, any additional would push the earlier ones out. After completing a task, you will receive a certain number of contribution points. By using the contribution points, you can open dimensional bridges, which connect all worlds, including your office. If you can establish connections between different worlds and facilitate mutual assistance, the recovery speed of those worlds will significantly increase. The tools provided by the company for such positions can actually manipulate time. What kind of opponent do they have? I cannot understand how the company could lose. Su Jin was completely stunned. The butler spread his hands and said, Order and chaos. The company's opponent can be said to be 2 sides of the same coin. The company possesses abilities that its opponents also have, and they can use them even more recklessly. The concepts that you and I can comprehend simply cannot describe the company's frontline battlefield. It must be very abstract. It is like how mortals cannot comprehend the divine. Perhaps only by slowly climbing to that position can one understand. All right then, Su Jin sighed and turned to continue asking, what are contribution points? If you help the company connect a world, the company will naturally benefit, and the central command will calculate and distribute accordingly. In simple terms, it is the salary the company allocates to you from the profits, and you should be able to see it while wearing the mask. No, I can't see anything, Su Jin replied in confusion. Sorry, I forgot that interns don't get paid. What else can contribution points do? Su Jin followed up with a question. Besides activating the stable function of the interdimensional bridge, you can use contribution points to return to the office after a failed mission at 50,000 points each time. The butler replied, the rest can only be exchanged for treasures left for you. What do you mean? I still have to earn a salary to buy the inheritance I received. Su Jin could only feel bewildered. The properties of the previous 2 generations of flame bearers defaulted to the company upon their deaths. Didn't you say I inherited it? You indeed inherited it, but what I mean is that others have no right to exchange anything from here. And there are some parts that you completely inherit. Are you kidding me? What inheritance, a mop or a broom? The butler comforted him, you don't need to be discouraged. Being able to exchange for the interdimensional bridge is already very strong. Every world you complete will become your support. Your future missions will become easier, and I have not finished speaking yet. All right. Speaking of the interdimensional bridge, Su Jin perked up, let me hear what other benefits there are. The butler raised his gaze, revealing a hint of a hidden smile. Everything you need can be found in the treasures of the flame. Whether it be cultivation, magic, superpowers, or technology, all the paths to power that you can imagine are hidden in this building, and the corresponding resources will definitely be ample. Why was there a system or something like that? The old salesman teased casually. A system? The butler raised an eyebrow and gently pushed his hand towards the star map. The entire wall rapidly receded, and the space transformed abruptly. A long corridor extended out with door after door continuously appearing on the wall. Su Jin's expression was blank as he numbly followed the already standing butler. Arriving in front of the first door, the butler opened it, turning back with a smile. Hold steady, don't celebrate too early. As the door opened, a pure white space appeared inside with thousands of colorful bubbles floating and hovering in the space. Stepping inside, Su Jin marveled at the spectacle and asked, what is this? The system you wanted. The butler casually grabbed a bubble and said, each bubble here is what you call a system, each connecting to an immensely vast resource pool enough to allow ordinary people to rapidly ascend to power in a very short time. This one enhances strength by checking in at unfamiliar locations. This one does so by dreaming, and this one even allows you to get stronger by sleeping with women. The moment he grasped the bubble, the essence contained within surged into Su Jin's heart like a terrifying tide. Su Jin's nostrils flared as his lips uncontrollably twitched. If you had this thing, you should have said it earlier. What else do I have to be conflicted about? It's a pity that you can't use these, not just you, but the company strictly prohibits all employees from using them. The butler lightly cleared his throat, interrupting Su Jin's daydream. Su Jin felt a blockage in his chest. I have to spend money to unlock my inheritance, and I can't even use what's inside. The things here are not treasures collected by the flame. They are actually tools created by the company to cultivate employees by gathering early-stage powerhouses in various worlds, but those trained through these methods proved to be inadequate, causing significant trouble for the company. The company invested resources to cultivate a cultivator only for him to impersonate a mentally challenged college student to scam women at school. This one who could eavesdrop on thoughts went to listen to women daily, ultimately becoming impotent and psychologically disturbed. There were indeed serious cultivators, but without exception they all wanted to wield power and commit massacres. There were too many terrible incidents. It is said that those in the company who proposed the creation of these systems went insane and in anger sent them all here for sealing. The butler said helplessly, although you can't use them, you can exchange them for clients to use, and you have significant operational authority over these systems, even to the extent of acting as the system to guide clients. You can also utilize clients to extract the resources within, which merely requires taking a few detours. The company has still left you a backdoor, otherwise it wouldn't have placed them here intentionally. Hiss. That makes some sense. That's not for free. Su Jin's eyes brightened again. Follow me. The butler turned and exited with Su Jin closely following. Entering the opposite room, a dark and deep space opened up with countless points of light hovering. The butler casually plucked a point of light and handed it to Su Jin. Each point of light here represents a strong enemy that has been polluted by chaos and fought against the company. Unable to be salvaged, their souls were stripped, memories washed away, leaving only the inheritance part, which after rewriting memories became living techniques. Isn't that just the inheritance, old man, from the novels? Exactly, but like the systems, the things here are also prohibited from use. Su Jin was about to ask when the butler began explaining the company abandoned and sealed these items because they provided too much certainty in the path of growth, while true powerhouses are forged in uncertainty. Therefore, the company only promotes those who grow through natural struggles and efforts, thoroughly discarding such methods. However, like the systems, you still have immense control authority, and after exchanging, you can impersonate the inheritance old man to guide clients. As for the techniques inside, there's no need for you to learn them. They'll take you to see first. Suddenly, a melodious bell rang throughout the office space. Is a mission being issued? The butler turned to look at Su Jin. In 2 hours, you will be transported to a dying world. Please contact immediately and ensure the client's safety during the early stages of the apocalypse. Looking at the concise line of text and the 3 numbers in the upper right corner of his vision, Su Jin frowned deeply. I've already started working, and the mission description is less detailed than an internship. No hints at all, and what does it mean that I see the 180? The company's hints have always been like this. It's more convenient to ask the client directly. That number is the countdown to the apocalypse. This time you have a full 180 days to prepare. The impending disaster could be extremely severe. The butler said hurriedly while rushing outside. What are you doing? Su Jin shouted. Only 2 hours remain, and the entire flame inheritance is completely free for you to access the waste depot. I need to use the waste to help you modify the RV to improve your survival chances. The world you are going to may lack gasoline and roads, but without modifications, it will be unusable. Those rooms are quite dangerous. You haven't fully understood them yet, so don't wander around. The company's rewards should be distributed soon. You can start researching on your own. The butler's voice and figure gradually faded away. A series of mechanical dull sounds resonated as the return balance platform, originally positioned at the center of the office, slowly descended. Su Jin suddenly felt a warmth on his face and couldn't help but lower his head to cover his face. After a moment returning to normal, he raised his head to find 3 display platforms slowly rising in the place where the return balance platform had disappeared. On the first platform lay a long, pure silver knife. On the second platform rested a ring. On the third platform was a set of cloaks. Su Jin's eyes lit up with joy as he quickly stepped forward and grasped the hilt of the knife. As his hand touched the knife, a marvelous sensation immediately surged into his heart. The blade trembled slightly in his hand, rapidly reshaping itself like a metallic organism, with the blade shedding and the body of the gun being outlined. Su Jin suddenly turned around, and in an instant a silver pistol materialized out of thin air, aiming straight at the end of the corridor. A splendid weapon.